Oh, that's a tough question.
And he's the only guy who gave me the sense that I believe in everything he's saying.
I don't think a team can succeed without having a great in-game leader.
Welcome everybody to our roundtable discussion where we're going to be discussing the attributes and thoughts of an in-game leader. Of course, we've got Pimp, we've got Moses joining us as well. Maybe we should start off the conversation by discussing what an in-game leader actually is, because I feel like it is a lot more than just being in a server, you know, calling a strat, making sure your team are all on the same page.
How I would explain the role of an IGL, probably the same way that I would explain any other captain for any sport.
Oh, that's a tough question because there's really much going into it.
That's the person that makes the shot calling, and that's the person that all of the other players look to for leadership.
I think actually it has a different meaning for a lot of people. But for me personally, the in-game leader is the guy making the most decisions in the team. He's controlling how you play, especially on the T side, also coming with a lot of input on the CT side, maybe also deciding on the CT side. Probably the biggest voice in the team, having the most things to say, and probably also has somewhat of the best understanding of the game.
I don't even think it's necessarily like an in-game leader thing. I think it's just about being like a leader within a team, because I think often that person just coincidentally happens to also be the in-game leader.
Sure.
But there is kind of like an emotional leadership that needs to be taken up by someone on the team and by the team as a whole. And I think that kind of falls into, yeah, you're gonna have your game plan and everything, but if like the team is on like different wavelengths emotionally in terms of their focus, in terms of their comfort, in terms of what's going on, in terms of that game plan that you construct, that game plan is gonna have a tough time. I think there's an element of being an in-game leader or being a leader on a team that very much is like, can you actually get all 5 people to buy into this? Some days it's just a matter of like coming into practice and being like, yo, I woke up on the best side of the bed. I want to push. I want to practice these aggressive plays on our CT side. I want to practice these things that we can bring into our game. And just having someone who has that kind of an energy to get everyone excited about trying something new or everyone focused on the same thing. I think it's a very underrated quality in a lot of ways.
Fully agree. It's hard to define what an in-game leader is necessarily, right? Because I agree there's the emotional leaders of the teams, there's the tactical leader, so to speak, there's the coach as well who have a big say in both of those. I think a good in-game leader for me, you know, and what makes the difference is a guy with authority, you know, a guy that people believe in.
I think the most important personality for IGL is leader. Not only his team need to listen to him, but but they need to trust in his calls. And if the team respects him, he will definitely upgrade to leader, and yeah, it's the most important personality.
And the best example I can give, and I know people will hate me for saying this, but Glaive, you know, a guy that I used to play with, yeah, shocking.
God bless.
But honestly speaking, I played with maybe 5 or 6, 7 different in-game leaders, and he's the only guy who gave me the sense that I believe in everything he's saying. I would blindly follow whatever he's calling in any given scenario.
It's really important that you can put yourself into respect, make people actually understand and respect you for the things you say, make people believe in you, yeah.
I think for any leader, the main attributes that you'll notice is that they're very confident in the way that they speak, they're direct, and they're a good supportive figure. They want to see you succeed, and I think those are the 3 things that I would pay attention to for leaders.
Sometimes as a player, you may even notice it from FACEIT or when you're playing, you know, with your team nowadays or whatever that may be. Your in-game leader or your guy calling in your team is giving a direction, you know, or giving a direct call, and you're thinking to yourself, oh God, this is a bad idea. If you already have that mentality and already have that mindset going into the duel that you're going to take, there's a much higher chance you'll lose that duel. You're going in with no confidence, you're not believing in the plan, you're not believing in the call, and it will just wrinkle down to the team and you'll perform worse than if you're believing in the exact same call and you think to yourself, that's a damn good call, you know. It may be the exact same scenario, but if you have players believing in what's being told by the in-game leader, who has the authority, who has the, I guess, goodwill from people, then you will just instantly become much better. You'll go into disadvantaged situations and you'll turn them around and you'll win it anyway because you're believing in what's being told to you. And I think having that ability as an in-game leader to speak with authority and make sure that the players are believing in what you're saying, even though what you may be saying is dog. It could be a terrible call, it could be the worst call out of all the possible scenarios. As long as you believe in it, there's a chance that it works.
there is a quality of an in-game leader. It's perhaps the best quality is when you have entirely run out of ideas and you have no clue what to do, but you have to call something. And I think every in-game leader will tell you there's games that are like the most intense games of their career, very, very close coming down to the wire. They have no idea what to call, and you just like randomly pick something, the first thought that comes to your brain, and you have to sell it, and you have to call it and spawn like it's exactly according to plan, like it's exactly what you think is going to work. And I think every in-game leader will have a funny story that they can tell you about.
You remember
that.
how Astralis won the major final? You know,
yeah,
by
just
rushing outside.
Rush outside with Tech 9s. It's like, yeah, Virtus Pro's just destroying us, so yeah, we got nothing, let's rush outside. And that was the turnaround point. And I guarantee if you go back and talk to Glaive, he's like, yeah, I didn't think that was
I think like a word that springs to mind then for me is having trust in the leadership role as well. And obviously both of you guys have had experience on teams, yourself as a player, yourself as a coach. So how do you kind of build that trust?
Yeah, trust is massive, but not just trust in terms of like what you're saying in terms of in-game, but trust to be able to have an open conversation. Trust to be able to actually be able to go up to someone and say, I want to talk about this. Like, let's see if there's some different opportunities here.
Having a good understanding as a leader of how you utilize your players the best, I think that's a pretty important.
So the best qualities an in-game leader could have is like, especially having empathy, I would say. Because whenever you flame your teammates or something, you have to know how far you can go.
Some players will blow up, some players will be cool with it, some players are chill. Players also have to build up that trust in their coach as well, that their coach knows they can approach them and actually have a discussion about some of the problems that are going on, or else, you know, it's just not going to work. And I think when you see the trust breakdown both ways, is normally when things really go off the rails.
Well, think about it if you relate it to football, something we in Europe, you know, play a lot, and we're quite a fan of football. You know, the fake football with the round one you kick.
Checkered ball?
Football. You have 25 players in your squad in football, right? So if you lose the trust of 5 of those players, or 5 of those players are not happy that they're sitting on the bench and not playing all the time, you can live with that as a coach. But in Counter-Strike, it's so close. You're only 5 players on the team. So as you said, once you lose the trust of just one of those players, or maybe 2 of the players, that's 40% of the team, right? That's a lot of the team all of a sudden where the trust is gone. So I feel trust is a key word as an in-game leader as well, because if you lose the trust of your players, and if I'm, as a player, don't believe in the call that's being called to me, or I don't believe in I have to walk up middle on Inferno and go for a duel, and I'm thinking this is a stupid idea, and then I go up and I die, I'm like, yeah, I told you it was a stupid idea. Once that happens, you will just instantly perform way, way worse. And given Counter-Strike, it's such a close and intimate game where there's only 5 players on the roster, you cannot afford to lose that trust at all, whereas in football or other big team sports that are largely a bigger size than Counter-Strike, it's okay to have 1 or 2 players that don't really trust you or don't really like you, because you can always pick another player. In Counter-Strike, that's not the case, so you need the trust from all parties involved.
I'll tell you another great in-game leader to look at in terms of the impact you can have as a leader even outside the game is and he was my honorable mention for the World Team of the Year last year, it was Cadian. And you look at all the controversy Heroic was part of, you know, we just kind of touched on what, you know, it's difficult to be an effective player when the atmosphere within the team is horrible, and there's probably no greater atmosphere killer than the different controversies that Heroic had to trudge through for like 6, 7, 8 months to close out last year. That was an absolutely disaster of a year. But every game, every match that Heroic played, everyone's huddled up around Cadian. Cadian's given a Braveheart speech each and every time. He's going crazy and the emotions are getting riled up. And that's the kind of leadership and that's the kind of mentality you need. And look, Heroic, despite everything, had a pretty damn good year, you know, all things considered. So I got to attribute a lot of that to Cadian, especially with the young players he has around him, to be that guy who kind of pulls everyone into the huddle before the game and gets everyone focused and gets everyone's energy like pointed in the same direction. I think Cadian did a phenomenal job as a leader of his team last year.
I think that's when you were saying earlier, the fact that as a leader, even if everybody around you hates you, you still have to show up, you still have to unite everybody as a team, because we saw that being exemplified in the Royal Arena when they went up against Astralis. I for one was maybe expecting the crowd to be a little more 50-50.
Cadian was expecting it too, wasn't he?
Yeah, undoubtedly.
Didn't he say we're going to have like 40% of the fans?
And then you count the Astralis jerseys in the crowd and you just go, this is not happening.
I think that was the worst call of Cadian's career.
I was like, have you been in Royal Arena before? Do you know?
I agree though, because that's another way you kind of like value an in-game leader or value a coach for that matter as well. If you look at the heroic lineup, at least according to me, I think some of the players, you know, they're good players, but they're not players that are supposed to be in a major semifinal. They're not players that are supposed to be on a team that is ranked number 4, number 3, and number 2 in the entire world. They're good players, but they're not gems, you know. They're not Nikos, they're not Hunters, they're not, you know, star players. Yet Cadian has found a way, back with Hunton when he was part of Heroic as well. We gotta give him credit for the work he did do with them back in the days.
Not all of it.
A lot of it, you know. I mean, some of it, but they elevated. I would say they elevated the team. Where you look at the 5 players, maybe there were 5, you know, or 6, you know, in terms of raw talent, but they played like an 8, you know, and that's a way of valuing, you know, what an in-game leader does. If you can elevate a player that is decent, but you can put him in a system so all of a sudden he performs like an 8, I think that's very admirable. I think that's some of the players. Yeah. Exactly, that's something Cadian is excelling at it.
I don't think a team can succeed without having a great in-game leader. You've seen a lot of rosters in the past that fall apart due to not having a strong leader, and I think it's just a role that needs to be filled. You know, even if the player doesn't can't have a great fragging output, but if you have enough players around him that can, and the leadership is strong, then you're gonna make the roster work.
Apart from that, I would say just being a captain, like always be there for your mates, always work hard, and yeah, be like a role model for the team.
Of course, hard working is really important also. If you want to be the best at something, you have to I wouldn't say work the hardest, but sometimes work the smartest. So you have to kind of reflect about those things. How am I getting on top of my opponents, and how am I being better than them in a tactical way?
You don't necessarily need to be a tactical genius in order to be the in-game leader. You just need to be a player that people believe in, or a player that fills out a void in your team that makes it all come together and makes it all work out. Just the fact that Tarek won a major as an in-game leader is a crazy sentence to say, but that's how it went down.
Over Kerrigan.
Over Kerrigan?
Yeah.
There you go.
Man, crazy place, 2018.
Well done.
That was pretty nuts.
Better times. Simpler times.
Yeah. They were the best of times, they were the worst of times. Anyway, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me for this roundtable discussion. And thank you very much, everybody at home, for joining us for this discussion of in-game leaders.
God, I hope that was Charles Dickens.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
The brutality is back as the showdown returns. 16 teams split over 2 regions, but only 1 spot for each at the coveted Spring Finals in June.
Nice little, just going for it straight up with the USP, and Spinks has to do it all on his own. It's a 10-second defuse. Oh, he might have just won the round right then and there. Hooksy out, and it's a 1 versus 3. 20 seconds on the clock. Spinksy's running for it, trying to punish it. It's a nice move, and oh, what a headshot. Roy trying to put some pressure on over at the other side. Spinks will find one more, tapping away for the ace. This ends to send Copenhagen Flames packing. Tessa's ready and waiting on those signs. It's a good opening, and what a headshot to follow up with. Yeah, might as well run for this one. You don't have much of a choice. Cadian is having himself a real good time. Nice shooting with the AWP. Quad kill on him.
Dude, he's skeet shooting.
Yeah.
That's what he was just doing right there.
Trying to get the opening here with just the pistols, but up on the rafters again. again. It's KNTC with a quad kill, looking for it, trying to see if he can get the job done, and he will. Ace on Heroic. Say they're not going low, but they're kind of thinking about it. Impression runs right into it. He's got to be real careful. He's so low on health. Cadian surely will be up for an AWP versus AWP no-scope battle. He's going to want to do that. Tries, but not enough, and it will be Heroic to take down NKT at the end on 2 maps.
The competition continues to get even more cutthroat as today 3 more teams will be sliced from the running here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. Joining myself, Freya, to find out exactly how it is going to be going down. I've got Pimp to my right, Nifty to my left. Excited to be back for another day of Counter-Strike?
Absolutely, I'm so excited. I think we got more good games coming up today.
Yeah, we got to recap exactly what went down yesterday in case you guys missed out on any of the action. Of course, 3 best of 3s going down on day 1. 2 from EU, 1 from our NA division. We're going to recap exactly what was going down yesterday. Copenhagen Flames, and that was one of the closest series that we saw yesterday.
That was a good game of Counter-Strike, very good game of Counter-Strike. Ents were the better team yesterday, but Copenhagen Flames, they gave them a fight. They just couldn't handle Spinks.
We got to give some props to NKT as well, showing up against one of the toughest teams here at the Showdown.
Oh, for sure. And KNTZ had a good game, and it was nice to see them play. And I'm glad that they just had fun and they put up their best fight.
It feels bad, man, for EG, though, rounding it out. Unfortunately, not even able to take a map off, for God's sake.
There should be a limit to how bad you can be, but they're still exploring.
Well, let's go from bad to good, because we've got to recap our CS Money Play of the Day. You guys have been voting over on Twitter, and we're here to crown our champion play of day 1, but we're going to start off with play 3. That's Spinks coming up.
Yeah, the play of the tournament so far, from my money at least, Spinks was firing on all cylinders yesterday, pulling off an fantastic AK-47 ace right here. He was just single-handedly, I would say, carrying Ents into this victory, and to be able to pull off an ace in a buy round, 13-9 on Ancient, that's just, you know, spectacular.
Yeah, and Cadian as well. I think this is going to be a tournament right here where Cadian needs to just build up his confidence, get the flow going again, so that his individual level is playing at an all-time high.
Well, you've actually got KNTZ coming in too.
As well. Okay.
Because,
but yes, and
you know what, Cadian has won our CS Money Player of the Day. I mean, you were talking about how it was reminiscent for you of a device play that you saw.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but like I was saying, though, like I think that he needs to really just wrap it up this tournament and just do the very best that he can heading into the major.
Well, thank you so much, everybody who voted on our CS Money Play of the Day. Of course, we will be doing that every single day, so make sure you keep out your eye on the BLAST Premier Twitter. We can take a look at the brackets as well to see exactly how the lay of the land is lying after day 1 results. Of course, it is single elimination. It is absolutely brutal here at the Showdown, in case you're not familiar with the format. So, unfortunately, Copenhagen Flames, Team NKT, they are eliminated from the tournament.
They are, and you're right, Freya. There's 1 winner, 1 team qualifies from this bracket, and that means that there'll be 7 losers. So it really is hardcore. I say right now, you know, that ends Heroic game already now. I look forward to that one. There's so much quality in this bracket, and it's only gonna get better.
Yeah, Ents versus Heroic. I'm really excited to see how that goes down, considering, you know, the caliber of these 2 teams, the rise events we've been seeing, and the solid consistency of Heroic.
Oh, absolutely. This is gonna be like a David versus Goliath matchup right here. I think we're gonna see 3 maps again. This should be an exciting series when we do get to see that. But
I mean, this is what is coming up today on, we can see the EU side of life coming up in our first 2 games of the day, of course, rounding off with our NA action, our 3rd best of 3. I know I already asked you guys, we had a little bit of spoilers on Twitter, but what game are you most looking forward to today, Pimp?
The Bad News Eagles against NIP. I think there's a potential upset in there, especially on one map. I feel like the way they play Counter-Strike, it's so refreshing, it's full of passion, it's full with carelessness in a way, you know, and I think NIP has to wake up on the right side in order to be able to shut them down as effectively as they would like to. So game number 2, for my money, is going to be the most interesting one.
I think looking over to the North American division as well, the fact that ATK, you know, coming in as a replacement for Sharks, they have a bit of a baptism by fire because FURIA, man, obviously making it through to the major, through to that legend stage. They've been looking incredibly solid. They're going to have to pull out some real solid stuff.
Oh, for sure. And I think the player for ATK for me is going to be MOTM. I mean, playing against him even was always stressful. He was just a very disruptive player, so I'd be looking towards him today.
Well, we can take a look towards our Betway predictions for the talent coming into day number 2. Of course, Mahone there with the King Crown, alongside the fans on Twitter as well. So make sure you're getting your votes in there too. I mean, the people I want to question aren't up here on the desk. Is there any kind of, I don't know, logic to the madness of firstly the Movistar Riders pick?
I would say so. I don't think Astralis are too big of a favorite, to be completely honest. Movistar Riders is one of those teams you have a bit of a habit to underestimate, just a tiny bit. And Astralis, let's be honest, they were 2 rounds away from not qualifying for the major, which would have been a disaster. So that's not a given. I respect Squawny, I respect Anders for taking a gamble right here, despite them being wrong.
Imagine Movistar Riders as well making it to Lisbon. That would be pretty badass.
It would be fantastic. Yes. So you see that Spanish team there as well. But I think James is onto something with choosing Bad News Eagles. I'd like to see them come through.
And Bad News Eagles as well, the fact that Banks is the sole proprietor of those guys going forward. But you know what we saw from the RMR, the fact that they were saying this is literally life-changing for them, making it to the major. I'd like to live that dream as well. I'd like to be on that.
James loves to pander to the crowd, and he is pandering right now to the B&E fans, but they are legit, you know, they're playing some solid Counter-Strike, they have some great individuals, and it's, to my money, probably the most interesting team in this bracket as well. I'm very curious to see what they can do against NIP.
Well, we're very excited to be getting into the actions. Of course, all of our teams here fighting for a spot at the coveted spring final in Lisbon this June.
The Astralis project, I think, unfortunately, is still underperforming to the legacy of their name and, you know, the pickups that they have on that team.
Glaive falls down! A no-scope to the spine of Shush! Oh, a second!
Movistar Riders, I think they are another team that has a lot of upside potential. I don't think you should be underestimating them at all.
Davi G finds one, finds two, finds three, Davi G!
Another hometown side making their debut, but the Spanish side hungry to catapult themselves straight to stardom, rising to 12th in the world rankings. I think we should begin prefacing this match by telling the tale of what we know thus far about the Movistar Riders.
It's a good Counter-Strike team. People kind of underestimate them. They don't really think that highly of Movistar Riders, and to be fair, right, they didn't qualify for the major. They weren't even in the qualifier.
to qualify for the major. So that's a bit of a shame for them, and that's, I guess, the only big loss they've had lately. Other than that, they've been producing some great results. They have a solid team. They have a couple of interesting players. So do not sleep on Movistar Riders. I think it's a quality Counter-Strike team.
No, not at all. Their EPL run as well was very strong. I mean, we went 5-0 in their groups. Unfortunately, they lost in the quarterfinal to ENCE. But as far as their performances in the group, very, very, very good. And I think Alex, strong in-game leader.
Yeah, and we could take a look at some of the results from that EPL group in particular as well, because it wasn't like they were taking down, you know, low-caliber teams. There was an eclectic mix of teams coming into that, and I think we should give some props to them for that.
Massive props. They have players in that group, Liquid, Big, who we saw during the RMR, play some fantastic Counter-Strike. Guts are not a bad team either as well, and then Party Astronauts, sure, playing with a stand-in. That was a given, right? But the fact that they won all 5 games, qualified as #1 from their group, that was a massive surprise, and again, a testament to how well they play Counter-Strike. People, as I said, myself included from time to time, tend to underestimate them. They don't have that big star player, that big name in Counter-Strike, but as a team, as a unit, they're solid.
And I think when we look at their ranking trajectory kind of over the course of the past few years, it's interesting to see that kind of rise. Of course, we saw them making waves at the previous major as well, obviously not making it to the playoffs, but the fact that they were able to come out and make a name for themselves, and of course that run at EPL too, it's great to see that kind of consistent rise in form from them.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they can have a bit of a dip in their form and then come back up and right now peaking. You know, they've never been higher on the world ranking than they are right now, placing #12. And again, given by the fantastic play during the Pro League, that netted them a lot of points. But Movistar Riders, it's, as I said, you know, I feel like they are one player going off from being a really solid team, you know, a team that can compete against some of the better up there. But right now, I think, you know, being #12, #15, that's a good place for these guys to be.
If you were to put it down to kind of one of the sole reasons for their success and that kind of continued consistent rise in form, what would you particularly be looking at from Movistar?
Very good question. I think that there's a certain energy and environment and atmosphere within the team, especially approaching that EPL season. It seems like they kind of just came in and they were like, guys, let's just do this. You know, let's just give it our all and see what we come out with. And they really came out with a really good run. But also, I think that their CT sides, from what I've seen, have been fantastic. They're usually winning probably 70-80% of their CT sides. And like I had already shouted out earlier, I think Alex, strong in-game leader.
Well, we're going to check in with Danny as well, because I believe we have a little bit more in-depth insight to Movistars. What have you got for us, Mahone?
Yes, that is correct. So right here today, I want to actually show a great way to clear the A site that Movistar Riders have. And there's a good chance that this video will probably go to Ancient, so this is going to be especially relevant to Astralis. So if we play the clip here, what we're going to see initially is first this setup in this round. What we're going to see here are 2 people that are going to be towards the B side and 2 people here towards the A side. Now what's going to happen here is simply these players at B, they're just going to sell a simple fake, causing this player here at mid to rotate over to B, but the real hit will come over towards A. Now the way they actually do this A hit is quite impressive. So if I clear this and play this round, what we're going to see is the simple B fake, just some nades. But what we're going to see here at A is that Alex is going to throw this smoke that's going to land just in front of the entrance. Now this smoke actually has a couple purposes. So what we're first going to see here is that this smoke, by it landing right here, what it does is it actually cuts off a couple different angles that CTs like to play in. People who play in Temple aren't going to be able to see. People who play behind the single box, people who play behind the default box, they're not going to be able to see the entrance. And what this does is it actually allows them to isolate a player who's going to be playing at this boosted position. What it does is it allows the first player who comes out to actually focus directly on killing this player. And you'll see that's exactly what happens here. As Mopaz comes in first, he completely hard clears that angle. That's what this smoke allows him to do. The second thing here is that this Molotov that comes in is going to fly towards the back corner of the site. And with this Molotov, what it does is essentially for a player who's playing in this spot, he's either forced to play in he's either forced to do 2 different things. He's either going to have to push into the temple or he's going to have to play more out in the open. Shiro here, in this example, he's going to play more out in the open. And by him playing more out in the open, he's now exposed to just multiple different ways that the Ts can go through the smoke. They can either pass to the right, they can pass through the left side, or they can actually even boost up. And you'll see that Movistar Riders, they're going to choose the option of boosting up, and it basically has them in a more elevated position where he can see Alex or he can see this player out in the open. Now, after he gets that kill, something else that's really important to note with this smoke is the fact that this smoke actually helps this player right here, Mopaz, and that's because it's actually a one-way. What you'll see is that it's a one-way for the player who's coming out from Temple. So if a player decides to aggress him, Mopaz is going to have the clear advantage, but more importantly, towards the CT spawn area, this is a very advantageous fight. There is no chance that Hobbit sees this coming. As you'll see, as he's rotating in towards the site, there's just no way that he's able to see that. and that allows Movistar Riders to basically clear towards the A site. So this is an extremely well thought out way to actually hit the A site. So Astralis, they're definitely going to have to watch out for this one.
Thank you very much for that one, Mahone. Yeah, it's nice that, you were praising the CT sides, but the fact that they have such good looks on T side and a map that we're potentially expecting to be in this map for this series.
I think we'll see Ancient. Astralis love to play the map. They are, according to me at least, one of the best in the world on that specific map. I feel the one map where Astralis actually plays solid Counter-Strike, and then they have a map pool of 5-6 maps where they're not really that great. So to see Ancient in this matchup between these two teams, I would expect it.
Another strength that we've really got to look at for the side of Movistar Riders is Sunpair. I know he's a name that's been on everybody's lips in terms of that AWPing role as well. And it's interesting when we're coming into this as well, comparing Farlig on the other side of the server too.
100%. Something that's really interesting about Sunpair is I kind of link him with like a Guardian / Kenny S style of player. And it's funny because he even plays with a flip knife, just for a fun fact. So it looks good. Like when he's playing, it's look good. He's very decisive. He's very convicting in the way that he takes his angles and takes his shot. He's not flicky. He's not nervous. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's looking for. And he's very sure of what he's going after. And I think that his team supports him. They trust him. He's reliable. And he's doing fantastic at everything that he's doing. I think this is a well-rounded opera.
And Farlig on the other side of the server as well. I think it's just a very interesting storyline when we're talking about this AWPing role for Astralis, which has been very up in the air when we look back to the full finals. The fact that Glaive was picking up the weapon as well. Lucky was no longer forbidden. Of course, Lucky now out of the team. What are your takeaways thus far of what we've seen of Farlig?
I think he's done a good job. He's coming into a very, let's call it a toxic role within Astralis. Ever since Device left the team, it's been very hard for them to replace that role. It's been very hard to find that Danish AWP player who had the skill and also had the understanding and experience to be integrated into towards Astralis. And then there's maybe also some focus that could be put on Glaive and Astralis as an organization. How well have they been to I guess, allow new talent and inexperienced players to come in and thrive? We saw how bad it went with Lucky. There was 6 months, that he would probably forget all about. Farlig coming in, though, finding some impact. He's not blowing people off the server yet, was doing all right during the RMR, but there's still room for improvement, but it's definitely much, much better now than it were with Lucky.
Well, you speak of that particular question. Banks did pose that to both Farlig and Glaive in this interview.
And in terms of what's happened with AWPers on the team since Device left, was there any worries or nerves for you when you joined Astralis?
No, not really. I think it was just it's more a question of saying what you want to do and trying to make the team accommodate you, right? When I joined the team, I think at the beginning we didn't have that much time to practice, so we kept some parts of the old system, and it's a way of playing that I don't think really suited me. So as we continue playing, we're gonna. More and more of the system is gonna be accommodated to me, right? So I'm gonna be more and more comfortable as we play.
Well, that's great to hear. And what specifically were you able to ask to be changed to fit you better?
Just having more of a I guess you could say a say, or having in general a more central role in the rounds being played, and having a more of a direct involvement in what's happening in the rounds, right? Something like that.
Brilliant. And do you think that's why we saw such a good performance from you when it came to the RMR events and you stepped it up?
Well, I think it's part of it, definitely. I definitely think so, and obviously also just some pretty good individual play, right? So.
Now, Farlig coming in on the AWP, he had a great run of the RMR, looking really good. Looks like he's kind of fit in nicely with the team. Can you explain what's the difference between him and say Lucky and then the past teammates you've had, and why he's working so well?
I think Farlig is maybe taking a bit of more initiative. We have some big personalities on the team, and Farlig is taking his space, whereas Lucky was pretty inexperienced. He was really young. He was still a really good player, I believe. But maybe he wasn't just really suited to be on this specific team. But maybe I think he can really shine on some other team. But Farlig is taking his space, and that's what you need your AWP to do. And I think he's doing a good job.
That is really interesting to hear. The fact that Farley is coming into this and almost, it sounds like, dictating exactly what he needs within the team to thrive.
Well, that's something that I really love, and I can appreciate that as a player, because when you come into a team like that, it's also nice for the other players that are already on that active roster to hear this new player come in and look for initiation, you know, and really kind of get himself into the groove and be like, hey guys, I really want to be more than just a participant. You know, I want to be a true teammate. So it's like, I want to have some lead. I want to get some stuff in there. So I think it's important. And in comparison to Lucky, I mean, it seemed like when he was playing, you know, that like, yes, that inexperience really did show even through his play. I could even sense that like, he probably didn't initiate too much. He didn't ask for too much space. He kind of just like played and did his best, but that's okay too.
But we're talking about high-level Counter-Strike. We're talking about a team that has one of the biggest budgets in Counter-Strike. We're talking about Astralis, the team who's won the most out of all teams in the entire world. With all due respect to Lucky, with all due respect to Farley, with all due respect to all the players out there, if you join this roster, you got to be able to man up and take initiative, especially when you're playing with the AWP. There's no excuse whatsoever. And I think that's, you know, what Glaive is alerting to right here as well. I think some of the, let's call it the blame, could be put on Glaive. He could focus more on facilitating Lucky, facilitating the AWP, but that would take away from players like Config and Blame. And do you want to do that? Because that's probably the future of your team. So you have to balance it out. So if you're an AWP player, not only in Astralis, but on any given team, taking initiative is all you have to do sometimes. Just, you know, claim your space, claim your position. If you can't do that, you're simply not cut for it. You're just not ready for it.
Yeah, it's that confidence, especially when you're talking about, you know, coming into such a high caliber team, a team that we've seen, you know, win the most Counter-Strike majors, win so many titles as well. I want to ask specifically from what we've seen thus far with Farley on the team, where have you seen that impact? Where have you seen that kind of space-taking initiative?
He takes more initiative. Like, he's a guy that controls his own destiny. Like, if Glaive is calling a certain strat or a certain setup on the CT side and Farley says, I want to go for a peek over an A, then that's what he does, and that's what he's supposed to do. And AWP should always be allowed to have the freedom to pick and choose where he wants to go for a peek. You know that yourself as an AWP player. You gotta have that freedom. You gotta have that confidence. I never saw that with Lucky. If Lucky were playing on the B bomb side, he would be on the B bomb side 14 out of 15 rounds, unless he had a USP and they were stacking on the other bomb side. And that's just not enough for a team like Astralis.
Absolutely. That's something that the in-game leader needs to adapt with, because you must recognize your opera as one of the most important roles on the team. He can have so much impact with so very little. So, yeah, I mean, seeing that out of Farley, we're looking for it.
I mean, when you're talking about impact players as well, we do have to put Config and Blame F under the microscope once again. It's been a kind of strange trajectory for both of them for different reasons in this team.
Yeah, it's getting a bit boring, right? Because it's the same over and over. Blame F is just this one constant guy who's always performing at a very high level. He's a tank. He's a tank. He's rock solid, and he has a back, you know, that can carry this entire team from time to time, both physically but also in the game. Config, on the other hand, you see it right here. He started out really well, and then it's been going downwards. Then he had a spike, and then he's stabilizing a little bit again. Was for Blame F, it's been at a high level throughout his entire period within Astralis. I like the dynamic the two have, because they're two very different players. They're both riflers, but Config, this ultra-aggressive guy who one game can take over the server, win it, another game he's just going to be a sack of potatoes. Whereas for Blame F, he is most likely, at least according to me, the most stable player we have in Denmark right now. So the fact that you have both and you have that dynamic between them is something that is scary when you're going up against Astralis.
I think they're also best friends as well. I hope so. Yeah, well, yes, we always hope so. No, it's interesting. Something I do want to comment about Astralis is, like, I do think it's important that we don't compare this roster to the roster before. And by that, I mean the all-star, you know, 1-4 majors kind of roster. This is a whole different dynamic. Yeah. So I think there has to be a little bit of compassion, because you have to figure it out. Like, when you watch them play, you can tell that they haven't found their groove yet. And I don't know where that access comes from whenever they do find that spot for them that works. I don't know if that's a player giving up something, you know, to do something less or to do something more. But usually it takes some sort of a change, or even 2 or 3 changes that needs to happen in a roster in order for that to take course.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. We can check in with our Betway odds as well as we head into the first best of 3 series of the day, to exactly where the market's like. Actually quite heavy favouring Astralis coming into this one, but that does depend on the maps and exactly what this series is going to be playing out on. How likely do you think Ancient is going to be in the pool with this one, considering what we saw from Mahone?
I think it's going to be part of the map pool. I'd be surprised that any of those teams are removing Ancient. The problem for Movistar Riders right here is the fact that Dust 2 is a map that Astralis are not really that comfortable with, but that's also their own insta-pick or insta-ban. So going into the video, Movistar Riders is already one step behind right here. Again, we see the Ancient pick coming out of Astralis. They are so comfortable on this map, but I hope they're prepared for Movistar Riders, because they also play it to a high level.
I love this. There was a series that Movistar Riders had against, I think it was Liquid, where there was Ancient and Inferno at EPL, and these were some of the best performances out of the Movistar Riders players. And of course, I'm looking towards them, having a great performance here. So I think we've got a great map pool, and these are 3 good maps for both teams involved.
The problem with Movistar Riders and this map pool is that I think it's 3 maps where Astralis are feeling very comfortable at as well. You're the underdog. You gotta try to force it into an uncomfortable situation for Astralis. Having Nuke as a third, having Inferno as the first, Astralis are super happy about this video. So as I said, Dust 2 being the permaban of Movistar Riders, that hurts them a lot in this video because they can't push Astralis out in an area where they're not really feeling comfortable.
Yeah, so how are we looking for Movistar Riders to be making that lack of comfort for Astralis? Do you think there's any way that they can kind of poke and prod at the Danes in this one, particularly Inferno coming up first?
Well, it's interesting. I think we'll see the strong CT sides come out of Movistar, but something to look out for is Sampayas is not scared of taking those op duels. And that's something that's very interesting because not a lot of operators focus on that. So he could find a lot of openings just by looking for Farley.
Astralis have been pretty poor on Inferno as of lately. They've had a couple of big losses, haven't really found any success. It is one of those maps they used to be good on, but I want to see the improvement right here, right now. They didn't get to play it during the RMR, only once where they lost to players 16-8. So let's see if Astralis are made of it, and let's see if Movistar Riders potentially can punish them.
Well, we're going to see exactly what is going down, as we're not going to wait a second longer to be getting into the action. Inferno coming up as the first map as this best of 3 crucial elimination series here at the Spring Showdown. The pick of Movistar Riders, and it's coming up in just a few.
We are Movistar Riders, and we are DVG, and he's an entry. Mopoth is an entry. Death is the lurker, and Sampayas, that is the AWP. I am Alex, and I am the in-game leader. We like to play slowly. We like to do the basics of the CS, and sometimes we are an aggressive team. but most of the time we usually play super slow. I think we have very strong mentality because we never give up. We give all that we have into the server, and we play to life.
Well, here we go. We're almost ready with the game. Movistar are going to be playing against Astralis. Best of 3, but again, it's single elimination.
Yeah, I was going to say best of 3, but you lose, you go home. So that's intense. Yeah, this is going to be interesting, obviously. Always fun to track the progress of Astralis as they're trying to get back to former glory.
Yeah.
Not quite there yet, obviously. But Movistar as well, I think everyone is just still remembering that run at EPL, like the group stage they just burned through.
Well, in terms of the odds, they have some brand power still, Astralis, people believe.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a testament. I mean, that's just what I was going to touch on is just the underdog nature of Movistar. But obviously, there's a little bit of confidence, and I think because of the fact that Astralis has kind of slipped a little bit from their peak form, I think a lot of people are believing that there's an element of danger in this for them. That this is one of those upsets that actually can truly happen.
I certainly thought so. I thought there was a chance.
You did throw a prediction out there. I was going to throw you under the bus. You and Scrawny are up there. But I mean, it's not a crazy prediction in any way. Or you know, I mean, there's some method to the madness at least on this one. Yeah, you catch them on the right day or the wrong day, as it would be for the Astralis guys, and you can take a map off them, and then who knows where it's going to go from there.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with this Astralis lineup. It's not doing what we really want it to do. Not yet, anyway. But if they fix it, it'll be exciting again.
That's how it always is. Like, remember their rise as well, even winning their first major in Atlanta back in, 2017, and even before they became that greatest team, like, you didn't really get the sense that it was possible. You still looked at it, and it looked like those pieces weren't connecting. And then just like something snaps, something clicks a little bit, and pieces fall into place, and off to the races they were.
If they could do it again, I mean, that's all the more impressive, right? It's an interesting story if they do it one more time. But yeah, I think Movistar are a fun team to watch right now. Obviously, Spanish Counter-Strike gone for a long time. Kind of cool to see some return right there.
Yeah.
And with some of the players been around for a while, but I mean, I think they're in a good spot to pull a bit of an upset here. It's also possible that Astralis, I don't think they are going to be surprised by Movistar potentially playing pretty decently.
No, they shouldn't be.
No, they shouldn't be. But still, they could have spent more time focusing on Heroic and some of the other teams that they might face later on in the bracket. So it's interesting to see how prepared they're going to be for what's happening here.
Yeah, but I think if there's any team you'd expect to be able to kind of manage that kind of a schedule and that kind of organization with the way that they know they've been running the past, I think Astralis should be able to handle it, at least on the back end. Inside the server is a different story, because I still think Astralis still feels like they're trying to figure out the fine balance between, like, you remember when they were at their best was like this fundamentally strong, tactical, strategic team, and now you've thrown in like this large chunk of chaos and config, and I still think they're finding the balance between those two theories of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that is super interesting. I bet if this is going to go smoothly for Astralis, Config will have to be a big part of that. He is such a terrific player, and I really love watching him play. So if that's the way it has to go, I'm not going to be too sad about it, even in spite of my prediction. Here we go. Inferno up first, and we're going to have Astralis playing on the CT side, Movistar on the T side. And we'll see already a little bit of action coming in on Banana. 3 people here for the Astralis side. Pretty decent flashbang, but the first headshot goes to Config. Mopass trying to follow it up. He's going to get mowed down. It's the Dualies to blame it. Oh, and with style on the last one, he takes down Deaths.
The Dualies are finally getting some power. I like it. We saw a great clip yesterday. Now that's beautiful. Had a wonderful bait and switch. 2 players there to keep eyes off them as long as possible. Config and Zip both sacrificing their life to allow Blame F to make this play. And those guns are singing. It's beautiful.
He's excited.
It's got the crowd on their feet.
He does. Possibly hallucinating that part, but it's all right. Just live that moment. I appreciate it.
You know, one thing that we kind of in that brief conversation that we just had didn't really mention is the power of Untitled for this Movistar team. Obviously, a guy that a lot of people are looking at to be, you know, really kind of the focal point, the player who's going to get a lot of the attention, who's going to get a lot of the top roles, that's going to put the bigger numbers on the board. So that's someone, certainly, if you haven't watched a lot of Movistar Riders, keep your eyes on him and what he's able to do inside the server.
Yeah, and actually, and this might be one of the opening map here on Inferno might be one of the maps where he might have more of an issue with that AWP. You're going to be potentially tricky to find some, but at the moment, Mopass has been the main talking point. At the moment, we've definitely had games where Alex has been, really dropping a lot of kills. So it does seem like sometimes it can be hard to pin down, but I think Sunpire's with the AWP, and he plays such an interesting kind of AWP because it's not that super flick style either. It is like, he just has a lot of impact in the rounds that that he can pick it up in. So hopefully we could see a little bit of that. BlameF up on the half wall here. Should be an easy cleanup, and indeed, gonna make quick work of it. Nice start for Astralis here early on Inferno, if nothing else. Ancient as the second map as well.
Yeah, we do love that. Astralis obviously loves that. That's a map that we've seen Config really being able to throw his weight around and have some hard carry moments for the Astralis team. So that's got to make you feel comfortable going into map number 2, a map your star player's very, very confident on. 2-0, and we get guns out for Movistar. Galil's and AK-47's a decent combination, a healthy combination of both with full utility. And still Astralis with an SMG on Zip, FOMAS on Glaive, as we get into the beefy rounds.
Very careful early on, Movistar, not to get blown up in Banana. I mean, Astralis historically have been a team that have been really good with the utility, so I guess it makes sense to try and avoid it as much as you can.
And that's one factor that's kind of actually stayed with Astralis. They as a team, they just have a pretty decent amount of utility damage compared to other teams around this level. Still sitting pretty high up on those scoreboards. And obviously a huge contrast to the match we saw just yesterday that Heroic played in, how much utility damage they were able to get off early on in the rounds on Inferno. Movistar has at least avoided it here. We'll keep track of that throughout the game. Mid control quietly, a little bit of a gap in that smoke, but they're not punished.
Oh, but they are thinking about it. If they could catch Config in this corner. Alex has been waiting here for a long time. Gonna be one and a follow-up flashbang, and the second one absolutely catches him. It's a real nice return from CEST, though. They needed that because otherwise Config would have just made his escape, and it would have been a little bit too much of a loss. 35 seconds. Mopaz going to be taken down Farligan. It's a good start. Glaive alone in the pit. He's going to have to try and defend this bomb site. Basically 1 versus 4. His teammates are a little bit too far away. Sip smoked off over at Archway. Glaive, he still has to stand tall, but on the other hand, there's only 20 seconds left, and they're being slowed down. That smoke and flash combo actually works to really stop them. Davigi goes down, and now Sip has shown up with the MP9. He's going to drop one more player, and they're so low on health. With only 10 seconds, they got the bomb inside. They can get the bomb plant, but BlameF, he has a good shot at doing this.
It's got a Molotov as well. If he can put that in the right position. Look, I mean, just one tick of that Molotov, and it's going to do work.
Yeah. He's got every shot at it. You're right. He did think about it, but he kind of wants to isolate it. Now he knows that it's in the corner. Molotov follow-up. It almost gets the tick. It doesn't matter. He'll do the job with the M4 instead. And now the question is, Mopaz, he's got one shot. Basically needs to land a really quick headshot to make this one work all the way in the corner. It's a really awkward plan. That's right. That's a big difference. Mopaz has time to walk out, and now he's out in the open, though. BlameF wants to hunt him down. He's got to be careful about the time. Oh, he doesn't have it. No kit on the ground either. He's going to have to make a run for it. That's a really, really close round. It doesn't really get closer than that.
No, it doesn't, but he's got cash money for that kit. They all do. There was not even one that he ran over, so that's going to come back to bite him. And look, remember, Movistar in that interview just right before we came live did say they like to play a little slow. They like to do the fundamentals. They like to kind of cross the T's and dot the I's. This one runs all the way down. Fortunate to get to the bomb site. Glaive does a phenomenal job in pit, buying as much time as humanly possible, working with Zip in the rotation as well. And just slips away from that at the end. So a good win, but a win in which Movistar Riders lose all their players, all their guns. They've got to buy back up into it. Money's in a precarious position. For both teams, really.
Yeah, no one's having a real good time at the moment.
So an early swing round in this half to see who's going to take control of the money moving into the later stages. Oh, flashbang is pretty decent, but BlameF recovers. Just barely goes 1 for 1.
Last couple of bullets, I think, to get that headshot. They got too close. Config and Sip are still over here, so they could set up an interesting defense. They could flash their way out if they wanted. Config setting that up right now. There comes the flash and the peek. And there's so much happening around that, because when you do what they just did, instead it just kind of becomes a signal to the T side, right? They're just listening for that same flashbang. They know what it was. And they feel like, all right, we can try and take a little bit of control on this part of the map here. Sip doesn't even realize, I think, that Alex has already moved past. This is so dangerous. He's got to be real careful here. And Alex just keeps walking, swings right in, and Sip goes down. And that probably might be the end of the round. I don't know if they can go for this.
No, they have to save. Everyone has to back out. Nobody can even come close. The bomb site's taken too easily and too quickly. And during the shuffle of grenades and figuring out Config and Xyp9x what kind of defense they wanted to be running there. Xyp9x just missed the information that Alex was kind of creeping up along that close wall. He could have gone down a number of different ways there, Xyp9x.
Yeah, Config is outside, but just to look for some more damage, not to win the round. He does have a kit though, so if things got real out of control, it could work. He's giving back an AK though. Seems like a big giveaway.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the logic of that one at the very least. Good trade from Sunbias through the smoke right around the edge, and Xyp had just put down a smoke. He thought he would swing through the T-smoke and have some safety with his own. Yeah, and you could see just confusion. Didn't realize he was so close. Yeah, I don't know the logic of that config play towards the end when you've already called to save the round, you've already called to give it up while he was solo pushing forward. I guess trying to limit some of the money, knowing that they were going to be very low, try and grab 1 to 2 kills at the end, force some rebuys, but that one comes back to haunt him.
One of those moments where you know, if you play completely by the book and the most sort of statistically effective Counter-Strike, you don't want to do that. But if you have config on your team, maybe you just say, you know what?
Yeah,
there's a world in which you just get 2 or 3 kills and you're like, all right.
We kind of had that conversation in the green room just before this began. Is just like config, you gotta work around the insanity. You know, you gotta work around the crazy and the chaos.
I personally think it's a beautiful idea. Whether it actually works in the real world is a different matter.
In theory, it makes sense. In application, it could be a little bit different.
Suddenly, no longer a good start for Astralis. You can already sense that it's a little bit tense. The 2 FAMAS there, some pistols to try to back them up. Movistar, they didn't even need to do a lot that last round. They were listening for the pump flash. They heard it. They got Alex into that position.
Ooh.
Nice find. Glaive goes right down. One of the FAMAS already out of the picture.
Yeah, he's well-versed in the little gap in that smoke. Farlig gonna get 1 kill. Boosted way up on the balconies and drops back into the bomb site, so they know the position of the other FAMAS as well. Still looks like they want to creep and investigate up mid at the moment. Towards ramp side. Bit of a battle here. There's the USP. There's the FAMAS coming in. It's only good for 1. 2 players still remaining, though, here at the A bomb site. Movistar got to be careful.
Yeah, they could change their minds, but it feels like they want to go for it. This would be such a gift for Astralis. If they can land 1 good, strong deagle headshot to begin with, maybe just a P250. BlameF still inside. 25 seconds. He'll find one of them. Not sure where Mopass is coming from. He had to guess. It was a 50-50, and it's going to be down to a 1-on-1. I mean, from Astralis' point of view, that is actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's a damn good round from Astralis. Well done from them. 4 kills. Going to put Movistar on notice. Again, money's going to be a little bit busted. Near right. He had to kind of assume one way or the other, and from all the attention over towards Rapside earlier, he thought surely there'd be 1 lurker, especially without the immediate trade attempt for Mopaz. He just walks into it instead. 3-2. Money still low for the attacking side, but in a decent place. And Astralis trying to get back and end this 3-round streak.
They need to. Sunpies has picked up an AWP. I'm interested to see if he can find a way to make that a weapon to open up a round or 2 with here. Super efficient if you can, but again, if we saw that yesterday, Inferno can be a hard map, at least on the T side. Maybe the CT side too, to make that work. I feel like lately, there's only really a couple of AWPers that I can think of that get a lot out of it. OC, probably one of them.
Yeah.
But a lot of AWPers just kind of feel like they don't have quite the same impact on Inferno.
Yeah, just it's been a story for a number of years now, that T-side AWP, just how difficult it can be at times. Farlig waiting in lane. Glaive back in pit. Config looking at Rap side. Standard utility for a mid-take. This Movistar moves up. Starts to challenge at the corners. Decent name damage onto Farlig, who's used all of his utility. It's actually not bad for Movistar as well. Just back away from it. They've got some counter utility out. They've drawn some nades. Astralis is starting to run low, and they're going to readjust. To the B bomb site we go.
BlameF has a Molotov, but is that really going to slow them down quite a bit? Not that many nades either on the Movistar side, so they're going to be a bit careful with that. There's another smoke down. Oh, that is devastating. They're actually in a lot of trouble. The Molotov comes out on the other side too, I think. Yeah, they're running right through it and getting slaughtered. 25 seconds. They might almost just have to save this one. I don't think there's much they could do.
No, they're going to back out. All 3 players are going to survive. Astralis not going to go for a hunt with funds as low as they are, but they're going to be happy to keep all 5 of their players alive. Yeah, great utility. You could see Xyp9x as well. He's not going to get caught by some mistiming with some funky smoke that he doesn't want to deal with. Peeks out of coffins, sees Mopaz trying to creep through around the edge, finds that kill. Molotov splits the attack, prevents 3 players from joining in, makes an easy kill for his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, I think the smoke going down is one thing. You hear the Molotov on the other side, you're like, all right, there's not much. And you're not expecting that at, what, 30 seconds? That's really rare to have a smoke and a Molotov present at the B bomb site. You could have easily thrown that earlier.
That might be one when they go back and they look and they review and they say, wow, we forced out all this counter utility at the A bomb site when we executed our mid control. And then we fell back to the B bomb site where we had no presence, where we had no intel on the amount of nades that were used. We fell right back into a trap.
Yeah.
Might have gone away from one of the advantages they created for themselves. And a timeout going to be used as they talk things over. They're out of money after this one of these 3 saved weapons. Going to buy up whatever they can around them. And have one more shot before the bank is depleted.
Yeah, good time to review a little bit here. But even regardless of anything else, it still looks like they have a pretty good idea what they want to do on this map here on the Spanish side. So excited to see that. Tied up the game right now, 3-3. They obviously saved 3 of those rifles. They got some MAC-10s, which can be put to good use on this map.
We love MAC-10s. Usually indicates something exciting is coming.
Ooh, okay. There we go, right through the smoke. Glaive is down. The fact that it's Glaive that they get the kill on, surely someone's calling that out on that side. What is Glaive doing at the bottom of Banana?
Well, that's an immediate indication that there was a triple B setup. I think that the question becomes, do they want to try and exploit that in the late round? 2 MAC-10s, I think the strategy that immediately pops into your head if you want to be aggressive with those weapons, either a very fast banana take, which we didn't see, or kind of a late round Halls pop where those MAC-10s getting the mobility and flying out and being distractions. And you've also taken down the pit player now in Glaive. So the question is, are we going to see them try and exploit that as the round starts to come to a close? Just over a minute remaining. And Movistar being very patient, looking for a response.
It looks like Astralis have, I think, smartly decided to just leave BlameF jumping up here and have 3 people over at the A side. And that'll kind of make up for the fact that they lost Glaive early on. So maybe that'll make a difference. Upgrading to an M4 instead is Mopaz, and he's taking this position kind of on his own with no real utility. He's just going to go check it out. Feels confident no one's there. He didn't actually check, so it's possible that someone could still be there, but looks like they want to change it around and maybe go for what you said earlier. Try and see if they can get out the holes and into pit.
Counter Molotov. Astralis knows what's coming. Alex gets a chance at Farlick peeking at the corner. There is one in Cubby. BlameF has rotated over 2. He smoked the B bomb site and completely evacuated. Here we go. Here's the hit.
It's working real well, this defense. They've read it so nicely. Finally, they're down in the pit, but everyone from Astralis is here. Dash will get... Oh, what a headshot to follow it up. He just got a triple back-to-back. It's absolutely amazing. Sampaio, though, gets blown off before he gets the bomb planted. And in the last 4 seconds, it's just barely going to be a bomb plant here. BlameF will have to try and do this one on his own. 1 versus 2. Now, they are a little bit low on health, but unlike last time, he has no real utility to help him out. Can't really find one with a Molotov. Can't smoke off anything either. And again, he doesn't have a defuse kit, so it could get tricky. He's thinking about it. The nade, I don't think it's going to get the kill quite. It's going to be a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. And he's not getting a peek either. This is really tough. He's certainly looking for it, but in the end, it's Death's coming up with a quad kill and absolutely saving the team in this round.
Yeah, really nice composure for Movistar in that 2v1 as well. You could see BlameF just trying to bait out the peek from the pit player, making a lot of noise, taking a lot of fake shots, a lot of footsteps as well. But they did come right back to pit. As we mentioned, they did kind of circle back and realize Glaive was down earlier, wanting to attack that position. And even though Astralis kind of read what was coming, they had the jump, they had BlameF there a little bit earlier, they second-guessed it, weren't able to get in the best spots possible, fighting from small pit, not in the safety of the bomb site. And another round 1 for the attacking side. Timeout taken from Astralis as they talk things over.
That makes a lot of sense. They're kind of in a bit of a pickle right now.
Yeah.
You like pickles, don't you, Jason?
I enjoy pickles, yeah.
Fried
pickles are delicious.
Fried and otherwise.
Dipped in ranch.
I remember there was a whole event where you and Fiflaren were the only thing that really seemed to matter in the world were these
jalapeno poppers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually got a little drunk that night and came up with an entire business plan for a jalapeno popper food truck. We've got a variety of jalapeno poppers planned out.
Okay, so if this esports thing kind of falls through for both of you,
yeah,
there is a
we have an exit plan, an exit strategy.
This sounds kind of romantic, like driving up and down the coast with McLaren.
Just with a buddy.
Well, back to business. Oh, this works so well. I don't know if the timeout involved a double MP9 kill to open the round with, but they absolutely caught them. Fantastic flashbang to follow it up, and they just were not ready. And Movistar have been so careful about that banana position to not either get grenaded or anything else. Then they run into conflict to follow it up, and this is just almost a throwaway round at this point.
That's a great shot. Yeah, I mean, you could see. I think that was Davy G who had to kind of pick up the pace over in Halls. Once his two teammates go down a banana, he's like, okay, I need to create something if we're going to come back into this round. Forced into a play probably earlier than he would have liked. Great kills from Glaive, though, to open things up. BlameF boosted on the half wall. Glaive baiting at car.
Okay. Narrow shot from up on the half wall there. And now it's all on deaths. Some more damage would be incredible. He's actually hitting some incredible shots right now. That triple in the last one was really good. He'd get a couple of kills in this one, and it's absolutely better than nothing. So, still, Astralis. I don't even know if we really got to see the timeout plan, but this certainly works so well. See how they're running away to inside of the Molotov. Absolutely wrecked. Double flash assist for Farley.
That actually looks so scuffed when you see it back and you see him just kind of tapping away, not even really seeing anyone, just completing some damage to the smoke right at the end.
Yep.
Fair play.
Oh, look at the money for Movistar. A big window right now for Astralis to actually enjoy the game a little bit and not feel like they're so much under pressure.
Yeah, this should be a round we should see them surviving with 4 or 5 players. It's all 5 with Glocks, all 5 no armor. There's 1 flashbang as well. It's going to be really, really difficult for them to even grab one. I think the plan for them, potentially, although this looks like they're taking a little French timeout.
True.
I think was going to say, we've seen a lot of aggression down banana from Astralis. Maybe we use this flashbang to pop it over. Maybe we catch someone over at logs or underneath Bell. See if we can grab a kill in that fashion.
In this case, it would sort of be a siesta, right? I guess, instead of a French timeout.
That's not bad. Yeah, good for you. That's some of your best work, like a siesta timeout.
Tragically, right? It's true. But you're right. They have a 1 flashbang as well. So again, we appreciate that. Just that way. Even on the T side, why not? You can get lucky. 5 Glocks on the other side. Glocks?
Well, there's the one.
It worked.
There's the one.
Calling it already. It's the flashbang that did it.
Yeah, sure. We'll give it to him. $200 investment again. They don't want to mess with anything further at the B-bomb site. Going to back away. Still, I mean, look, there's still some damage to be done. There's still some victory to be found in this round for Movistar. Now that they have an AK-47, bait the hell out of these Glocks. Bait them so hard. The hardest baiting you've ever done in your... Oh, don't shoot him, though. 1 more kill on an Astralis player would be great. Get 3. Prevent the economy from growing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just, he's just killing anyone that steps in front of him at this point. Teammate or not, doesn't even matter to him. Good timing on Glaive, and obviously he had to run into the bomb site, making a lot of noise. But still, that's for a couple of Glocks and a flashbang.
A flashbang, that's not too bad.
We'll take it. All right. I actually think the whole game will be like this. I expect that we'll probably see...
That's not even close.
No.
That wasn't even close to shooting at an opponent.
We'll submit the evidence to the insurance company later. They'll have to go over it. I think we'll be seeing all the maps I expect, and I think it'll be something like this. I really think it's going to be a close game.
Okay, all the way through?
Yeah.
Just back and forth? That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Farlig with the op, going to step behind the Molotov, scoped in as well as to not give up the game. Glaive aggressive as well in Halls, giving some space over to Farlig, who's watching for someone to come out of the balcony room, covering Glaive's flank.
It's actually kind of a cool position.
Yeah, but now that the mid take is coming on, Farlig's going to be in a tough spot. That's a huge win for Glaive. Farlig can feel comfortable turning around, especially now with his teammate, but ooh, he didn't spot the players in mid. He was looking for players turning the corner on Rap side a little bit early. Flashbang for Config. He's going to peek with it. Mopaz is oh so blind. Down into a 4-on-2.
That flashbang from Pit towards that library corner is so good, isn't it? It's such a long way away. You can throw it pretty much perfectly every time. Alex on his own, and this time they've only killed Varnick so far. So again, be real important to get another couple of kills in here. winning the round is probably never going to be an option, but you do just a bit more damage, and you could keep up the pressure on the Astralis side. You look at their economy; they don't have that much money, so a little bit more will go a long way. Alex, paranoid.
Yeah, he was hearing voices, hearing footsteps in his head.
We all know that feeling.
We've all been there.
At least you can't do that thing anymore like you could in all the way back in 1.6, where you could spray player models on the walls.
Yeah, that was fun times.
It's not a good thing. It might not, but it might be in 1.0 and not 1.6. I don't know, but at one point you could.
At one point. Just a good all-around round from Astralis.
Yes.
Nice work. Good teamwork to shut everything down. 2 kills for Movistar in the round. Another timeout taken. How did that look?
Yeah. As someone who's not in the server playing, and you're kind of like, I can't stop this from happening, but it's maybe going the wrong way, and I wish I had. All right, here we go. He's back. He's done the thinking. That's good. Animated as well.
He's a hand talker. Yanko's a hand talker as well.
I appreciate that. We don't make enough memes out of it, though. I feel like that could be
way more.
Yeah.
There's a whole category there that's yet to be explored.
I think so. I think there's a lot. A lot could be done in that field right there. I don't have like the video editing skills to do that kind of thing, so. But in theory, 6-4. I mean, it's still a really open game. But on the economy side, it seems like Movistar keep coming up a little bit short right now, and that could ultimately be what really determines this first half here. If Astralis can keep their economy afloat, and Movistar have to save every other round here, it's going to be an issue.
Yeah, we'd like to see them getting into the bomb site a little bit more to help out with less and less save rounds. Utility damage starting to rain in. Kills through smoke starting to rain in. Nicely done from BlameF and Zipix. Deep smoke again as the retreat comes in, and Deaths and Alex are the only 2 remaining.
Really much they can do. Bombers on the other side and everything, so try and look for some incredible deagle kills.
Yeah, and you got to wait for the smokes to clear as well. So I mean, it's even more just kind of awkward and uncomfortable, because you know the chances once it clears that you're just going to get obliterated. And there we go. 3-round lead now for Astralis as they regain control of the map.
Well, it's a timid lead, I would still say, for Astralis, but I mean, it's starting to look much more interesting for them.
It's okay though. I mean, Movistar, these 4 rounds happen so early, like 1 or 2 more, and that's a good half. You know, like they got some rounds early on with that quick reset after round 2, able to rattle off 4 of 5 rounds. You're still in a pretty decent place. No cause for concern just yet. Smoke at half wall from the T side to create some space.
Still really enjoying that early 3-man setup at B.
A little bit of a giveaway, or at least something that's going to make the alarm bells go off for Movistar, is this time there's no real attention and utility dump from Astralis and Banana. They just have that 1 smoke at half wall, and it's been silent ever since. That should send off some signal in the back of your brain. Got to be cautious about an op. They're leaving the lines of sight clear for an opper to be at an angle.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's almost too suspicious. There's too much of a
too
welcome,
easy.
Yeah. Feels like something is wrong. Config up in this position again. Going to be flashed off it momentarily. Probably heard by Damage. Going to be able to call that out. But now they have a 3rd man that's rotated back. I think it's Farley who's joined over here with the AWP. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do anything from that library position. 40 seconds now, and they have actually this is what they wanted to do earlier, where they kind of didn't make it work. They ran into a smoke and a Molotov, and it kind of shut the whole thing down. It feels like that's what they're going back to, and they're going to do it again. Smoke and Molotov down from the Astralis side. Great utility use, but at least they get a bit of an opening here. Alex to take down Sip, still inside of the bomb site, and they know that BlameF is in there somewhere, so they're going to have to try and isolate him, swinging around, but that smoke is now blocking them, and BlameF is doing great work. They really have a hard time finding him at the moment. He's bought so much time already, and finally, Death shows up to take him down. It's 2 versus 3, 10 seconds, and the bomb is finally planted. They're low on health, but they could win the round.
There's a nade and a Molotov on Glaive. Now his concern is turning this corner with an open line of sight and knows the smoke's not going to be there. Quick jiggle. That nade can do so much work. If he tosses it towards the plant spot, tosses it in towards water as well. This could be massive. It's on the ground. Oh, it just clips it. It just clips the corner of the wall. He's going to be so sad about that.
Oh, but there's the follow-up Molotov, and Des has to move out. It did the work. 2 nades. It was the rifle that did it ultimately, but still. And now the defuse on the other side, and it's with a kit this time at the very least. He just taps it the one time, comes right through. Excellent timing for Senpeas, and that'll give them the round. Whew, that is close.
Yeah, gap in that smoke the config throws for Banana on the left side. Glaive gets picked off after that double kill, even with the nades not being perfectly placed. Glaive does a phenomenal job, but there's just nothing to do when you're trying to cross against the Opera. You could see him trying to bait out the shot a little bit, showing the gun barrel, but that gap was perfect for Senpeas, even helping him come around the smoke and pick off config. Big cheers from the coach now. Head no longer in the hands.
Yeah, a little bit of redemption. 7-5. Now on the upside for Astralis, they won some consecutive rounds with some money still to keep them going. So at the very least, they can still do a lot here. 13th round. No one's getting away with the game just yet. If they win this round, Movistar, they're likely to tie up the game. And then it's a change. Nice grenade. It's kind of devastating, especially again because they're all the way back on that T ramp. Astralis haven't gone for any aggressive plays when they...
Again, this comes down to the research, right? And we even kind of heard Movistar touch on it. If you're going to play up against a team like them that likes to play and open up around slow and passive like this, like the aggressive plays are really, really hard to pull off when players aren't really put in positions early on to be exposed to that kind of danger.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to go so deep to fish them out of there that it's probably not worth it.
And I mean, also, remember the strategy of just kind of saving nades, especially towards that B bomb site, holding onto him late. How many times have they disrupted an attack with a Molotov and a smoke? Still, 5 rounds on the Movistar side, all things considered, all through those obstacles, is a very good half so far. Still split with 37 seconds on the clock. 2 players just taking deep control of Banana and gonna fall right back. They've brought a 3rd defender to the B site. So a weekend defense here to defend against the entire team of Movistar Riders.
Yeah, that's crazy. They're so sure Astralis it's going to be another B hit late in the round, but it's not. Farley completely isolated. Config wants to come in and help out. He's going to take down 1. He doesn't have to do a lot more. There's only 10 seconds on the clock, but Death will find him. Alex to spin around and take down Glaive, and that should be enough here for them to get that 6th round on the board. They were on all the way back here with no time. All right, fair enough, but they've won the round regardless. Config actually... 1 more kill and 2 more seconds ball, that might have been enough.
Yeah, it might have just been. This was the really tough one. Opera in this position, you better hit your shot. That's a tough first one to take. Jumping target. The follow-up doesn't land either. It's at this point, he knows he's dead, no matter what. There's no escape and there's no real ability for support. Config came in just a little bit after that. Timing on cheating that 3rd player over to the B bomb site could not have been worse.
It really felt like Astralis were 100% sure that it was going to be the same round. And I mean, fair play to them. They have been up against that round a number of times.
It's because I think it's because the indication of, remember, they were Movistar right before that hit was split. They sent 2 people up to take really deep control of Banana, probably made some noise up at the half wall, up at Car. You had 2 to 3 people waiting around in mid and Boiler ready for them to return and just hit and execute as soon as they got back. Really, really nice call from Movistar.
Yeah, they're definitely tactically keeping up, and maybe in some of these rounds actually outsmarting Astralis a little bit, which is cool to see. They saved a couple of rifles, Astralis, so it's not quite the end of the world, but...
Yeah, and even if they're not outsmarting as well, like denying information is quite nice. That kind of lends itself to less aggressive plays that you pointed out from Astralis in this game. They don't always have the intel of the position of all the players on the map.
Mopaz up. Are they realizing? He's certainly hearing them running back. But how far? Smoke is finally gone. And now he's waiting to see if there's going to be a pop flash re-engagement, I'm assuming. Just kind of waiting it out for a minute here. That doesn't look like it's going to be happening, so... Still a long time on the clock here, but... They finally get a bit of control on Banana on the T side. Tip still has his smoke. Alright, there's the late, or rather probably mid-round flash to get out there and take a look. BlameF going to be sticking around at the edge of the smoke, and it gives him a kill. Real good work here. Didn't even need the support and follow-up flashbang, so double kill for him. And with only 40 seconds left, they're in a lot of trouble here.
Well, they've at least going at the only 2 defenders, and it's a 5-7 on config close up. You've got Farlig in the pit with an SMG. Actually, Movistar has slowed things down. That's buying time for Glaive to rotate over slowly through CT spawns, and Pius with the off. There's going to be one close. There's the swing. He can't land it. That's the bomb hitting the deck as well. One player in Halls. Farlig will have that. He spots Davy G. Another great kill from the 5-7, and Glaive finishes him off. Config holds on just long enough, and Astralis are up to 8.
Some players may have had a heart attack then.
Yeah, he might have.
He's looking down towards the pit, right? That's what he's really thinking about. But this is cool. Hard to see when you're coming in on the other side, and
I wonder what the philosophy from BlameF would have been, because obviously he knows the Molotov is thrown behind that smoke, and he knows he doesn't have any real way to kind of fall back into those flames. So I wonder if that Molotov wasn't there, if he would have stuck around for the second fight as well, or just would have been happy with the lead.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Some giggles, some laughter on the Astralis side.
Good. I like to see that. They need that these days, I feel like.
Everybody needs a little bit more laughter in their life.
Spice it up. Oh, the timing is brutal on that one. Sip wanted to help out. They almost still get BlameF. He is on 1 health, and they don't need to commit to this really, Movistar. They have a lot of time, and they got to be careful. Conflict's shown up, even if it's just with a FAMAS here. They have already done so much damage in this round, and yep, they're going to try and see if they can reverse this towards Glaive's position.
You have to go through the smoke. If you're going to make this call, oh, it's just fading right as they get up here. So now they're walking up. They have such a great advantage at this bomb site. Another wonderful call from this T side. 1 player in pit. All that remains.
Yeah, and they know where he is now. That grenade gives it away. I don't think Glaive can know that someone's right there. What a surprise. There's almost nothing they could do at this point. Finally going to show up and try anyway. And they might as well. It's the 15th round. Swap that out for an AK-47. Why don't you? 3 versus 4 at this point. Bomb is planted, and BlameF is only now started to rotate out of that B bomb site. So I have no idea how you would try to do this retake. We've seen something out of Config, but we'll have to see a lot more in this round for this to even be close to possible.
I want to say there's no way. That Molotov kind of seals it.
Yeah.
Not fully, but it's going to bring you down very low. There are kits, but just such low HP. Config's down now, and yeah, it just slips away. 23 combined HP on the 2 Astralis players. An easy lineup for Mopaz. Great half for Movistar Riders. 7-8. 7 rounds on their attacking side, and it looked good in doing it. We're going to head to the halftime break. We'll come back and conclude Inferno. Stay with us.
Three, 2, 1. BlameF. F movement.
Who between you is the best CS player?
Easy question, man.
Change my mind.
Okay, I'm ready.
You ready?
Reveal it.
Oh my god.
I said him, Cap, just kidding, no Cap. Insane. Boom. Config is the better. He's not. He's gonna do this because he wants some fans love, but for real, he is better.
I love my fans and I love BlameF, so
I love Config.
The worst dancer.
Oh.
What did he say? I said me to the stars. Hashtag to the stars. I'm a horrible dancer, but I think because I'm so big, honestly, I think it's hard for me to, like, you know, get the good moves flowing.
I think you can if you just go to dance school.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe if I get some drinks in or something, maybe it'll be easier then. I'm usually sober at parties as well, so it's just awful.
Who tells the best jokes?
I honestly think.
You ready one?
No, I'm typing stuff. Writing an essay. Okay, I'm ready. I wrote 50-50. Benya wins.
I wrote even Steven. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Benny, have you got a joke on your hand?
No, not really. No. You can't like get them for free. You know, you have to pay for that.
You used to be out in the backstage room eating with us and stuff. What's my favorite CS player, man?
backstab late.
After that hot ego. But that was also a good one. That should only get a half a point.
Okay,
but that's
I
pretty
take
good as
half a
well.
point.
You should have wrote really late backstab.
Yeah,
Super
the
late.
latest.
The latest.
Flash, jeg er blind. Jeg er sand, jeg er blind,
Fedt. Helt op.
Jeg trækker, Lukas. Mere.
Ja, to mere.
Sygt. Sidste ikke set.
Ja.
Du er nødt.
That's actually horrifying.
Yeah.
I'm actually so worried.
That's something. You got to be worried if you're going up against that, but I like the excitement. Sunpius here, a few highlights in the first half. Obviously, this great clutch, this 1v2 where he picks off Config right at the end. He's going to have a big role to play on this CT side. Talked a lot, and we often talk a lot about the difficulties of opping on the offensive side of Inferno. But when you get over to the CT side, you almost make up for the deficiencies of the other half of the map. Now you get to be mobile. Now you get to dictate your position and surprise your opposition.
Hopefully they can. I mean, Sunpius only 6 kills, David only had 2 kills, and in spite of that, they actually split that first half right down the middle. So definitely an interesting way to get this game started. Astralis maybe hoping to catch someone up there. I mean, a lot of Glocks coming around Banana. You could overpower even a couple of USPs, but they don't really get the opportunity. And it looks like it's going to be this 2-3 split on the Movistar side. Not necessarily bad. I mean, I feel like a lot of pistol rounds are just kind of coin flips, but the way that they're set up over at the A-bomb side, it's quite possible that the range advantage for that USP is just not going to be that useful for very long.
Pit player, Davi G is going to have to do something impactful. They're going to come through their own smoke, going and attacking Rap side. They actually might encounter something in CT spawn. It's Deaths. He's not getting away. Split into the B-bomb site we go. And Alex is caught out in the open as well. 2 kills for Glaive to kick things off. And unless Mopaz does something insane, this round is done and dusted.
Oh, nice headshot, but again, there's so many people there. Good double kill. Kind of maybe sort of a chance here that they could do something. You have a kid on Davi G. It's not completely impossible, but it's going to be a while before they even get there. Both of them coming in from Banana right now. I really like that from Astralis. You could see how they actually caught 2 players in CT spawn who just were not ready for that rotation through the archway. And they're not finding any easy openings. They'd love a chance to make this a 2-on-2 before they really get into it. And Astralis are not giving them any such chances right now. Farley opens it up, strong headshot, and he closes it down as well. Good pistol round.
That's a cool strat. I mean, I wasn't even really ready for it either. That left mid smoke. I don't know. I mean, the site player probably heard it and is probably calling left mid smoke. They're taking brackets. That usually makes you feel like they're going to be hitting lane. So on this rotation over, maybe Deaths and Alex are starting to, in their brain, formulate how they're going to go through library and what fights they want to take into the bomb site. And actually, Astralis goes through their own smoke, come right at him for a B split. Little trickery thrown in there from the Astralis attack.
That's good. Gotta try and reinvent a couple of things every now and then. That's 3 kills, by the way, for Glaive to open up the round with. So, good job on him. Upgraded pistols on the Movistar side. Definitely could be dangerous. Close range like this. Deagle, though, maybe not what Deaths was looking for there. Getting jumped by a Mac 10. That's not a fight you're very likely to win, really, ever. They were ahead of their time, Vegas squad, anyway.
Yeah, that's probably true. In like a million different ways.
Yeah.
I love that team. Let's bring them back.
I know a couple of players that don't want that. didn't like playing against them. Oh, smoked up again. So that's always... I really enjoy these. If you buy a lot of smokes in the second round like this, a Mo passes a Molotov, it's so interesting because the T side is obviously still going to be heavily favored in terms of equipment and everything else. But they do have this awkward choice to make. If Astralis want to wait, if there is another smoke that goes down, do you want to wait one more time? Or like,
yeah, but
when do you give it up and say, okay, never mind, we can't?
The funny thing about that game, though, is that like Astralis really kind of introduced and revolutionized it.
Yeah.
You know, in their big rise was one of the first really cool tactical things they were busting out. So surely they would know the weaknesses to exploit. They're going to be just fine here. A couple of kills they've been able to pick off over towards A. 3-player stack for Movistar with the remaining players. There's that horse you hate. And they're into the bomb site.
I don't just hate that specific horse. It's
all horses?
All of them.
How do you feel about unicorns? That's a horse with a spear on its head.
Yeah, I feel like that would be worse. Much worse.
Much worse?
Yeah, terrifying.
What about centaur? It's only half a horse?
I assume they could be reasoned with.
Okay.
I feel like, assuming that the head part is the human part. I don't know if there's such a thing as a reverse centaur. But
I don't think so. That'd be odd. That'd be weird. I wouldn't like that animal.
No, me neither. But yeah, as long as they could be reasoned with, then I'm all right with it.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Double digits for Astralis. 10-7, a 3-round lead. Not going to get the guns out for Movistar just yet with those saved pistols. They'll just rinse and repeat and try and do it again. Obviously, 2 players going to be missing any real strength in the round. Maybe they'll buy one of your flashbangs.
Just the one. Yeah, they should. So it was really always a good idea. Has Sip had the same glasses for 10 years playing? I feel like he's got the same look since forever. Is that the case? Can we do some historical analysis?
He is an android. He is like a cyborg. I don't think they really update their looks.
He's just got that one. That's it.
He's comfortable with the original programming.
More power to him. They do have a smoke and a Molotov, so that's kind of what they're working with in this round on the Spanish side. They do have a nice stack. That's definitely creative. Probably more a gimmick than anything else, but sometimes even that works.
With that 5-7, I mean, you never know. If he just gets a quick headshot on that first player turning the corner, the rest of those pistols can get activated. Glaive gonna... Oh, he's flirting with it. He's flirting with it. Here we go. They're gonna run right into this stack.
Yeah. If they jump especially, it could work out. Oh, no! They pulled the trigger! It still might actually work out. They do some good damage. Who could have known that there were going to be 3 people there, but they almost still killed Farlig. This actually was very effective. And it even looked for a minute like Movistar kind of jumped the gun a bit. Mopas, they're going to get caught, unfortunately, on the other side. Little bit of a shame, because maybe there was an opportunity.
I think they had to have seen like the pistol barrel or like a hip or an elbow like poking out like 2 or 3 times. And eventually you just can't hold it back anymore. But you're right, they did spring the trap just a tad bit early. I think almost unintentionally Astralis is baiting that out. Alex is going to find a MAC-10. He's got armor. I imagine you just saved the $1,000 worth of armor and the CZ and the flashbang you've got. I don't think we'll see him using the MAC-10 in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, depends, right? I guess you could throw it down with the banana if you really wanted to. But it is a risk. There's no doubt. Started the fall behind, 11-7. Hey, they have pillows behind them too.
Do they?
I think that
I didn't notice.
I thought that was a pillow.
Okay, I'll check it out next time.
Getting into the merch universe is starting to open up. I wanted at some point to make like a body pillow with me on it for fans. An idea that I had.
Extremely, amazingly narcissistic of you, but I think it would sell.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of it, isn't it? Like it's the whole point.
You've got a cuddly look to you. I think you could pull it off.
Yeah, but I also, on some level, I also thought this pillow could also end up in some really strange scenarios that I might have to own down the road.
You'd obviously have to create a hashtag and be like, tweet at me all the ways in which you're using your Anders B-Loom body pillow.
Yeah, but you can see how that could...
Yeah, spiral out of control. But that's the whole point, you know, if you're going to make a body pillow of yourself, you have to accept certain things. MAC-10 is kept in hand by Alex, and it is going to be set down banana, as you said. It is going to catch a flashbang, but also somehow make things work. Farlig comes flying through with the UMP, swaps out to the AK-47. 1 for 1, I think both teams are going to be okay with that outcome.
That was some of the ugliest MAC-10 plays I've seen in a long time. I think it worked anyway.
It did. The flashbang was too good.
So, yeah, I mean, it somehow did its job anyway, so... We'll take it. We're not gonna criticize that any further. AK is now on the side of Astralis, and M4's and that 1 AWP on Sunpayas. Again, we haven't really seen his full impact yet. I'm still kind of I'm reserving judgment until we see Ancient. I think that's where he's gonna get a chance to really do a lot. Farley too, probably. Oh.
He's trying to mask as if there's multiple defenders here with that pop flash towards Rap side. By time for this push. Mo pause. Oh, good find from Farley. Just chilling, ready and waiting. And that should make Astralis reconsider, or at least discuss if they want to break this up. They've paused now. Because that push down banana means Movistar knows the pressure is at A for the moment.
It's a hard choice to fall back from this one, right? How do you actually do that? 30 seconds and a straight headshot to open it. Surely that'll win them the round. 25 seconds here. Desto, he's trying to end it. Oh, he almost takes down Config as well. That Molotov, though, it fails, and he needed that. He needed to create a bit more space. They can still win the round, but Desto just won it on his own. He really has been a superstar so far. Sunpayas is going to get caught on the flank, and now the question is, could Des do it all on his own? He's already got Config very low, but the problem is now that the bomb is planted, can't really easily isolate any one of these fights. He's going to swing for it, taking down Farlig, and Config's out in the open already, and he's going to catch him. Deaths is having himself a spectacular game.
Yeah, very, very good game from Deaths. Almost brings that back. Good play from Config. This is that sequence from Config is just that's just stereotypical Config. He was dinked. He's got like 13 HP. He still slides out for the fight in middle. He still slides out a balcony at an odd timing to just take an open space fight as well. Doesn't play with his brain, plays with his brawn, and it nets him a nice little clutch there at the end.
Yeah, it's hard to read. I'm assuming for Deaths as well. He's not thinking that there was going to be someone already out there.
Yeah, I mean, you probably know. Ooh, hold the thought. Off angle for Sunpayas. There's the first kill. Gonna see that op go to work. Now that's by virtue of the saved MAC-10 that Alex had previously, including the bonus money from one kill. He's able to drop the hero AWP over to the star player. Question is, can the rest of these guys hold things off to allow Sunpayas to be activated in other parts of the map?
Ooh, he has such a good understanding of what he's up against. He wanted to isolate that fight. Even with the smoke up, you could tell you almost wanted to just say, well, if I can claim the bomb site, we don't have to fight the AWP at all.
Yeah.
And it's done. He wanted that. Config would have gone through.
Probably would have. And that's why we love him. Sunpayas on Rap side. Going to start peeking towards mid with that op. There's already one player up mid. He's not going to be able to find it. Immediate headshot. Config's quick. 17 kills for Config in this game so far, second only to Blame F. Up at 22, 23, and 8 for him so far in this map.
Blame F staying real persistent here. Pretty much winning the round for himself. It's nice to see. Config going to make sure that they don't recover anything else. Astralis are looking very good. I like this recovery from them. They're really solid on this T side as well. 13-7 as a scoreline. That's how to make it work.
Yet to get around in this second half is Movistar Riders on their CT side. You're right, Astralis' first half was very touch and go. Took him a few rounds, or a lot of rounds, I should say, to really get comfortable and plant their feet. That's the face of a coach who doesn't think his team is really clicking and vibing in all the right ways.
Listen, even then, I like how animated he is. We don't have to we have to be geniuses to figure out what he's doing. It's good. I like that. Can they get back into it though? Is the real interesting questions. We've got some
back-to-back timeouts.
Some timeouts being called. Yeah. I feel like in the past there have been quite a lot of different interesting tricks that people have done on the phone. We just haven't seen them for a minute here. But it's a technical timeout as well. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the worst technical timeout that you've ever experienced?
Oh, man.
With your own whatever setup.
Oh, that I've personally experienced? Yeah. I always, my favorite is always going back to the Bears curse. I actually didn't experience... Actually, I'll say I did have one in like one of the first qualifying events that I played in. I'm going to date myself.
The Bears curse.
This is like 2002. We were playing a qualifier for a world championship, and back in the day on Nuke, there was a bug in 1.6 or like 1.5 at the time. No, it was the ladder. If you climbed the ladder with a flashbang out, your computer would crash at like the top one. If you hit the top of the ladder with a flashbang out, your PC would restart.
Remember that, yeah.
Yep. And I did that twice in a qualifying game. We still won. It's all good. But that was probably, that sucked at the time. I felt kind of like an idiot.
All right. I once had I've built all my own PC since for a long time because I just think it's fun. But I once had a self-built PC that there was some kind of short wiring somewhere, like something that created a short in the system that I had. I just could not find it. And what it meant was the PC was running fine, but if you bumped it, it just reset the PC immediately. Like it just did the blue screen thing and just restarted it. So as long as it was just left alone,
as nobody breathed too hard,
it was good. But
how many times did you bump it?
Enough times that I eventually decided I can't do this. Like
I'll fix the problem.
Yeah, I need something new. Like it was getting crazy. But yeah, and that was probably just my own fault.
Yeah, definitely.
Amateur at work.
For sure.
Hopefully nothing that's... Is that...
Building PCs used to be a different beast, didn't it? Like, you used to have to, like, really be careful. Like, if you did something wrong in, like, the old school PC builds, you could, like, blow out your processor and your RAM, like, super easily.
Well,
nowadays, everything's built in.
Especially back when the pins were on the chip itself.
Yeah.
I had a friend who did that, where he put the chip in, and then... he didn't put it all the way down, and he tried to close the frame on it, and it just bent all the pins.
And that was 3 months worth of allowance.
Yeah, not a good time.
No.
Glad they changed that. Well, here we go. Yeah, but no one bent any of the CPU pins, I think, this time. We're back into it.
Yeah, that'd be a longer process, a longer tech.
Get out the microscope.
The tweezers. All right, Movistar Riders out of the tactical timeout and then out of the technical pause, trying to get back on track. Yet to win a round on their CT side. Back in the hands of Sun.CEST, but he's got no utility. Mopaz spamming through is going to find a gift as BlameF tried to sneak back towards T-Mid.
There really are just a surprising amount of kills that happen in this exact way. Where you're like, oh, okay. Randomly through the smoke. Here we go.
It's going to happen, and obviously with the changes to the M4 that are no longer new, but, you know, makes CT sides much more comfortable spamming through that smoke. He's going through it. You could tell just by the way he threw that.
Yeah, Sun.CEST knew as well. But you're right.
You could tell just to the way he was watching it bounce when he let it go.
I want to believe that there's a world in which he throws that and someone on his team is like, okay, just don't go through it. And Coffee's like, I won't. And then he's like, but I will.
They just inceptioned the thought into his brain and he couldn't hold back.
Yeah, he's got those little, like a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other, and the angel always loses that conversation.
The angel's glaive and the devil is art.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, go through it. You know you want to.
This is almost 100% Movistar round already. Glaive would have been nice to do some more damage. We had that conversation in the first half as well. But they don't quite get it. First round on the board for the Spanish side in the second half. It's pretty good. I felt like if they were to lose this round, it would have been a really hard recovery. But now it's kind of doable.
Yeah, that would have started to like swing this way too far, and Astralis would be way too close. I think you're right there. So this is good to put a stop to it. The question is, how much can they build on top of it? Can they go on a little bit of a mini run? Nice thing is Sun.CEST with that off is able to get some more utility, a little bit more safety behind his buy. They've got 4 kits on the CT side. 5 rounds back.
Davig still at 1 kill. Oh, no, 3 kills. It's close, but Sun.CEST up close and personal to config. If they can get Davig into the game, that could change a lot for them, right?
Yeah, certainly. But I mean, at this stage in the game, if you're Davig, it's going to be hard to like find yourself going on a tear towards the end. For him, his thought process has got to be just do my job. You're probably going to have a chance, like just find a way to have an impact in 1 round. Win 1 round for your team down the stretch. That's all you need at this stage of the game. Farlig creeping up behind the smoke. It's a 4 versus 5 around the edge of it. Tough fight, really tough fight, even tougher with the spray, and he can't control it well enough. BlameF goes down in Banana, and all of Astralis just slowly trying to creep into some fights, into some duels. Movistar Riders shuts them down in sequence. All 5 players alive for the defensive side.
When Sip might get timed here as well. Spots the jump out, that's pretty good, but Sun.CEST will finish what he started earlier. I think he lagged him in the middle. So that is super important. They're really excited. They're loving it. 13-9 now.
Even more worrying, I think, for Astralis than the fact that they've just lost 2 in a row is the fact that they've been such convincing victories. What, 5 people in the previous round or 4 people in the previous round survived, 4 people survive in this round as well. That's a lot of money going on the CT side. That's a lot of money you're gonna have to start chipping away.
Yeah, building that back really quickly.
Gonna have to win this one the hard way.
Which is not good for Astralis, but it's good for us, because we want to see them really struggle. Again, this is single elimination, so one of these 2 teams we will not be seeing past today. So this is our chance.
Yeah. And I mean, certainly Astralis favorites, I mean, to make it, you know, out of this matchup. And what, they've got Bad News Eagles and NIP in a matchup later today. Waiting for the winner of that, who plays the winner of this. Tough bracket, only 1 team here at the Showdown in Europe, and 1 team in North America is going to be making it on to Lisbon to the BLAST finals.
I feel like they could have done us all a huge favor if they've named themselves Bad News Bulls instead.
Bad News Bulls?
We've got Bears and
Bulls, BNB?
Yeah, and just like the whole meme stock trading thing. Doesn't matter. It's Glaive to go down.
You feel a little dumb, don't you now?
Often, in fact, but I can't control it, so just have to live with it. And so do you. Oh, that's a real shooting calorie. He did so well. He actually aced them. I mean, it's just against pistol, but that is so smooth.
Yeah, that's some good shooting. It's nice to see him hitting that level. Nice to see him have that kind of a sequence. We said he was a little quiet in the first half, but this is a well put together round. The peek down mid, nice flick over to Glaive, and here you're right. Shooting gallery is the best way to describe it. So much safety in library against the pistols. No utility, no smoke to block his vision. Counter flash from Davy G as well, and a beautiful 1-tap to be the cherry on top.
That should get people fired up a little bit in the team. Again, just pistols, but that just feels nice. You could see how he was laughing afterwards himself. 10-13. Astralis, they still have that lead, but the money is really building now on that Movistar side. This position has suddenly come back into popular use again.
Yeah, it did good. Just disappear for a while.
Disappeared for a while. Who was using... There's some team that I'm thinking about. Someone was abusing this a couple of months back, and I forgot, but...
Okay.
It's just not that.
Yeah. Good setup there.
Thanks.
Well, I think that's the position we have to start calling the ROPS position from the Katowice finals.
That might have been what I was thinking about.
He might just secure that forever, for all time.
There we go. Under a minute now. BlameF with... Otherwise a nice boost. I mean, it's a cool position to be in, but the flashbang kind of nullified it. Now they're going to go and reclaim top banana. That's actually super awkward for Astralis unless they want to go right now. If they wait another 10 seconds, then surely Movistar will start to figure out that there's not much presence here. Setting up the smokes now towards, I'm assuming, Library and Archway to see if they get the wraparound. Yep, there they land, but a counter smoke from Mopaz to try and slow them down. Oh, they're really hesitant, Astralis, right now. This could backfire in a massive way. 25 seconds. Mopaz ready and waiting when they come through, and Glaive, he is gone. And now the rest of the push, they have to make it around quad, and it's just getting funneled in right here. There is no way to get into this bomb site. Mopaz and Death with an absolutely stunning defense.
Yeah, they had no problems with that hit. They had no problems with that attack whatsoever. Just the counter smokes ruining everything. I think that call actually came in right before the retake at top banana. So they were already kind of decided to come up towards A and kind of execute this. PlayMap was getting off that first, but man, that counter smoke on Rap side ruined everything for Glaive. And that also ruins everything for his teammates, because it looked like Glaive was going to be some kind of initiator to pull some attention away. Crossfire from Mopaz is just so powerful.
Does that make sense to send the lone Rap side player first? Does that not seem like a bit of an issue?
I think it just it depends on, you know, obviously when that smoke is down, he's forced to commit a little bit more. But if you have that Rap side player, I think likely he probably just wanted to take a duel towards Pit, keep attention on him, while the rest of his teammates came up lane. Reveal some positions, but forced into a commitment, I think, because of the smoke.
Well, it didn't work out, but it does with Config at the beginning of the round. Defending the wood logs.
Yeah, even getting an AK-47 for his teammate, for Farley, who's going to have that. They're just going to run right in. Smoke towards CT spawn as they go. One flashbang left in the kit. Pius with the ult, misses initial shot. Config going to try and wrap around. They can actually slow this down if they want, but they know Config made it through. Good recovery. Good shot from Alex through the smoke.
Yeah, especially that one. That could have really been otherwise huge. I think they maybe could at least found something there. Blind shot for the smoke doesn't really do much of anything.
Still 2 AKs in play, though.
Yeah, you got to be careful right here. Flashbang on Blamef just put out now, but just to try and slow them down more than anything else. And still a Molotov on Davy G, so if they can get the opening here, and they're going to get the headshot, in fact, on Blamef. They know that there's a second player back there. The spray is not quite good enough. And now the question is, could Sip pull this one? It should be, right? He's low on health already, and there's not a lot of time right now. He's looking for it, and he sees it, and it's Sip with a clutch at the end. Astralis one step closer to winning Inferno.
Yo, you got to give all credit in the world to Glaive, I think, in this post plant. There's that boost up in new boxes, and once that's spotted, you know 2 players are there. Molotov comes in. Glaive has to swing from the lower angle to take attention, to take pressure off Zipix, who's just recovering. Good kill here, but this follow-up, because Glaive has peeked out, Zipix is able to get the trade. Absolutely masterclass in T-work from those two. And obviously 20 HP as an Opera trying to enter into the B-bomb set against Zip, against one of the best clutchers of all time. That's not going to go well.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle. And it started with a Deagle headshot down the bottom of Banana. 14-11. And tricky Molotov, we saw that yesterday, how it kind of burns underneath that balcony, even if you can't really see it. Config well aware. Okay.
Not wanting to mess with any off angles for the balcony. Style points.
If you actually catch people like that, they're going to be really mad.
They're real angry. Astralis up to 14, just 2 rounds away from taking this opening map picked by Movistar Riders.
Some pairs. He is so close, but not there yet. Now he's going to start to backtrack just a bit. They still have this huge crossfire. 4 people at the top of middle. That's not a bad position to be in if you're actually going to get the fight. And on the other side, Mopaz with the AWP to take down Blamef. I don't think they were ready for that double AWP setup, and even an organ play as well. Are they going to be able to hunt him down? If they actually push it and fight and take him down, they could still do this. Coming through, he realizes Mopaz very aware, and that's going to be the round 1. So well done from Mopaz. He was actually, I thought he was in danger right there.
Oh, he was for a certain amount of time. I actually thought they might beat his timing, but I mean, that's nice and easy as they come through the smoke one by one. No one comfortably through the smoke to trade that kill. Config and Zipix versus the world. Worried about the plant first, everything else afterwards. But Mopaz, this switch into the double up setup has worked so wonderfully. He's got all 5 kills, an ace across the whole round.
Second one of the half.
Second one from an off.
Yeah, that is crazy. The 4th kill when he just flicks up is definitely one of the more difficult ones to hit too. Okay. 14-11.
That's crazy.
14-12 now.
Yeah, this like creeps up on you because it's pretty. I mean, he has no pressure through this round. This isn't like he's getting harassed or anything. This is just good shooting.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure no one shot back at him the whole round.
No, they really didn't.
Not a single bullet was fired in his direction.
They should try that next time.
Yeah. Change of tactics. Shoot back. Well, Astralis started this half really well. They've gone really cold since then.
This can get so awkward when you look at the money for Astralis. This could go away pretty quick, this lead that they have. 3-man setup at Banana for a couple of seconds before they start to rotate back. They put Mopaz all the way down here at the bottom. Running right through. Farley instantly executed. Follow-up HE. That does a lot of damage. In Config, it's a good jump, but gotta be careful now, Sunpayas. You don't want to get run down. There's no one else to defend the bomb site. Some of that nade damage early in the round. That could be critical for Astralis in terms of taking a bomb site.
There's no presence in middle for Astralis. No presence anywhere else on the map. Deaths was just at the wrap side corner. He's just sunk back now, but he's telling his team there's nothing. Stay split 2-2. We can be comfortable. We can be confident in this setup. There's so much utility here for Astralis. They have enough utility. The only thing they're missing is flashbangs. Only 1 on Zipix. It better be perfect.
Smoke behind. Oh, shoulder peeks it out. Pretty good flashbang. Molotovs as well in the corner, and CEST. Oh, he's in so much trouble. The flames are right at his back. Alex goes down, and it's a running shot from blamF. He just takes him down. They crack open the B bomb site. And Astralis will get to 15. They actually did that so expertly.
Yeah, they needed it too, because what showed him up against Mopaz's ace in the previous round was a little bit more loose, a little bit more individual style. One by one, they were going through trying to find some empty space their teammates were creating. This one is team-centric, standard execute. Molotov's over, puts Sunpius in an awkward position. blamF takes down Alex, who's forced out of dark spot, and obviously over the top. Sunpius has no chance. No chance at all. Good execute from Astralis.
Yeah, he's got that game over thing behind his chair. It's like a little bit ominous.
Very fitting, yeah. 3 rounds, 3 chances for Astralis to close this map out. However, we mentioned earlier, because of the success of Movistar during certain stretches of this and just dominant rounds, they've got plenty of money. Like, yeah, they've obviously lost a couple here recently, but in the rounds that they've won throughout this streak, it's been 4 players surviving, 5 players surviving. Astralis was getting blanked on the map, so plenty of funds to keep fighting.
Yeah, ultimately, they can still do it. They could push it into overtime. It's not that far away. 15 to 12. But with Ancient as the second map coming up, now the last timeout being used. Oh, man. Could also just be frustrating, heartbreaking to lose this close to the finishing line. If you're Movistar, you're thinking almost, and then you have to reset your mentality right away. Getting into that second one. A lot of talking going on. At least they have the money, like you said. That's a good deal. I feel like Mopaz and Deaths right now are doing a lot of work. I wonder if they would want to try and actually put them into more fights early on, at least.
Well, Deaths has kind of quieted down. They haven't really been attacking towards his position too much. A lot of these rounds for Astralis have kind of the focal point has been towards B. Late in the round, we'll see if Deaths can find a way to have an impact. 20 and 16 for him. He did have a phenomenal first half. Mopaz obviously delivering. Utility exchange in Banana. blamF gonna fall back into the Molotov, extinguish it, but he's taken 50 points of damage.
And they slow it down afterwards. They're not interested in running into anything else right now, which, again, they have run into a couple of nades in the last couple of rounds, so you could understand why. Sip now taking, or at least trying to take this A hallway if he can. Flashed around the corner. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. But Mopaz took even more on the other side. Down to Farlig. 4 on 5. And that really thins out that defense a lot. Davy, again, he's had a bit of a struggle. You said the key is going to be to just stay in to try and have an impact in one round. This would be a great one to have it in. So must have been spotted there, surely. His teammates alone inside of the bomb site with the AWP, and he's about to get wrapped on. So Davy almost has to get back here to try and help out. Otherwise, Sunpius can't really stay alive. Well, this is an excruciating round. Astralis are playing it so slowly. Sunpius is now at least down in the pit. Did they get into a good enough position? Oh, they're thinking about, are they going to split the bomb site instead? It looks like they will.
Yeah, leave Config in library. Glaive needs to get a hustle. Actually, Config's going to come with him as well. It looks like he's considering it. Oh, around the corner. This is huge. Alex has the first. That's the bomb. Farlig, important trade. You wanted Deaths to be involved in the action. You've got it.
There's only 13 seconds. They're still slowing it down. He just has to get a couple of kills. That one might almost be enough. And Glaive, he'll try and take the fight. They can still get the bomb down. And I don't think... Oh, can they make it? Yes, they're just in time. The bomb is planted, but Config? Surely there's no way. 1 versus 2 with just 18 health. He does have the lineup for it, and I don't think they have a smoke to get rid of him either, so they're going to have to fight him, but they should have every advantage in doing this. He's got a Molotov of his own, so... Theoretically, if he get into construction, maybe he could actually just bomb the actual bomb instead. There's a headshot. He just one-clicks him, and he's gone. And now he comes back for it. He's still defusing Config. He actually does it. Oh my god, what an incredible clutch. He is so lightning fast. And Astralis, they'll pick up Inferno.
Yeah, that look says it all as well. Just shock as that one tap just sends you reeling. Seals the map for Astralis. Brilliant clutch from Config, but that was a labored win for Astralis. That was not an easy one whatsoever. Movistar really made him work hard.
They did. It almost took everything I can't believe he's so quick. That one.
I can't believe he just one-taps it and just sneaks back.
Boom. It's like it's a statement. Like
he even had the Molotov to actually burn the diffuser if he had wanted to go for that play.
Yeah.
He just slides right back into another fight because it's config.
He could have gone for it, but yeah, he was a little bit crazy, but it did win them the map. We'll see if they can continue and do just as well in the second map. It's coming up after the break.
I haven't played in a deathmatch, so it might be rough, but we'll see how I do. Allowed to swear. I think I could be doing this in a more efficient way, but we'll figure it out. I haven't played for 2 days. Let's get it!
A pick from the Spanish, but stolen by the Danes. Inferno burns Movistar Riders out 16-12, and a 5-round crucial streak from Astralis on their T side gives them that firm momentum. But looking back on the T side for Movistar, things were actually looking pretty solid for them in that first half.
Yeah, it was a good game of Counter-Strike back and forth. I don't think one team was necessarily better than the other, and that usually makes for good games on Counter-Strike. Inferno as well, you know, it is one of these back and forth maps where both teams, depending on what side you're on, will feel comfortable at some point in the game. We always talk about Inferno. It doesn't really matter how much of a skill difference there is between the players. The map will always facilitate a close game, and I think that's what we got right here. A couple of clutch situations, a couple of mess up, you know, kind of dictated the pace and kind of decided the game. But overall, I think this was a game where Movistar Riders had a potential for actually winning it.
Absolutely. I did think that Movistar Riders was on autopilot on T side, but they were executing really great defaults and taking great map control. Personally, on the CT side, I would have liked to see them do a little bit more earlier in the half. That's what I thought, at least. And then all of a sudden, Astralis started outplaying themselves, which just happened to work out perfect because then they got like 5 or 6 rounds in a row, and then Astralis decided to do a B exec, and everything was fine.
And talking a bit more about that T side from the side of Movistar, because we heard, I think it was Alex before the game was going live, saying, you know, they'd like to play a bit more of a passive style. They just want to get that fundamental CS down. What was it that kind of impressed you, particularly looking at that first half when we're talking about those defaults being solid?
Absolutely, yeah. It was kind of just the trusting of the process, it felt like. It felt like all players were involved and they were committed to what they have practiced and rehearsed over and over and over. And they showcased this in their T half and even in their CT half, which is concerning, but also impressive at the same time.
And we're talking about this back and forth nature as well. I believe we can take a look at one of that in particular in our eco play.
We do have an eco play for you guys out there, and that was a bit of a rough run for Movistar Riders, unfortunately for them, because it hurt them a lot. We're in a scenario now where they're up 4-3. They actually came back great into this first half, and then we see this MP9 rush absolutely working beautiful from Glaive. A perfectly thrown flash from Farley, and then Glaive obviously trusting the flash, going down, getting 2 kills. Config getting an easy one right here, and at this point, 5v2, there's only so much you can do. A nice little pickup here from Death, but again, what are you supposed to do in this situation? Astralis is playing it well, BLAST is boosted up, destroys Alex, and this was a round the Movistar Riders were supposed to win. This was a force buy from Astralis, and the consequences of this round could potentially have been the deciding factor, right? You look into the second half, it's close, but look at the buy right here. There's no money left whatsoever from Movistar Riders, and they went on to lose the following 3 rounds as well, giving Astralis that momentum you talked about. So losing these force buy situations, losing these economical rounds, it can hurt you so bad, especially when you're only losing 16-12.
And you mentioned BLAST there as well. I think he's a player that we've really got to put under the spotlight, particularly in this map. I know that he started off the entire map with a 3K, with the Julies as well, looking really nice on Banana there. And it's just the impact that he was having. I know we kind of looked at the scoreboard halfway through and didn't actually realize how many numbers he was posting up. He was just really consistently doing his job.
Yeah, I was surprised when all of a sudden, is that BLAST with 18 kills? Yeah, it seems like it. Also, I love the fact that dualies have become so meta in pistol rounds at this point, especially on a map like Inferno. But I also believe that BLAST spends about 35% of his time on Inferno in the half wall, or on top of the half wall, which is quite funny. But they've always been dominant in Banana. Even when Glaive played Banana with Zipnix before BLAST was on the team, they were always very good at controlling this part of the map, both T and CT side. So I'm really glad that that carried over with BLAST as well.
BLAST looking confident, and also Config, particularly when we look at the final round of this very map. And I know that Connor was talking about it in the green room as well. He was saying, you know, Movistar Riders just looked scared of Config, and you kind of have to be when he's got that kind of fire under his belly.
Yeah, but you can't be too scared, right? That's the problem with our boy Config, because he will feast on that, I guess, energy coming out of the Movistar Riders teams. We have the round, I believe, where we can show Config just bursting it up on the server, and we talked about the dynamic, right? Blame F, Config, blame this stable guy who's going to win a lot of rounds just by playing fundamental Counter-Strike, and then Config, you know, the confidence he's showing right here. He knows he has to take the duel. Right here, he has a Molotov. He can just Molotov the bomb, burn out 5-6 seconds. Nah, why not just sneak in, go for the duel, and end the game. That is how Config plays Counter-Strike, and that is the dynamic we have. Because had Blame F been in this scenario, had he gotten the first kill, he would 100% have used the Molotov and played it in a more conservative way. But again, the dynamic the two players been between, they make something special in Astralis.
Now we are moving on to the grounds of Ancient, and you said it before we were jumping into the series, before we knew the map, Paul. You were expecting Ancient to come in here because Astralis are looking so good recently on this map.
It's one of the few maps where I think they're actually world-class. It's one of the few maps where I'm willing to say that they are top 5 team in the world on Ancient. They can beat the best of the best in the world on Ancient. They have been a little bit shaky. We saw during the RMI event against Heat, they were only 2 rounds away from getting eliminated from the major qualifier, and by then not qualifying for the major on Ancient, but they found a way to win it. They absolutely manhandled and destroyed G2 in the same tournament on Ancient. So Movistar Riders, they used to be good on the map. They're still decent, but they're going up against a quality opponent now.
I'm intrigued to see what the Bed Boys are saying coming into this second map of this series. Of course, it is the pick of Astralis. We can take a look at those down the bottom of our screen to see exactly how the markets are lying. No surprises really to see it favouring Astralis coming into this. Is there anything else that you've noticed from the side of the Danes, particularly as Jacob's saying, you know, they're incredibly strong coming into this map, probably one of the best in the world at the moment. Anything you're particularly looking out for from them?
I think we're just always going to see this fun show from Blame F and Cave. I mean, he's going to be so destructive, getting spam kills, you know, through the smoke, through the walls. He's going to get 2Ks. He's going to flash over the wall. He's going to peek down B alley. But I do want to point out that it seems to be apparent amongst in-game leaders on the T side of this map. I would really like to see them disrupt timings a little bit more of when they go and they take space on B or when they come into middle, because it seems like when teams try to just brute force it, it seems like 70% of the time they're just getting crushed, and then rounds are going too fast. So I would like to see that to be a little bit more tempered. But other than that, I mean, blame F.
I want to pick up a point that Anders brought up during this game as well, saying, you know, moving on to Ancient, he wanted to be able to see a little bit more of Sampayas just because of what we've seen in Movistar previously. He knew he had a big impact, but I know we were kind of weighing them up coming into this series. How is him and Farley kind of going to compare coming into this ground?
Farley have actually impressed me quite a lot on Ancient. He's taking, as we discussed, more initiative. He's moving around on the map as well. So I think there's a matchup between Sampayas and Farley where it could be a 50-50 in some ways. Sampayas is the better player. He's the more vital part for Movistar Riders. He has to play well if they want to win this game, so he's essential for them. Another thing, he has to go up against his config. I think Launder said it a couple of days ago. He may very well be the best T-side player on Ancient in the entire world. He is so goddamn good at playing this map. You said it yourself as well, blame F, CT side in cave. They have two of the pieces that makes them so good. So Movistar Riders, they have to figure out a way, how do we deal with blame F on the CT side, and how do we deal with config on the T side?
Noah, do you see this having the potential to go to 3 maps, or do you think this is the end of the road for Movistar?
I think so, but I do think that Sampayas needs to be a little bit more of a factor. And that was my question watching this last map, is I wonder how much of their system allows him to have freedom, because I love the fact that they trust in whatever it is that they've rehearsed and that they've set up for their process, and they're trusting that. But how often can they go outside of the preset plans? Because in Counter-Strike, very often you have to adapt and you have to change, and sometimes you got to throw something away and just do totally something new.
Well, we're going to see if Ancient will make Movistar Riders name history here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. Only one map separates them from potentially tumbling out of the tournament. We're going to see how it goes down on Astralis' pick after this.
Welcome back, Counter-Strike fans. We're ready to get into the second map. It will be on Ancient between Astralis and Movistar. The odds, they're already with Astralis to begin with. Understandably, they've switched there for the whole series, so makes sense. Even more in Astralis' favor now.
Yeah, certainly. Well, especially heading into Ancient also. Like, just there's the map that we know Astralis want to play, a map we know they like to play, a map we know they like to pick. Movistar's going to have plenty of footage to go off of and look into before this match. Plenty of opportunities. We even had Mahone break down some of the things that Movistar do on this map as well. So we'll keep an eye out for that one. Little clever peek around a smoke over towards that A bomb site. But I don't know. This is going to be tough because, I mean, this is where we just saw Config kind of end Inferno emphatically with the 1v2 clutch with low HP. This is a map in middle that he can just take over on both sides.
Yeah, he is going to be a force to reckon with on this one. And, I mean, on the upside, CEST is playing really well. In the end, Sunpeya started to pick it up when they were on the CT side. He was doing better.
Yeah.
Mopaz had it. So they had sort of 3 out of 5 that had a big impact on the Movistar side.
And unfortunately, you got to mention Davy as well on the other end of the spectrum. Very, very quiet. Stuck on 3 kills very late in that game. So you're hoping you're going to see a bounce-back performance out of him if you're a Movistar fan and wanting to see them return into the series. Fast-paced towards the B bomb site. Catches Sunpeya off guard. Catches the entirety of the defense off guard. Config calls out shots from Cave, but they want to aggress and control the lane towards CT spawn.
Yeah, they've had the bomb site for a while. Config's out fighting. They can't control him. Big double for him there. Also, obviously, with the opening, the triple in total. And now they're just out hunting. They don't even care any longer. Config's finally going to be found. CEST is on his own, though. We'll have to try and clutch this one versus 5. That doesn't happen that often in a pistol round, or any round, really. They're just toying with him. Knife him. I know it's Astralis, and maybe you feel like you shouldn't, but I feel like that was a perfect opportunity.
Stuck in the corner, behind the box, nowhere to go, running out of ammunition. Yeah, all the cards were there. Great kills from Config, obviously, pushing all the way back at the bomb site. That's so filthy. That entrance as well, just a double tap on a Sunpeya, and he was obviously having a heat check moment here. Extended fight, but finds the headshot just as the smoke plumes. Alex goes down, triple kill for Config to win the pistol.
A bad omen for the Spanish team if Config is going to be in that kind of a mood.
Yeah, that's not how you want things to start, for sure. More of a default opening from Astralis. Going to run up lane towards middle. BlameF and Xyp9x to control that. Farlig to fall back and get the bomb through the smoke. Xyp9x spots one. There goes Mopaz.
And controlling, I mean, they only have the pistols here, but still, controlling that outside of B position is something that we saw yesterday ENCE to make a lot of work out of and show how important it could be to run that part of the map. Config has infiltrated everything, all the way back into CT spawn, in fact, so kind of cutting the map in half. I don't really know what Movistar could do in this round. I mean, possibly just stack a site and hope that you either save what you have, or maybe if they show up, it's still going to be tough, but maybe you could do something.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's the only option outside of like something incredible, like a double or triple deagle headshot from Death. Sunpeya with the scout doing work. I think that stack, as you mentioned, is probably the best idea, and it's exactly what they did on Inferno as well when they felt an anti-eco or forced by round slip away from them, and it's exactly what's happening here. So Astralis will get this bomb planted over at A. A comfortable victory. Shouldn't have any more pressure applied to him, and it's going to be 2-0.
They're still checking, still trying to make sure, but yeah, they're not going to be finding anyone on that bomb site. At least not in this round. They're still going to be out hunting a little bit, feeling greedy with the MAC-10s. Who can blame them? If you were out trekking in the jungle, as one does, Jason.
Okay.
And you came across ruins like these, what would be your biggest fear? What would you be scared to run into?
Probably, I don't know, man. Snakes and spiders really... Snakes not so much. Spiders really mess me up. I'm not a huge fan of spiders.
Okay, yeah.
I've actually been to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, the temples and the ruins they have there.
Okay.
Where they filmed Angelina Jolie's Lara Croft movies at one of those temples.
Is that why you went?
It's not why, but it was...
You can admit, you don't have to lie about it, Jason.
It's just a happy coincidence, you know?
All right.
But I mean, those are a bit more touristy, right? So didn't ever really feel any element of danger. Did have a monkey steal a pack of nuts out of my My bag.
Okay, that's a fun experience.
I had an experience. Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that, but no spiders.
No, they weren't around.
Okay.
Outside of that, I guess it would have to be like some ancient, angry, evil spirit.
That's what I was thinking. Like, yeah, you find some innocent-looking artifact in fact.
Whatever the equivalent of the mummy would be in like jungle ruin.
Yeah. Okay, there's something to work with there. None of that exists here. Worst thing you run into here is probably config right now.
Yeah.
And that actually probably is worse than spiders.
Well, you're not running into him. He's running into you. Is the real issue.
Yeah. 6-1 right now. Obviously, 3 of those kills in the pistol round, but still pretty hard hitting at the moment. The CCs and the scouts are still the scout single is still somewhere on the map, but not really having any impact. So far, only 2 kills on the side of Movistar, and they're both on deaths. So a bit of a slow start for the Spanish side.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, we're still early on. They're still trying to, like, you know, set their feet, get some weapons in their hand, get a healthy economy so they can battle back. I think Alex and Sunpius have to just save this armor. I'll be curious to see if Sunpius is actually going to upgrade from that scout. We saw them save the MAC-10 in the first gun round on Inferno on their CT side. Yeah, armor being the valuable resource, money they don't have to re-spend into the next round. So this one will just end with a 3-0 lead for Astralis. I don't know. This makes me nervous. I always get the feeling that Config is going to go hunt for no good reason.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just like watching the way he's moving around the map, and it feels like his brain is like half trying to convince him to go find those weapons.
Yeah, it's that little devil on his shoulder. Again, prime content to be making if anyone has the video editing skills, I feel like. Just a video series of configs in a monologue.
That'd be great.
It's like he's got a little voice that's telling him the odds, but he has no idea about maths. So like, there's only a 1 in 10 chance you can win this fight. Like 10 chances.
So you're
like,
saying there's a chance?
Yeah, sick. I'm going for it.
All right, smoke down in the double doors. All 5 players from Astralis. So here it looks like maybe a timing pop towards the B-bomb site. They're going to take control of lane. Mid control for the Movistar defense. Oh, Zip with this MAC-10 is never going to stop. Never. Alex is caught, but Zip is blind. Oh, he's at least enough of a distraction for BlameF to complete things. The follow-up kill goes the way of Config. Glaive's going to add another one. So much space created, and Astralis taking advantage of most of it, if not all of it. But Davey G, better performance there with a double kill, and Glaive's got to sink back. He's low HP.
Yeah, Death's coming right through inside of the fire, and he can't really escape. That is a close round, but a knockout opening from Astralis. That was, I mean, it's even shocking that they had so many players nearby on the CT side. It could have just well been that the first couple of kills was going to be the end of the round, but they actually had almost 4 players there, so the fight could continue and almost worked out. Great start. This is amazing for Astralis, and you're right. He just didn't stop running. It's Blameif that gets the kill, but it's obviously Sip creating that opening.
Oh, then Config gets a kill through the wall. We didn't even get to see that one live. I thought he was just picking off rotators. He just finds it completely blind through the boards. Fair play. Hero op from Sunpius again. Keep in mind he saved the scout in the previous round. Gives him the money to go for this buy now. And that might catch Astralis off guard. I think this is a duel. If you're Movistar, you're saying if Config is going to be dynamic, aggressive, and assertive in middle, let's put our Opper up against him. You know, if he wants to be that way, that kind of roaming berserker.
Yeah.
Let's see if the op can shut him down first.
I mean, it makes sense, and it's a good bet. It works out at least this one time.
Because you know his plays there are going to be, I don't want to say individual, but it's not going to be with a whole lot of support of utility from his teammates.
All right, a good find. Damage G definitely showing up with a bit more. Blameif, though, is dangerously close to that bomb site. 3 versus 4 at the moment. 50 seconds, and look who's checking out the middle. That's a huge play that's coming in there. Mopaz, though, he does go down, and they needed everyone alive. That late lurk from the middle now. It could still work out, but they need to coordinate this really well. Farlig running all the way up. Death is just ready and listening, and this should be basically a free kill. He's going to get that one. And another one to follow it up. BlameF leaving Sip on his own. 1 versus 3. He's in that wallbang position, but it's not going to help him out this time. And the first round is on the board for Movistar. They needed this badly.
Yeah, a good kill from Sunpias on config in middle. You just know there's going to be a certain number of rounds throughout this half where he's just kind of dry challenging into angles. So perfect to put him on notice early in round number 5. And obviously the follow-up flank from Death, as Farlig is unaware, is beautiful. First round for Movistar's defense. Plenty of money still for Astralis, especially with that plant.
Yeah, I mean, again, given the tilt of this map being somewhat CT-sided, the fact that they're already in that lead is great. If someone can reverse him drinking that water, I just think it's going to be so good.
Just spitting it right back into the glass?
It's because he does it so smoothly. There's something about... It's very...
Zuckerberg-esque?
Yeah. Let me just let me get some fluid to the organs. It's
Alex, completely blind, takes down Zip. Look at all the rest of the damage done. Farlig's at 1 HP, Glade's at 8 HP.
Round done, nearly.
Was that just like stray bullets coming through from that spam?
I think it was, yeah.
That's so brutal.
Wrong place, wrong time for
everyone.
60% of the team. That sucks. Yeah, but this really is the battleground for Ancient, at least in this current meta. Could change, but last couple of days, that's what we're really seeing. Just take control of outside of B if you're on the CT side, and it will be real hard for the T side to get a lot done.
I think Glaive would love to be making a play right now. He just doesn't have the health for it. He's got to wait. They've got to bide their time. Config in middle. They could really use a good performance from him. He sees the jiggle peeking. Almost able to land it. One player dedicated for Movistar's defense up in that connector at the top of the stairs, and Sunpias is shutting them down. Devi G not able to control things. Config gets another one. Now this round can get dynamic because he's pushing between the bomb sites towards CT spawn. Alex on the rotation. I don't think he realized that Config's beat him, but the timing is with him.
Oh, I don't think he did either. I think you're absolutely right. He just didn't really see it. The bomb is all the way in the A hallway, so I don't think BlameF could do much from this position with just 20 seconds. Incredible camera work right there. He's going to sneak in, and even getting that kill, he can't really easily win the round. It's an expensive round, though. I mean, Config getting those 2 kills right there is actually huge. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, they're all blind as well. That's so brutal. Good shooting from Sunpias. He had that fantastic ace on Inferno. Continues some fine accuracy there. And yeah, Alex, I mean, kind of Alex and BlameF, I mean, Config both kind of...
That's the reverse. Good time.
They've done it for you.
I'm so happy.
Yeah? Has that made your day? That little clip?
Listen, it's the poor people in the video editor's chair that have to like deal with the madness.
Yeah. Well, here goes Anders again.
Yeah. Thanks. They've given Config an AK. I could understand that. Send him out to find someone. I'm having a hard time coming up with an argument against that philosophy. Against the range of the AWP down there in CT spawn, it might get real tricky, and that's an interesting grenade. It's sort of very obvious. It's obviously bouncing on the ground a couple of times, and like you're going to get caught, but you might not know exactly where the peak is going to be coming from. Could be almost 2 or 3 different directions, and you also have to turn around eventually for it, so... Good start to the round for Movistar.
Great start to the round. I mean, they've negated the AK-47, the hero AK play from Config. 5-on-2. 4-on-2, excuse me, although you'll never check Alex there. BlameF with the kill. Sunpias going to finish things off. What's that, his third kill of the round for him? So he's starting to heat up with that op, and he's starting to be in a couple different positions. We've seen him in Donut. Now we've seen him over towards Temple and Ruins. We just saw him in CT Spawn this round. So being a little dynamic, all centralized on the map with different angles and positions.
Yeah. Pretty unfair fight at that range, the double scope. But that's what you want, the unfair fight. That's what you're trying to do.
That's the entire goal of the game,
yeah.
is to find yourself some unfair fights in your favor. Flashbang's out. Config coming right through it. Sees nobody, has a lot of space to work with.
That still seems a bit rare to me that you can get this much mid-control of your config. That's usually something you have to fight a little bit more for on the T side. He gets the execution kill on Mopaz right after SIP went down.
And then goes through the smoke after the shot from the op rings out. And I think that's going to make Glaive bold enough. This round, I believe, he will find a timing to peek into this bomb site.
He's really thinking about it. AK versus AK. Oh, smoking it off. Is he going to respect it or not? Nope, he's getting right through over on that A-bombs. Yep, a nice find. Actually, that wasn't an AK, that was a Galil in his hands, and he still wins the fight. So you're absolutely right. He found that opening real well. Alex flashes through. Oh, it's pretty good timing. Nice turnaround. And he takes down Config. Still 50 seconds.
I can't believe Config found that much space, not just from middle, but also just working his way up the A-bombs, or the B-bomb side, completely catches a defender off guard. Back to the other side of the map we go. It's a long run, a long route. Blame F with the AK, Glaive with the Galil. They have bomb in hand, and these footsteps, I believe they'll be heard by Davy G and Donut. He's at the entrance right now, off angle. He wants to put a stop to it.
Yep, just trying to see if he can offset it just a bit. Glaive not checking for it. Again, there are a lot of angles right there. And now it's on BlameF. Has to just make a choice. Hope that no one's in CT spawn. And at least he gets the bomb down. Now an AK 1 versus 2, and he's going to get traded right away. But another really expensive round for Movistar, even if they win it.
Yeah, he had no idea where that second player was, unfortunately, BlameF. 4-4.
I'm really curious about Config finding that much space in middle. I just feel like it's such a rare sight. There's almost always a Molotov that gets thrown down to block the choke point coming in from T-spawn.
Likely, I mean, if you went back and watched it, it's some counter utility that might have created that opening for him.
Yeah.
Good kills from Davy G, or good off angle for him. Alex is going to get the trade here as BlameF swings out just a little bit too wide. Timeout is taken, as Astralis has lost 4 rounds in a row and want to talk things over.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in a good position, and they keep doing a lot of economic damage, so I think it's more like adjusting expectations kind of thing. Like, I'm sure they still feel like this is kind of well on track for the opening half of Ancient. And Movistar slowly building up, but they really need some rounds here where they have more than 1 or 2 people alive, or they're going to be in trouble.
Okay, Mac 10s and Tech 9s, the primary weaponry of Astralis. I would have to imagine this is going to be another round towards the B bomb site with massive forces. Previously with the Mac 10, they had Zipix leading the way. They did a timing hit. This one just seems to be a straight up rush. Molotov is put out. That's the signal that the rush is coming. Config can't find anyone. Alex tucked into the cubby is going to find a double. Mopaz will add another. He's actually had a decent number of kills from this position. Gonna add 1 more onto it. Farlig finally trades a kill back, but it's not enough. 1 versus 4 for Farlig.
It really feels like when you do that kind of play, it doesn't really matter the map. It's just you need that opening kill. It just has to go your way.
Well, and you can see too, like, there's just not enough time if you go for that full-blown rush to get all the nades you need. Like, 1 Molotov in towards Cubby might have been able to win that round, but obviously with that kind of a pacing, the timing isn't there for that sort of utility. Good job from Alex, just tucking in, making himself a tough target. Easy spray down for him on the Mac 10s. Especially because you have to put the Molotov on that ramp out so early. Like, as soon as that's extinguished, those defenders are like, rush, rush, rush.
Yeah. There comes the Molotov down the middle we were talking about earlier. Smoke as well. HE if you try and run through it. So that's usually how you stop people from doing it. And actually getting in the middle. Config has been stopped on the other side. He's not really interested just yet. Oh, he actually made it out a little bit further than I thought. Damage is still going to find him, but the immediate revenge is there. BlameF will take him down. 4-on-4 now.
Ooh, that nade caught on some kind of beam in Jaguar, which means Mopaz is going to have an easy time. Smoke himself off. He could choose to get away.
His arm is not long enough.
You can't eat the smoke, can you? Oh, the timing on that could have been so close to perfect. Again, narrowly missing the opportunity, but Astralis has really pushed into mid. Gained a lot of ground.
I actually thought they'd all 3 of them go mid just for the fun of it, but 2 of them gone the way of Donut instead. The more delicious option. Sunpayas smoked off, hoping to find the timing. He's kind of isolated right now. They're in T spawn and out in those A hallways. I mean, they still have a good shot at it here, Movistar, but Mopaz goes down. Yes, they realize that he's out here. He does have some nice grenades to try and get back into it, but they're well aware that he's in this position. There's the Molotov to force Sip all the way back. This might be one of those try and put a smoke onto the bomb and just go for that defuse, because to find all these Astralis players might be almost impossible. Glaive in the middle, ready and waiting for Sunpass. It's going to be the pistol out instead, and he almost wins that fight. Glaive down to 1 single point of health, and still going to be enough. Farley trying to see if he can find it. Sip with a headshot, but I think time is up. Death is still coming up with some incredible mechanical work, and he's going to get a kill. Oh, no! Surely no way.
He's got it.
1 versus 3 with the defuse kit, and he hits the round. I can't believe it.
Oh, my lord. I don't think he can believe it either. I don't think Astralis can believe it. That never needed to happen. And the tough part is it puts Glaive in such a tough situation in Donut, because the bomb's not planted for him. He's got 1 HP. He has to make a play. Even this rotation from Sunpass was so late. This retake did not even feel in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
This follow-up fight, I mean, it's a beautiful shot.
Truly is. Oh, they're so sure.
But you could have just crouched behind the box. Easier said than done, obviously, from our position. And yeah, that will tilt you out of the round, out of the map.
We still need a term. There is a kind of round that you win it if you take your hands off the mouse and keyboard, you've won the round.
Yeah.
But because you keep playing, you actually bring it back into...
Play yourself out of the game, out of the win.
You can still lose it. There's a kind of round that falls into that category, and this is one of them.
Yeah, Farlig, I think, too dedicated to the teamwork with his teammate in Ruins. Didn't need to peek from the bomb site boxes, but again, it's easier to stop yourself from that kind of a situation in the moment. Just, you know, maybe misconstrued the amount of time left on the bomb, but what an incredible clutch from Deaths.
Yeah, that... I don't even understand. But... that's going to rattle Astralis even just a little bit. They actually had an incredible opportunity right there.
Those are the rounds we're just not used to the Astralis brand losing things like that. Mopaz again, a kill through the smoke, finds Blame F.
Oof. Config on the opening. He is a super weapon still. 13 and 8 right now. He's going to keep opening up the round. He just wants to win it. That's how you do it. It's not that difficult, Jason.
No, he's like, see guys, it's not that hard.
And he keeps going. He doesn't stop. I actually don't think he has an off button.
Which, I mean, that's the scary part. You just saw the frustration of losing a 3-on-1 in the post plant. That opens up an opportunity with the bomb so far away, with Sunpius with a long angle with that AWP. There's no more smokes. It's just flashbangs. Like, there's a universe in which Sunpius can pick one player off as he comes in. Farlig's going to get that bomb planted. Alex is going to try and get things started earlier. Now is the sign for Sunpius to fall back out. But still a little bit of an element of danger in that round for Astralis.
It's simultaneously scary to be up against, and at the same time, he's such a liability config in certain moments. I really like it. I think it makes this game spicy, but at the same time, man, that is potentially a way back in for Movistar, right?
Yep, it sure was.
Gonna get cancelled out. Some players really want to save this AWP. They're out looking for him. They'll find him too. Nicely done.
Yeah, nice shot from Farlig there at the end. Yeah, and even put into the context of this map, you know, overall, not necessarily in this matchup, just a map we know has been heavily CT-sided. We saw the stat in the break screen. The most CT-sided map we have in the pool to give away a 3v1 in the T side in a post plant like that. That's so brutal to have to deal with. Good to see them have a rebuttal almost instantaneously. And timeout taken from Movistar Riders.
Yeah, a much needed timeout. First one of the map for them, but they do need it. We're at a point in the game where it's not that they are, in terms of numbers, they're around ahead, but overall, they're in trouble. Without a doubt. Config's 14 kills. You look at any with the closest deaths at 10 on the other team. He's doing so much work. It's ridiculous.
I mean, we all knew it coming into this. Haven't seen as much of the AWP in middle as I would have kind of expected, or Sunpius in middle to kind of really challenge against him. I guess maybe it's a little bit more difficult now that there's a lot of utility out on both sides. Push down ramp, control of lane to Movistar Riders.
Yeah, trying to play that anti-flash position. in case someone wanted to come through. But Astralis giving them a chance here to fall back from this position a little bit further. And they don't have anyone in that Jaguar cave either, so they might be a little bit worried about that deep push down the ramp on the CT side. Yeah, they're gonna give up on it. They don't have very many nades left at all on the CT side. Look at that.
They're showing presence with that utility on ramp, as you mentioned, and then switching over to cave and now into Jaguar as well. Doubled up here, just looking to hold off and eliminate part of the attack play, retake on the bomb site. You do have a teammate there who's going to be passive in his defense, but a lot comes into this play. Glaive with the pop flash sees absolutely nothing.
It's forced Astralis to use a lot of grenades to retake this area, so that there's that to work with. Molotov down, smoke maybe on the other side. No, they don't have flashbangs left. Yeah, they're kind of out of it. And Config's lurked in behind. That's a big issue right here. 30 seconds left. Glaive trying to run onto the bomb site. See if he can find the opening. Some of them have escaped just a bit. Alex going to get found eventually. 20 seconds left. Davigi, one good kill on the MP9. And he actually lands that bullet on Glaive. Not bad shooting with a submachine gun. Config, though, controlling the rotation. And now with the bomb planted, it's a 2-on-2. And Config's running up behind them. How do you retake this? Again, if they had some smokes, they could create more space and try and isolate some of these Astralis players, but it's not really possible right now. They can't get out of this cave at all. Gonna pick up the AK, and that might be the best choice, unfortunately. Astralis playing this round really well.
Yeah, that was not bad at all. They didn't even really need to take control of Jaguar whatsoever. Just a quick peek to see where they were at. They had a pretty open bomb site with a passive defense. The defenders didn't really get into any engagements until after the bomb was going down and being planted. 6-6.
I think they realize, they understand the gravity of the situation. I don't think Movistar have a config when they get to the T side. I don't think they have that resource. Good work. We can all relate.
We've all been there. We all know.
That little headache that's like right between the eyes.
Oh yeah.
Please.
It's a good one. Zipic's gonna come over towards Jaguar. Upgraded pistol crossfire inside. Similar to the previous round. 2 CZs to work with. There's plenty of utility for Astralis. Deep mid smoke at top stairs. Zipex is going to start investigating. Molotov to clear out the right position, and he's going to be able to find the frag isolated on the left. Alex now, decisions to make.
Yeah, he feels really sure about this one. Sip, he knows someone's going to be there. Sees that kind of close-up dangerous like that, so definitely going to be a little bit careful, but they just handled it so well.
Yeah, I mean, Zipic's just kind of running around and right around the entrance, making it sound like he's committing himself, kind of baits out that position before he has to commit. So just well done from him, small detail. And Astralis take a lead, 7-6. T-side now, this has just been very strong.
Yeah, we can't really skirt over the fact that that they are in trouble here. I was exciting for a third map, but I'm starting to doubt that now. I'm starting to feel like it might not happen. Movistar, individually, I mean, they're doing all right. They have some kills on the board. They weren't expecting Config to drop 17 kills in 13 rounds. Hard to deal with. Look at the madman. He just owns the middle. Ooh, Glaive is going to go down, but Mopas has no idea. He's got no way of knowing. No! He spins around and takes down Davigi, and of course he goes to the smoke, because why wouldn't you?
Because he has to. It's just a rule of the universe at this point.
Any other player would have just been saying, you know what, I'm so happy I just got this double kill. Let me just...
Yeah, I'm going to chill.
Just chill out for a minute.
I'm going to be happy about that one. Let it sink in for a bit. Well, the defense is split 1-1-1. All 3 players from Astralis outside of the B-bomb site, those double doors. As Alex backs away. A little bit of a shift in position. Now he sees the attention. He's got a second teammate here. Smoke is going to give away the game. There's another. There's going to be 2 players. Oh, that Molotov is brutal, and so is the spray. Sun Pius with 2. Alex to complete it.
I actually think, because the smoke did land just far enough down the ramp that Astralis were just going to go through it no matter what. So without the Molotov there, it could have been real dangerous. Yeah, not the best spray, but the turnaround is devastating to David G. Like, yeah, crazy, super crazy. Movistar, they need this round, and they got it. They need the next one too. They absolutely got to get to 8 rounds. They need to win the pistol on the second half, and even then they're behind.
Wow, they need so many things.
Yeah, I know. I'm building a whole list.
Yeah, you really are.
Checking it twice.
Well, tough thing is they also don't have like that. Remember on Inferno, that stellar performance in the second or across the map from Deaths was playing very, very well. Mopaz with the op there, they don't have like that kind of that extra little performance from one of their players that can really secure and lock down the CT side. And I mean, Astralis has done a good job of giving him different looks. Config as well with the different way he's played middle. He was getting shut down for a number of times, so he kind of gone away from it. This was the most aggressive we'd seen him in sometimes, pushing all the way up behind that smoke. So a few little adjustments that are making it hard to read.
I mean, this is some of the better Counter-Strike I feel like I've seen Astralis play in a while. Sort of in terms of how much map control they're getting and sort of how much they're manipulating some of these positions, especially in the middle where they get config in there to control the rotations. I think that's a good look. It's encouraging. I like it.
Yeah, I think the argument, the other direction, just to play devil's advocate, would be at this point in this Astralis lineup's lifespan, we shouldn't be sitting here being encouraged, right?
Yeah, maybe that's true. Config again. It is his middle.
Through the smoke?
Yeah, why not? Oh no! And this is why it works sometimes, because Death's is like, what is happening?
I mean, also we're making some jokes, right? But he's obviously taking calculated risks. He sees the player coming out of Donut, gets that first kill. He says, "There's probably not going to be 2 people immediately in Donut. I can go through this smoke."
I wonder if he is. I wonder if he isn't just.
Should we sit him down and be like, we want to show all these clips of you getting a kill and then immediately following it up by going through smoke? Can you just talk us through your thought process? Oh, extended spray, and Farlick's going to get it. That might be frustrating for Sun Pius. Either way, great half for Astralis, 8-7. They're going to take a lead on the tougher T side. They get to switch over to defense on their map pick. A chance to close out this series 2-0. We'll see if they can do it right after the break.
We keep carrying it back into that. Okay. We don't lose. We don't lose. We don't lose anything. If anything, we gain firepower. Overall. Who would buy a gun? Depends on the day. It does. Who do we want to send out to war for us from our team? Who's good with a gun? I buy a gun for Russ. Yeah, same. I buy one for Russ as well. It's a nice guy overall. He's good aim. He's gonna kill people. If you drop an AK, he's gonna kill somebody for sure. I think it's the one that we send out to war. Yes, I'm completely agree. I had the feeling back to the friendlies. I think he removed me after 2018. You don't have any friends? Yeah, we agree on this. Yeah, and then add Subex just to friends, but he's a nice guy and stuff. Yeah, we will add Subex to friends. Yeah, for sure. And the kill for me, or kick, I mean, maybe Brookie. Or we do the most obvious choice and we do Kerrigan, you know, before, so we know how it feels. I think it's time to kick Brookie this time. Okay, we kick Brookie. I'm down for them, so we kick Brookie. He's kicked like 20 people from the lineup. Of course, man. Yeah. I control everything. I think it's time to kick Brookie this time. Okay, we kick Brookie. I'm down for them, so we kick Brookie. He gets on my nerves sometimes. He's a little kid. Yeah, and then we kick Glaive because you can kill. Basically. Yeah, so it's like we don't lose. We don't lose. We don't lose anything. If anything, we gain firepower. See you, Glaive. It was fun. We had a lot of fun. We got the strat book. Now we're fine. We're done as friends and colleagues. He's kicked. You can kick each other. You kicked.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for the Conflict show. He's a crazy person. I feel like this might be an ancient reference. Do you remember that scene in Lethal Weapon where Mel Gibson has a straitjacket on?
Yeah.
And he has to break out and then he murders everyone?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the same level of craziness that Conflict's got going on.
Okay.
I don't know if they... I actually don't... It's possible they keep him in a straitjacket outside of the game, but they take it off when he plays Counter-Strike. And he does all this?
Yeah, well, I don't... Yeah, he had to... If you're going to go fully the weapon, you got to dislocate your own shoulder, right? You got to ram it into a pillar.
Now, could someone take that scene from that movie and just put Conflict's face on it?
Yeah.
Be like, that can
Okay.
work.
Now you're cooking.
That's what I spent the break on. Jason, what did you do? Save it for later. We're ready.
Okay, piss around. It's live. Config and Donut. Davey G's going to come right at him. So is Alex. Actually, excuse me. They call an audible. They switch right up to a flashbang through their own smoke. And Zipix here. He's going to drop a smoke to keep them cordoned off, to try and isolate them. Those Glocks are coming through. Zip gets one. Alex with a big boy trade. Still two defenders at the safe bomb site. Farlig and Config to hold off the attack.
They're not slowing it down. That is the bomb. So if Mopas had gone down, they're shooting Config in the back. He sees this as a challenge. He's under a lot of pressure, but still fighting. He's got 2 bullets left, and that's enough to take Alex. Gets the reloading in time. Some payers. He has to run. Oh, Config. He just can't be stopped. It's another headshot and a beautiful triple. What a maniac.
He was under so much pressure from so many different angles, and he still makes it work. That is magnificent. That's a very tough pistol round to handle.
He's an absolute lunatic, isn't he?
Yeah, even Farlight going down eventually. Config, I mean, you could just see it. And it just, his solution to everything in that scenario was aggression.
Yeah.
Was the next guy who shoots me, I'm going to push at him.
Yeah.
And he just wins all the fights.
The concept of de-escalation is not really one that he's ever going to try and go for. It's beautiful. 9-7, and Conflict clocking in at 24 kills. Out the middle, though, the M4A1, not necessarily the best weapon, but he did have some backup there, so it all went fine at the end. They're going to win that round quickly.
Yeah, and not dropping anyone is the most important. Nobody falls for Astralis. They got to keep all guns in hand. And this time, I mean, going into this next buy round from Movistar, obviously after jumping through that smoke, it's going to be full utility. Sometimes you're missing a Molotov here and there. Sometimes you're missing a kit, as we saw in Inferno. They should be able to have everything they want. He hasn't looked happier as the series has gone on, has he?
No, it's been a minute since we've really seen him get excited. They can feel the weight of this.
Okay, opening up with a not an adjustment, obviously, because it's first gun round, but a little bit lack of, not standard. Normally there's that pressure towards the lane outside of the B bomb site. Here they want to go contact timing. Look at Farlig. When does he decide to peek out? Tough angle to deal with. Oh, the nade smoke makes it brutal. He's done great damage, though. Bomb is dropped as well. Movistar have to be committed here.
Yep, and the problem is now when you go in for a second round with 2 of your players basically dead, oh, the nade on top, it could blow them up. It actually lands on the slightly healthier players, but it's still devastating. I have no idea how you get back in this round now.
You don't. It's got to be all fights. It's got to be all just straight up dual wins. You have no utility left if you're Movistar. Excuse me, you have 1 smoke and 2 flashes. That's not enough to break into this bomb site with the bomb so exposed out into the open.
I feel like what you're alluding to, the idea that they didn't go for that outside of B control, that is the standard. That's probably why they did this, right?
Yeah.
They're like, let's try and do it right off the bat before we establish any kind of a pattern. Let's just see if we can get this in.
And you would probably assume that Config and maybe Blame F will be aggressive in middle. You can find a timing where there's just 1 solo defender here. Ooh, Config almost got caught off guard, but that's an easy cleanup as he transfers over. Zipix as well sees Mopaz, and Deaths has 2 HP in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. There's not really any way out here. Got a little kill on Config at the very least. But his plan to win this round 1 versus 5 or 4 at least is not going to work out. They've derailed him. And you know, if you do that, if you change Death's plan, then he has to come back and kill you in a different order, just like in Final Destination.
Yeah, okay. I got there in the end. Still one of the greatest movies of all time.
Which one? There's like 10 of them now.
I know. There are so many.
And somehow the concepts look, it gets dumber every time, but it still
I know.
works.
Well, they tried to build a story around it, didn't they?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It was just like a silly one-off movie. They're like, no, what if we actually make this into a plot?
Yeah, it's almost like they took it too seriously themselves.
Yeah. Molotov's down. This time access to the B ramp is closed. Zipek's going to peek behind the flames. Spam through the door as well. Not really a whole lot of damage to speak of, but it puts Farlig in a good position to find an easy kill on a Mopaz and follow it up on a Davy-G. That's the bomb again down, way outside the B bomb site. So these are great kills being found in middle. But it's when they have to adjust and move across the map with these Deagles that it's really going to be an issue for them to try and find a way to get this bomb.
And it's just so far down there. I don't even know how you get into this position through the doors with the Deagles.
I think there's one weapon here that they can at least pick up. They can at least have a rifle when the engagement does eventually come. But, I mean, you have two players that are deep at the double doors. You have Glaive, who's going to be able to spot out that boost. Excuse me, the gun is... Yeah, it's way tucked in the corner, way far away. Glaive has dualies as the sidearm. Knew he's a man of culture.
That's all it takes. You just have to...
You dualies in my book, it puts you right up there.
Okay, well, take note, everyone. Good stuff. Good stuff. They're so well on their way. 12-7. I don't even know what's going to slow them down. They've only played 19 rounds, and Config is almost at 30 kills.
Yep.
It's kind of stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, just a Herculean individual effort out of Config here on this map. What a luxury for Astralis, especially as the map they enjoy picking, although he's probably the biggest reason why. This round is important for Movistar to establish, not only for us watching, but for themselves probably playing too, that they can feel comfortable on this map and they can have a strategy and have a default that finds some success or some impact.
Almost feels like we're at the stage where we don't just need Movistar to increase their output here by 50%, but we actually need Astralis to collapse a little bit, even on their side. We need them to kind of forget what it's like to play the CT side for this to even be close to possible. BlameF, M4 in hand. Good timing on the peak between the two of them, but I just don't know if they saw him quite quick enough. They're able to trade it at any rate, and they defeat Config in middle. That's rare. Loot for everyone. The raid boss is down.
Yeah, all the epic items drop. So middle has been taken over. Farlig not ready for that peak from Deaths. Zipek's in a 1v3, and he knows where the end game is. And you have to imagine he's going to be on high alert trying to rotate over. Alex is in a perfect position. Even with 19 HP, this is going to be so hard for Zipeks to clear. Or is it?
It is Zip, after all.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Most people probably wouldn't. Ooh, he's done some damage. Nade will slow him down. Smoke on top. I mean, probably if you just crunch the numbers, unlikely to win this round. But again, with Zip playing, you always think maybe, you know, even just from a historical point of view, it's been a minute since we've seen some of those really
epic clutches.
Yeah, but yeah, he's gonna walk away from it, save the AK, maybe do some more damage down the middle if they escape this route. They don't really need to run away too far, but still.
There's some pious in here. If he takes a misstep, I don't think there's any real reason to.
Oh, Deaths actually did go down.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Deaths. And that was exactly what Zipeks was looking for, and it's kind of gifted over. He doesn't look pleased with that.
No.
Another gum chewer.
So Twist made it a
thing.
Made it a thing. You just have to say it enough and people start to believe, right? Good trade. All right, well, they won the round, but really only barely, it felt like. They need to do that a lot more. Flashes in the middle. Mopaz, he can't see a thing, and Config somehow not flashed on the first volley of flashbangs going over the wall, so he had the opportunity, and he'll take him down.
To the A-bomb site we go. 4 players again. And, I mean, there's complete control of lane from BlameF, so he's calling it over, which is why there's a little jump on the rotation from Farlig. He's already here. Wins that first fight. That one's big. Glaive, they didn't expect him from the donut entrance. He's got another one. Him and Farlig have shut this whole thing down. Even the op can get nothing done. That's Config to add on top, and they are deleted.
Super well done. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You win the mid fight, you check outside of B, everyone can put it together really easily. Was that his 30th kill right there, Config? Possibly.
I believe so, yeah. He was at 29 a couple rounds back.
Yeah, just even for the smoke. Like, we just can't stop him.
Yeah, and the tough part is now you do that round. I mean, you're kind of using it as like a change of tactic right after you just win one, but that's twice now that strategy has netted them nothing. And not only nothing, but it's been shut down entirely. Both times.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it might even be an interesting case study in why hitting that A-bomb site just is very tricky. We see a lot of other teams that don't really try that much. And Movistar have for a couple of rounds.
It had like a small period where it was pretty impactful, I felt, as teams have kind of been testing different ideas and different tactics on this map. There was a very short period of time where that kind of timing contact play towards the A bomb site was pretty effective, and I think teams have gotten really comfortable with the timing of it.
BlameF. Nice bit of movement around here. It's going to get awkward if that smoke fades, but before it does, Config setting up a flashbang for BlameF to get the double. And that is plenty enough. And it's hard to read. Oh, that Sip might be here. Actually, that's incredible. Sunpayas, I would have assumed that he would have probably been a bit slow on that one, but able to get the job done. They're already a little bit bruised after all of this.
We just saw Sunpayas just lining up a shot to pre-shoot that jiggle towards that angle. As he was finding it along the wall, crouched and standing up to a perfect headshot angle for the one-tap jiggle. No one there. Would have been cool, though.
Yeah, you almost have to, you know, with this little health and in a 2-on-3, you need a shot like that under 20 seconds. Smoke goes up. Config fighting his own nature to not run through the smoke. Farlig will get one of them and close out the round as well. A couple of easy shots there with the AWP, and Astralis well on their way to knocking out Movistar.
I cannot tell what that emotion is. We know the coach. We know Blade.
Yeah.
Deaths, I have no idea what's going on in his head.
Yeah, you're right. He does have it sort of almost looks like he's almost breaking into a smile half the time.
Yep, he's almost like, yeah, this is what I thought would happen.
14-8. Wow, Astralis, I want to see them play more teams on Ancient. Need more data. We kind of already knew that they like to play at the map, but it'd be fun to see them do it more here throughout the bracket. See if they can, if anyone can test them on it. Sip opening.
That's a spam. Spam from the B bomb site as well. Yeah, he was at the default plant pillar. BlameF underneath that smoke that extinguished the Molotov. There's a huge gap there, and Mopaz is going to fall prey to it. Well, they've been shut down with these kind of heavy contact plays towards A, emphatically. They haven't really been able to gain lane control either towards the B bomb site. They've been challenged, and they've had to pay the heavy price to be able to take control of that as well. Not a whole lot of positivity that Movistar have to go on in this game.
No, definitely not.
No real success to build off of. Death's giving away his presence. Farlig just shifts his crosshair away, but comes back and finds an easy kill on Alex. Config over the top goes down. Good shot from Deaths. Might try and gain some ground. He has to try and do something a little bit more. 35 seconds on the clock, but he's only got 12 health.
I mean, the problem has almost been mirrored on either side for Movistar, right? In the first half, they have to deal with Config cracking open the middle and killing a bunch of people. In the second half, they have to worry about the fact that he's defending that position, and you can't easily win that fight against him. I don't even know what, because the problem is you at least need to push the CTs back, even if you get no kills.
Yeah.
You just need for them to not see what's in middle, basically.
And then the problem just gets worse exponentially when you can't even really challenge the extremities of the map either. There's really no point of this defense at the moment that Movistar seems equipped to deal with. Good nade, good follow-up kill from Glaive. That's ruthless. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always worse.
Looks worse when it's a bald man, doesn't it? It looks way more frustrating.
Does it? I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe I'm biased.
It could be you're used to the frustration. You can sympathize more with bald people. It's possible. I didn't realize there was that kind of connection, but it makes sense now that you say it. I can see how that works. 15-8, 24th round.
Oh, no, that's his own Molotov.
Yeah.
That's his own Molotov.
Oh no, it's a disaster. They get the Molotov kill on Sip, but it is probably too late here. Pistols left, 2 versus 4. Astralis in absolutely fine form today, and they take down Movistar on 2 maps, Inferno first, and second on Ancient.
Yeah, second on Ancient, and you gotta, I mean, that's a really tough game for Movistar. Not only are you playing on a team's like favorite map and a map that's gonna be difficult for you, but Config dropped what, like 32, 30 whatever kills. Absolutely magnificent performance from him as we expected. And a 2-0 win, that's Movistar knocked out of the showdown, knocked out of Lisbon.
True. If you are if you're an Astralis fan, I mean, you wanna see this type of config in every single game, and that that is the promise when they were picked up between the two of them, BlameF and Config.
Yeah.
That's what we're all hoping for, to see this kind of a performance almost every time. So hopefully that'll happen more.
Yeah, we'd like to see it. Still some things to work out for Astralis. Either way, this one looked good. They're going to play the winner of what Ents and Bad News Eagles will be their semifinal matchup in this European bracket. But before we get there, before we get to those games, obviously we got Freya and the guys on the desk to take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, Ancient sealed for the side of the Danes, and with that, a 2-map series victory here in their showdown debut. And one name standing head and shoulders above the rest, Config, with a capital K there. That's such a good showing from him on that final map.
He got to showcase us all what he's made of. You know, this is a classic Config performance. Obviously destroying the opponents right here, but the fashion he did it in, being aggressive every single round. You know, being out there flirting with what you're allowed to do as a Counter-Strike player every single round. Even a couple of moments where I was like, Config, you shouldn't have done that. You could have crossed around here, you could have crossed around there, but he just continued and continued and continued. When he's playing with this sort of confidence, as I said, you know, there's very few rifle players in the world who can dictate the pace of a game and who can win single-handedly. Config is one of them.
It's interesting because I feel like it can be really fun to watch, but also really confusing to play with if you're one of his teammates. But Config has always done this his entire career. We were just talking about it in the green room, and I was like, yeah, I mean, this has just been him for the past 5-6 years. Even when I was playing against him, you know, this guy just runs around the map and he just frags everything. He's like, screw the game plan, right?
Yeah, no, it's incredible to witness as well, the fact that he's just so confident when he's doing it. And it was something that you alluded to kind of before we were coming into this series, Pimp, the fact that we don't see him being incredibly consistent with these series, but when he managed to get the fire under his feet, he could just do so much damage and just be incredibly confusing for Movistar Riders to be playing against as well. The amount of space he was getting, particularly on that T side.
For sure, like the space creating and the ability to as said, be the difference maker. You said it must be annoying to play with or be a bit confusing to play with. Imagine being the opponents of Config when he's feeling like this. Every single game plan, every single idea you had of how to control Astralis, how to force them into late rounds, how to force them into uncomfortable situation, they all just go to waste when Config is running out and he's in your middle within 15 seconds or 20 seconds of the round. So when Config is in this mood, he's unplayable, and the only thing you can do is try to stop him, try to kill him early on, but in this game it just wasn't possible. He went 6 for 9 in opening duels. He had 12 rounds with a multi-kill, and he finished with 115 plus ADR. Config with a monster of a performance, and there's not really much else to say. You know, I don't really feel sorry for Movistar Riders right here. I feel like there was nothing they could do. Config decided to win the game, and that's just how it went.
Yeah, particularly when we look at that second half as well. Movistar Riders only managing to post a 1 round on that board on that T side. And I think that was really interesting, the fact that we got to hear from Danny coming into this series. He picked up a particular moment from that Ancient saying, their utility usage, that space creation from them was looking really, really solid. And they just didn't seem to be able to get the room to really pull those things off.
No, not at all. I really think that just the way that Config was playing that game spelled recipe for disaster for Movistar Riders, just because it feels as though they play this very inside the lines, systematic style of play. And when you have something like that on the other end, it's like, where do you go? What do you do? It's like you're not really sure how to problem solve from there. So it's really interesting, but maybe something to learn from.
Do you think that's potentially an issue with what we heard from, I believe it was Alex in one of the pre-game segments, the fact that he was saying they don't really want to be playing that aggressive style? Do you think that could have been something that potentially could have countered Config in this one, or was he just too much on fire? There was no putting him out.
I think he was too much on fire. Like Mopos, to take one example, right? I think he was involved in 13 opening duels on Inferno. He was involved in 9 here. He tried his absolute best to be the guy to stop Config, but it just wasn't possible. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, okay, Config played a game of his life almost, in terms of how much impact he found. And I guess that's what makes Config such a great player as well, that for many players, this would be the best performance X player has ever had, the most influential performance X player has ever had. Config, he has a habit of doing this, once every second, every third, every fifth game when he's in shape. So it's a scary prospect, but again, we circle back to the conversation we had before as well. He's not that consistent. So next game, it could be a different version of Config. And how do you prepare for that? How do you prepare if you're Glaive? How do you prepare if you're opponents? You don't really know what's going on, right?
Well, speaking of the devil, we do have to hear from him after an incredible performance, particularly on Ancient. It's Config with a few words, courtesy of Banks.
Config, a clean start for you guys here, and on Inferno as well, your T side looking a lot better. Today, would you say that Movistar was as good as you expected, or a little bit less? Because obviously we saw them do very well recently.
I honestly think that they're a pretty good team. They played pretty good. So yeah, I was surprised that they're so good individually as a team, and also tactic-wise, they have everything that a tier 1 team has. So yeah, I think that they played pretty decent.
And the upward trend continues for you guys, right? Winning now the games you should win. Didn't even drop a map here. Is it feeling more comfortable overall?
Yeah, I think that we have a lot of things that we need to sort out as a team. But I think that our mentality is strong, and I think that we're just a Danish unit. So I think, yeah, I'm just happy that we managed to win 2-0 in this one and actually get some confidence going.
And you certainly had tons of confidence, mate. These smoke pushes, you were running all over the place on Ancient. Are you getting given the freedom you want now?
I always have the freedom on this team, and I love the guys for it. And they believe in me, and they believe in me as an individual and also the coach. So yeah, I'm just really happy that I get the opportunity to play my kind of CS.
And are you the king of Ancient?
Well, I'm not sure about that one. I think someone will catch on to the meta at some point, but I think that I have a pretty good understanding on how I should play my mid role.
You definitely do, mate. Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
See you, James. Thank you.
And that's something that is really great to hear, the fact that Config still gets that freedom as well. I just want to throw it back to when him and BlameF joined the squad, and we were questioning, how much freedom are they going to get? How much, decision power are they going to have in those roles? And I think that's something you really have to give Config when he has that hunger for the space-making ability.
Without a doubt. Like, the future of Astralis, the future of Danish Counter-Strike is within the hands of BlameF and Config. There's no doubt about it. So he needs the freedom, and he didn't want to say it himself, right? But he is, in fact, the best Ancient player in the entire world right now. Simple is the only player who has statistically better stats than Config on Ancient, but he's also playing in a team that is winning their games relatively easy, so it's easier for him to post those stats. Whereas Config, he's playing in Astralis that is constantly struggling getting over the finish line, still posting a 1.31 average rating on Ancient. He is a monster on that map.
Well, potentially this is the tournament where Astralis can pull it over the line, but it's going to be a tough task. We can take a look at the brackets, of course. It is single elimination here at the Showdown. One loss and you are out, and that's why we call it absolutely cutthroat here. Of course, we've got that semi-final going on later this week with ENCE versus FURIA, and then Astralis now, they've made it through to that second spot in the semi-final. So it's good to see they are getting through consistently.
Absolutely. This next game as well is going to be very interesting. Obviously, when we look at the style of the bracket and we look at the style of the games that we could get, maybe you're rooting for an Astralis NIP game, but again, how can you not love Bad News Eagles? You can't not love these guys. You want to see them win. You want to see them do well.
Well, let's save the love until after this break, because we do have to throw it to a quick one before we jump into our second matchup of the day here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. It's going to be the underdogs hoping to tear the Ninjas limb from limb, coming into this one after an incredible performance to net them a spot at the Major. We're going to see if they can do it after this.
Alright, I'll get started. Alright, let's go. Get this one shot. What's happening? Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh. Interesting map to go. Got designed here. Oh. Where do I go? Where do I go? There's a dude back there. I'm on the D. Is that a real person? I think so. It's not even a real person. Easy. Jesus, so much going on. Oh my. Alright, here we go. Get out of here, get me out of here. Nice, nice. Bad. That's better.
Okay.
With Roland joining, it could be everything they need. I think they've already done a good job, but Roland is a good player. I think NIP could be dangerous.
It's his moment. It's his position that could still stop this in its tracks. 3 headshots from Plopsky, bomb included.
Bad News Eagles, they're in a position where qualifying for the major is amazing, but it also tips their hand. NIP know what they're going to be coming up against.
Only misses one, but he keeps on going. GXS will never stop. No one has breath in his lungs.
The Ninjas debut, but we hope they've read the headlines as Bad News Eagles hot off the press after an incredible run to net themselves a spot at the Challengers stage of the upcoming major. Just in case anybody isn't familiar with the story, maybe we should start pre-facing them to see exactly what we've seen thus far and why they've been so impressive at that RMR.
Well, it's a community favorite first and foremost, right? It's a team coming out of a region, coming out of a country that doesn't have a great CS history. It's a first for many of these guys on the big stage as well. They're starting to play some of these big teams. They're starting to play some of these big games. And, you know, the biggest result came in. They qualified for the major. They qualified for the World Championship of Counter-Strike, securing themselves stickers, you know, a legacy in the game. All that kind of stuff comes with it. And the country right now, of course, well, they are supporting these guys massively. You see it right here. They made a fantastic comeback in that deciding game against Sinners, qualifying for the major. And that is without a doubt the biggest result for these guys ever.
Oh my gosh, so much so. I mean, like I was saying a little bit earlier, it's like, how can you not love these guys? And it seems as though they're pumped full of confidence. And this is exactly what they're going to need, especially heading through this showdown bracket and moving into the major. Because again, like, you're going to want to see them. I'd really like them to go the unconventional route of, let's use this as a surprise factor. We're new to playing at this level as a team, so we're going to need to really pump out a lot of surprises against our opponents.
Well, let's get a few more words from one of the men himself. It's Ron Fletcher with James for a few words ahead of the game.
So Flatro, to start with, you've just come back from the major. Have you been able to get some time to relax and let it all sink in yet?
We had the one single day, to be honest, that we had a full 3 day. Other than that, we're trying to keep up with the practice and everything else, like, yeah.
And since you've qualified for the major, has your expectations for what you want to achieve as a team changed at all?
We definitely think we can do much more than this. So the Legend stage is the next step we're looking forward to achieve. We have high hopes for that, and we're pretty confident on that. We're gonna probably prepare for the next couple of days, weeks. We're gonna go into full preparation mode. We're going to be practicing as much as we can, team practicing, individual practices, and we're just not going to stop until we finish with Blast and the major and everything, and then we think we're going to have a big time off and take a small break. But at the moment, we really just want to work hard as much as we can.
Now, talk to me about some of that work, because obviously you don't have an organization, right? So organizations would normally help with so many extra things. How do you guys do it between the team?
We do have a lot of support from Giraffa 50 and from fans as well. Like the house that we currently boot camping on, it's landed from the one of our supporters.
Wow.
It's a really huge house, and like I don't know, he just let us borrow his house until we finish the boot camp and everything. In return for the emotions that we gave him, that was his explanation.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's
really
absolutely amazing. And obviously you guys, when I look at you, right, you have a lot of raw skill, a lot of talent on the team, but how would you describe the BNE playstyle?
We're trying to keep the aggressive playstyle, but mixing it up with some structure and team play is definitely the way we're looking to go. But yeah, we're not doubting our aggressive playstyle for a moment. We're just gonna keep it forever. It's just in our veins and who we are, so we're not gonna get rid of it. But mixing it up, and balancing it with different structures and team plays, I think it's gonna be something really, really special to watch.
And I would also say that you guys have a lot of confidence going into games, but when you play against tier 1 opposition, like very famous big names, do you get nervous at all? Does anything change?
Not at all. Like I don't feel anything. Like I'm even more motivated when I play against big names. Like literally, yeah. I'm even more hungry, more motivated to just headshot the shit out of them. Sorry for my language, but yeah, that's what I feel. But from what I saw, what we lacked on is just the experience, I guess.
Yeah.
Not that we were afraid, but the experience playing against them. So yeah, I think it's gonna get better with time.
And you get more experience game by game for sure, and more by being in events like this. But I wanted to ask as a final question here is, what do you feel that you have as a team that NIP doesn't?
I think the synergy between the players. I think we have a really, really great connection with each other. We trust each other more than anyone. We have a great time together inside and outside the server. We're like a family here, so I think that's a big advantage we have over any team, to be honest.
And do you think you have an advantage in the AWP battle for the team? Because obviously Essetag, not a natural AWP, and now swapping up and coming into NIP. Do you think that's something you can exploit?
Definitely, yeah. Definitely, yeah. If we get GX to his level of confidence that he knows he's gonna show a great game, I think it's gonna be not comparable at all to anyone. He's gonna just put up a show,
Man, that was a really insightful interview. I want to go back to the point that you were saying about, you were saying community favorites, this team. The fact that one of the fans is giving their house for them to go and play in, for them to compete in this tournament, that is really, really awesome to hear.
It's a lovely story, isn't it? Repaying all the emotions that the team is giving him, by facilitating them in a boot camp. It's good to see the support, and that's what he sends, right? It's a team right now that is loved by the community, loved by their, I guess, domestic community as well, and that's something they feed off, that passion, that raw energy, something we talked a lot about during the minor as well, the RMR, and you could just see it meant more to them than it did to the rest of the team.
Yeah, that emotion as well. I want to bring up a particular quote from a tweet that we saw after they managed to qualify for the major, and it is, it's safe to say, it's life-changing for a team like this to make it to the major. You think about, the experience they're going to get, the teams they're going to be able to play against. It's going to be incredible to witness that too.
Yeah, this is something totally new for all of them. This is an opportunity to cement themselves outside of something like FPL. Because from this team, do they remain a team? Do they actually get picked up by a real organization? All is possible. Or do they end up splitting their ways and getting opportunities in different teams? Anything can happen. But I support them.
Yeah, a lot of question marks coming into this series, and of course they're going to be going up against NIP, which we want to talk about some of the changes that we've seen to this roster. I want to get your take on what we've seen of Brolan thus far coming into NIP.
It's been good for Brolan. Brolan is a class player. He's the best player coming out of Sweden right now, and has been for quite a couple of years. He's been stuck in Fnatic. He's been stuck in Elo Hell, as I like to describe it, but he's finally freed now, and he's in a position now where he can finally showcase himself as the fantastic Counter-Strike player he is. Off to a good start, played well during the qualifier for the major, and it's only going to get better the more comfortable he's getting within NIP.
Well, I do want to throw it over onto Danny, because I believe we do have a particular moment he wants to be breaking down for the side of the Ninjas. What have you got for us, Mahone?
Yes, so I want to actually talk about how NIP are actually so good at maintaining man advantages, and the example I'm going to use is actually from their last match against the Bad News Eagles that happened at the RMR. So right here, we're going to see an example where basically NIP, they came in with a bit of a game plan to play more aggressively at B. But what I actually want to focus on is what they actually do after they get the man advantage. So here, we're going to start the clip, and we'll see that Hampus and Broland, they basically play more aggressively here towards this mid-B side, where Broland, he's up close towards Ruins. And essentially, they're going to try to push up off the flash of Plopsky. Plopsky's going to throw a flash for them to allow them to regress. Broland gets a kill. Hampus finds another, or rather he gets traded. And then Broland finds this nade kill, and that brings them into the 4v3 situation. So this, at this point, is what I want to focus on. When they're in this man advantage, the goal of the CTs, or the goal of NIP at this point, is to find a way to properly escape and maintain this man advantage. The first thing you're going to see is, from ATK's point of view, he's holding this mid position. And the reason why he's holding this mid position as his teammates are aggressing is because if you think of this from the T side point of view, for this player in particular, who's at the elbow position, for this player, normally when his teammates are getting aggressed towards the B side like this player will try to find space in some way. And the easiest way for him to find space is to simply push towards this mid position. But you see that ATK reads that completely. He reads that because he knows that that is the most likely option for a player to try to get back into the round. As soon as he gets that kill, it brings this round into a 4v2. And once they're in this 4v2, I want to highlight how Plopsky and Broland, they do something perfectly to ensure that they get out of this situation. Plopsky throws a smoke at Banana, Broland throws a smoke at the entrance of Ruins, and now with these two smokes, this 4v2 situation, there's almost no chance at all for the Bad News Eagles to get back into this round. You can see that from Synopsy's point of view, he's trying to creep up towards the top of Banana, trying to find Plopsky, who might be crossing towards the site. But because that smoke is there, he can no longer do so. Now with these two smokes, what it also allows NIP to do is that it gives them time to reset. You can see here on the overhead map that these two B players, now they have time to actually play more of a passive setup. They're going to play one player over towards this position, another player over closer towards CT. And by doing this, this gives them a good chance to play for information, because once you're in a 4v2 situation, you don't exactly have to find kills. You're just looking to see where the Ts are going to go from and just basically play retake at that point. For ATK, his job is to simply just leave middle so he can double back with Rez so that they can play a 2-2 setup and essentially just wait to see where the Bad News Eagles are going to go. And you're going to see that's exactly what happens. Plopsky, after he throws that smoke, he's going to fall back. Same with Broland. They're both going to play a double passive setup at B. And then ATK, he's going to fall all the way back towards A and doubling up with Rez. So that's why for the Bad News Eagles, they need to take every advantage they can get. They need to make the most out of all their opportunities, because if NIP get a man advantage like this, it's very unlikely that they're going to give it up.
Thank you very much for all that insight, Dan. I'm really excited that we get to see a rematch this time in a best-of-3 series between these two teams. When we're talking about changes for the side of NIP, though, because there has been another change in terms of one of the AWPing roles coming into the squad. Yeah,
I think overall NIP is looking to make bigger footprints, but when it comes, my only question mark is when it comes to ATK picking up the primary role, because being a secondary opper almost your entire career is, to be fair, an easy job. Like, you can pick it up and feel not so much pressure on the map. It's like, oh, I get to run around and just have fun. But as soon as you pick up that primary role, it becomes a whole different game. You know, you have to respect these roles, because all of a sudden now you have responsibilities, you have purpose on the map, you've got to watch your economy personally. You know, you can't be buying Deagles, all the Deagle half armor all the time when you've got half buy. You know, you've got to be really careful, but there's also just more on your shoulders, because I really see the op role as like the most important role on the team outside of the leader itself. So you can have so much impact, but I hope he does his best.
Well, Noah, you have questions, and hopefully James has some answers. He does have ATK on the line.
So ATK, the AWP role came in for you during the RMR, and I just wanted to find out how you're feeling with it all. How are you adjusting?
I mean, I'm feeling all right. I have some great teammates to support me, which is always, you know, a huge help. And really, like, my role as an opera is mostly just to hold positions, right? Hold down angles, and then, you know, make sure I'm throwing the best utility possible for my teammates. And I think I'm very capable of that. So yeah, it's new to me. I've always been like the second opera who's only ever took the op on maps and positions where I'm really comfortable, but now I have to be it on, you know, every single spot whenever I choose to do a peak. So it's a transition period for me, but I think it's going all right.
Talk to me about that transition period though, right? Because it must be so hard where, like, you think of natural AWPers who have done it their whole role, like, there's certain angles you're holding a different way, certain way to move around. Is it, like, more difficult than you're making it look?
I think throughout the past couple of years, like it's been like yeah. I think it's just evolved so much, the opping role. I think the rifles have gotten so good at always going on the right utility, meaning that you're not going to get those easy pop shots that just, you know, they're just going to walk into your crosshair and you get free kills, which it used to be. It's just gotten a lot more advanced, like, and also like holding like angles, which seem like if you look at it, you go, oh, this is probably OP. But then like the rifles, they're super aware of that's usually where an oppo would be, right? So you have to switch it up all the time. You have to peek on timings instead. Like there's a lot more to it than it used to be, and yeah, I guess that's what I'm learning currently.
And does this nip now, the current players, feel like the best nip that you've been a part of?
I mean, yeah, I think we've been constantly evolving. It's kind of hard to say without Deva, right? Whether or not, you know, that addition could be better. So like it's hard for me to say, but I think this is like the teammates that I have right now are amazing. So and my Swedish has gotten really good. So I mean, nice. It feels a lot more comfortable for me at least.
And how much of a change was adding Broland to the team? Like, what did that do for you guys?
I mean, it kind of meant that we had to swap around some roles. So like both Res and Plopsky and Broland to some extent all needed new positions, including me, of course, like going to the op. Like everyone just basically shuffled around. So it just basically meant that we set some steps back in order to go some step further down the line, right? So really happy with the results we've been getting as of late, even though it's been such a turbulent period.
And I like that we got to hear a few words on that transition, because we can't underestimate how hard that is to go into a completely new role.
I think the biggest difference is that no one in the entire world coming into a game is preparing for the secondary op, right? That is being picked up once or twice during a game, but everyone prepares for the main AWP. ATK, he explained it pretty well. He has to be aware of flashes, smokes, timings, all of it. It's a complete different ballgame.
Well, we are going to check in with our Betway odds to see exactly where the markets are lying on this series. Quite heavily favouring NIP, but we do need to get into our veto also to see which maps are going to be playing out on this best of 3 series. Of course, we've seen these two teams going toe-to-toe at the RMR, but it was just a best of 1. Are you expecting to see Ancient in here again, Noah?
Honestly, I hope so.
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, NIP loves this map as well. It just I love actually that Ancient has become this map that almost every team plays. We're seeing it out of everybody, but here we have Mirage, and we do have Ancient actually out of NIP. Perfect. What are we going to get for our third one?
Gonna get Inferno. Perfect.
Inferno. Look at that. I love it.
I mean, any thoughts on Mirage just coming out from Bad News Eagles?
Yeah, I like it. You know, they talk about how they want to go in on the server and just shoot headshots. You know, they're not going to change their style. They want to be aggressive. If there's one map that allows for relentless aggression, it's Mirage. So they have a chance of getting off to a good start here. Also considering they have to start at the T side, right? That's easier on Mirage than it is like a map like Inferno or Nuke for that matter.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly how it does go down. Bad News Eagles and Ninjas in Pajamas are ready to go toe-to-toe. It's going to be Mirage coming up first in this best of 3 crucial elimination series, and it's coming up with Scrawny and Launders in just a few.
Bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue à la deuxième match de la soirée. Moi je m'appelle Connor, je suis ici avec Mohan Govindasamy, puis nous sommes prêts. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for what's going to be the best game of the day? BNE versus NIP? Londers, tell me how you feel in French.
Oui, oui.
He nailed it. He's been practicing for weeks. Betway odds have NIP as the favorites. Understandable. Both these teams going to be at the major. NIP, a known entity. Bad News Eagles on the rise, soaring ever higher.
You tried to trick everyone in the group chat by picking Bad News Eagles to bait everyone to picking Bad News Eagles and then switched it last second, but nobody followed you.
James did. James Banks went with the Bad News Eagles prediction today. I switched it out, and you know what? That makes me feel like a coward.
Yeah.
But I feel like that pretty often. Let's get it on.
Ooh, those logos look good together.
Oh, this is going to be a good one.
Listen, no matter what we predict, we love the Bad News Eagles. Who doesn't?
Very cool that in the James Banks interview, right before this match, we found out that Bad News Eagles kind of during this run of events are you know, dealing with their at-home setup issues by playing in a supporters extra house.
At mansion setup, you mean?
Bro, you find a guy who loves your CS so much, he lets you play in his house? That's pretty damn cool. This is a team that is being set up to succeed in this moment. A huge chance for them in general. And Synopsy will kick off this pistol round with the headshot. Rez gets tagged down. A-site very much under question. Brolin tucking behind bench. And he's got a little support behind him.
Ooh, he can feel it. Oh, okay. Sonari goes down. Rigon here holding inside of the window. And this is a strong position to catch rotators. Not only that, look at the little timing he's found.
Yeah, nice. Rigon just going to get behind the 3 CTs pushing forward. One Flotro holding off as they start to run upwards. That smoke grenade ahead of them. Rez kills GXX. We got Brolin on the bomb. 2 seconds. And he's going to get killed by Rigon inside it. One Flotro was looking for the knife. Time is becoming a problem. Man advantage taken back. It's Hampus 1v1. The reload now done, but he can't find one Flotro with enough time to defuse. It is the Bad News Eagles taking pistol.
Always nice when you get that first frag. Oh, already. The hype is going.
Start that fire.
Yeah, look, they got the setup with the green room right behind them. They got the long couches. They have the game plan. They have the fraggers.
Honestly, Bad News Eagles in this moment, they are just eating, breathing, sleeping CS.
Yes. They said that they were thinking about trying to take a break, you know, to relax. But, man, they're on a tear right now.
Ride that high.
Yeah, I think you want to keep it going as long as possible. You know, plus, after the major, you know, surely things will cool off a little bit and they'll have some room to breathe. Synopsy, quick one in the window. Hampus can't even take a peek. And the walkout A ramp is, wow, it's going to be, this will satiate the appetite. Empty bomb site. CT's all on the other side of the map. It couldn't feel better. It couldn't feel better.
You know, the Blast Showdowns are always good for one big upset. There's always one.
Yeah, but you picked Nip, so you don't think it's this one?
Well, I think it still could be, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, predictions are predictions. And we had, you know, the Lin Vision over G2, 9Z over Vitality if we go back a year prior. This showdown, who's it going to be? I thought Movistar Riders had a very valid chance versus Astralis earlier today. Obviously, with the form of Blame F and Config, they had their hands too full. But this one, this is a very interesting match. Very interesting indeed. Again, I think, like, if Bad News Eagles were having this thought of taking a break and letting off of the gas pedal, I would personally just be on the contrast. You know, you're riding a high, you're punching upwards right now, you're fighting in a different weight class, and just stay on this. Stay on this right here, right now. You stay focused for another 2 months of CS, and you are genuinely going to make a name for yourself. They already have by qualifying for Antwerp.
Yeah, well, when James asked Juan Flotro, you know, what is it exactly that you have over NIP? And he said, well, we trust each other completely. Like, they have synergy that they've had to grind and work through. So, I mean, their mood is probably incredible. And obviously, they've got the skills.
But the Ninjas with the buy. to stun them. Look at this. Synopsy got through mid-window.
I would trade that player for this lurk any day of the week. I mean, Synopsy's here so early. It would be quite strange for them to be watching it, especially with Rez still alive inside of jungle, and he's going to spot one.
And find number 2. Now it's just a matter of the execution. He's got him lined up.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice tap. Synopsy, that was a long-range AK headshot. I would have hated to see the game give him that little inaccuracy.
But I think the target selection was perfect, right?
Yes,
the harder
and the timing.
shot is the one away from it.
And even that third kill was hella clean.
Yeah, they just
shaves the shots through the doorway. Synopsy, beauty of a 3K, just cracks this one open and gives Bad News Eagles that 3-0 start. They're even going to clear Essetag on the other side of the map. Brolin must feel surrounded at the moment.
I think that's a really great example of how positional compensation can be much greater than material compensation, right? That even though NIP got that first kill, it gave them so much confidence that a part of the map was empty. And look what it meant to Bad News Eagles to have a lurk off at that timing. You know, around the 45-second mark, without enough pressure on the map, the B-side players are going to check their flank every once in a while. You're going to be worried about someone sneaking in through window. But at that point in the round, there was no good reason, really, for Rez to call a timing, especially with him just lurking up and around the jungle. So, huge opening found. Round secured, and you're not going to get too many of those lurks off in one half, but all you need is 1 or 2 to really get in the heads of your opponents. So well played.
This one as well. Just that extra impact. Making sure no chance in hell for the Ninjas in Pajamas to get the retake going, and honestly, with this one M4 on Brolin, Bad News going to keep it nice and clean.
You got bad knees.
I have a bad knee.
Okay.
It's Paula's fault. Oh! Brolin, nice boost over top of that smoke. So utilizing the one rifle well already. Quick pressure into this B site. Juan Flatro's gonna get D. Regan is gone, and Hampus is on fire. 3 Deegs looking for that 4th one, and Scenari's gonna end him. It's a 1v4 attempt here for him. And he's trying to piece it together. Swaps out those guns. He's getting dinked from Catwalk, but still holds on to 82 HP. This is very clutchable, also very losable. Brolin, another, the first and the last, with the Hampus Deegs in the middle.
Got to be ready for that, I guess.
Damn.
Holy. 3 on the hold. None of them were easy shots either. One guy jumping out of the window.
Oh, that third one.
Quick one on GXX.
He didn't even look for the fight.
This is just... Yeah, this is the lucky room Hampus is in.
Yeah, Hampus' dark little dungeon.
Yeah, he's in the Brokey dungeon.
What's he doing down there? Well, Hampus,
yeah,
got to keep an eye on that guy. You know, he is a troll and clearly lives in a cave.
Fitting. He's right at home. Unbothered.
Well, that's a kickstart to NIP's CT side. That's going to be a quick reminder to the Bad News Eagles as well. Strong start, but
otherwise, that was actually, you know, a good call. Thought that was going to be a quick round, quick win for Bad News Eagles, but luckily for them, they actually have so much money, you know, very healthy buy. Coming right back into it. Essetag gets hurt. He's spotted on Cat. Into the ladder room, traded by the nade. Oh, but the re-molly in the top connector, that's big.
Window peek, Hampus doubles down on it. 2 versus 4 now for the Bad News Eagles, trying to pinch in, but gotta get the bomb first. Synopsy gonna take the underpass.
They've got one in Tetris. He's jumping stairs as well. Juan Flatro, he's gonna be hurt for sure, and Brolin won't even let him get to his first honest fight.
Synopsy to half health, peeks into Con, and Brolin's got another one. So NIP's pieces picking themselves up.
I hate when Hampus has these great rounds, because then you can't make fun of him for getting eco kills. Because right now he's killing players with rifles and showing that he's good. But I'd rather he just like mow down some pistoling players so we can roast him about it.
We saw him in Bucharest after doing exactly that, roasting his amount of eco kills. He says, "What do you want me to do? Not shoot them?"
Yeah.
And he said, we can make fun of him all we want as long as we tell him afterwards to his face.
Yes.
We'll do exactly that, Hampus poser. Bad News Eagles are now the ones sent down into the Deagles. Couple of Glocks in the mix. No armor, but very quick cat control, or connector, excuse me, all things considered. Juan Flatro wasting no time.
Man, I mean, you know, I think there's an in-between timing wants to look for. If he comes out with the split, then it might be predictable. So see if he tries to walk out, but of course there's one on Cat as well, holding this corner. And Rez is suspicious, and he will eventually find Juan Flatro. Tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
Really good spot to be in early on, but crossing that point is always difficult.
The players on ramp and come out a bit quicker, then maybe he's able to find CTs with head turn. Brolin, nice rifle control here. 3 kills on the under palace position.
That one just comes down to how much attention can you grab on other parts of the map so that your lurk can come through and get something out of it. Brolin, of course, climbed the scoreboard really early here. A huge boon to the new Nip. But without a lot of utility and without a lot of good guns, tough to do that.
Target selection's pretty sweet. Came back to the guy in sandwich, knowing that he was blind. Mode 3 down and tied this game. Early grenade damage. Scenari. Regon. And Rez comfortable here, top middle.
Oh, he's seeing some late grenades, but he immediately disrespects this. So, yeah, they're feeling the A play coming out. Brolin throws a little one-way for himself and commits to the duel.
Yeah, finds the bomb carrier. Scenari dead. We got that jungle push, though. Juan Flatro will find Ticket. Hampus now on top of it, and that's an easy trade from him. This consistency and utility that just trickles over Tetris. Rez, he's going to find a man with a knife out. That's GXX down for the count. Synopsy only able to come through with this flank. His lurk did find an open B site, so had the bomb ejected, then maybe we could have seen some sort of post. But ultimately, I feel like, you know, Brolin doing a good job of dropping the bomb carrier.
Yeah.
Rez and S-Tag not letting that get away from them.
Too many players dying at the same time as that lurk is coming in. Starts off with Brolin again, smoking himself in CT spawn. And they catch a bad jungle smoke, at which maybe it was the intent of it was to push in the first place. They are trying to run interference for one guy to get a ton of space really quickly a few times now, but not always working out.
Back at the pistols. Bad News Eagles very happy, it seems, to play this really quick tempo.
Oh,
they're not shying away from gunfights whatsoever. S-Attack, he's going to be found with a pistol in hand. Double Tech 9 entry from Juan Flatro. And as he posts that off on market, he's got teammates all over the map. Hampus going to get gunned down by that point-blank P250. Bomb on Synopsy comes out from the B apartments, and Plopsky is the front runner to try and unravel this. Frag grenade goes deep, barely any damage. And this is a save call. Juan Flatro with the double Tech 9 jungle run.
Oh, yeah. Man, they just got up connector so quick. They do the same thing.
Bro, he's swinging from the vines.
Absolutely. Tarzan comes through, and Juan Flatro will take the op, put up 3 kills on this round.
Ooh, I like that, dude. Bad News Eagles, that's the kind of play, the kind of pace where you're not intimidated by the ninjas.
Top con smoke was there, and they disrespected it themselves. Ran right through. I think they threw that from A ramp and tried to combine that with a hit. Super nice tactic from Bad News Eagles. Of course, it comes down to how prepared NIP were for that. And there was enough noise that I think Bad News Eagles just got so many footsteps off for free. And obviously, just great shooting from Juan Flatro. The accuracy was right there. And this is Hampus just getting beat up from both sides. One of the sight went off Cat as well.
Yeah, you got dinked. You got dinked and then ended by the Cat push.
Hey, Bad News Eagles are having fun.
Understandably, man. They are riding such a high qualifying for the major. Almost kind of feels like had they not qualified them for the major, this would be so much more crucial for their future. And while they will 100% give this their all, it's just nice for them to know that if they understandably lose to the Ninjas, who are the favorites for this series, you've still got the major ahead of you. They're just in such a good place right now.
What are you saying? They're going to lose?
I'm saying there's always tomorrow. That goes for everyone.
I'm personally counting the days.
Peek into the ramp. 5v4, and the Ninjas Oh, they still want a little bit more. Flatro shot in the toes. GXX with the op kill, though. Right back to the even 4v4. Quick weapon swap. Flatro is going to take the op roll, and is everybody going to come just barreling out into this ace?
They have full nades, and they actually have, you know, position on A ramp, and with this op in play, some smokes going down. Be a nice counter to ATK. He'll be open in CT for the moment, but oh, they're swinging. There's an opportunity. They don't go ahead and smoke CT spawn, but now the opera actually has to play back. ATK has to be worried about getting someone getting flashed into CT.
Oh, GXX point blank on the stairs smoke. Because it faded sooner than the jungle one, you saw Hampus ready to try and put his eyes on bomb site. Could have interrupted that plant, but instead, we're looking at the Bad News Eagles with a 4v5 round win. If they can just hold off this 3-man retake. Rez on jungle. Oh, on Flatro, immediate pickup versus ATK. Rez looking for an answer here. Player spotted on bench, but there it is. A lead for BNE.
Yeah, super solid 4v5. And they do that because of the op, I think, from GXX to trade Brolin, as he gets a lot of damage off on one on A ramp, but this is what's more important here. And at this point in the round, 105, they were already grouped for an A hit, and all the rest of the CTs were outside in rotator positions, including ATK. So they gave ATK an opportunity off the Palace peak, but that wasn't capitalized on. Then that's all they needed. They found the op, they threw the nades on site. And I think GXX swaps out to the AK, gets on stairs.
Yes, yes he does.
And the great part about that position is, oh, hold on, we might go fast. And you never know with these guys. They've been running through some of their own smokes.
That's what I'm saying, dude. This is a really slick tempo. Utility usage, inside connector, Synopsy getting the better of Rez.
Uh-oh, Soft takes a shot.
There's more damage versus Hampus. He is 100% under pressure. Flatro wastes no time. He's drawing so much attention out of the ninjas.
He's in a very tough spot. They know where he is, but they both kind of have to handshake to not overextend it. Yeah, eventually Hampus will find him, but Plopsky goes down in exchange.
Can't get a second. Hampus, just that one op kill. ATK will find one as he tries to cross into the bomb site. Scenari's hands will be busy. We've got a jungle lurk. Synopsy. Yep, easy does it. Brolin with his back turned. And ATK position confirmed.
Oh, he can't leave now.
They've got him locked in. And they've got the ninjas bottomed out. 6-4 to the T side of the Bad News Eagles, with very little economy here for the CTs to play with.
In the game we casted when they played on Ancient, they looked a little stiff. A lot of executes, stuff where it just felt like they were too legible, and it was really hard for them to get away with anything. But in all their other games, they played so much better. And of course, Flatro also had one off game where he was one of the main carries for the team in all the other maps. And I think in this game, it's such a better representation of what they can do, I feel like. And really looking forward now to seeing Ancient on top of the rest of this map. But fire at the feet of NIP. So many little tactics are working out against them, especially in Connector.
Quick 5-7 opening here from Rez. Not bad, considering he's firing off from window. Window to top mid duel, dude. Ooh, wow. GXX as sharp as ever. Props to him as well. You know, that one round where Flatro, where they just trade weapons, GXX suddenly becomes that forward position on stairs. Flatro uses the op, kills 2 more players later in the post plant. So just shows like a nice dynamic here from Bad News Eagles. They got depth. And like they said in the interview, they got trust.
They have trust, they have depth. They're good at creating a lot of chaos and being in control of it. Really good pacing. I mean, yeah, quite hard to read. Hampus won one of the key rounds with that 3-in-a-row Deagle hold on the B site. And that kind of messed up the money for Bad News Eagles, but, you know, actually, I mean, they had a buy right after, but drained the rest of their account. Honestly, a wicked shot. Not even a wall bang. Chimona.
Chickamona.
Well, I mean, what gun are you going to put their stickers on?
BNEs? Maybe my Empress?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Maybe a red line?
Or across the red line, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It would almost look like it was part of the gun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bloodsport?
Mm-hmm.
Code Red, Desert Eagle.
Code Red. Why always red on red? Any complementary colors? What about some green guns?
You know, green guns are actually quite rare in CSGO.
There's an Wild Lotus.
The Wild Lotus AK-47, yes, that's true. But I ain't made of money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's settle down.
Yeah, we need some scrawny stickers.
I've practiced my autograph for a long time, Launders.
I think there's an earthquake in Sweden.
Oh my God.
Dosh.
What is that?
Are they drilling outside? What's... Which one's the coach?
Dog's there to protect them from Denmark.
That Danish dinosaur. It's big and hungry.
All right, back into the action. 4 in a row for the Bad News Eagles. So glad I predicted them to win this.
Oh, another connector tactic.
Oh, spam.
He looked in the right spot there.
Oh, Von Flatro's going to run a little bit too quick.
This is kind of tricky for him. They play 1B, so they play 2 on A, but 1 under Balk. So, yeah, we've seen a lot of rounds from Bad News Eagles come up with fast A ramp plays into connector pressure. NIP set up very well in this round.
Raygon's looking for some kind of overextension, but nobody's really giving him the fight that he hunts for. Look down. Look, he's right there. Quick kill. Easy does it versus Brolin. Bomb to the dirt outside of Palace, and all that's left here is for Scenaria and GXX to try their damnedest. But, you know, this is a quick one, I would say, for Bad News Eagles, right? Running out from A ramp, being caught on sandwich. The spacing between the players didn't really facilitate a trade. And all things considered, I would say majority of the time that Bad News Eagles have played that kind of pace, they're winning rounds. This is just one that gets a little bit away from them.
One thing I like about this setup from NIP is that even if the op kill works off cat, when that fast spawn comes in, another connector, you know, play works out, and that's really sick. Even with that, Brolin under Balk is the perfect response to the A ramp pressure that was going to follow anyways. So yeah, it goes probably worse than they had planned for it to, but NIP were really waiting for this. Basically, 4 players both watching connector and A ramp in that exact situation.
Nice kill from Esatag.
They got a couple of rounds to play with.
For sure.
A lot of buys coming in here.
Overall, still feels like it is Bad News Eagles to definitely be setting the tempo for this first half.
Man, they exploding mid again. They're expecting some fatigue here from the CT side. Fnatic smoke into window, and Juan Flatro is not stopping, making his way up cat. Look at these continuation flashes, too. He gets into the ladder room early.
I'm telling dude, Flatro looking like freaking art sometimes. Throws himself at them. Sure enough, catches Hampus off guard. That's a nice little recovery here for the Ninjas that Esatag's able to win his Palace duel. If both those kills go the other direction, then 5v3 and this feels over. Plopsky tries to chase into the ladder room. He's burning, but he's okay. On 68 HP, nice post from GXX. And with that opening over towards Catwalk, we saw Bad News Eagles waste no time, and Esatag will do the same thing, but Raygon's able to get into the back market, push this to the 2v2 off the bomb plant, and leave Rez and Plopsky to try and come in with the clutch. Flash towards Arches. Smokes ahead of Plopsky, trying to create a safe space, a route for him to get into this retake alongside Rez. And it's a process of elimination. They're making that contact back bench, but Raygon's been able to sit here and wait. And that element of surprise, that catches Rez off guard. Plopsky's running in, and oh, what's the communication?
Wow, I don't know.
Looks the wrong direction, and a well-earned pop-off for a well-earned clutch.
Doubling up on bench, that was the call right there. And for some reason, as you mentioned, wasn't calmed. First kill comes down. I mean, they're within seconds of each other. I don't know.
He was looking at it for a second.
Yeah, that is a communication thing. I want to assume, because he could have slipped out of bench, I guess, slightly, but anyways.
Single Famas Desert Eagles. Bad News Eagles shooting for a 10-5 half if they have it their way.
Man, the game plan has been transparent. Fast up cat.
It's
pressure
just
on connector. It's coming every time, but They know it and can't stop it, yeah.
No. One Flatro with another crisp, clean AK headshot. Make it a trio of frags.
I don't know if it's the knife, but, you know, he's looking a lot like Config right now.
Rolling. Dude, they're everywhere. This is oppressive.
They're playing so strong.
A suffocating T-side. Look at the fun they're having.
I can't believe they're just actually abusing
speed.
They're taking out mid without all their smokes like landing immediately. They're risking the op actually starting window and finding an opening on a couple of these situations. Spots where I think 2Cat is actually also a good idea. And it's cool because we've seen the mid control lead into fast connector presence where 2 CTs have been there. But as soon as we started to see 4A from NIP, then they just take that mid control and lean into the B site. And that's worked for the later portion of this first half. Very dynamic, very fast.
Essa tag picks one off easy. Bomb now thrown down. So final round of the T side here from Bad News Eagles. And they'll be challenged with the 3v5. Scenari just going to lose a quarter of his health. Still looking to help out. Synopsy's found a nice pathing out through connector. He shaves Plopsky off. Smoke Grenade's going to deal with Rez's cap peek for the time being, so really pressure can be applied to this bomb site. There's a chance that Brolin's able to throw himself through the smoke or maybe overtick it, but it's looking like the CTs will just hold and wait.
They're preoccupied with a lurk timing through CT spawn. Might be better. Oh, yeah. I mean, they've got 2 here, so Essa is back covered. It's worth being worried about, but right now, of course, we see the intention of Bad News Eagles just to plant the bomb on A. Oh, but the bomb gets interrupted by Hampus off Cat.
And all the while, we've got Rez getting ever closer through the palace, so soon GXX should be compromised.
Yeah, they just need to plant fast, but yeah, Rez, he could...
Yeah, that's at least GXX dead. Easy does it. And Synopsy's already been found out. He too toppled as it is a 6th for the Ninjas on this CT side. But we're talking a lickety-split bit of aggression from the Bad News Eagles and a bit of a stunning first half.
Am I not getting something there?
Use my big fat brain.
Well, that's actually really hard. I don't even know.
I've seen this on Twitter. Like, honestly, I don't really know how to play at all.
So I guess a word related to CS that's 5 letters, yeah?
Oh la la.
Force. All right, so 2 green letters are green, right?
Go with Galil. Are they all 5-letter words?
We'll start with the Glock.
Well, that's actually really hard. I don't even know. Another word that starts with an F.
Can we go with Scout again?
I'll say Scout.
I'm gonna say... Okay, I'll just say Shiro. Let's see if there's an I. And that's the right area, too.
How about train? What? Oh... I see now.
I feel like I'm supposed to know it, but I don't know it. Can we go with knife again?
Let's do faith. I'm trying to figure out if it's A for the second letter. It's not.
How about cash? It has a C, L, and an E, an I in it. Okay, I see how to play now.
Is it flock? Flock? Is it?
Let me think for like 30 more seconds.
Oh, it's flick. It's flick. Yeah, I got it. Sick.
Oh, flick. Jesus Christ.
Flick. Dang it. Probably watching this back, I'm gonna be like, dude, that was so obvious.
Okay, I'm gonna go with oh la la.
Okay, trust. Just trust.
Phone. Hooray, it's green.
Try alive for the next word. Okay, so E is the last letter then, yeah, and then S is something.
It's a good thing for NIP that Blast has breaks at the halftime, because maybe that's enough of a chance to catch their breath. What an oppressive and impressive half from the Bad News Eagles.
Oh, they're collecting space like Pokemon cards right there. They just were taking everything so fast, and they were shooting hot. Juan Flatro up front, really good spacing. Honestly, I felt like they were pretty predictable, or unpredictable, I should say. And yeah, you could really see that game plan develop over time, responding to all the reactions from NIP. So they were just straight up the better team right there. And NIP at first looked like the individuals were coming through too. I mean, we had a good half from Brola and a really strong half from Hampus and Rez on top of it. But still, it wasn't enough. This jump spot is really safe, but there are times where someone can slip by on the left side. Oh, Synopsy will hunt one down on the ramp. That's a bit of pressure taken out.
Easy little one tap.
They'll be a little pressed about that one, and they'll sneak out of Palace as well. There's no bomb spotted, so it'll be hard to score a rotation. And now I think, you know, yeah, attention will be on the B site. Info was gained. The good thing about that jump spot, sometimes it's not reciprocated. Like, you don't always notice that someone had spotted you. There's Flops, you're running into 3 CTs now.
Oh, dude. Defense all over the place at the moment. 2 versus 5. Everybody's here for Bad News Eagles as well. Ninjas in pajamas, they'll get nothing.
Oof, they couldn't hit a shot.
A clean sweep of the second pistol, and Bad News Eagles have 10.
They could not buy a kill right there. Enough bullets went by. That's about it.
You think Ninjas are a little shook?
They know they have to work hard at least.
Maybe we shouldn't play highlights from that round.
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of bullets missed in those last few kills. But at least, you know, we could see Bad News Eagles. They stuffed 2 lurkers on the A side, so...
You know, we'll just watch the first kill 5 times.
Sometimes, you know, when you have too many teammates alive, you start missing bullets because you know your team's going to take care of it.
For sure. Just shoot. You know, it's sometimes it's about quantity and not quality.
For once. It's always been about quality for some reason.
Do have Hampus inside the apartments and a lot of players top mid. I'd like to see Rigon just sit here for a little bit. You know, as long as his teammates don't feel pressure elsewhere, pretty strong spot, but with the top mid play and pressure, it is his call to action. He'll return towards mid.
Look at this. They have nobody in B right now. They're spotting off a cat, which is not the way you want to hold B as a solo guy, but starting to move back in. Juan Flatro decapitated.
A big deke from Rez. Synopsy's going to be smoked off top connector.
Oh, they got the hint, though. We got 2 rotations over towards this site, with one at the top of connector and a flank through A ramp.
Sonara just got to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed here. Will take one with him. Synopsy with the kill through smoke, but Plopsky's also got that deke. Esatag planting bomb for Cat. We'll have an eventual flank from GXX.
It's pretty fast.
But for now, it's just Synopsy, and there's nothing he can do really to contain these positions.
So Plopsky's going to be the first target, right? He's here in the corner,
exposed to the window.
And Synopsy's just checking everything else for him.
GXX should see it first. Sure enough, that one's his for the taking. Hampus now known. Synopsy looking for the 1v2. Esatag, he's got the health advantage. And Synopsy's going to expect him to be further back, but now he just needs to run him down, gun him down, and he chases it. The frag is his, but how about the 10-second stick?
Wow.
Ooh, it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, he's got it, though. That's really well done. Oh, my God, that's right into the green. He had that confidence, man.
Bad News Eagles with the clutch.
Jeez. On the money. Hey. NIP made this hard as hell. That second banger from Plopsky. First one's in the body. Second one, bop, from range. That was key. But that big flank was well played, you know. You hear the whine of that bomb. And S-Tag played it well. Didn't peek the right side. Held for a long time there. Could have tucked on the pillar, but didn't know how close his opponent was. Definitely didn't make a mistake. Just nicely played from Bad News Eagles. It's quite an investment here from NIP. In fact, they put They put all their chips on the table. 2 AKs, kits on both the AKs, and a late mid-crawl. Rounds like this, I could see GXX having a fair bit of impact, as I think NIP will be quite stingy with the utility they have. Or sorry, Bad News Eagles will be quite stingy probably. Or no, I had it right the first time. Having only these AKs with so much to work for.
Cheeky spot from Hampus.
Making a good amount of progress.
Brolin not too far off the mark. Juanflatro, presses up close. Brolin head popped. And we do still have the ninjas with a nice bit of cap pressure. Hampus has been here the entire time.
Man, that's a lot of grenades gone. They can't get that AK back either.
Speaking of time, 20 seconds. Rigon's able to spray down one. Oh, Scenari, that's a headshot somehow? Magnetized to Hampus's head. Plopsky the next dead. Rez 1v4, no bomb on his back. 10 seconds on his clock, and Scenari locks this in. That's a 12th for the Eagles.
That's a fantastic hold. Some good awareness from Juanflatro inside a connector. Brolin's trying to get that lurk to when they smoke the bottom of connector, they're crossing behind it. I think they're actually hoping that some players at the top connector are going to shoot at the cat guys. And then in this position, you know, maybe Brolin can try to kill them. But Juanflatro had the exact right idea. And Scenari puts up a beautiful 3-piece with just this Falmus in hand. Good use of this util. 2 times the rounds of NIP in this first map.
Holy hell. Hampus under threat. Synopsy's not going to push his luck here. For all he knows, there's an entire team waiting around that corner. Frag grenade? Yeah, excellent. Half of Hampus down. GXX early pick through the Palace.
Can't believe you turned your back on such a great team, Connor.
Well, I did pick them. You know what I mean? So I predicted them to win this, and I'm feeling good about that prediction.
Oh, you did predict them?
Yeah.
Oh, you stuck with it. I thought you switched back.
Well, I predicted them at first.
Okay. We're just going to leave this to Twitter so people can be less confused about your prediction.
Just, you know, I picked them. If anybody says I switched, fake news.
Okay.
Ready to go? Be gone. Rez is dead, and that's 13 for BNE. Roll your R the best you can.
I mean, I don't know why you made me do that.
I thought you'd do better. I thought, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. In front of millions.
You told me you spoke French.
Yeah.
Just no R's.
Oui, oui.
Quick util towards middle. We're going to see if the ninjas can press up, but look at this. The same boost that caught BNE off guard is going to be utilized versus NIP. And GXX again with an op pick.
And look how many players are inside of middle on the CT side.
Oh, they're so ready for this fight. Numbers to the side of BNE, but here's a quick response, in fact.
Actually, Rez picks one off from the underpass. And Synopsy will find another. They didn't know. They thought that for sure NIP left in this spot.
Ooh.
You know, I mean, this round's a little scary, but, you know, Rez has the bomb up in the B halls. But they're giving time here for Bad News Eagles to come through with a reaction, and we already have an A ramp push. So if this goes too slowly for NIP, they could actually flub a 3v2.
But if they don't drop this chance, that's a 3v5 win for them.
I definitely I wouldn't expect NIP to still be in middle at this point in the round. So it's probably a good call for them to play it super slow, tuck, and wait to listen to some CTs moving around. Now, the awkward part about this is they're actually finding the gap, going up into connector after an A ramp push came down. But man, Scenari actually comes back.
Yeah, oh, look at this. Perfect position, pops back up, spots bomb.
Oh, that nade is actually amazing.
Goes for another and finds Tag's head on a silver platter. A 3v5 that could be ripped away from NIP, assuming Plopsky can't clutch this.
He's limited. He's tied to this bomb. It's on the inside of default. He can't go too far.
He's got no util and lesser health than both his opponents. Scenari coming out of the palace. GXX over top of the stairs. Plopsky, looked like he was locked in, but a clutch back from BNE.
Wow, man.
Huge moment for Scenari down on ramp.
That was
3 kills in that 2v3.
They had the false positive, right? They looked into middle, they saw nobody. They had every reason to push all the way through and assume the group up was coming into the B halls, but they stayed active looking for information this whole time, and Scenari had the confidence to come back. And look at the timing he found for himself. So well played on the ramp. Not just kind of thinking they might come A, but really prepared for it. And this nade combined with the spray, total punishment on ATK. Wow, I mean, really good plays here from Bad News Eagles all the way around.
Oh, they are pumped.
Finding it hard to even criticize NIP too heavily for losing these rounds, because we're just seeing such a high level come out of Bad News Eagles. I can't blame them. This is tough.
I will say one of the reasons I actually changed my prediction was because I just assumed that BNE were going to have to return home and play from, like, you know, the unoptimal situation that a lot of these that they're in, you know, the LAN cafes,
yada yada,
you know, whatever not, man. But it's actually really, really awesome that they have the local support to return home and get to play side by side. NIP aren't at their offices.
Some of them are, yeah. Just, you know, Campus is like by himself.
He's down in the dungeon.
Coach, I think, is maybe at home.
So, you know, I feel like this is a setup that we don't get to see Bad News Eagles play with when it's an online event. This is awesome.
They get to control the AC.
One of the best things about what we saw at the RMR from Bad News Eagles was their energy, was their fire, was their passion, was their drive to succeed. And now they are feeding off of that. They are keeping the momentum rolling, not only from event to event, but within this map as well, round to round. They are on fire, 14-6 over the Ninjas. And Synopsy, the confidence to just chase down Rez and end him on the outskirts of Palace. He even sticks around. And Plopsky, I am sorry, my friend, but you are destined for death if you walk around those corners. Scenari using the unpopped vent to find Hampus. And Plopsky, yeah, you've got reasons to be nervous. He'll walk away here. Brolin inside of the ladder room, but a 3v5 attempt from the Ninjas yet again, or Bad News Eagles secure OT at least. Shadow advantage not enough.
Oh.
Bro, GXX is sharp.
Yeah, he is.
And now we got Rion going down into top mid. That's the only thing so far that's gone the way of Nip.
Yeah, but now that's, you know, 1 of 2 players spotted on the map. It's the CT's round to lose. Man, that's nuts, man. Even the unpop vent catching Hampus. The one time he tries to lurk at what feels like just the tail end of this game. And they lose a clean default. Getting hunted down in the back of Palace. I don't think a lot of teams or players would even attempt that, so I'm not surprised NIP were not expecting it.
Molotov destined for 1 Flatro. And he's still able to fight a little, but ATK is going to end him inside the flames. Here's the flank from Synopsy. Easy does it, no stress. And Plopsky, however, is welcomed to a wide open B bomb site. So nice fake sold there by ATK.
Well, he's got kind of a canvas to work with, right? He knows they're all focused on the A site. Bomb gets planted in a default position. He's got a few seconds to buy to just punish this push. This would be enormous, actually.
Works out. Oh, a second. Plopsky gunning for the 1v3. Synopsy, he knows he's right there, but Plopsky just can't end it. 46 health makes the difference. Bad News Eagles, 15 in the bag.
Their logo's on fire. Confidence is maxed out. They can do no wrong here. They can really do no wrong. Everything they're doing is working out. I mean, this is sweaty and beautiful. Oh, Jesus. He was basically... I think he was ready for up top. What an adjustment, man. Wow. That was so fast. Loop it around like a Pasha flick right there.
Hooked.
Damn.
Valiant effort there from Plopsky.
Oh.
But it just wasn't enough. So, 9 map points for Bad News Eagles to close their pick.
They scored themselves a one-way, and Dragon is down here at the bottom of connector with support behind him, but he doesn't even need it.
Oh, it is a thing of beauty. But it's not over just yet. Plopsky Rez stuck inside of mid. There's Rez's head blown off, and Plopsky down. Bad news, Eagles succeed in their opening map versus NIP. Jubilation and disappointment, a contrast in reactions from these two teams.
That was brutal. I think the better team won by a big margin. They didn't let off. They won all their good rounds. Had a 4v5 in there. Wow. That was special. That was special.
And it's not over. Now, of course, we do have NIP with a map win over BNE on Ancient very recently, and this is a bit of a specialty. So I think NIP just need a second to reset, and I think Bad News Eagles are going to be riding that high from RMR into Showdown into what could be a 2-0 over the favorites. We'll see, maybe. And we'll also, of course, get a word from the desk.
The game is like this, I can put two.
There's always going to be that feeling of getting CSGO'd. It's just kind of depressing.
I use my time wisely.
You never know till the end, like to the last second, what will happen. It's changed my life.
Thumbs up. So I've been playing CSGO for 15 years now. I think I have around 16k on CSGO, which is a lot, I guess.
So yeah, I've played over like 10,000 hours.
I've played that for 14,000 hours according to Steam.
I really love the gameplay of CSGO. Obviously it's an amazing game.
In terms of the competition and the competitive aspects.
But yeah, obviously hitting amazing headshots and all that, I think especially with the 1D or like a one tap with the AK, it always works out.
They have built an amazing game, and it's like one of the only games I find fun to compete in.
And at the same time, it can be a very disappointing game at times. But I really think we need some new maps in the game.
I guess the developer could really be more active sometimes, but I think it's all good where we are now.
There's always going to be that feeling of getting CSGO'd or like a smoke going through the floor, so...
Nowadays my CS is different than before. I used to play a lot. Now I don't play a lot because I feel bugs are way too bad.
At times the game's a 10 out of 10, at times the game's a 1 out of 10. So for that, thumbs up I guess. But yeah, a thumbs up.
Could be seeing some improvement though. I would definitely give it a thumbs up based on the amount of hours I've played already.
So I just focus on the team, that's it. I use my time wisely.
I've spent 11,000 of CS already.
I think I've got about 2,000 hours at least.
I've been playing this game for 15,000 hours.
18,000 hours. Just imagine how much I'm playing CSGO.
I've played 12,000 hours.
I gave you a thumbs up.
CSGO is a great game. I really love playing it.
Because of things of strategy, because it's fun to play with friends also.
You know, of course I give the 5 stars to CSGO because it's my favorite game.
I love this game.
I spent countless hours on it. You know, half time of my life is CS.
This game is my life for more than 5 years.
It kind of reminds of chess.
The only bad news on Mirage was for the Ninjas. The Eagles on fire. They tear apart NIP in such an assertive victory. We talked about the confident playstyle that we expected BNE to come with if they had any hope of taking down the Ninjas, and they have exactly that to match on Mirage. That was an incredible performance from them.
Oh yeah, BNE is riding the wave right now, and you can see after every single round win, they are jumping out of their chairs, they're throwing their headsets around, they're looking at each other, high fives, yelling. I mean, we're seeing the best energy out of this team right now.
They were looking good. They were looking solid. You know, they were feasting on NIP. It felt like they were by far the better team, by far the better individuals. A lot of the rounds, you know, 10, 15 seconds into it, especially in the second half, you'd already have a couple of kills going the way of BNE. They were playing with so much confidence, so much poise, and they didn't let NIP breathe once on that CT side.
Let's pick up one of those particular rounds from BNE in that first half in our eco play, because this was a round that kind of catapulted them to get a few rounds in the bag, and that's momentum.
They won an eco buy or force buy right here, went on to win the following 6 rounds out of 7 as well. We see it right here. It's the Tech 9 buy, fast out middle, coming up through connector, and unfortunately, we see Tech getting caught off guard here a little bit. With a nade in his hand, throws it, pulls out the deagle, but the problem is he's dying, but his teammate is also sacrificed because Tech wasn't quick enough to realize what was going on right here. The teammate of Tech was standing, what's going on right here? While he was tumbling around with the grenades. Another kill comes in, the B plan goes down, and at this point, it's unlosable for BNE. They are in a 4v2, they have the bomb planted on the B bomb side. You have to make a lot of mistakes if you want to lose this. And as said, they went on to win 6 of the following 7 rounds. This is a round you cannot lose if you're NIP. And yeah, I put the blame a little bit on Tech right here. It's, I guess, unlucky as well a little bit. They're both crammed up inside this window area, but if you just missed a second against a team who's playing so aggressive, you will get punished.
And that's something that we were talking about coming into this, the fact that Tech, you know, now going into that primary AWPing role, we've got to give them a little bit of time to get used to that. It's not an easy role to be transitioning over into, but, you know, wasn't one of his best strengths alongside the whole kind of side of NIP as well.
Of course. I think it also has a lot to do with just the energy inside the NIP team right now. Honestly, the way that game was going, which I think that BNE played in a fantastic Mirage, and I think that's how Mirage needs to be played sometimes, is sometimes you just need to let the rock roll down the hill. And it's just better that the game ended 16-6 and NIP didn't like try to fight their way back in too crazy, because the momentum was too awful for them. Like you could see on the face cams that they're face palming, they've got their head down, they're sad. You know, when this is happening inside of a team, to be able to crawl out of that sometimes is more painful than just playing out the map and then moving on to the next one, because that hits a nice reset button.
And the fact that that round that you put onto the spotlight just there, Jacob, the fact that the NIP only won 2 more rounds after that in the entire map as well. I expected NIP to be putting up a bit more of a fight against the Eagles.
For sure. I mean, yeah, you can put a bit of blame on Tech for missing that round, but it's not his fault that the rest of the team is falling down completely after that moment. I fully agree. It's simply not good enough for NIP. They were very well aware that Mirage was a possibility coming into this matchup as well, so they must have prepared for what BNE came in with. So yeah, slightly disappointed by NIP. Couldn't get it going. The individuals couldn't get it going. And overall, I don't think there was any doubt right here. BNE were by far the better team.
The fact that that round you picked up as well in particular kind of set up the pacing that we were then to expect for BNE going forward in Mirage.
Synopsy, right? We have to talk about him just a little bit. This weird guy in a way. He's a proactive lurker, I would almost say, right? He plays the outside perimeters on the map, and he likes to be alone, but he's, instead of waiting for the rest of the team to do the job, he gets into these nasty positions. You see him up here getting into window. This round as well, where he sneaked behind the entire defense, getting 2 kills, winning the round single-handedly. There was a couple of times when he went out towards the B bomb side as well and just did the dirty stuff to NIP. He's an aggressive type of lurk role and an aggressive type of guy playing on his own, and he was doing a fantastic job right here, finishing with 120 ADR as well. That was one of the best games I've ever seen Synopsy play.
And
I
it
think what
perfectly
you're saying
fits
is
in.
config lurking.
Yeah, literally. I was just going to say, it kind of perfectly fits in with that style that we've seen out of BNE. And just going back to the interview that we heard earlier on, trust, that was a huge factor that One Factory was saying coming into this team. The fact that they just trust each other in terms of these proactive plays as well. And you can see it really playing out on the cams and inside the server.
Yeah, being able to see it like that, like in physical essence, you know, they're looking at each other, they're affirming for each other that, hey, you're my teammate and you're doing fantastic. This is what keeps this atmosphere going. But like I said, Mirage, I mean, when you're on the CT side of this, when you're NIP playing CT side, this is so difficult. It's so scary to play catwalk. It's so scary to play connector. It's so scary to want to fight back, especially in this mid-focus center of the map, because they were so heavy on it over and over and over again, but they did a fantastic job.
I'm really excited to get onto the ground of Ancient. Of course, this is NIP's map pick coming into it, and we can see in the odd. Oh, there incredibly close now. They're presented by Betway. Reason why I'm so excited to see Ancient is because this is a map that we saw them playing last time. NIP managed to push it over the line. It was a best-of-1 series. It was back at the RMR. Do you want to give us a kind of a TLDR of what went on that map and what you're kind of maybe expecting to see change?
I mean, Res happened in that game. On the CT side, he went 27-3 in the first half, so he single-handedly destroyed B&E in that one. I don't expect that to happen once more. And to be fair, B&E, when they got on the CT side, they poised a decent comeback. They made it 16-11, and fact of the matter is we're going into Ancient. NIP picked the map, so B&E now gets to start on that CT side. I'm actually a little bit worried for NIP. Unless Res is having another game of his life, then what I've seen here in Mirage is a team full of confidence, and I've seen NIP struggling a little bit. Brolan played well to begin with, but he's going to be much, much needed here in Ancient as well.
I feel as though B&E aren't even going to be concerned about the last match between them and Ancient. It's like, I feel like they're like, whatever, guys, it's a new game. Come on, we're going to do this. But maybe they've figured something out as well. Like maybe there's something to stop Rez, because also Plopsky had a good game in that one as well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be interesting. I think your point about the mentality going into it as well. We kind of talk about these underdog teams having absolutely nothing to lose. They are now riding one of the highest highs they've had in their entire Counter-Strike career for all of these players combined. So you've got to be coming into this thinking, this is kind of the cherry on top. They've already qualified for the major. If they can make a deep run here, that's just another impressive stat from them.
Sure, and I guess you can make the case as well that it means more to B&E than it does to NIP without taking anything away from this fantastic circuit and this fantastic tournament. For B&E to qualify for Lisbon going into the arena, that would be an experience of a lifetime. Whereas a lot of these players from NIP, they've tried it before, they've been there before. So there's something about this, pure emotion, pure motivation, to get to a place you've never been before against a team like NIP, who, sure, they are experienced players. But I mean, right now, I'm really, really afraid for NIP. I'm actually willing to say that I think B&E is going to win this 1-2-0.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does go down as we are awaiting on the doorstep of Ancient. Of course, NIP's map pick coming into this. They had success last time around, but B&E are looking on fire. We can see if they're going to continue that streak and pull off the upset in just a few.
A map win here on Ancient wouldn't put the Bad News Eagles in that Altus arena, but it would put them one step closer. And it would 100% put them on every other team's radar when it comes to the showdown. The Betway odds still, no, they've swapped.
They swapped, yeah. Yeah, I mean, after that... Man, they got 2 chances now to win the series, plus Ancient, it's a rematch, so they could definitely learn from their last go on Ancient. Man, how ridiculous would it be if BNE somehow qualified to the, to Lisbon? They're at the major. I mean, it's just so much. So much. What a ride it's been for them past couple of weeks. Now, the Ancient here, of course, Rez tore him up. I mean, Rez just completely smacked him up on TT side. It was really hard for BNE to get into the game on T side. But I think in this game, they should be starting CT, right? Yeah, so they get to start off on CT, which might help them out a bit. And we've seen what the confidence has done for them. It's almost tangible at this point.
Bro, we're about to have a hell of a clash here on this B site.
Wow.
Util comes over top. That's going to be cave smoked, deep smoke, and Juan Flatro surviving way longer than he should have. Synopsy quickly killing at.CEST on the flank. Double kill from Rez. Them dual Berettas starting to chew him up a bit. GXX could never get into this fight because of the smoke grenades, but oh, Brolin, he's going to give him the side of the head. An easy first pickup in the 1v3, but a crossfire here between Hampus and Plopsky that should and will be his end.
You could see he was about to jump out after that kill. He kind of felt that crossfire coming. That execute that NIP throw is, I think, what Astralis have developed and used the most on their pistol rounds. Smoking deep in spawn on the left here and taking and pushing all the way deep for control. And I think that's really key on this map right now. I think that'll just be the standard way to exec on the site. There's a lot of stuff to clear out back there, but with just a couple of Molotovs, you can take out some of the crossfire angles that you have to work with, and the retake will be a lot more difficult, which is the main problem right now for the T side.
Ooh. Hello, Mr. Deagle. App is going to fall quick with this one. Flatro trying to grab the gun. Ooh, searching in the mud. He got it.
Wow, they let him have it.
He's going to go ahead, throw that into the hands of Regan. And with it, we've got an armored Galil on the field alongside the Deegs and Scout of GXX.
That was the activity that we saw on Mirage. That was really amazing to watch from Bad News Eagles, and it looks like they're keeping it up here too. Some very loose rotations. They're actively spotting inside of middle for some last-second adjustments from NIP. And now sometimes the T's can press up, wait for this spot up until the last second, and then squeeze for donut control. But GXX nails one. Not only that, but he gets a tag on Brolin. Rez is hit, and he's still doing more.
Oh, the nade's going to find him.
But the Galil's still up, and Rez got tagged back box. He has to jump up just to get the bomb.
Oh, this is an awkward position.
Oh, the smoke misses.
Oh, Regan's going to get him another grenade kill coming back from the Ninjas, but a half-health S attack through the smoke. Bad News Eagles lose pistol and bounce right back.
Caw. It's like, I don't even know if Eagles do that.
It's like a Bad News canary. Look, dude, this scout pop off from GXX, the headshot, the 2 follow-up shots, tons of damage.
They accidentally throw the lurk smoke, and oh, Jesus, that visualization from Scenari. They got decimated right there, man. They didn't even have good guns, and they gave up a gun inside of middle.
Nade thrown onto Brolin. GXX ready to challenge here on lane, but he just lost track of him. Finds him.
Yeah. Ankle bracelet starts going off.
When you got enough bullets,
use them.
Everybody else from the Ninjas posturing against this long smoke. Whoa, that's a
risky
replay, boys. Oh, but we
oh my God,
you guys are dangerous.
Never doubted.
Yeah, never for a second did I doubt you. Dude, oh my God, I can't believe yo, you guys are nuts. Synopsy,
timings.
He's gonna find 1 kill, but I mean, jokes aside, Ninjas, they have gotten into this A site. S-Tag also again down to half. He's gonna go for that bomb plant. Flatro wasting no time. Runs right into this. And Rez, oh, double headshot, gets away with the A1S, looking for his 4th kill in the round, and GXX jumps on top of it.
He's prescient.
Into the M4, the Defuse 2, and a 2nd round win for BNE.
A clutch here for GXX, the scout round inside mid to kick off the steal back, and denying Rez is key because confidence from Rez was insane the last time they played Ancient, so that's one clutch taken away, and it wasn't even the first kill of the round for him. I think he needed all of that, the jump and the pre-fire.
Oh, yes. All part of the plan.
Or Rez is going to take him out.
All part of the plan.
God damn.
Now a chance to stabilize for BNE, because, yeah, 2 round wins in a row here, but that last one a little sketchy. Rez definitely trying his damnedest. And you did say, right, Rez was the guy that blew him apart in their last matchup.
It was like, he was like 27 and 12 or something.
Beastly. Barbaric. And right now he's got that solo AK, so he'll have to be the crack of the whip if Ninjas want to steal away this 4th one. A little boost.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, I like how it goes, like works simultaneously with the
lower peak.
Yeah, with Hampus kind of right behind it.
Synopsy just holding the cross while they don't have anyone playing inside of snipers at the moment.
Clean.
Free haircuts here.
Hampus grabs the AK, runs through the red room. Synopsy not going to shy away from this fight.
Oh my god, he's got someone behind him.
Bro,
on his right,
peels
and left.
off.
And he's actually sneaking into pocket. They won't clear him now, but the weird part is Hampus is through spawn. I don't even know what to make of that.
Great damage on Flatro, finding the lineup versus Brolin.
And
who is also going to get away from Synopsy.
I didn't realize Hampus has an AK. Now they...
Yeah. Took it off of Rez's dead body.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so, I mean, yeah, Hampus has to have his team mobilize around his position. He kind of feels like the timing's being called, but okay, Synopsy gets clipped.
GXX scoped in.
Man, he's pushed to the left. Oh, he sneaks out back through mid, and now they can go for A. Rigon has so much coming at him.
Yeah, but he's got backs turned. 3 kills.
They're
Easy.
all clearing
Does
Donut.
it. Everybody looking elsewhere, and that could have been the 1 kill that gets Ninjas into this bomb site with the plant and Hampus on this mid lurk. Instead, the pieces fall all around them.
Oh, this is the weird one. Okay, the only weird thing about this was Synopsy was the donut player that got the first kill.
True.
And then Hampus killed him coming back up into snipers, and 3 of them run by it. Now, there could have been 2 CTs here, that's for sure. But, of course, this one risk of the round is good enough. And this couldn't look easier here for Rigon, so... Well. They smoke him. Oh, man. Whoa, oh, my God. Is this... Wait, what section of Twitch are we on right now?
The right one.
The gun show.
CSGO. Finding all sorts of new ways to compete. One Flatro. And a buyback here from Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's see if the guns will be enough.
No op here on the A site. So.
No. Spamming that smoke can also be an invitation.
No donut player, but they have mid control, so they have 2 fast rotations. I think that all the space that's been taken looks really appropriate here from NIP. They could know that the CTs are heavy into mid, and they're listening here. You know, when these guys are silent in A, they're listening to donut as well, so any util that gets used will be information gained. And at.CEST responding to that incendiary is enormous because he's trying to maintain that there could be numbers outside holding for him. But Watcher immediately comes to disrespect it, and at.CEST will get caught.
Sure.
But not
enough.
only that, they'll also see that no one is there behind him over his shoulder.
They're clamping down on mid control. Rigon about to get a bit of contact here. Again, he finds them with heads turned and an easy double down. Back to back. And last time it was pistols. This one, all the more impressive. His dynamic positioning inside this A site as an A anchor is something that's really nice to watch.
Yeah, yeah.
He's got good off angles and he's keeping them guessing clearly back to back.
But yeah. But look at this immediately, you know, it becomes extremely clear where the default is lean. They were just chilling in mid. They clear out B. And of course, this angle is beautiful for holding it down. But Rigon's got 3 kills now. Both times they've come A, this time with better guns. These are very honest duels after the first one, right? They know where he is. He's just better.
Deep flash over A main. Quick play this time. Very fast from NIP. Already got themselves postured 2 inside of Donut, 1 top red room, and Bomb's looking to come back through middle here, being carried by Rez.
Man, this is crazy. They have a CT wrapping. This bomb might get spotted, and they're pretty prepared to stop Donut as well. I mean, NIP, they would think they're in a good position.
Yeah, but one Flotro. Oh, he gets caught by S-Attack. No. Doesn't die.
Needs that kill, man. Wait, he doesn't take any damage.
Barely any at all.
Oh, 78. Okay, missed that.
Not much. Considering he wasn't looking at the pistol.
Yeah, yeah.
And now all of a sudden, you know, I feel like ninjas, they're going to feel like boxed in animals.
He's just living in their head right now. When's he going to flank?
And how the hell do they get out of there? How do they get away from him? They're trying to put as much distance between him and them as possible. He sees them all starting to pressure, and so will Synopsy. Tries to get himself more than the first, but Plopsky's going to get that Tech 9 pressed close up. Scenari under pressure, cutting him down as they round that tall box. Rez will get the crucial entry, but he turns back, and that is the end of him. While Juan Flotro and co are on fire.
He's so good at getting space, disrespecting all of the defaults, and I mean, continues to just bring his team so much information. It sets them up to look great when they're all positioned, you know, for the exact same push. And at this point in the round for NIP, they don't have enough utility. You know, they want to come back and find one with Juan Flotro, but he could be anywhere. He could be going back to D, going to A, and then just be killing time off the clock. So they're forced to either, you know, go back and hunt for him, which could be a losing battle, or go forward when that's the first thing that Bad News Eagles are going to expect.
Oh, fast one. GXX postured quickly with that op down into the depths of this B ramp. 5v4 immediate. 5 rounds straight from BNE.
Not slowing. Keeping eyes here. I think a huge thing as well is just they've been incredibly persistent about mid. And NIP haven't come in at the right times to challenge it. It's been used against them when they haven't been here. Wow, enormous grenade. Down to 51 is Hampus, and they're still waiting for his lurk.
Oh, he almost finds that timing. Flash to come back at it. GXX setting himself up, but Hampus now on the run.
Wow,
I really like
man.
this A main push from Bad News Eagles. It's incredibly proactive. They will lose a player on the B site though, so very quickly on the heels of NIP. Juan Flotro fight towards ramp. He gets tagged to 15, but no other damage finds him. Plopsky prioritizes plant. There's the flank, found out. Regon, oh, a second as he keeps it clean. Straight to the dome of S-Attack, pushes Rez forward into the fight, and Juan Flotro, he's got Rez's number. Locked in, even does damage to Plopsky unknowingly through that wall. And in a 1v4, Plopsky, how does he get back into this? It's a stick here from Juan Flotro. Kills can go Plopsky's way, but the rounds after one another, all BNE.
Yeah, this economic damage, that's it. But we're looking at 10K on GXX at that moment that Plopsky finds his third in the 1v4. And it's the double flank that pays off so timely from Bad News Eagles. They push through, they find that space. I think it's the op in mid from GXX that calls out. He sees a full kit getting thrown from elbow, but that player doesn't have any other supporting grenades. No one outside A is flashing for him. And then as soon as they see that, they're like, all right, here's our time. Let's go for it. And that A push, you know, if you don't see anybody and you push too late, it can take so long to get to the other side of the map. But they're doing it nice and early, man. Nice and early.
Plopsky means business. He's turned the lights on. The lights are on.
Brokey keeps him off, and he's the #1 player on Earth.
Brokey is an anomaly.
That's true.
Brokey is Brokey. Brokey is.
Poetry. Ideas, ideas. So this time NIP will try to, it looks like, execute right after they win bottom B control, but there are so many nades coming in.
God.
And I think Rigon spots this. Oh, but Brolin wins.
Still, though, look at the presence that's here. Flatro also blinded.
Oh, the late flashes are beautiful.
Yeah, Brolin fighting his team out of this position, but the fact that both him and Rez only survive on 14 health, that was crazy. Okay, Bad News Eagles, crazy.
Yeah.
I like it.
No, I mean, they're the ones advantaged, right? They're CTs pushing down. That's the whole part of the early round that goes towards them. But the flashes are fantastic from NIP.
Continuous stream of utility coming over top of the door. Then all of a sudden, Nip, they just hit the brakes. Hold.
A's already being started to excavated, and I think, yeah, now they're going to start making a move. NIP will go slow once again.
Oh, they turned. A double synopsy. That is huge. Turns the numbers right back to the even keel. We've got Hampus working in through middle.
They know it's banana right now. Hampus, unless he kind of senses this, that the A pushes come through.
Yep.
What's the play he's going to make? I mean, they have a timing on middle, but they're staying inside a cave.
And if he continues to flank, it's not like he's going to find either of these Bad News Eagles players. They're locked into the caves. GXX, oh, it's so close. Oh, easy pickup. Reds goes down a second.
Jesus.
Right into Essa tag. It's low HP for the 3 of BNE, but another 7th straight.
Oh my God, dude. Man, right there. 5v3. They win both fights outside of B. They wait. The same flank comes in from the last round, and we get 2 2Ks, individually speaking here, from Synopsy and GXX. And that's why the flank was so slow. He had an off the entire time.
Oh.
He was just going for a walk.
Debilitating.
That's brutal. You know, you could say NIP needed to go back and clear things out if they wanted to commit to a site right there, but there should be no problem with them 5v3 hitting the A site, but they decided to use no nades to take over the control before they hit cave. They don't molly out either side, you know? Untraded Synopsy. 2 players on banana, full flank coming in. You know, even though Bad News Eagles looked fantastic over Mirage and here on Ancient, now we're starting to see some mistakes come out from NIP. And they got to get used to this aggression because it's not stopping.
Oh, fight goes the way of Rigon. Falls out through middle. Man, Hampus is kind of a few steps ahead of Rez. No potential for a trade there. On Flatro. Man, he's real cheesy in the way that he gets through these smokes, jumps up here onto the construction, finds these little angles to play around with, and sure enough, in the consistency, he finds kills. But a little scroll wheel jump.
We're not talking about that.
Scroll wheel jump. Gonna get punished here. Rigon able to come back in through mid, and we've got Synopsy working down the ramp. So as Rigon serves up the distraction, Synopsy serves up the damage, and not all those frags. Rez is able to answer. He's got 3 on the round. GXX, the pistol will do it. In 8th, as they continue this roll on Ancient.
Another clutch denied by GXX. The heads up between him and Rez. God damn. I respect the crouch spray from Synopsy. I respect it so much.
8 straight.
Yeah, but who won the pistol, Connor?
Who cares? We've already got a player tucked behind box. That could be a difference maker. Nope.
They just spammed him down to 0. Through the wide side of that box.
Dude, this is crazy. Bad News Eagles, man.
My house.
They took all that momentum from Mirage, stuck it in a bucket, and are dumping it on NIP's heads.
They're keg standing all this confidence right now.
Dude, Juan Flatro just works out through cave like this is a CT-sided position. They've got NIP pinned against these walls. 3 CTs stacked inside of the B site. We know that the CT side of Ancient.
Man, they're doing good from a conditioning perspective. You know, they're not even playing in middle right now, but they just have NIP so scared of even going there. They pulled out. They got their kill. NIP aren't going in late.
Yeah, man, they're freaking spamming people through boxes.
Yeah. You can't stand anywhere. No loitering.
Hampus gets to the one piece of cover, still dies. Rez is going to try to get it. Oh, clean as can be. The drive-by into GXX. Now, Rigon's inside of this donut tunnel he holds. Wasn't perfect, but still good enough. And he gets into cover. They're going to try to chase him. 3 players through donut. He serves up a second. Plopsky's down. Synopsy with a double. BNE with a 9th. And they are simply 7 rounds away from eliminating NIP.
Damn, dude, the cover is insane. The rotations are great. Rigon's been so good out of donut. And they're winning all of the early duels. I mean, opening kills.
It's over, okay.
Okay, so what I said. Yeah.
Cheeky.
And opening duels have just been absurdly in the favor of Bad News Eagles. From Mirage onto Ancient. I mean, these guys are best friends. The way they're covering each other, it's obvious. How much fun can one team have?
Yeah, right? For all you losers out there who are on a 7-map face-it loss streak, just imagine being them instead. And don't give up.
Okay, yeah.
Never give up.
Right.
Losing is a part of playing. For some more than others. Single AK for Rez. Mac 10 push through fire. Plopsky, get out. Get out. You're done. Juan Flatro again just attacks through those caves. Hampus tech 9s him. But it also costs Hampus a chunk of HP. Synopsy wasting no time. Getting right back into the action here. Just gunning him down on lane. Goes at it. Taps into the 3rd. Done.
Dude, I don't know who's more annoying, Juan Flatro or Synopsy. He is in their feelings right now.
Deep in those DMs.
They can't buy a duel.
Dude, how many times do you think BNE went back and watched that last match on Ancient versus NIP?
Dude, this feels like a top 10 in the world team in the world versus NIP right now.
NIP, the 3rd highest ranked team at the European Showdown.
And what are they at right now in the world? Top 7?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, it's challengers. Challenger stage kind of hard. Oh yeah. By the way, it's challengers versus legends right here.
Yeah, right. Luckily, NIP are already legends in Antwerp. They're not going to have to play BNE.
Yeah. I don't think anyone wants to play BNE right now.
Holy hell, dude. Riding a high and a half. Missed Molotov.
Missed Molly, yeah.
So that's a little bit of safety here for the Ninjas to... You're not.
They're going triple boost. Oh, okay. I guess they could have... Why is he uncrouching?
I don't know.
You want a scenario.
Isn't that exactly what you don't want to do?
You have one thing to do.
Not ideal. And they're going to come hunting for it. But a third player in position. Juan Flatro. He's got a second headshot. At the very least, that's something to work with. But this one felt a little fumbled, man. That one felt a little scuffed. Synopsy hunting the clutch. Corpses all around him. And as he embraces their death, inspired to win this, he finds Rez, attention turned, deep down on the ramp. Molotov, destined.
With the nade?
Brolin falls back, tons of damage done. Smoke atop the bomb. He's going to try and stick this, comes off as they come through. And as desperation sinks in, he gets at least another. Now again on top of the defuse, 2nd and a half, he finds it! Synopsy's the heartbreaker! And BNE the backbreakers! NIP can't do a thing!
He's a chemist. He concocted the perfect clutch. No way he pulled that off. The utility was unbelievable.
In what world?
He hit both players in cave with his molly and his HE. Plays squarely, perfect smoke usage. If he didn't come off the bomb the first time, he would have died in it. That's crazy.
Dude, look at these guys. This is flow state CS.
That's wild. What a beautiful 1v3.
He's on the brink of tears.
Yeah, he said, come talk to me, man. You need 4 guys.
Oh my God.
Bring in the coach. I'll take him too.
This guy has transcended CS. 10-round lead, 11 rounds straight. They gave him pistol for false hope. And now they're trying to sweep away the rest of this half. This is awesome. at.CEST gonna crack open a site. A bit of a chance here. Rigon's gonna be under pressure. Utility down ahead of it, but oh my God, he peeks right into at.CEST and kills him.
He's been immaculate on these A-holds, and even when there's a split coming in his direction, he's juggling them.
He's looking for another cheeky angle, but Hampus has already gotten onto the bomb site.
No help for him this time around. This will be his hardest test so far.
They're worried about top middle as well, so this is very much Rigon on his own.
This guy's gonna need magic tricks to get out of this position.
Plopsky could have just seen that.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah. They 100% just saw him, so they'll hunt him down as GXX catches Brolin with the op. Bomb's still not planted.
Oh, the smoke might work against Hampus if he's not careful. Push comes through, running right into his first target.
Face to face, he finds him. 2 versus 2, a chance for the Ninjas to get their second round win. GXX on the hunt, pushes up, insta-kill versus Hampus. Plopsky in the same position, quick trade, and also tags Scenari. Both players low, and it's the CT to fumble and fall. Nip with a bit of a saving grace. 2 rounds T-side, and still some wiggle room. Crucial rounds right now for the offense.
This is, yeah, they get it. I mean, they worked so hard for that. They suss one out. Finally winning on the A site. Wow, still some insane duels coming on, and they took so much time that even in the spot where Rigon was by himself for about 40 seconds, he stayed alive, and his teammate finally got into position, but he gave up that little bit of info versus the jump spot, I think, from at.CEST, who is still over on long A. And Plopsky gets his clutch. Finally, he's been showing up. Wow, money's actually horrible here for Bad News Eagles. So there's a spot of sunshine in a very dark and stormy night here for NIP. Guess morning's coming, but then they've got to go play, you know, CT side when Bad News Eagles already had plenty of experience.
Yeah, better late than
on
never.
Their T.
Juan Flatro just the 5-7, and he's still... You know, sometimes Juan Flatro peaks like he has 100 HP, and sometimes he plays like he still has guns. So tough to get him off of you when he decides to pressure. Hampus finds Synopsy. That kills in towards mid. Mac 10 press close versus the 5-7. Juan Flatro sticks around. Oh, good. Somebody kill him. Meanwhile, mid actually gets locked in by Rigon, and we've got that ramp push. That's all really NIP have to play with. Scenari's gonna just try and tuck. They come at him. Plopsky cut off. Brolin in the back of the site hits the headshot. GXX kills him. at.CEST with just the pistol in the 1v1 clutch. He got Scenari down first. Understands where this is coming from. Beauty from at.CEST.
Yeah, that's
and
nice.
A crucial 1v2.
Ooh, tough shot too. That was brutal. He was very close to dying. One more bullet there. So nice reaction from at.CEST and back-to-back clutches to pull out just at least a couple of these T rounds here. When all is said and done, they're not going to be too happy about the way that the half went, but if they can end, you know, just with 4, then they might have some leverage to get back into this game. But mentally, down a map, such a bad start to Ancient, and clear frustration. I mean,
yeah,
obviously,
for sure.
Mood is not good.
You see it in their faces. And this one could be quick. Ninja's shooting for that 4th. From 11-1 to 11-4, call it a recovery. Label it a hope. GXX, oh my god, he gets through the cave, steals the AK, throws the Molotov back down ramp, and that lets Raygon get up close versus doors. So suddenly Ninjas, they just lose a ton of map control.
I wonder if that wasn't called. You know, the smoke comes down the left side of cave, and Hampus is on his own coming into mid, from mid. But it didn't seem like he was really ready for that. And now the CTs are just following the T's through their spawn. Rigon, who was doing all the work over on the A site, kills 2.5 players. Brolin's down half HP, and GXX looking to cut him off in mid 2. Are they going to be ready for it? Yes, Brolin, he's angry.
Nice shot from Brolin. Takes off a lot of the pressure here. The last thing Ninjas need is to fumble this round versus just the pistols, and sure enough, they'll lock that in. From 11-1 to 11-4, a sigh of relief for the Ninjas in pajamas before they start that CT-sided comeback.
I'd rather play the SMGs. I think would be like the best thing that could happen for the game.
Just bring some more.
Astralis, of course. So my wish list for 2022 changes for weapons, I would say that we would get a reduction in price for the A4. I think a slight nerf on the A1, so maybe like a little bit harder to control recoil.
In terms of weapon changes, I would like the M4A1 to be a little nerf. I think it's buffed too hard right now.
So on top of my list for 22 weapon changes is I want the FAMAS to be a little bit more viable. I feel like it's not really being played that much. Most players, I mean, especially me, I rather play the SMGs than play FAMAS, honestly. I think the CTs, just like something with the economy maybe. I mean, right now they have the very OP silencer, so maybe they should balance that out with the M4A4, so both weapons get a little bit viable, because right now I feel like 90% is just playing the silencer.
Top of my list for 2022 in CSGO is more maps being introduced. More fluid map pool. Kind of tired of playing the same 7 maps. Just bring some more.
So I'd like a new map, like a rotation or something, I don't know. And I'd want like Dust 2 removed. I feel like it's been in the game for a long time, and I don't really like it. I don't like the change they did now either. I think it would be nice to get another map coming into the pool, like a completely brand new map. And then I think just like some small changes on like maps that we play a lot, or like removing old ones like Dust 2. I think I would just prefer that to just be removed and then put in something like completely different, or something that we had before, like Cobble. Just getting one of like the maps that we used to have, just to like revise it.
I think Ancient is not ready yet. I think there is a lot of wasted space on the map, and I think there needs to be some more rotations on the map.
How many trophies am I winning? That's a good question. I think 1 major trophy and 3 big tournaments.
On Flotro and Co. with a comfortable lead over NIP at the end of the first 15, but the CT side of the Ninjas, that is what we're staring at right here, right now. It's got to be a basic lockout, total dominance. And starting it off with a pistol round win should certainly help.
Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of this game does come down to it. NIP will be, I think, pretty happy, pretty in a fine position, I feel like, knowing how good their CT side is if they lock it up. But that's a big if. GXX spots 1, 2, in fact, falling out of middle. This is a huge move now. They can make it right into the B site, plant that bomb swiftly. So much info gained off that first peek. So much damage done to the CTs. Now in uncomfortable retake spots, and they are just ringing Glock shots off And ringing helmets as well. Hashtag is out.
Man, this like eventuality of a mid push for Bad News Eagles. I mean, you can see Plopsky. He's got his attention turned back behind him. Flatro cleared off of the pillar. Raygon's able to answer from inside cave. We've got a boost over the smoke called out by Rez. CTs keep pushing. Plopsky holds the flank. Another headshot from Plopsky, and it's gonna need to be the 1v2. 2 seconds. He doesn't peek. He doesn't challenge, and therefore he won't win.
Okay. Yeah, they'll steal it. They'll steal it. That was really well done. I mean, that could have got extremely scary. Got basically, it looked like 3 dinks or something. I mean, 2 players below 50 HP before this retake even began. CT's really trusted it. Hit some beautiful shots on the way in. Their 1 smoke was key. Shut down the boost as well and shut down the flank. Now, Bad News Eagles still have bomb plant at least, so they know a bot's coming in quickly, which not only affects like how NIP look at the next round, but it affects their buy going into the next round. They're going to spend more money on better guns. So you better believe that Bad News Eagles are going to have a plan. Potentially 2 AKs and maybe a Galil coming into this. In this situation, a lot of those kills in the pistol also matter. They grab 3.
For context, of course, their last match between these 2 teams, the only best of 1 on record, a 13-2 CT side for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
And it was all about Rez. I think we had a couple players who had good games, but there were not enough kills to go around. Rez was basically destroying them a lot towards the A site, which is an interesting thing about it. You know, they could start to lean towards A if they want to feed Rez, or they could test him because they don't believe he can do that twice, or they could go B and avoid him completely.
He is here, and he's well equipped. Insta-kill versus Regon, and a second. Flatro kind of waits for a moment. That's just going to give 2 easy 1v1s to Rez. This is the bomb carrier as well, so if Synopsy's dead, that should be round done. And that's Bad News Eagles coming in off of a pause with an early investment. All of the money they earned with that bomb plant and the pistol swept away easily by Rez.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, their T-side was not good. They had a lot of set plays, not enough defaults, and their execution on the set plays was not very solid either. The comfort really kind of switched as soon as they switched sides. So the only upside is that they got that out of them, you know, so they could talk about it. They know Ancient's coming up again. They're going to be playing a team they realize will probably pick it, so I'm sure they put in work. But easier said than done on T-side Ancient. And like I always say, you'll never show me a good team with a bad default. And if Bad News Eagles don't want to respect that part, I think that they're shying away from pretty much the best. Whoa, okay. The best way, the best way to play Ancient at the moment, which Astralis have showed us, is basically a lot of individual lurking, a lot of pressure at the top and middle on T side.
Config.
And keys like Config, but they have players like Config. They have Synopsy and they have Flatro. They're just not being used in that way that actually makes the most sense, I think.
Oh, nice nade. Laying it on thick. Hampus peeks through top mid, loses to the Tech 9 of Scenari. Rez shaves off 2. Nice spray. Easy does it. A main locked in. S-Tag pulled back from mid. Scenari with his gift of an A1S from Hampus.
You really want to feed Rez. It's kind of silly, you know, to just design a game plan around one player, but I mean, I feel like you don't want to feed Rez.
He welcomes him in there, shoots through smoke.
Yeah.
Come on over, neighbor.
23 and 15 quickly.
4 in this round, I believe 2 or 3 in the last.
And not many kills here for Bad News Eagles.
This is the reality of Ancient at the moment. CT-sidedness on full display. And that's why those last 3 round wins for Ninjas in Pajamas on the first half are so important.
Well, Flatro, you know, might have to take off his whole shirt at this point to get this through.
I love the passion, man.
Yeah.
That's how I play CS.
Yeah.
Except at a much lower level.
any kills would be enormous. I understand why Scenario is kind of hunting around because, yeah, they don't want to have to win 2 rifle rounds in a row, but it's already become that problem to get over the economy of NIP. I think the shoulders of NIP come down a little bit after this round. Is really solid. Rez is working as intended. Spray looked actually incredible on the second and third player coming out of long A. We'll see if they can keep this focus and try to understand what Bad News Eagles want to bring in the rematch. Pop-up, actually, for GXX.
Okay. Keep eyes on that one. Rez also with an AWP. He postures his towards mid. GXX makes sense. Goes for the quick long B peek. And a challenge. Wow,
it wasn't covered.
Yeah, you got 2 players bottom ramp and nobody's holding for GXX's cover. That's, well, a mistake. Evidently an issue.
Whoa.
Regon doesn't catch the cross. Dangerous move from Plopsky, but he'll get away with it. Juan Flatro was able to posture himself behind those mid boxes, but he just turned his attention from Hampus.
Nicely done on the lurk smoke.
Comes crawling over top that smoke and finds him. Now Regon's gonna have to activate, walking up the ramp, bomb in tow. Brolin's tucked inside of cave. Esatag over on long, no smoke in his face, and Plopsky not hiding in the corner, but rather holding that more aggressive angle. Regon instantly killed. 5v2 turned 5v1. This is Ninjas in Pajamas cranking it up.
Super good CT for sure. There was a moment, I think that one op kill came down to a smoke rotation. You know, maybe Plopsky could have got caught crossing, and there was tons of space given up on the banana to allow the op to get that close. Not many impact grenades behind it to punish him for being there. So there was an opportunity, I think, for Bad News Eagles, but it looks like they were trying to lead the rifler up the ramp, so there was a real small moment of timing that Brolin capitalized on.
And third player was still inside the smoke/door.
And Hampus CT side, he's one of the best players in mid. So that's something that not many teams can do, where I think Hampus can be left alone behind a standard mid smoke and still get lots of impact out of it. Spamming, throwing his nades. He has very good timings. Something fast, it looks like.
Yeah, pack mentality here from Bad News Eagles. Fighting in that V formation. Brolin doesn't get too much with that. Only 2 players here on this B site.
There's no A push, so they can just set up for their full attack right now. No pressure on banana. Standard spots. This one comes down to the entries.
Yeah, and they've got all the nades for the exec, so it's going to be long smoke, that's short smoke, close Molotov, cave Molotov, and they're in. Oh, but Plopsky under pressure, 2 kills already. Synopsys Tech 9 able to trade. Brolin inside cave, holds off. Esatag, that was the bomb.
Ooh.
And that, my friends, is a glaring mistake.
Yeah.
Now, probably picked it up as the first players died. Didn't realize he had it with him. Didn't realize he gave it to them. NIP, they survived the Tech 9 rush.
Yeah, I don't know if they smoked behind that op or if they actually just pushed their smokes in the standard positions, but I think it was the standard positions.
Yes, it was.
So they really bit off a lot right there with that attack. And Plopsky does a good job of kind of coming in forward from that smoke and getting a lot of damage with their kills. 5 rounds in a row already for NIP, looking just as strong as Bad News Eagles on their start. But another buy-in from the T side. Routed quickly into mid, and Hampus is alone here in the pocket. It's good time to isolate, but they totally forget about it.
Oy, oy. Now, luckily for them, it's traded, but yeah, I guess tons of numbers confirmed. Flash doesn't go deep enough, but a missed shot from Rez, that could be the open door. They're all just, with the 5-7, snaps it into the head of GXX. Bomb recovered. Push continued. Synopsy is not here to help Juan Flatro just yet.
They're going to let him get away. They have a late lurk in mid. I mean, he's coming in from behind.
CT's with 2 smokes on this play as well. You'd feel like one is destined for the donut.
The big flank from Plopsky is pretty much null. Synopsy actually has a much better position.
Brolin just turned away from this. Oh, missed op shot. That's Synopsy now back into the fight. Juan Flatro thinking about how he can also activate. Again, those smokes are destined for him. Synopsy trying to chase through temples. Now he's done for, and it's a desperate run in from Juan Flatro. Molotov way too late. Plopsky's gonna stick this all the way down, and that is Nip on fire.
If they recover, that got scary for sure. There was a couple of different ways that could have been played, but you could see, I mean, with that smoke going down on Donut, he felt like he had to speed up the rotation through Temple, and that's what helped him get caught off. Rez, this second shot.
With the pistol?
Yeah, sidearm, 5-7, insta.
One
Insane.
bullet.
Yeah, he's been nuts on A.
Missed shot here from Esatag. That could have been the end of Synopsy. Would have been a much more comfortable retake, but NIP still get it there in the end. I feel like Juan Flatro actually kind of wastes a bit of time trying to throw Molotov. Never would that would have, you know, finished him. Okay, hold on. Right back into the action. Raygon's tucked in the corner. Frag grenade's going to land on top. Not the worst amount of damage. Plopsky blind as a bat. Oh, no!
Counter flash.
Brolin saves Plopsky. Sanari comes in with the trade frag. He's going to try to trace that one, but Hampus locks it in.
Oh, they know he's here, but they can't get him out. Counter flashes are good. HE's better, though. That's the target down.
Uses the smoke to try and cross. Hampus, again, dude, there has been utility being thrown every second of this round, and kills chaotically coming in with them. 2 versus 2, as Rez's flank could walk into GXX. He's fired off. Now they know, and GXX takes the edge. Synopsy locked into the pillar. Esatag, he has the kit, and he's got the first kill. A smoke for the ramp. GXX may have to push beyond it, and now suddenly feels like Esatag has a comfortable bit of a pocket to work with. Tap onto the bomb. GXX, desperate, runs through, gets the kill. Down to the wire.
That was a risky way to play that. The off shot through the smoke, he probably should have lost right there. Esatag's, I'm sure, kicking himself, but at the same time, NIP still are winning way more rounds. This run's running a clutch. NIP nearly bring this back as well. So I don't think they're going to be too pressed about losing in this situation. Bad News Eagles are clearly still getting outclassed. Lots of problems here. But hey, at least it's 12-10. They maintain a lead as they've had for this whole game since the pistol round. Then NIP won.
Something. Ooh, Brolin thinking about the push. Regon's got nades out.
They have a flash, I think, here back from spawn. Oh, Brolin will catch one fading out.
Just as he went back through it, a dangerous push from Synopsy.
Christ, he just runs through that.
Bad News Eagles playing with a bit of a craze. I mean, bomb just thrown up ramp right into the lying weight of Esatag.
That's not good.
It kind of screams of desperation.
It's like the same confidence, but not nearly the amount of reps as, I mean, what we saw in Mirage, obviously. Looked a whole lot more convincing. They're reaching for it. I think on the one hand is they do have kind of the right idea. If they can just scare the CTs into believing that a push can come at any second, that is some of the battle for sure. So Astralis has shown us, you know, willing to push individually with a lot of players, but you know, bomb going out in this situation, not actually lurks, just it's a default outside B that just turns into a series of players saying, okay, let's just all try to hit the B site one at a time. Oh, that's not great.
Oh, that could have been. Ooh, and Brolin keeps it clean. NIP, again, right back on the heels of Bad News Eagles. And an anomaly of a 1-round win for the T side. 1 survivor in that clutch as well. That one there, Regon just backing up through the smoke. Brolin catches his gun barrel, and then he gets another pretty easy kill as Synopsy sprints forward. So, in and out of smokes. That also could have been somewhat of an opening, but he hits the stones. Bad News Eagles put on the rocks. Hampus jumps into the cubby. Again, they don't check him. Nobody even looking. The third player is going to find him, but this like rambunctiousness from Bad News Eagles just costs them 2 deaths.
Yeah, they're also not mollying the cubby inside of mid when they're attacking it. So you either got to molly it or clear it. No real excuse there. Good from Hampus to realize that's just a gap in their game.
It's aggression from Bad News Eagles. They're like frothing for fights. But
I think it's like you said, desperation. Clearly don't have the game plan to keep them going.
So just get crazy. Sometimes you just got to get crazy. But they're getting punished within that because we know that the ninjas in pajamas love themselves a little bit of Ancient. And it's a done deal. That's 12. We're all tied up. A lead that was held on to, like you said, ever since round 3 for BNE. Now, 12 apiece.
And NIP are cooling. And BNE, got to think, they got to play better than we saw last time and what we're seeing right now. They've got a lot to figure out. On the bright side, I think, for NIP, there a lot of times they only have Hampus in mid by himself. And like I said, Hampus is actually very good at playing mid by himself, so it's not exactly a given that you could just isolate him in that fight. But we've already seen 2 rounds where he's played in the pocket with not much support, and they haven't smoked or they haven't mollied him, and they haven't cleared him. So I don't think he's going to be there again, probably. He's probably happy to have gotten those rounds out already. But at least taking the mid control, if he's not going to be there, I think will be huge. But I could count on one hand kind of the amount of tactics that BNE have. Their full B exec, after they disrespect the deep mollies on CT side, they have one play to take a spawn to route from B over to mid to try to attack the default that way. They will literally try to walk out A. And then beyond that, not much more.
Hampus from the darkness, leading his troops to the comeback here. Again, those 3 rounds at the end of the first half. Going to be a key margin of error. As the Ninjas CT side, very convincing. Tech pause called off. Game on.
I wish I had chest error.
Same, man. Same.
Tag and Rez, both open.
All right.
I actually love that. You know, after they won so many rounds, now here's some new challenge.
There's a Molotov destined for Hampus. Again, running through smoke, and it's just Synopsy ended instantly. That's a connection from Rez, a refrag versus Regon, who thought maybe he could find that op on cycle, but instead he finds it shooting hot. They're gonna boost the player up. Rez blinded by the flash. Hampus here to help. Tag second sniper. Oh, it is clean. It is as clean as can be, as that's 500 HP for NIP across the board.
Sucks when you can't go A, B, or mid right now.
You know where they can go?
Inferno?
Next. Yep. That was my punchline. Okay. Bro, too easy for Tag. Again, you know, like I see the bit of an improvement. You get that Molotov for Hampus's usual position, but you also then just fly out through a smoke and top mid op. Oh, money! Tech9's jump through. Plopsky under pressure, still able to take 2 easily with him, and now Brolin will have to wait before he gets his hands.
Oh, the bomb is disconnected from the attack, and Hampus is watching the cross.
That should be an easy one. They pull a player back to try and get this bomb into position. Frag grenade damage even better. He's just going to throw it over. Hampus on high alert dies to Juan Flatro. 3 versus 3. Tag leaning on the Deeg. GXX will find this plant. They do have these players technically locked out of the flank.
Yeah, they're slowing them down so much. CTs are actually scared of this. And look at the late rotation all the way around through spawn. I don't know if this can be heard, but wow, Scenari's making a move. This is the kind of move they need to make, though.
Yeah, this could, I mean, I would absolutely understand if this catches the ninjas off guard. Molotov falls onto Juan Flatro. He needs to just hold in this ramp push. Bullets come flying through smoke, a back turned, and it's still not enough. GXX arrives, but Scenari's right here with them. Tag's just gonna stick this defuse, and the post plant no good.
I think GXX makes a mistake there by pushing the same place that Scenari's flanking from.
Agreed.
Yeah, they have no choice. That almost looked like a great move, but yep, smoke comes down and blocks him out. The retake happens. They deal with it. This nade is beautiful, and this is why it's so hard to rush on this map. But right now, again, Bad News Eagles, it looks like they have the confidence, but at the same time, game plan's not there, and the ninjas are totally fine, comfortable here, throwing all of their...
Yeah. I mean, even if GXX stays on long and then maybe Scenari slips through smoke, it sets it up. But GXX literally went to the one place that nobody could kill the diffuser from. So post-plant's problematic. CT side, a success story for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Regon found with his back turned. Again, this pressure from the Ninjas in Pajamas is just far too much. Ancient, folks. It's CT-sided.
They're burgeoning here on the map win. Already 2 players down. And this op-pick tactic will instantly be quelled by a smoke at landing at the top of the ramp, and they'll try to go 1 level higher. Oh, and just barely miss one crossing. No, it's a top ramp smoke, so that takes out of the question. Oh, no, never mind. GXX takes a blind one. And Hampus is out. And hey, I mean, it's still 3v4.
Yeah, it's a recoverable round. You know, Ninja's got 3 in a row at the very end. Bad News Eagle's gonna have to hold on to that same hope. Short smoked, sight fired, but across here dry. One Flotro easily body bagged by Brolin. Now suddenly BNE need to fixate on this side because there's no coverage. It's just gonna need to be kills, and GXX soon to be surrounded. Finds him, he knows he's right there. Okay, dead as can be, and NIP succeed again.
Yeah, they grab it. 15 here, and Mahone talked about this in his pre-game segment about NIP's CT side Ancients when they get their kills, how they peel back into CT spawn and wait and have really good utility usage from there, and that's pretty much what we see. You know, they get a little leverage off the one opening from GXX's shot through the smoke, but there's still numbers for NIP and 3 CTs still waiting after that death for the B attack to come in. So NIP back on fire, another 5-round streak. Even though Bad News Eagle interrupted it with 1 clutch. That's all they've seen so far this half.
Even that clutch, super sketchy. Desperate jump through smoke. The only way BNE find themselves on the board, but they phase that one nicely. And even though they kill Hampus, somebody's holding his usual position. Esatag gonna be burned outwards. 5 versus 3. Still a little bit of life left in this one. And Rez, he's gonna challenge in from Donut, cuts down one Flotro, challenge in through Red Room from GXX. It's not an additional kill, but it is a ton of damage. He falls back ever so slightly. He'll be chased by Brolin, not a problem. Bomb heading towards A. Rez falls back. Temple is his. Scenari down for the count. Man advantage, health advantage here for BNE.
Oh, Plopsky grabs another.
And suddenly this one...
And 1 spotted.
Looks winnable for the Ninjas. A clean headshot into Synopsy. Rigon's gonna have to keep it alive and kicking. 1 versus 2. Plopsky's gonna be coming in from the CT spawn. He's very low on HP, but that's 16-12. A single round win for BNE in the second half. Safe to say, ladies and gents, Ancient belongs to Nip.
Yes, they do it. Another really solid CT side of Ancient, and the first time around, we saw NIP start CT side, so that makes a lot more sense. Brolin's back to smiling.
Yeah.
NIP closed that out. And we got Inferno up next, so it's going to be a hell of a fight now for Bad News Eagles, even though for a map and a half, they look unstoppable.
They sure did. You could even see it in Nip, right? They look dumbfounded across that T side, but a little bit of life at the very end. A lifeline, we'll say, before we go into Inferno. One more map to decide who goes on at the showdown, whether this upset comes to completion or whether the Ninjas in Pajamas, legends that they are, hang on to their chances. See you guys soon for Inferno.
put the CT sides on the ground of Ancient, BNE sealing an incredible lead, but NIP making the comeback work in the second half. Painful for the Eagles to let the lead slip away, considering what we saw from them in a stellar first half of this map.
I know, and it was looking so beautiful until we saw that 1v2 at 11-1, and it seems as though a steel wall just dropped right down in front of them.
Yeah, no, it is incredibly painful. We're seeing some of the reactions from a very emotive Eagles camp as well. I love that we get access to the webcams there. And it's the fact that we're looking back at that CT side and going, how much control BNE had on that particular half was incredibly impressive. Just a shame they couldn't close it out.
They took all the confidence from Mirage, moved it over to Ancient right here. And as you said, they started by controlling the game, controlling the pace as well. I think we have a bunch of clips showcasing that in that first half, it was all about BNE just pushing up and killing people in the back right. You saw whenever NIP tried to take map control, whenever they tried to go into a bomb site, there would always be some sort of flank going, some sort of alert going, some sort of a situation like this in cave where they get shot in the back. You see on the time right here, 13 seconds left. This guy's coming in from behind, getting 2 free kills. It kept happening over and over and over again. And I'm not gonna lie, when the score was 8-1, 10-1, 11-1, I thought to myself, that's it. There's no way back for NIP. The problem for BNE is that as good as their CT side is, as poor their T side were.
Yeah, I want to fixate a little bit more on the CT side, though, from the side of BNE. I believe Mahone does have a clip for us from this particular half. What are you going to be showing us?
Yeah, that's correct. So basically what I want to talk about today is essentially how BNE, they were taking a lot of risks overall just in this game. And this round I'm going to show is a perfect example. And this comes in the round where they're in that 3v5 situation where Brolan, he basically is able to find 2 kills. And once they're in this 3v5 situation, I kind of want to break down a little bit on the decision making that they have. Typically, when you're in a 3v5 situation, you have to find a way to even up the round in some way. So there's 2 typical ways that you do this. You either stack a bomb site, so either A or B, or you try to push and get information somewhere. What you see from BNE is that they decide to take the less conventional approach of actually pushing more aggressively. You'll see that Synopsy, he's going to push towards ruins, as well as his teammate as well, and they're going to do a double ruin setup. So rather than stacking, they're going to play more aggressively in a more pushed up position. You'll see the same thing for GXX. He's simply going to push all the way into A main and try to get information. Now this ruin setup, because they're actually pushed up here, that's why NIP doesn't expect it, because it's more typical for teams to actually just simply stack a bomb site and not necessarily push all the way up and do a ruin setup. So that's why here you see Synopsy, he's able to find both these kills from behind. They don't expect him there. And you can even see with the pathing that NIP take, it's not very convincing. They really think that the next point of contact is going to be somewhere here, because otherwise there'd be players on this side and this side that cleared both the left and right sides. So because he's able to get those 2 kills, it evens it up to a 3v3 situation. And GXX, who was able to basically push through the A main position, not see anybody, and the fact that he clears this particular angle right here is a big deal, because very often teams will try to actually fall all the way back towards the donut position through this route. The fact that he doesn't see anybody here means that they're all likely going towards B. So that's exactly what he does. He flanks towards T spawn. Synopsy, he throws some utility to slow the push down at B. And that allows GXX to make his way all the way through T spawn and find these 2 flank kills. And once they get these 2 kills, they know the last player is Hampus. And with the last player being Hampus, there's a good chance that he's probably flanking from behind at middle. And that's how Synopsy gets this last kill. And that's how BNE convert the 3v5. So there's these risks that BNE are taking that they just need to do more of in the next game, so that hopefully they'll be able to convert the series.
Very much for that one, Danny. Yeah, it was just one of the many examples of some of the incredible flanks we saw from BNE. But as you said, Noah, then we come on to that second half. We come into the latter stage of that first half, rather. And it seems like just a wall seems to drop for BNE, and NIP managed to find that momentum to come back into it. What do you think was so instrumental for NIP for getting back into this one?
It kind of seems as even like a player like Rez just remembered for a moment, like, hey, I'm Rez and I play for NIP, and everyone just started hitting shots. They really did. They started to get crisp. They started to play like the team that they were. I don't know if Coach DJL said anything in specific or if they kind of just got it together. But again, it was just that 11-1 moment when Plopsky, I think it was, won that 1v2. It was just critical. But also, I think it was just an energy drop from BNE as well. They didn't know how to recover the momentum that they had lost.
Rez is a player. Rez is a monster when it comes to Ancient. We praised Config. We talked about him potentially being the best Ancient player in the world. Rez is up there in the same conversation. He's now played 2 games against Bad News Eagles within the span of a week and a half, and both times he was the deciding factor for NIP to win. His combined CT score in those 2 games, believe it or not, 43 kills, 6 deaths over 2 maps, 2 full CT sites against Bad News Eagles. That is unheard of. I don't think anyone has ever done anything like it. Res owns these guys, and as much as I want to give credit to BNE, right here, they're just facing a better player in Res who could do everything they got done to themselves as well.
That's the thing. We put him as a win condition coming into this and just kind of preface it saying, you know, he was the reason, or one of the sole reasons NIP managed to push it over the line last time. How likely is that to happen again? It turns out he can exactly replicate that. Another carbon copy of that incredible performance. That does leave us on the doorstep of the third and final decider map. It is going to be the grounds of Inferno. We can take a look at our betway odds as well, see exactly how the markets are shaping up coming into this one. I'm kind of wondering now, we're looking at BNE, we're saying, you know, we're looking at them as a team potentially for the future to be developing, thus going into the major. I feel like this is now the testing ground. Can they come back? Do they have the mental resilience to be, you know, up on such a lead on that map of Ancient now to come into Inferno?
Yes, they can, but Inferno is not really a map that suits the playstyle, right? They're not going to be given so much space. You can try to push down Banana, but you take a big risk doing so. You can try to push out middle in the middle of the rounds, but you take a massive risk doing so. So NIP can sort of control the pace on their T side, which takes away everything we praised BNE for, these aggressive mid-round pushes. So Inferno as a map is not really fulfilling for them, so I'm a little bit worried that we've seen the best from BNE here.
Honestly, I would be a little concerned as well, but I do think that they have to keep doing what they've been doing. I think Inferno is a good map that they should push through smokes, they should pop on B, they should pop on Arch, they should pop out Halls, they should do mid-round B execs and try to just force the numbers in their favor, but I don't know. This could be an interesting...
I mean, any worries about the confidence? I don't think I'm personally worried, just seeing the kind of playstyle that BNE have, but do you think, you know, that could potentially affect them coming off that loss on Ancient?
Perhaps, you know, but I also think it's one of those teams that can pick themselves up again. I think there's a good energy going on, and one of the things we haven't discussed is that they're sitting at a boot camp, right? They're sitting together, whereas the NIP players are sitting at home in the room. So it's easier to pick each other up when you're together in real life, so I wouldn't be too worried about that.
Well, it does come down to the perfect third and final decider map, and that is going to be Inferno. Unfortunately, for one of these teams, it's going to be the end of the road here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. We're going to be going to the grounds of Inferno in just a second after this break. You don't want to miss it.
Bad News Eagles may have felt like they had that in the bag, but here we are, map 3. Inferno needed to separate them and the Ninjas in Pajamas. The Betway favorites going to be the Swedes, but you told me, Mo, that this is BNE's highest map win percentage.
Comes with an asterisk, but
hit us.
Yeah, 75% win rate on the map, but they haven't played any tier 1 teams on it. So we are looking at some wins, we're looking at confidence, we're looking at reps at the very least in the favor of Bad News Eagles. But this is also a good map for NIP. In their last 5, they've lost at G2 twice. They beat the other teams they played, and all the teams they played were much better than BNE's competition. So that's the one thing standing in their way right now. And I think since the addition of Brolin, they've actually, I think, got a real strong Inferno on their hands because he's been helping out a ton on B. And I think is insane, actually, at finding impact when he gets a rifle. And for now, 3 CTs, excuse me, are set up at the top of Banana with Brolin up front.
He's got that CZ ready to pop. They get right on the cusp. Then they start to disappear, and Brolin decides he wants a piece of it. Rez insta-kills Synopsy over towards the A apartments. So they feign presence on both sides of the map. They show bomb as well towards B. Brolin looking to cheat a rotation through CT spawn. And Juan Flatro presses close up to his opponents. Of course, he hears this movement from ATK. That's 1 player in pit confirmed. We've also still got Rez in position. 2 players coming in from the top. Oh, Rez gets dunked on, and so will ATK. Double opening from Juan Flatro makes this one a live wire.
Wow. I mean, now it's a 3-on-3 retake suddenly. Untouched tees in the site. Crazy how fast things change. Sitting behind an arch smoke as well.
Soon that smoke fades, and the Ninjas will push through it. Oh, rolling down GXX and Scenari all in with headshots, and what a recovery. Juan Flatro just focusing in on that pit, domes both the players within it, and recovers the 3v5.
Yeah, I mean, I think ATK was, maybe assuming a molly would come down in the pit, preemptively throws down his smoke, and then he has no vision, and Rez dies first, so it becomes very awkward very quickly. And those 3 players didn't take any damage from the first 2 engagements, so suddenly the odds shift dramatically as they get that bomb planted. Huge win for Bad News Eagles after a very strong opening 2 kills from Ninjas in Pajamas. I was gonna say, now that on CT sides, NIP are able to split up Rez and Brolin, have 2 separate sides of the map for them. They've just improved on their CTs dramatically, which were already strong in the first place.
Yeah, I think, we got a prime example of it on Overpass. Brolin taking the helm on A. For now, the Ninjas sit back.
This would be BNE's biggest win on Inferno, and would knock NIP out of the showdown. They're able to do this.
Could argue it'd just be their biggest win ever in general. This map specifically, and just the series. To do that right on the cusp of their major debut. The narratives looking juicy. And this bomb site's also plump. 3 CTs nearby, boosted on top of oranges, but a lot of respect being given to the Eagles here in this one, so they'll just go for their exec. Nade towards cross. Not the worst for ATK to deal with. Flashbang underhanded. Time getting a little sketchy as we do have Eagles double back. A site the intended target. Synopsy. Ooh, clean kill versus Hampus. They know there's a player back site. Rez with the 5-7. Oh my god.
Didn't work.
He's got guns blaring all around him. And we've got 2 CTs close enough to at least test things for a second, but now they're going to go ahead and leave. Give this one to the Eagles for the 2-0 T-side start.
Pushed up into strong positions, and it felt like the exec was going to come down, but there were 3 CTs there. They threw a smoke, and it was kind of just a bluff. They really wanted BNE to come through that, all sitting back in the site, but BNE said, okay, you don't want us to come here, let's go A. And another successful round ends on that side of the map. So, yeah, CTs will save these guns, even though they're not great. Brolin can put to work a MAC-10 on the B side, even on a rifle round. I don't know if he'll upgrade, but been very expensive. Super strong start here for BNE.
Nice, clean, easy 2-0.
Yeah, 3 AKs carried forward. Money's good. Obviously, the mood is a lot more focused now because they know they've had fun on the first map. Saw a tragic defeat on the second map. So they might have been able to precipitate, but now in Inferno, it's new ground. You know, they haven't really experienced NIP on this map. I mean, not many people have versus this particular roster. So there's some learning to do here for both these squads.
Ooh, they go for the pop flash. It works. Oh, it works wonderfully. 2 kills, but 1 Flatro right there to clean up those kills. Recovers a little bit of a sketchy start. Red's going to phase this smoke versus Synopsy. And the AK prevails as it should.
That shadow helps out a ton. And another opening, a little leverage again towards the A site. ATK is here by himself. He does have a deagle and he's in halls, which is probably one of the more favorable spots you'd want to be in a position like this in the mid round. But he's so far away from his friend Hampus. Camping out on the B side, just holding out hope they might go there. And oh, well, he hits the first beautiful headshot with his deagle, but that's all he'll get. Another bomb plant here will come in for Bad News Eagles. And Hampus, at the very minimum, gets an AK, but he doesn't have armor with this. He could try to go for something, but I think he's maybe just going to try to punish exits and do it safely.
Yeah, so a third looking very likely for Bad News Eagles. This one comes with a couple of costs. Pretty consistent B pressure so far from Ninjas in Pajamas.
He's really committing hard to this, but well, he gets one. The double up and pit is not something he's anticipating.
No
he is able to escape out the halls, and now we're just past the point that he can even win this. Smoke goes down, and GXX will firmly place a bullet in between the eyeballs and take him out. Worth a shot, I suppose. And this setup was almost really nice for NIP considering the guns they had. Yeah. There were just enough players to trade here. It was that Hobbit Molly that they threw that just forced the CTs to commit. So there was all the reason in the world for a third T to come out to try to make sure those CTs died while they were still fighting.
Yeah, Brolin just sticks it to the mouse 1. Doesn't let off of the Mac 10. Picks up 2. But here we go. Guns up. ATK swinging the big green, and a quick fight on Banana as Brolin is blinded and battered behind that car. Very quick movement here from the Ninjas, trying to throw 2 players through that CT spawn. Plopsky feeling as though he's under a world of pressure. And sure enough, the bomb is right there with him. Saneri trying to go over oranges. Nice challenge here from Hampus. He loses Plopsky in the backside, and once that smoke fades on Coffins, he is stuck here. So he tries to fight all the way. Synopsy gets through arches. Rez is going to be dumbfounded by that one. Yeah. And even though we have the Ninjas with all of this damage versus Bad News Eagles, it is a 4th terrorist round win for them straight out the gate.
What a start. I mean, they're already proven they can do it. They've taken out Brolin a number of times here at the top of B. 3 guns saved on top of the op that's gifted forward. And man, NIP, they've got some thinking to do. Rez will be holding on to this gun, his kit, all his utility, but no chance of coming in on this retake. Chilling in the halls now. And it's the aggression from Brolin, I think, that is a boon to NIP in their setups. But we've seen in the past where NIP start out conditioning the T-side team with a lot of forward movement down Banana, putting Brolin up there, and then falling back afterwards. But right now, that first section of their game plan is falling out. So if they don't have that good start, and they want to peel back after, I can only assume BNE are going to be happy with that. So we'll see if NIP decide, well, we've got to commit forward. Look at that shot. That's actually ridiculous. The adjustment with the Mac-10 completely blind from Saneri, and Rigon hits that on Plopsky, jumping up and down. Some ridiculous stuff.
I mean, you can't complain about those ones. BNE gonna take what they can get. Yeah, Flacho realizes.
That's so ridiculous.
Laughing like a madman. Scout at A1S here for the Ninjas in Pajamas. And I like this. Quick push down mid. Both the weapons setting themselves up within the middle of the map.
Happens to use that nade to allow his teammate to cross over.
Oh, nobody's watching because there's a smoke behind them. Does Rez have the nuts to push through this?
He's just going to wait this out. And I mean, they have them locked into B now, so this frees up a rotation. It's weird because Atia slipped through into the back of halls, but we've seen late round adjustments from B&E where they run back down mid, and they're not seeming like they're expectant of a push. So Rez could be the key player in this round for NIP.
Ooh, he's gonna... Did he hear something?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a... Dude, there's something crazy going on. Rez finds the back turn. He's gonna follow Synopsy. Puts a quick end to him. More utility flying over the top of this stacked B site. Flatro's got a double. Rez trying to come around the corner, killed by GXX, and they know that Plopsky's locked in. He's got that bomb stuck in the corner, crosses over towards CT, and that creates ambiguity. How does he, or where does he go with this one?
Oh man, that was crazy. That was crazy. They get themselves out of that tricky spot. They have a teammate come back just to test Plopsky and force him now to go back in through spawn. Plopsky really wanted to just fight there, you know, as hard as that would have been. But now it's only harder.
He's got the armor, he's got the AK, but he doesn't have the defuse kit, and he doesn't have anybody else to work with. GXX splits from the bomb site. He's looking to sideline Plopsky, and he won't even see it coming. The bad news Eagles sitting inside the pressure cooker of that bananas position, dude. The fact that they got that bomb out, the fact that they deal with Rez on the flank.
Yeah, now he was one of the only guns. So they had that at the bottom of B, and they had all the T's locked in, but there were still only pistols holding on the site. So even though B&E knew they had to they had a catch-22. They were going into a bad decision, and they knew they had a flank to deal with eventually. They at least dealt with the targets in front of them really quickly. Juan Flatro with that spray transfer as well. 2 5.7s go down instantly.
Yes.
Bad news Eagles, though. Five rounds in a row, 3 alive on that previous round, 2 alive on this last one. The money's decent.
Rez locked in under balcony. Quite a few players coming at him. Utility's gonna keep the arch guys back, but nice flash. That just stuns them for a second. Stalls them, and S-attack through smoke. Ooh.
That'll feel good. Their best start so far. Plopsky spotting, though, at the top of Banana, and it'll call the rotation back, and Berlin immediately gets into position.
Throws the smoke.
Here. Oh, are they really going to go through this? Oh my goodness gracious.
They trade.
These guys are ridiculous.
Brolin was trying to play counter flash. Fire on the feet of the fallback Plopsky. He's got a Molotov with his name on it. A nice dink, but it's not enough. Synopsy still alive and kicking. S-attack comes around the coffins. Oh, good kill from him. Juan Flatro plants that bomb. 2 of the 3 CTs looking to attack the flank. We've got the op on GXX locked into new box. Utility starts raining over top those roofs, and he gets into an even better position. Juan Flatro gives cover, takes the fight to them, but Rez, the headshot for the Ninjas very first.
And they mollied first and second oranges. They had quad dealt with as well. GXX snuck out of there with that clean B-hop to get out of vision of S-Tag, and from there it felt like, okay, Bad News Eagles are going to put this together. Somehow Juan Flatro, the guy who has like 10 health, gets 2 frags at the first oranges and makes this as scary as possible, but S-Tag hits a key shot. He has such low HP himself, and if he doesn't hit that, I mean, it's over. So really close. Beautiful clutch from Rez.
Oh, man, these guys, the intensity, I love it, right?
So awesome. They're living right now. Now Rez is focused. This is just 1 round, so it's expensive, and you can see that by the fact that Berlin's only got an MP9 to work with. And he is a B player, so he's going to be quite comfortable. And you know, again, they're putting down the B pressure, so I mean, I really like this from NIP because they didn't actually, you know... Oh, they haven't scared Bad News Eagles enough.
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, it goes out.
Berlin on 3 HP escapes that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
1 tick of damage from that Molotov, and he is done for.
Quick to move.
Fast as lightning. Gets out of danger. Rez is locked into it. Oh, but he peeks right into Juan Flatro. Probably saw the barrel of the gun. Bomb drop. S-attack twice now through a smoke. Is able to pick up those op kills. That's just ridiculous. Synopsy coming out from the balcony will find himself down on 9 health, but at least he has Hampus's head to fall back with.
bomb's a bit out of reach in this position. Look at this aggressive mid-control setup with the op in hand as well on ATK. Very healthy on Arch. Oh, actually, it's on their side of mid, so I mean, they can scoop it up, it looks like.
Not with Rez on
it. Yeah, no, it is a bit far out. Yeah, okay. I mean, that was the right spot to flash. Op was there.
And got a teammate. Ooh, gets dinked. That's going to be a problem. Oh, and then ATK still sitting on it. Synopsy, pit player should have him. And sure enough, Brolin's going to end this for the second consecutive. The Ninjas in Pajamas have an answer.
Yeah, a bit more solid this time around. So it starts off with a res clutch, and then they transfer that energy into another attempt from Brolin to get to the bottom of Banana. And I think actually, you know, him being a lot, like, really stubborn about this is key because, again, they have to be able to show they can win this. And it's their comfort zone. And I like, again, that they're just carrying this forward, you know, 8 rounds deep, and they're continuing to apply the pressure. Bad News Eagles have finally been drained of all of the money they had left over. And we'll go in for the half buy.
Quick little push, shut down.
Man, it's not easy, but Brolin sharp enough.
Simply headshots. Bad News Eagles sure love a little bit of aggression. They don't seem scared of utility in any way, shape, or form. They come back at that. Juan Flatro got past the arch and ran back at it with a Glock. Oh, and GXX with a couple dirty deagles. Hampus is his head. It could be next. Hampus is not going to shy away from it either. He swings out for the kill. Okay. GXX caught at the wheel, and that is Ninjas with number 3.
Yeah, sleeping a bit. That was GXX thinking, okay, he's scared of me now, but Hampus is not. He wants to disrespect this.
Juan Flatro ran back with a Glock.
With the Glock, man. That was so crazy. It must have been a triple dink, right? Otherwise, how could he have killed him? That was ridiculous. You know, already a good start. And actually a second half buy from Bad News Eagles, so they'll definitely be buying up next round. But another juicy opportunity here. Oh my God, they're squeezing for top mid. 4 started B on this round. I think they anticipated a buy in this situation. Rez is alone.
Bomb drop, damage done.
Wait, that's the site. They have an arch smoke down. I mean, they picked up a gun.
Ooh, this round is alive.
Oh, this might have been a misplay. I honestly didn't see this coming myself. The amount of money that Bad News Eagles had.
They played this so quick. CT's looking for the save. Look at them. Look at them.
Crazy.
They're peeling off. Oh my God.
Wow, because they
thought it was going to be a real round.
Yeah, they started 4B. They didn't really anticipate something like this to happen. You know, maybe, yeah, that all came down to Rez, but BNE came up so fast. Just the simple arch smoke. I mean, they didn't even get ready in mid and then come through and explode thereafter.
No, that was just a Hail Mary, all in, full speed ahead type charge.
That's huge. I think the save is definitely a key part here for NIP, though. They keep 4 alive. They have lots of money. And even though BNE win this round, they were going to buy on the next anyways. So I'll just be happy about stealing one away in the middle of this. They'll force NIP to stay vigilant.
That'll keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
That'll keep you on your toes. Feels like every smoke, every incendiary, anything can be challenged by the Bad News Eagles. That's kind of why I love this team, man, and what they've been able to show us as of late. It's just confident. Look at this, Mac 10ing Brolin as he falls back into the site. Good thing Plopsky's here to give cover. Brolin, a single bullet would have been his end.
Oh my God.
Fragmentation won't find Brolin. Plopsky still sitting in the open of the CT challenge. Flash is coming over top. He throws down his incendiary. And that means nothing for the Eagles. They're gonna continue to fight. And Brolin, remember, such little amounts of HP. an easy target. A boost on the CT cross. Regon dead. Scenari able to answer versus Hampus, but it's Plopski's double kill, and he's still sticking around for a little bit more. We've got GXX locked in on Banana. A pretty consistent retake position from the Ninjas in pajamas, but not this time.
They have full kits, so I think GXX is going to have to be very active in this spot with the op, or he's going to get smoked at, and look at him.
Yep.
He's heeding the call to action, pushing up right into CT spawn, off in the back lines. S-Attack goes down, he falls out. There's still a rifle that they haven't found yet.
Even fight. Oh, but the Molly finds Scenari. GXX into the 1 versus 2. Plopski, right through smoke. And Rez is gonna try his hand at the exact same defuse. Desperation, final second. Stab him in the spine. Bad news, Eagles. With a quick reality check, no stick this time.
That's insane. What a shot. The lineup from that op on the first one, and knows exactly how to finish that round. Beautiful first move here from GXX as well. He was early enough that S-Attack just wasn't prepared for that push coming through. And Plopski definitely intended to stick it. That is so well done. We've seen some amazing clutch potential for more than one player here on BNE. GXX just joining the fray. And they're putting Brolin through hell on Banana. I mean, they match his energy so well. Typically, you see him play with teams, spamming down Banana, establishing really quickly. But almost every single time, BNE are right there, ready to fight before he even is. Oh, this is a real broke ninja. Sitting in the site, they got no utility. I think between the two of them, is there Molly? No. S-Attack just has this off. That's the buff towards the B side. But look how much space Bad News Eagles are taking so quickly. They are reading the money so well right now.
Nobody with eyes on that balcony. I like that Rez is pressed close. One Flotro sees it, sees both. Goes deeper. Oh, Rez, the flying MP9. That's just ridiculous. Bomb gets dropped in the meantime. Regon wins his fight over towards the Banana. Hampus thinking about challenging. There is a gap. GXX locked in, but oh, he drops another smoke and starts running away from the threat of S-Attack, who wasted no time coming through that. S-Attack, he could peek and stop it, but he doesn't. GXX still dead. 2v2 ensues. Shot missed towards Pit. S-Attack damaged, but Hampus through the graveyard already. Synopsy trying to lock it in. It's a CT kill the other way. Regon wastes no time. A wraparound from Arch as the bomb gets tapped, and Regon hones in on this, but where is he? Right behind it, and he's got it! Another round for BNE!
They have another clutch, another 1v2, and it's been a litany of 1v2s for BNE.
The jumping MP9 from Rez.
And he tried his hardest, man. I can't believe One Flotro actually peeked into that two-player high-low setup and knew that he basically had to kill one as soon as possible and still delivered on that. This left Hampus behind the smoke, and GXX was so smart to re-smoke the archway, recognizing that one of his smokes was bad. That was some excellent awareness. Now, even though that comes down to a 1v2, they earned it in so many different parts of that round. The read on the economy, taking all the free space, sussing out this position, and finding trades outside of it as well. And Rez, yeah, he's working hard.
Man, yo, props to GXX as well, because from Rez's perspective, we realize just how easily that third kill looked.
They've missed one shot, and he's dead. He's dead in a moment's notice.
8 terrorist round wins.
Yes.
Armored pistols for NIP.
Yeah, and they already had him in such a bad place just now. They had them forcing. I mean, NIP chose to go up against a fully kitted, fully armed, I mean, armed to the teeth with the full nades, and they could have saved one round and had a much better buy.
Oh, again, they just disrespect this. Total push from Synopsy. He's gonna get shot in the back from S-Attack before the smoke goes down.
Now they know there's only 2 on A.
And Scenari's not taking that chance.
Oh, now there's 3 on B. Rez is left alone once again.
Working with the 5-7, no utility on his belt.
They're already ready to just cut off rotations, isolating Rez in the site.
He has to be this one-man army for the Ninjas. While Flacho gets down, clearing all these corners first. They're going to be on high alert. GXX deleted. Oh, and he tries to stretch for that off. Rigon misses. No shots as Hampus comes around that corner. Mac 10 on Plopsky. Esatag P250.
All we saw there was a scout from the Mac 10. I mean, these two guns left over, they're going to look for stuff. They can't win this retake, surely. They have anything. They've got one smoke, no kits. No armor on Esatag.
Suneri holds this balcony peak, so if they're just going to try to throw something at it in the final few seconds, could very well get cut down. Oh, and a
the molly too.
Just perfect. Suddenly, the hunters become the hunted, and the bomb pop. Yeah.
Okay, actually two die in that situation. That's good. We're nearing the end of the half, and I mean, man, Bad News Eagles have so much to be proud of here. They earned it. They earned it. This lead they've got. Crazy they're doing this on Inferno. T-side's not even over. NIP going through hell right now.
6-round lead over the number 7 team in the world right now.
Yeah. And Revenge as well.
Oh my god, dude, look.
They
play so fast.
Yeah, they're also calling out the 3B setup again. They take this risk, and it's the right one. Immediately, they're in a position to cut off rotations. They see this bomb. Sorry, they see this bomb of B and Hampus. Whoa. It's insane.
Rigon, oh my god, he comes out with the headshot versus Plopsky.
What is even happening?
I don't know, man.
They weren't even going to go CT there.
A calamity on the arch side. Rez gets into the library. Rigon's gonna die to that. Suneri, quick trade back. Brolin in the clutch, but bomb is bottom mid.
This is ridiculous. I mean, 109, they can leave one back on the site. They don't know if Brolin spotted it, but he's a B player, so they're maybe expecting him to play off of this. They're the ones who dropped the bomb in that position. But Brolin doesn't even feel comfortable taking a site, and they're actually going to make it over to the correct one. It's the B site that's wide open. Another retake here.
Wow, Brolin outmaneuvered. Of course, they don't know where he's at. This is Rigon recovering.
I actually just I don't even know what they were intending here, because they didn't have any banana control. They didn't B-split. They ran up mid and got brackets.
Yep.
And they ran to maybe catch off rotators, but where they're going to commit to the B site with a bomb at ramp, it's just so hard to read. And NIP got to be so frustrated about that, because they run into 2 CTs and Hampus catches 1.
Brolin finds the op inside of pit. But that, folks, is double digits for Bad News Eagles on the T side of a decider map to eliminate NIP.
Yeah. And they're just not stopping, man. Look at this mini-map. 4 deaths in CT spawn on this round.
That's crazy. Dude, Bad News Eagles play with such pizzazz, like such aggression.
Yeah.
And it just feels like, I mean,
they have the aim to do it too.
I think it's comprehensible. Like, if you are the players on Bad News Eagles, you have never in your Counter-Strike career had as much confidence as you do right now. You qualified for the major. You won your map pick of Mirage with dominance. We have seen BNE win 4 of 5 halves so far in this series.
Yeah, they're playing free. They're playing free. I mean, the calls are solid enough. The trades are really magnificent. I mean, the spacing, impeccable. And the vibes are immaculate.
The energy.
The energy. Their star signs are aligned.
I mean, they must all be Libras.
Yeah. They're just galloping through this match. That's a horse, right?
I think so.
I don't know.
I have no clue.
Piss poor buy again here from Ninjas.
Barring that saved op from Brolin to Esatag, it's thrown. Plopsky MP9. Decency and utility.
They make so much noise and just run.
Brolin dead. Oh, Plopsky, the MP9, good for 2. Synopsy.
What?
He just simultaneously comes out from balcony. He is not a part of this play. He's just another problem. And as he locks horns with Rez over towards this A site, Rez just has to go. He has no other choice. They're going to leave him on that A site, and this does give the Ninjas a 2 versus 2 to try their damnedest with. GXX tucked in behind Nubox, Rez serving up a distraction, and Hampus gets a little bit closer on those coffins. There goes Rez though. Second kill, not yet there, but it's BNE on fire yet again.
I love that. I mean, with the aggression at top banana, they put in an extra layer there. I mean, they're just operating at such a frequency right now where they're pulling off this fast strategy that almost looks brainless, right? Just running to the top banana, making tons of noise, and then turning the corner right after. It should be able to telegraph. I mean, there's a smoke down here in CT spawn. But then the tricky part is they actually have such a fast pulse lurk. That guy comes out, and the A-side player is getting the comms that it's B again. It's a 20-second B hit again. And he's actually helping snowball this round by catching rotators instantly. How are you supposed to be ready for that? All the map control that NIP are taking, they are not overthinking it. They're just taking it back, punishing the space. And like Pimp said on the desk, not letting them breathe. Every single moment.
Suffocating T-sides. Except for Ancient.
Yeah. Well, it was also suffocating in the way that it was a choke, but...
Cool. Oh. Well, long forgotten, I'm sure. Right now, Bad News
they don't
Eagles.
care about that.
Nah. Ancient, whatever.
Ancient news.
Instead, they will be shooting for a 12-3 T-side over the Ninjas in Pajamas. We knew this was a map that Bad News Eagles liked to play. We didn't know if it would be enough versus tougher competition. This is a damning example, but Esatag inside of the apartments, beauty of a 2K. Locks down Regon. He's got Scenari pressing up close. Oh!
What?
And a double headshot inside of the apps. Hampus found out 3 kills back from BNE. A 3v5 for a 12-3 half.
Welcome to the exhibition. NIP are on the Ferris wheel, whether they like it or not.
This circus is something miraculous.
No,
Look at that, the slide
fire
out
is disgusting.
Ooh!
That's disgusting.
Takes him right off. Obviously, Brolin and Plopsky gonna give this the old college try. CT's smoke off arch. They try to run through. Scenari's just killing them before he even sees them. And on that backside, Brolin falls. Massive half. And one more to go from the Bad News Eagles.
If I was like my CSGO dream team,
Let's start with the AWPer.
simple.
Obviously, no-brainer.
He's like the best player now in the world, and he's been playing amazing for a long time now.
So you just have to include simple, and I think that he'd be awesome to play with again.
Get simple in there.
So I think it's a good choice for an AWPer.
For in-game leading, I would actually take
Glaive. So he's the most accomplished IGL.
a great caller.
He played in Astralis during their era when they were the best team in the world for a long time and they crushed everyone.
And I think that he would probably like be really cool to like learn from and see like his thought process on like how to organize everything and the reads that he's making on the game.
And for the aggressive role, config for my own team is really good at that role. So
I would pick myself because obviously it's my dream team. I want to play with them. I'd probably just be doing like the aggressive stuff, like going in first, second, and just like trying to follow up on people. I think that I could do that pretty well.
Dupree.
I'd say myself, entry fragging myself.
So I think that this is like kind of hard to really get like a good read on like who I should pick. But I think I would pick Yakinder. I think that he's a really aggressive player and he has like a lot of good like feelings for the game of like how to feel it out and like where he thinks that he should like go aggressive or like keep a lot of space for the team.
Let's bring in Electronic, Simple's fellow fragger.
the lurking spot
and the second anchor, because there's obviously 2 anchors in the team.
I would take Rups, really great lurker and reads the game really well.
I would pick Naf for my lurker, just like the guy that can make anything happen pretty much. I think that he's a really good clutcher and he can just like make some random rounds just like turn into a win. So I think that he would be really solid. He can do like a lot of really like amazing things.
I'd say like an anchor slash like second lurk-ish would be Bit. Probably one of the best riflers right now as well.
And the last one would be like an anchor player, maybe myself.
Bad news Eagles still a long way from locking in some tickets to Lisbon, but they are dangerously close to knocking out the Ninjas in Pajamas here in the opening round. This is massive.
Even that result, right? Like thinking about the future with them going to the major, even just winning this best of 3 is such a crazy thing to see. So yeah, no, I mean that's a long way from Lisbon, like you said, but still.
Hell of a way to start.
Yeah.
Oof. But this is never over until it's over. Esatag finds Synopsy on his lonesome, just working down Banana. And if they think that's an open B site, they'd be wrong. So, gobble up GXX.
Oh, such good timing there on the punish.
And now they'll just go ahead and hard commit here. Numbers in the hands of the Ninjas. Rez finds one through the smoke. 5 versus 2. A very comfortable post plant over here on the B site. Nip not gonna go down easy.
I think one of the coolest parts is we've also seen Bad News Eagles win eco rounds multiple times. So like half buys or force-ups versus NIP, so pistol might not be enough by itself. 1 on 3 now for one Flotro. Just no space to get back in.
Hampus is gonna be his end. A 4th for the Ninjas in Pajamas. They're gonna kick off their T side with pistol. It's gonna have to be nearly flawless.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Unlike Ancients, this comeback is not as reasonable.
No, sir.
Still not one where you're like, okay, CP side Ancient, you get to come back. It happens all the time. This one is such a tremendous lead that Bad News Eagles have gotten for themselves, and they'll reward themselves with a little investment. They've got a fair few bits of utility with some pistols and a scout to complement them. Popsky looking to creep up mid, but he makes a fast step actually, and this will set GXX off. B looking tempting. And whoa, this is some really nice util usage. 1 CT here, and it looks real scary, the amount of pressure just put on, but they immediately squeeze back, take top Banana. Their intention is to end on this side of the map, and 4 CT still have not made a move.
Smoke onto Synopsy. He's got a flashbang as well if he wants to try to stun them.
You can just tag.
And they're gonna go right through. Mac 10 of Hampus kills Synopsy, takes off a lot of this B-site pressure because, again, nobody really rotated fast enough to get into this. A very savable round, I'd say, from the Bad News Eagles. If you keep 4 Kevlar players, Deagles, and a scout, there's no shame in this. Try again in the next, and eventually you'll have guns.
Yeah, honestly, committing is committing will be okay. I think if you had already taken out 1 or 2 Mag 10s, because then, that'd be expensive, but Ninja's invested in 3. I mean, they're actually happy to lose 1 player, 2 players. That's not the worst case in the world, I think. If they can trade out any guns that would be saved and carried forward, that would mean a lot more for them. Here's the first push through from Hampus as all the 5.7 bullets are unloaded. And Hampus is kind of showing Bad News Eagles that he's still willing to push just like they are with the same level of aggression. Said I invented that.
Mine?
That's my flow you stole. They're about 2 rungs up on a ladder that's forever. So, I don't know. It's quite a climb.
If I can't see the end of the ladder, I'm not getting on it.
Don't even start.
That sounds ridiculous.
Thing is, NIP just can't get off. You know, they can't. There's no map 3. There's no map 4. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Where to go from here?
Yeah. No, there most certainly is map 3. We're watching it. Believe it or not, Bad News Eagles, dominant. Hey, it fell through the floor.
But
the smoke fell through the floor.
Yeah, but yeah, wow, that's.
Hey,
I can't believe it's this high and still fell through the floor. They're like gonna boost over it. The world's shortest smoke.
Hey, I'm trying my best here.
Oh well, Tempest goes down. CT's at the bottom of B and rotating over to A. Yikers!
Oh, they got one Flatro on the backside. They got players nearby. Oof. Jumping Mac 10 recovers from Rez. Sure does love to fly with those SMGs. Grabs a better pistol. Regon wraps around. Plopsky into the apartments. We've got Brolin and Pitt, 2 in sight. GXX sends a warning shot through the wall.
Uh-oh. Hot. It's really hot.
Regon's got nowhere to run, and Plopsky, the kingpin position here in apartments. He's got 2 more players to take down, and it's a scout running for the hills. A 6th for the ninjas in pajamas. The T side survives. The armored pistol rounds and the pistol itself. Brolin gonna end that one, but here comes the guns.
Yes. This is a real test here for Nip. Oh, there
What
it is.
the heck?
Into the floor. Now, I guess you could line it up. Yeah.
Dude, he just put that smoke through the ground with brain power.
You just seen the future.
That's some telekinesis. But if there's any magic here on the side of Bad News Eagles, let's see it.
They're coming for it.
Regon, right to the bottom of middle. Synopsy sets him up with the flash. He pushes past Rez. There's a smoke covering the side of Ramp, and Rez's little head. It gets kicked back into the tunnels. Down with you.
Oh, and he separates the engagements. Man, that separates.
No way he gets away with that.
That smoke is perfect. I mean, yeah, I can't believe he survives. Rez is so fast in underpass, but Brolin the Opper?
Yeah, because the fire kept Regon just stuck there for a second. He wasn't able to fall fully back. And Brolin, really nice snap of the op.
Yeah.
This is still a winnable round from the Ninjas in Pajamas, but yo, leave it to Bad News Eagles to come into their first real CT-sided buy and just run down middle, drop kick 2 players like it's no big deal, and then have one Flatro lock it in from balcony. 1 kills his, Synopsy's with the push, and Plopsky's into the clutch. Half health, op in hand, but that's close position. Yeah, that's the end of him. A 13th for BNE.
Damn, GXX doesn't care. Man, I can't believe he pushed through that arch smoke after that first kill and still gets one. And does a little extra damage on the side. The pressure don't stop. Instantly on a 13 off this play from Rigon. And also, this smoke has to be mentioned, right? And this is a beautiful punish. 2 headshots, not even a wallbang there, as Rez just is trying to escape. He pops up and looks the wrong way.
He's just trying to crawl away from the fight.
It's just nonstop pressure, man. These guys are playing like Furia.
Every round, every half. And, you know, on the T side of Ancient, I just feel like we didn't see the strategies with it.
But they kept the same energy.
They kept the aggression. Yeah. For better or for worse, they kept up the aggression. Yeah. It just got owned. And now here on Inferno, clearly we got some layers. And like you added too, right? This is a map where we haven't really seen them versus top tier competition. So Ninjas in Pajamas, kind of the first victim so far. That's 13 locked in for B&E, but a buy right back from NIP. Oh, Hampus gonna disrespect all of that. Nobody here on Banana to fight him. Instead, the 2 CTs sit on oranges. Juan Flatro's working his way through CT spawn. He'll be smoked off by the time he arrives.
Smoke for smoke here.
Yeah. Applying a little bit of pressure and getting the answer in utility. Ninja's gonna need that bomb if they want to commit to this.
Extra help. They're just in the process of trying to deplete the grenades on the site so they can weaken it up in exec. Ooh. Oh, and the nades almost.
Yeah. Scenari sees it coming.
Yeah. Idea was good. but he had enough notice.
Oh my god. A flurry of fire.
Wow.
Onto the feet of the CT side, but everybody's hanging on, and the counter flashes look good.
Oh my god, he's getting in the smoke.
Rez, though, he finds the headshot through it. Synopsy also dead, and everybody's just hiding here from Bad News Eagles. Scenari in the middle of it all. I see nothing but backs turned. They already got 2 frags, but as he jumps over, Hampus catches him, and that is the Ninjas busting through.
They kind of all played for themselves a little bit there. That was a little messy. Everybody hopping up into a smoke and just hoping something crazy happens.
Bro, you throw that many Molotovs at me, I'm also gonna hide.
Yeah, there was also, nowhere to stand. Now they could have had smokes to put out those mollies, but some of that was, again, depleted as they tried to smoke in CT spawn early as a feint.
Unlucky.
So really nice answer back from Nip. I mean, they take the map control. I haven't seen an exec quite like that before. I don't know exactly how many Molotovs they threw. They definitely had a couple of smokes in there as well. Oof. Yeah, they carpeted the site and had the front side smoke on top of it. Just the places they lined him up for. I was like, I think they went for first and second oranges, quad, and I'm not sure if they...
wow.
I'm not sure if they mollied emo as well.
Synopsy's not even inside of the smoke.
Right.
Hampus's vision, yep.
Yeah, they felt very uncomfortable. They had no idea what to do about that.
Nope. No clue at all. There's a world scenario. If he thinks to find the Hampus fight first, maybe he wins that. Maybe we've got something going, but not a single one of those 3 CTs walked away with success. We've got the logs position from Brolin, and this is going to be a consistency. T side of Ninjas.
Ooh.
Brolin on Banana.
No way.
My, the double deagle.
25 health on that second peak.
And Regon's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, you said it, dude. You said it yourself. Bad News Eagles, we've seen them win ecos. Now this is without armor.
3 here on the A site waiting.
Juan Flatro, the only set of Kevlar.
And they're not playing in Big Pit. I mean, a lot of utilities can probably go in this direction. Bomb goes back to catch the potential flank. I think this is a spot where, Bad News Eagles probably just want to fully stack, but commit to a site. But 3 here is already pretty scary. NIP probably want to throw some utility to draw out some presence and chill. They have lots of time. And they're making their way around Arch, and this is going to clear out some important positions. The back of default inside a mini pit, and Plopsky kills GXX. They're hoping it's going back. Hey, the spray.
Bomb!
No way.
An AK right with it. Juan Flatro in the pressure position fights his way into the apartments. Now Rez and Plopsky able to get into that site. Juan Flatro wastes no time. He is a playmaker and a day saver. If he's able to get away with that, but instead it's a quick grab from Rez. Regon hot on his heels, and Plopsky hot on the body. A couple more AK shots to save it for NIP.
Oh man, he saved it. Oh man, that would have looked rough for Esatag. Came up mid, missed all his bullets. That was so tough.
On Flatro given a chance there. Whoa. Look at this Deeg.
Jesus.
Plopsky saves the day.
Saves the day huge. I mean, Fontro's flank is really hard to predict in this position. And he takes out both threats. Really great awareness from Plopsky. That was just an eco, though.
Just ecos, yeah. Sick rounds here with pistols. Bad News Eagles fighting tooth and nail to hang on to this lead, but it's 5 rounds the difference now. Ninjas, the favorites. And Ninjas trying to hang on to keep this one composed. Hampus pressing up. Oh, dies to Scenari, who's not going to fall away from this. He's blinded, and Brolin comes out on top of that one. 4v4. Plopsky, well, he's going to look to help out through middle while Rez is smoked on apps.
Get a little info. I think he drops up off of the balcony right away. So
all in mid.
They'll try to identify this coming up lane fast. Molly comes down while Flatro putting on pressure to let him know
Brolin
he's aware of their
chase.
existence. But yeah.
Oh, he just threw his utility, tries to turn attention back. Plopsky pressed so close. There's a smoke that disconnects Brolin from the rest of this action. He eats a teammate's flash, but Rez comes out with the kill regardless. Easy pickup versus GXX. And Regon dead inside the pit. A perfect pinch from NIP on A.
Huge move there from Brolin to come through the arch smoke. It's an enormous call out on Juan Flatro, who peppers some M4 bullets through it. could have died in that spot, but the attack was very strong on lane as well. As you can see, we've got 3 Ts who are low, but they've got 3. Synopsy, full HP, he'd trade his position to have a couple extra teammates, even if he was low. And I don't know, Synopsy can sit and wait to try to get some damage off, but they would love to keep this gun forward into the next round. That bomb will kill him in this position. Well, he'll find one, and it looks like he performs the escape.
Yeah.
Like David Blaine, he's out of there. Synopsy into spawn. Bomb goes off. NIP will take the round. It's expensive, but it's still pretty solid overall, considering how that started.
Ooh, res.
Nasty.
And then Brolin comes through.
Yeah, wow.
They really expected that smoke to be respected, really anticipating nothing but short side pressure.
That quick push as soon as Juan Flatro left his post. He's going to regret putting any pressure down. And it's actually the first timeout called here. They just have moved so fast, they had no time. No time for timeout.
Who has time for timeouts?
Who has time for timeout? Wait, so we don't shoot? We don't rush on the timeouts?
30-second timeout? I want 15.
Yeah. Final offer.
Guys, quick, make it 10.
Yeah.
Go.
All right.
Jokes aside, man, now the pressure starts to sink in. I think NIP have kind of earned the Bad News Eagles' respect on this second half already.
Yeah.
Only 4 rounds the difference. This one looking easy.
Again, these Eagles.
And that gut-wrenching feeling that you know Bad News Eagles have already had to experience on Ancient starts to sink into the back of their heads here on Inferno as well.
I guess so. I will say it is a different map. It is a different map. And yeah, this 4-round lead could disappear, but it would be for different reasons.
Yeah.
I think Bad News Eagles probably have a lot more hope alive. Some of these rounds incredibly close. Even that eco as well. So they really just want to stay focused. And I think NIP might copy and paste that really insane example. Whoa, Amp is just chilling on these angles. No stress whatsoever.
Couple of clean ones. Oh, almost even getting Scenari through the smoke. That certainly would have served as the trigger to push, but Juan Flatro comes in, bolsters the position, and Hampus finds him. This one's all Hampus, baby.
Oh, they're getting worked right now.
What goes around comes around. Juan Flatro runs through, and Brolin's going to end that.
I think
so, Synopsy all that remains over on A.
I think the big move that NIP still have in their back pocket was that one B exec where they mollied the site. I mean, they saw how confused Bad News Eagles were.
For sure.
All they needed to make sure, all the criteria that they had to get in order before that exec is top banana control, nothing else really mattered. And that bar is very low. So I think NIP can continually work it. And they can even add layers to that, like a lurk through A, someone coming up arch, or even it being a fake towards A. And I feel like Bad News Eagles will bend over when they see that and really kind of rotate frantically. Wow, Synopsy is all up in this, man. I don't know. That's crazy. He was on the other side of the map 2 seconds ago. Probably should have stayed there.
You know,
that gun would have been nice.
It was confident.
It was.
We'll call it confident. Hampus, clean as can be here.
Look how easy this is for him.
Knocking on the door of this B site, knocking on the heads of Bad News Eagles. That lead starting to evaporate.
I gotta say, I mean, even though this would be, you know, the favorite coming back into this match, very impressive stuff from NIP to stand up to such a big advantage. 12-4 at one position. But it will continue to take more ingenuity. They definitely, surely do not feel like they've won, even if they feel a lot more confident now.
And again, different map, different circumstances, but that 12-4, there was a 11-1 at one point on Ancient. Oof. Nade damage versus Hampus pushes him back. Tale of perseverance here from the Ninjas in Pajamas.
This round will be really telling. Lots of space gained here from NIP.
Kind of comparable to what we saw with that full-in B exec, where, like, you know, the front side of the site is just left to be taken. Oh, GXX, though. He's going to lock in that 5v4, and Juan Flatro, perfectly timed on the peak, goes in, finds Esatag's head, Recon trying to challenge on a short, but it's Brolin who's trying to fight tooth and nail. He's got himself 2.5 as he assists Plopsky on those entries again. NIP breakthrough.
Uh-oh, yeah, that setup was far from perfect. 2 here for the retake, and they have the full intention to go for it.
They're already starting to get close on short.
Man, I don't know if they should, but...
It's going to be Brolin first contact. Plopsky a quick reaction, and maybe Hampus swings out from the little pit. Brolin insta headshot. Synopsy's dead to rights. And with that, Scenery tucks tail. An 11th round win from the Ninjas in pajamas. But this is Bad News Eagles giving up so much space.
Yes, and also, I mean, these extra kills, they got to give themselves more chances to play. They got to respect the fact that Ninjas are strong enough, you know, to close out some of these advantage situations in the post plant. Giving up these extra guns here and there is going to count against them. I mean, they want to keep that energy, that confidence, of course, but it should be in positions where they actually have a fight at all. You know, in the 5v5, in the 4v5. That setup on the A site was very messy. You know, they were in a good position to get 1 kill, but they weren't in a good position to transpose into a more solid setup after that. The AWP was left out in the open, while Flatro felt the need to put pressure on lane so the AWP doesn't get crushed on the way back out. The rotations on the site weren't working together, and now that 1 M4 that could have been 2 saved forward is alone.
Oh,
and it's gone.
Raygon just ended.
Potentially retrievable, though. We'll see.
Yeah, GXS can get... Oh, poor guy, man. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Plopsky, how you gonna do him like that? Hampus finds the head of the coffin player. Oh, but Synopsy's got an answer. And with that, we've got the Ninjas immediately heading elsewhere. One Flatro.
They're going to stack, too.
One Flatro, at times, a diamond in the rough, stands big under pressure, and this position could definitely catch them off guard. Back third! Oh, that's so much damage. Synopsy! Oh, it's close! Imagine! As he takes res to 60, had that been a headshot.
Jeez, it's always got to be close. Hey, I mean, lots of competitive rounds in the second half. Unfortunately, most of them have been when they don't really have odds to win.
God damn. Oh.
Some of these shots are, you know, firecrackers. Ridiculous. But still. Even through all that resistance, it's NIP who are winning the rounds. They're on fire with this 5-round streak. They're 1 away from tying up. And now it becomes stressful. They're close to the win, but the mood has changed. I mean, NIP are taking this very seriously.
No doubt. And at the same time, we've got Bad News Eagles. You know, emotion is...
They're obviously missing some experience in the mid-rounds.
Yep.
So, like, opening frags, I feel very confident for Bad News Eagles. They look like they're ready to take the fight on B. The AWP looks good from GXX. But from there on, they don't really solidify that naturally, and I think that's where and Ninja's experience is starting to shine through a bit.
No doubt. No doubt at all. You know, Bad News Eagles, as impressive as this series has been, as exciting and as unique as some of their decisions, you know, their aggression, I'm going to sit here and praise it all day, but they wouldn't be the first team when given a chance to close maps in a very important match, fall at that final hurdle. GXX going to give them another 5v4.
Yeah, and you know what? They pick up 2 AWPs. I love this adjustment. I mean, when things aren't working or when things are working for too long, those are 2 good situations to pick up the AWP to introduce a new challenge that NIP have to figure out.
And honestly, we haven't seen it since they used it once, but that full-fledged Molotov execute into the B site, they've got the utility to do it. At least 2 mollies, tons of smokes.
And we are looking at a smoke within the B site. That's 1 to connect the pillar to quad, and now the exec is coming forward. Let's see how they respond.
Synopsy hiding behind the little pillar. He's got 3 players on the cusp of this bomb site. Missed shot, pressure all around him. And Scenery, now he's being swarmed. He takes a player off. But GXX boosted one Flatro who doesn't get kills. Brolin, well, he may have done enough, but Raygon drops bomb, continues on. Hampus' shots from over top coffin. And now the 1v1 versus the Swedish prodigy in Brolin. Regon goes right back to the exact same position. They are so close on this smoke. Who's gonna take this kill this round to make a world of difference? Where has he gone? Brolin doubles back to the side of the site. The sound is there for Regon, but where did he go?
He got off.
Brolin, like ships in a night, they cross silently, and he comes out with the clutch.
Oh, man. That could have been it. That moment. Regon worked so hard. He even got HE damage off. God damn, that clutch comes down to the finest margins.
He embodies his role as a ninja and disappears. A tap, a peek, a clutch.
Not even enough time to plant a bomb again.
That's
the X factor that Brolin brings to Nip.
This kid is cold. And Ninjas in pajamas running hot. Tie this game 13 apiece and have Bad News Eagles back on the broken bye.
Here's the other component to the comeback, though. Even like we see very competitive rounds throughout, and even though NIP are winning them, they constantly have to take themselves to new levels to keep that streak growing. And as they get closer to the finish line, Bad News Eagles, they start to reach a certain threshold of information, right? They've almost seen everything. And with all that information, that's the final test. They'll have a real chance in this next round when they buy to use that data they've accumulated to put together a real perfect round. And they, again, are getting 5v4s. I think the double op adjustment was great. They probably won't be able to do that again. So they might have to dig deep, but I'd still be concerned if I'm NIP. Even though it's a huge comeback, it's been very contested in every single step. And this one's not even a given.
But they pull a player off of this. Nope, nope, nope. Regon does come back. Flash into the cubby.
Their deagles. Their deagles are unbelievable.
And he dives back into the library, expecting a bit more pressure. Flatro, dangerous game. Peeks into the short side. GXX pressed close. Esatag gets that arch player down. That's damage into res. GXX tucks down into the little pit. Flatro with the MP9 a second. That headshot.
Through the wall.
Sanopsy with the wall bang pushes it onto Plopsky.
He has to plant.
4 seconds. He needs the kills. He's got that first, but ice cold from Saneri. Bad News Eagles breakthrough.
And a kill after time is over, and that's
Finally.
the 14th.
Finally. That has got to be such an injection of energy. What are those kills, bro? Ooh. What are those kills?
Wallbang through the library door.
Diamonds made under pressure, and this was when it hit its peak. Look at this second kill. That was a kill.
At Snopsy. It starts with Regon. And it ends on time. They do such a good job of bleeding them dry. A last timeout called here for Nip. And it's going to go to round 30. Wouldn't have it any other way at this point. An epic journey across this best of 3.
Flatro is made of magic.
Oh, I thought it was 14-14. Okay, that actually, NIP, they still haven't even hit 14. They have no op to purchase up, but they didn't want one. They have enough money left over. There'll still be 2 buys that Bad News Eagles will have to chew through. Plopsky gets hit, I think, with an op right at the beginning of the round. Some early util damage as well. Yeah, this fight's even worse than I thought. They were, I mean, BNE were going to buy on this round, even if they had lost that last one.
They've given themselves such a chance to, at the very least, find that 15th. Flash in front of the setup, but remember, Hampus is hella close. Ooh, and Ceneri's gonna walk away. Not too far, though. More utility damage done.
He's waiting for a Coffin's flash. He comes for the re-aggression. They flash in response, and now it's more well-timed from NIP. This is huge.
A lot of posturing going on here in Banana this round. GXX is not close enough to help, but this continuation in utility damage.
They want them to use their smokes in this position. This is the key thing. The Hampus is going to smoke CT. Wait a second. They have all their util behind this. Will Bad News Eagles read into this? This pocket strat that worked earlier in the half. Oh, now they're walking up. Brolin takes first contact. 2 players dead on the site. They can't even go for it.
They have to save. They've got to call it quits, and with that, another successful B hit. Ninjas in pajamas, back to the textbook, back to winning ways.
That's an even better call.
Oh, and Rez, insult to injury as he turns it onto Regon's head. Now, again, because they won with those pistols, we do have, no, not even. It's only Scenari with extra money.
Yeah, they needed to keep that 3 alive. And Rez is ready to hunt down a 4th, maybe even a 5th. Here he is at the end of Halls.
Oh, that round, bro. Brolin and Hampus just so sharp.
I thought they were going to go with their Molly exec. That works so well. They just walk in, and Bad News Eagles don't want to smoke B. It's like a next level call. Uh-oh.
It's only GXX cowering in the corner of this bomb site. He hopes with fingers crossed that he can save this op. Rez. Oh, he's holding, and he's down at the final second. Clean sweep of the CT side. 14 rounds apiece.
Okay, now it's going to round 30, and Bad News Eagles have to decide if they're going to save, and you got to assume they will. That's something new. NIP have a little bit extra.
Dunked on.
And instead of using that strat, they hang it over their head for even longer. GXX has an op, had so much money.
That was what Scenari had left over.
Oh man, I mean, they've got Deagles and this op. They don't even need to buy. We saw that they basically won one of the couple of rounds in this half with a buy similar to this, but GXX goes down.
The nades.
And he's been a specialist.
Scenari's gonna have to pick up that op. He's posted on the corner.
Uh-oh.
Regon's.
That's a strange smoke. I mean,
to go clear this? I mean, A site's completely evacuated.
Yeah.
They're on the cusp of having to play for OT with nothing to buy into.
See how good this angle is.
Synopsy peeks wide. That's a little bit of damage. A second one confirmed.
That's so many spotted. They're down banana. Smoke on Arch.
Hesitation.
Regon.
Oh! He drops bomb. Rez turns it on him. And suddenly we've got Juan Flatro looking to throw himself into the mix. He sees them leaving.
He's pushing mid.
They're falling back.
They're terrified
of him. He's blowing the gun to himself.
He's going to grab it.
But Hampus. Oh! Juan Flatro with a huge kill inside Boiler and a quick sprint down to the bottom of Banana. They smoke off their flank and run for that bomb site. Juan Flatro knows he needs to hold. And this, a tantalizing save. When there is nothing to buy in the next one, they made Ninjas sweat.
And that's how, you know, they feel like they have absolutely no chance. That one smoke at the bottom of Banana, man, if not for that, I feel like they even try to go for it. They'll buy in the next. That's such a ridiculous situation. All of those engagements that went down. Juan Flatro's kills in the halls, yeah, they targeted him. GXX out early, and it still comes this close. That's crazy.
The one tap. Look at this.
He looks to steal it. Oh, goes past him. He still just... It's the blinder, gets a brand new AK off a fresh body.
They can't let the emotions get the better of them. They've still saved with 2 weapons. They've proven to us and themselves that they can win with less.
Yeah, and every round they've absolutely been terrifying.
And if they can just get to overtime, money no longer a problem.
It's true. It's true. They'll have to play better than they've
This is
ever
a
played
good
here.
buy.
Yeah, it's healthy. It's very healthy.
Here we go, folks. Round 30. What a best of 3.
What will be the call from Hampus? He has really done so well to get his team back into this match after such a disappointing start, and he'll die at logs.
5v4. Oh, and Synopsy gonna get the better of Brolin. Bomb's still back in the T-spawn, and Bad News Eagles have put themselves in a phenomenal spot, but you better hold on for dear life. Rez is 23 and 18. Plopsky, a mirrored score. Rez comes around the corner. 5 strong for Bad News Eagles. Plopsky's gonna get some kind of an answer, but remember, bomb's still not held here from Ninjas, and a peek around from Regon. Plopsky drops down into the pit with a 1v4 at hand. And this just screams OT. Flashed, pressured, and successful. Bad News Eagles give themselves a little more time to fight.
Oh, we're gonna go past regulation. Are NIP ready for this?
A shiver down the Ninja's spine. Their job is not done yet.
Yeah, and it's the nades from the last round that helped NIP win the round. And Bad News Eagles used a similar tactic to start off this one hot. And it's also one of the first times in the half they've been that aggressive about banana control, almost always giving it up. So they found a new key to success.
Back to back.
NIP to innovate even further.
12-3 T-sides. Back to back.
Back to back. Yeah, this is so much more than the matchup, the teams, the map. It's brand new territory as well. Early 3-player setup on Banana. No one here from NIP. Instead, a lane setup. They'll have some fast rotations, but look how quickly NIP are moving.
Banana players for Bad News Eagles, a little bit cut off, seeing as that smokes at the base of B. Juan Flatro, nothing for his efforts. Oh, that is as clean as you could wish for.
Oh, a huge call, man. They just play with no pressure right there. Up mid, Hampus so quickly through Arch.
Phenomenal flood forward.
All those nades.
Very quick. And I was a little nervous because you saw the speed that Ninjas came out of the T-spawn with. Kind of stuttered for a second. Rez peeks right into Scenari. He's going to get deleted.
Hey, this is 10K OT. You don't want to keep dropping guns.
No, sir. Synopsy also going to get cleared out. GXX better save that off.
12.5. 12.5. Still matters, of course. Up, down, everyone dies. That's one way in which the Bad News Eagles could easily clean up their game, is not letting players die. The whole comeback, they were having more trouble on the rifle rounds because NIP are the better team. On the pistoling rounds where they were playing free, they were obviously able to get more. But then on the rifle rounds, they were just giving up guns, left, right, and center. Going for retakes they couldn't win, being too aggressive in saves. Those little edges are where NIP are going to obviously outshine them. And they've got to be careful here. So, first round one and done, and it's one of the best rounds that we saw all half from NIP off that call. Hampus really leading by example.
Nice clean first one. Ooh, lots of damage. Recon swings out, and then the third player catches Brolin off guard. And when you think about the fact that we had 3 CT round wins across each half of regulation, even one in OT could make a world of difference. Plopsky's gonna fight tooth and nail for this. Peeks around, insta headshot, and he only loses 1/3 his health. He's par for the course, par for the clutch. Synopsy's walking in on him. Plopsky's trying to keep him at bay, but a quick crouch walk swing from Synopsy gives Bad News Eagles a 1-1 CT half so far.
Yes, and it's important to put it like that, right? The ratio's even here in overtime, and that's not reflective of how dominant the T sides have been throughout this game.
Just one could be enough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Triple short side stack.
Oof.
Take what you can get. Rigon to the top of the scoreboard now. 26 kills off of that 2K. They're going to leave a cache of grenades over towards this B site.
Yeah, amazing moves all series from Rigon.
Juan Flatro. Oh, that's big. Pushes into the boiler, finds Hampus ahead of his team.
Yeah, and look at the rotation. I mean, they kill Hampus, and they've seen him be not the lurker, but the guy kind of leading the charge. Oh my god, opportunity there for S-Tag. He moves into position, but doesn't take the shot. Juan Flatro will now fall back. And listen, when this is dragged on, even though it's 4v5, I think Bad News Eagles have had a lot of trouble playing from the site, and they're actually going for the late re-aggression on mid. It's a huge call. I think this makes so much sense based on what we've seen. And now the pressure starts to lean towards B, but they suss out halls. They're already peeking into alt. NIP don't know it, but the CTs have taken back this space as fast as they got it.
Remember, they still have all those grenades as well. Rigon wastes no time. Oh, he's gonna find S-Tag back turn. That's an easy pickup. Looking for the 2 CT round wins, but Rez starts to have his way. A grenade onto Plopsky. Rez inside the site. GXX on the bomb. And Brolin's gonna find him with his back turn to recovery as Rez finds a third. They get into this B site, no way.
Oh my god, Rez.
But nope.
3 jackknife frags, 1v2 Rigon. He's done so much, but this would be another level. He spotted one right to his left. Oh, Brolin takes him out.
What a save from Rez and NIP.
Oh, the op moving into the smoke, man, from Coffins instead of playing that retake from the 2v3. They let Rez do so much, even though they had the full flank on Banana. That's just a huge mistake here.
What are these kills? Blinded scenario. Oh, that's
God.
heartbreaking.
Ridiculous. He did see him. A beautiful shot from Rez, but this was just too much of a risk from GXX when they didn't need it. It's such a shame because he's obviously had incredible efficacy with that op all match long. But that could be the key round, right? We've seen the T sides do so much, and now it's 2-1. And NIP 2 away from knocking Bad News Eagles out of the showdown.
Bad News Eagles have to forget everything about that last round. Just let it slide, let it slip, and hone in on what was a dominating 12-3 T-side to start Inferno. Doesn't matter that you're in OT. Let it go. Get in. One Flotro trying to clear pit, but Rez gets the better of him, and this is a rock-solid defense on the A site. All 5 down, all 5 up. NIP 2 map and match points.
Yeah, that's it. They got 1 to go. Here on 18 already, they won that key round just now. And the CT side is lighting up. Rez was blind for so long, but they couldn't get that trade. And then yeah, he takes his arm over his face, and that's it.
They just couldn't get out.
2 dead right away. Problem scaling. And now NIP, they look jovial. They're pretty, I think, comfortable at this point. Still a 2-round game for BNE to come back into this. They got nothing else to do today, but they're taking late nades down B.
Oh, as if their job wasn't already difficult. Scenari walking wounded. Oh, more utility damage. The grenades here from the ninjas are just going to be such an issue, but that spam is almost perfect.
Brolin just wants to get to his smoke so he can go for the resmoke and CT.
Lucky to be alive, not to mention Plopsky also hit some. So as much as the grenades have done a good job for the ninjas, it's the smoke spam that goes the other way, and Juan Flotro just 8 more. Rygon, he's just sitting on it. Oh, great flash! 2 flashes! Hampus killed Brolin! Plopsky's still here on oranges, throwing down the nades, and they found themselves an entry. They found themselves a route. A graceful team kill offered over, and Juan Flotro goes deep. Esatag goes down, and the Bad News Eagles go forward.
Oh.
1 more round at least.
Wow, with all that early util damage, you could think the morale's at an all-time low, just about to get knocked out.
Oh, Rez, don't you do it.
The last thing they want at this point, of course, is for Rez to somehow find a way back into this.
Don't you dare.
Gonna give
Full
it a shot.
belt of utility. He's got the kit. Bomb so far gone. Nobody's gonna face him. And as they do, Juan Flotro shuts him down. But their job, far from done.
Yeah.
Nothing matters more than this next one.
They survived those early airstrikes, and Hampus, this is ridiculous. Oh, he's so blind. And Brolin is low after Scenari does damage in the Scenari flash, as well as the assistance to help take out Hampus. You know, real nightmare situation for the CT's holding when they have enough material to fend off this attack.
And Plopsky trying to use grenades when they were already swarming all around him.
Key thing's the flash, though. And you got to give credit to BNE for that. Op, actually, for GXX here on the T side.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, those nades again.
They copy and pasted them from last round.
Mirrored situation. Dragon's posted, ready for the challenge. The utility is so oppressive on Banana. GXX, though, that AWP on this T side blinded. He's not going to have any gap. A consistent stream of grenades just flying down Banana. Challenge from Synopsy, shut down by Rez. He falls back comfortably. Smoke onto the arch side, starts to draw players away from the CT spawn, but it's not like Bad News Eagles want this A site, and they've just got 4 counter-terrorists to commit.
Yeah, they're just walking up onto B, and there is no one here on the corner. No one spotting. Off back at Coffins. They are right for an execute to come their way. Full kit on GXX, but that's also the only smoke and molly.
That gap's a welcome invitation. Oh my God! Plopsky's gonna go for the peak, lines up two! Oh, he's looking to hold it all off, doubles back around construction, 35 seconds. GXX needs to plant, and he swapped out to the AK. Nobody's gonna rush that CT smoke. Plopsky's down! Regon holding on as that smoke keeps them at bay within the CT setup. We've got an incendiary on Hampus. Frag grenade for Rez could be the end of Regon and Ninjas. This is a 3 versus 2 that favors them in the retake. Deep peek from Regon. He goes for the challenge, goes down empty-handed. It needs to be GXX, and they're not looking at him. He gets that first one, but there's Rez with the frag. And as they jump on top that bomb, it is NIP with a sigh of relief. They survived the test.
Oh my God, they do it. They do it. And it's not an upset, but it was incredible.
Holy hell.
They stood up to a huge lead and came back on the T side and beat BNE after an entire war. That was ridiculous.
Oh, that is heartbreaking for the Bad News Eagles. Listen. Listen, this was never supposed to happen. We're talking a legendary major team versus guys who fought from a LAN cafe to even get to the RMR, who have just qualified the biggest match of their lives, and they came up short, but only by a couple of rounds. If there's anything we can take away, is that the Ninjas in Pajamas can survive a test. 2 tests, in fact. An 11-1 deficit on Ancient. That first half, 12-3. BNE are ready for the major.
Yeah.
That
Keep your heads high. Yeah, they set that up. Keep your heads high. Amazing.
Go ahead and throw this one back over to Freya. What do you guys make of that?
What an absolutely incredible matchup. A series that went the whole 9 yards and one of the most nail-biting matches we've seen thus far at the Showdown. I mean, props to BNE. Unfortunately, they do get eliminated here at the Showdown, but man, they put up a test to NIP when we didn't imagine they'd be able to put anything near as much as they posted.
That is one of the most beautiful ways to get eliminated from a game, right? It's just a great matchup. It's a great game, back and forth. And as Scrawny said, it was nail-biting almost from the beginning of Inferno. Back and forth. Both teams played well. Both teams played poor, and the comebacks on the T side coming in, you know, from NIP, coming into overtime, it was just a game that had it all. Individual plays, clutches, you name it. It was a quality game of Counter-Strike as well. Sometimes we talk about close games being scrappy, not beautiful games. This was a game where both teams actually showcased themselves from a good side. I was very, very impressed by BNE. I was very impressed by NIP. Good game of Counter-Strike.
Absolutely. I think we have to put our hands in the air for BNE because, I mean, putting this showcase on, how could we have expected this? But they really showed so much of what they're capable of. I hope that they are able to put on even more of a show at the major. But I'm personally impressed by NIP because if we think back almost 2 hours ago, they were just so down and out on map 1. And to be able to have the resilience to pull back from that, so much so that they were having smiles in this map.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fantastic. I'm proud of NIP for that.
And that's something that we say, you know, it is a true testing ground for some teams. The fact that if you have the mental resilience, the fortitude to be fighting back into a game that, you know, they were the heavy favorites coming into this. There's no doubt about this. BNE put up an incredible showing, but the fact that NIP can, you know, not let that affect their mentality, that shows, you know, why they're considered one of the top caliber teams.
Yeah, it was a great comeback. Great comeback. We saw Brolin play well. We saw Res once again showcase how good he is, especially in the overtime as well, coming in super clutch. You cannot deny the class that NIP possesses, but you can't help but to feel sorry for Bad New Eagles either. So it's one of those scenarios where one of them have to lose, but you wish that both teams could play more. You wish you were to see them again, but it wasn't meant to be this time around. It was a good game of Counter-Strike, and I guess the real winners are us, you know, the fans, the viewers out there. We got a really, really good game right here. Good entertainment.
Yeah, no, it was incredible, and that is why the Showdown is considered so cutthroat. The fact that, you know, only one team is going through from either region of the Spring Showdown through to the Spring Finals in Lisbon. I do just want to touch on some of the player cam reactions though, that we saw, particularly from BNE. The fact that we saw them getting so hyped. I know, and if you were talking about the fact that they're in this LAN boot camp together, if anybody missed out on the interview earlier, it's actually a fan that offered that to them for them to come together and be playing these tournaments with. And you could just see the emotion coming out in that.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to mention to them that, like, as much as we get that positive emotion from them, they must be self-aware of the fact that I saw those tables turn as they were going through Inferno, and they were slamming desks and they were getting upset, and they have to know that, like, that is not going to support their play. The positive emotion, yes, but the negative emotion is not going to do anything for them. So they've just got to be able to put that behind them and just focus on what they've been doing well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a great learning experience. I think they learned a lot from this game. And as you said, you could see the players constantly cheering each other up. You know, I saw a couple of clutches being lost as well, where they instantly were over the guy losing the clutch, giving him a fist pump, saying, nice, well, you know, nice try, well done, you have it next time. So I like the energy, I like the vibes you're getting out of this team. And, you know, being able to take a loss like this and still learn from it is also a great attribute to have.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely incredible to witness. Huge props to BNE. Unfortunately, they are down and out of the competition here at the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. We will be seeing more of them going forward into the major, though. So if you're a fan, make sure you're tuning into that. But man, we have some incredible Counter-Strike games coming up just in the EU division here. Of course, we've cemented our semi-finals. Now the opening games have been wrapped up. If you're not familiar with the Showdown format, of course, this is single elimination best of 3. So all the teams you see grayed out on the left-hand side of your screen, they are gone. No more opportunity for them to be going through to Lisbon. But I'm liking what I'm seeing here, Noah. In fact, the Astralis NIP, the matchup I think you predicted at the beginning of the tournament, and we've got Enterok on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was hoping a little bit more for Flames and Heroic personally, but that's okay because we get to see Spinks play. I mean, that's going to be so much fun. And Astralis, I think they're going to be put to the test a little bit here as well.
Well, we can also check in with our Mersk MVP. We have James on the line with one of our potential contenders. It's going to be Cadian. We can see the 5 contenders up on the screen. Of course, we'll be crowning one of these as our champion MVP at the end of the tournament. But let's hear a few words from Cadian about what he's thinking of his performance thus far.
So, Cadian, you are in the running to be the Mersk MVP trophy winner so far. You had quite a fun game, I guess, would be the opening one here, a team that was coming out from Asia. I want to ask you a little bit, though, about just how it was to play against some guys, especially when they're using all the crazy weapons against you.
Yeah, we saw in the preparation that the impression was buying the auto sniper on ramp. What to say, man? It's OP. And when he didn't have money for the auto sniper, he pulled out the auto shotgun. So, yeah, some interesting choices, but they made it work. They played some good CS, especially on the CT side of Nuke. I think that they showed some good promise, and they probably have some things that they can take with them for the next time. But yeah, for me, individually, it was a pretty comfortable game, and obviously hoping to replicate that for the next one.
And there's one round I want to pick out in particular is when you guys were quite far down on Nuke, like you mentioned, they were fighting very well at the beginning. And it was you jump down from silo, you kill the guy in main, then you run into the site and you get 2 more. And for me, that seemed like a turning point where you got the 3 kills of the AK, where the rest of the team was also able to wake up off the back of it. Did you feel that?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think it was just important to maybe change up the pace a little bit and get some stuff going. And yeah, luckily, even though there was some risk involved, it worked out good. And I mean, to be completely honest, we also just trust our CT side on Nuke so much. Like, we've been in many scenarios where we've been down. I remember against FaZe as well at the Ball Finals, playing about like Royal Arena and stuff. We got like 10 rounds in a row or something, and yeah, we've done it many times in CT Nuke. So even though T-side can be a little bit troublesome at times, I think we're just so confident on the CT of Nuke.
And outside of team practice, what do you do individually to make sure you are coming into a game super hot? Do you do bots, deathmatch? What's your secret?
Yeah, I play some bots, play some deathmatch. I make sure that I eat the right things, sleep, make sure to get some fresh air, those kind of like just basic stuff that you can sometimes forget. And if you don't do those, it's definitely going to cost you some percentages. So yeah, eat the right things. And obviously there's also a lot of, for me as a captain, at looking at the opponent, right? Making a game plan, preparing mentally for the players they have and the play styles they have. Because at the end of the day, for me, it's the most important part, right? To make sure that we win. If I can do it with me in the hot seat, sure, I'll take it. But winning is a bigger priority.
Great to hear from Katie, and there's an all-round balance in terms of getting up to your best game. Very excited to see who's going to be taking that Mersk MVP spot at the end of the tournament. Also excited to introduce you guys to Blast TV. Of course, I'm probably sure you've seen this on Twitter, but of course, this is a new way to watch Counter-Strike live. It's now in beta. Jump into the biggest moments of the event and more. Head over to blast.tv and join the beta now and check out a new way to watch Counter-Strike. But we have one more matchup on the cards this time. It's time to jump over to the NA division here at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. One more matchup, of course, single elimination, best of 3 yet again. The cutthroat continues. It's going to be FURIA taking on ATK, and you don't want to miss it.
I haven't played in a deathmatch, so it might be rough, but we'll see how I do. And not to swear. Nice. I think I could be doing this in a more efficient way, but we'll figure it out. I haven't played for 2 days. Let's get it!
We're hopping across the pond as it's time for the North American squads to make their debut.
Dumao, he's gonna now know where Rush is at with the gun. Whoa, tries to just transition that instantly, does take CERT down low, and he gets it. That is Godsent on fire. The hot hands of Dumao.
Man, they had him.
CERT will allow Taco by at least. And Taco, he gets killed by it. CERT with the 2 kills, trying to flick upwards. He landed that shot, folks.
One in the leg.
CERT falls away. Doesn't want to play too pressed. Oh, nice headshot. CERT is very much coming alive now. Good nade deep into the apartments. Little stream of flashbangs and a little stream of evil geniuses. And a bigger stream of bullets. Down goes EG, forward moves Godsent. The showdown is a brutal place to play.
Our final series of the day and time for NA to awaken. Topping their regional RMR, FURIA are looking fierce. And PIMP, it is going to be a tall task for ATK coming in as their first opponent here in the Americas division.
It's going to be incredibly rough. To my understanding, this is the biggest upset we potentially could have in this entire tournament. ATK is a team that has been making some waves, you know, domestically in the North American scene. They've been going to Philadelphia where they got into the semifinal. They beat a couple of the NA teams in online games, beat Party Astronauts in a best of 3 as well. But they're yet to get a win against a good team. They're yet to get a win against a top 20 team, a top 30 team in the world. So for them to make it competitive against FURIA, let alone winning, that would be a massive, massive surprise.
Let's talk about the man in the middle of our screens in MOTM. Nifty, I know you have a lot of experience. You're playing alongside him, chatting to him as well because he's a player in your region. So how are we kind of prefacing him coming into this particular match?
Sure, I think he deserves a little bit of a player spotlight here just because in my experience playing against him, he was always a little bit of a pain in the butt. I mean, he would just come up and sneak up on the side. He's got big flanks. He's always showing up and getting double kills as well. But I've always been aware that he's been a good communicator with his team, but also just this special, sneaky, ratty player. So very difficult to play against, and I'm curious to see what kind of style he's going to bring towards these games today.
Is there anything that you're kind of expecting stylistically from him?
Honestly, the same thing that I just said.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing
well,
special.
Let's check in with another player. It's BLAST, of course, from the Swedish side of life. His Banks had a chance to catch up with him.
So BLAST, your last minute replacements for the showdown. You're now in Mexico. Some players even just arriving, like you just mentioned a few minutes ago. But how much of an opportunity and how does it feel to be here at Showdown?
Well, obviously it's a great opportunity, not for us only as a team, but also individually as players. It's a great experience. Obviously play against FURIA as well. It's a tough opponent, but it's a great experience for our bag, if that's how we say it.
Definitely. Now, also help me understand how this works, right? Because you've got 2 South Africans, you've got 2 Americans, you got yourself as a Swede and an Israeli coach. There's got to be a lot of different ways of how you view the game and how Counter-Strike is played out here. So how do you find a common goal and common direction?
Well, yeah, obviously the culture is, I would say it's a lot more different. We just try to like combine everything together and all ideas that we have, like just put it together and make it into like a solid plan. And I think that has gone really well so far. And we are all satisfied with how we're playing right now.
And for you, right, as someone who's moved outside from Europe over to America, what's been the biggest change for you?
In terms of, I would say the play style is a bit different. Obviously, coming into Europe is like, you know, you're playing against high-tier teams all the time, and here it's like a bit rare to play against all these good teams. It's sometimes, you know, you get to play against Complexity, Liquid, and EG, FURIA, for example, and that's where you like kind of have to test out all the things and see what's working and what's not. But yeah, I would say it's a big difference, like compared to the play style, and you're getting a lot more punished in Europe in terms of like how you're peaking, etc. And you need to like focus on how to use your utility right. And here in NA, you don't really have to focus on that a lot more. You know, you're not getting punished as easy as you're doing in Europe.
Interesting. Now, when it comes to FURIA, I spoke to them earlier today, and they actually told me that they were practicing against you guys during just this week because they obviously didn't expect to play you. But how much could you learn from that, or is it not as easy to take things from what you've done in a practice game into an official match like this?
Well, practicing against FURIA is always like, it's super hard to practice against them because obviously they're so aggressive in terms of how they play. I don't think there's any other team in the world right now that's playing similar to how they play. And I mean, the aggressive play style and how they're like adapting to it and how they're reacting to certain things, it's almost into perfection. And I mean, it's a great experience to play against that play style, even though you don't rarely play against it. But it's like fun to see because you can like bring up ideas to your own game plan and like take similar stuff that they're doing into our own game plan. And I mean, it's really fun to play against them. Good for your own experience as well.
And can I ask, how did those practice games go against them?
I'd say we have practiced against them in 3 maps the last week, and there was one map that we played against them where we were like really hard to play against them. Obviously because we hadn't practiced that map that a lot, and it's like one of our weaker maps. But the other two maps we stood up really well, and I think that we are like more prepared now coming into this series against them. Like we kind of know how to play against them now and how to counter their playstyle.
Very nice. And how are you coming into this event mentally?
Well, I mean, we got to know that we're gonna play this event like less than 2 days ago, so obviously it's been a bit of a rush, but we try to prepare as good as possible, both in terms of like how to play, but also mentally, because obviously we're playing against probably the best team in the North American region right now, and we know that we're coming here as an underdog, so we don't really have any pressure on us right now. So yeah, I'd say it's gonna be a hell of a fun.
And I'm glad that Bodemaster and the whole team of ATK overall are coming in with that kind of mentality, attitude, because when we're comparing these two teams, Jacob, you kind of phrase it perfectly. If ATK were to pull this one off, this would be the biggest upset that we've seen in the tournament.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. You see the ranking difference here as well. It's two teams who are just completely different from each other in the way where they play, right? We have FURIA, who right now is a team that I think coming into the major could be one of those teams who could really pull up an upset, you know? Not necessarily saying they're going to win the major, but them being in the playoff, maybe even a semifinal, seems realistic with the way they're playing. Whereas for ATK, he said it himself right here, they knew just a couple of days ago that they were going to play this tournament. So it's going to be tough for them, but at least they've practiced a lot against FURIA, so they know what they're going up against, and maybe that can help them just a little bit.
Yeah, I do want to put one other particular player under the spotlight this time for the side of FURIA, one of the newest additions to the team in Safe. What is your kind of takeaways from what we've seen him thus far in the Brazilian squad?
Honestly, when I first caught wind of him, I was like, this guy is sharp. He's very good at what he does, and he's a very calm and collected opper as well. So I think he's just really great to have on the lineup. As far as just real quick on what FURIA needs to do here is I think they really need to keep themselves in check in this game against ATK, because otherwise they're going to step out of line too much. I mean, they're getting ready for the major, but I do think they'll roll straight over them, and I think Safe will be a very impactful player.
I agree and disagree at the same time. I don't think FURIA can stay out of their line, right? I think the more aggressive FURIA will play, the more free they'll play, the more they'll destroy ATK, to be completely honest. FURIA is one of those teams where it doesn't matter how much chaos they're in, it doesn't matter how much chaos they create, they still find a way out of it, and I would say they're maybe the team in the entire world who thrives the best in absolute chaos. Look at a player like at.CEST, Yuri, there's just so much skill within that team.
Well, let's get a few thoughts from the coach side of life before we do jump into this matchup.
So Gary, you've just come off the back of an RMR, you've grabbed yourself a legend spot. I guess for you right now, you're probably feeling like the best team in the Americas, right?
Yeah, it's feel like that, but we need to improve a little bit more and try to be solid in big tournaments. But right now we are feeling very well, and we need to play much more. It's just like the first semester, and that's it.
And in terms of where you think you're at compared to teams in Europe, how far away are you from competing at like trophy-winning titles and stuff like that?
I think we have like the solidest team I ever had. So right now we are trying like really bad to win trophies, and that's our goal, always have been. But right now I think we have like a better shot, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Why is it that you think that this is the most solid team you've got?
Bro, yeah, it's difficult to tell you that because it's about vibe, energy, and the team is really good. The vibe is good, the energy is good, the communication is good. I think Safe and Drop, they fit very well in the team. They are trying their best to understand how we play and to like keep the fast pace, you know. And when we need to stay safe a little bit more, we have Safe. So yeah, we're trying to do all those stuff, and I think because of that we are a solid team.
And one thing I find very interesting is with your situation, you know, the coaching role when it comes to certain events, how does that affect you and your development of the team? Is it that big of a hindrance?
Yeah, it's more a personal problem, you know, because it's really difficult for me to deal with. But I'm trying like to just control what I can't control, and what I can control, I leave aside and try to focus what I need to do. It's a sad situation because I proved for everybody with my video that I didn't use the book for my personal reasons and for the team. So let's see what can we do to change that. But right now I just want to focus and in this new team to try to get some trophies. Yeah.
Fingers crossed, brother, for the overturn on that side of things. But today at the showdown, right, I would say you guys are clear favorites to grab that spot. Do you feel like there's any North American team that can challenge you guys right now?
Yeah, I think we are the favorites, but we have some trouble to be the favorites. But right now, I think because we are solid teams, we can deal with this better. Yeah, I think Godsent is playing really well. Liquidity, it's evolving. Complexity, it's evolving too. So I think three teams that could we have trouble to play against, but we are really confident that we can show our A game, and we need to do that because in North America the practice is not too good, so we need to try different things to prepare. Let's see.
And today's match against ATK, what do you make of this team? Could they be a threat at all?
Yeah, they could be a threat. We practice against them a couple times, and they're strong team in practice. So let's see if they are strong in tournaments too.
Never underestimating their opposition. That's great to hear from Gary. We can take a look at the betway odds, though, and they are heavily favouring the Brazilian side coming into this one. But we do need to find out what maps we're playing out on. And Pimpa, you had a few little interesting tidbits coming into this.
One interesting tidbit. They play 7 maps, ATK that is, right? They don't have a permanent ban, at least according to the stats. They play a lot of different maps. So there's no real punish pick, I guess, for FURIA. Dust 2 is going to go out of the way. That's the one map FURIA don't want to touch at all. They don't want to play it. Outside of that, it's a complete open field right here.
Well, we've got Inferno, we've got Vertigo. Any surprise?
Feels like a dangerous game to play
Yeah.
Inferno versus.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Fury is all about Inferno and Nuke and Vertigo, you know, so it's like you got to be careful around these guys.
And then Mirage as the decider. I mean, any thoughts from this Inferno of what you know about ATK coming into this? I mean, you're man of the match, MOTM. What's he going to be doing?
You're going to see him just slithering around. We're going to see a lot of that. If we do see a third map, Mirage, we're going to see a lot of puggy play out of them as well.
Do you think there is potential of getting to this third map, though, Pimp?
There should not be potential for a third map. With all due respect to ATK,
I don't think so either. But
different ballpark, right? They're going up against FURIA, who the only notable team they've lost to in 2022 is FaZe, which also happens to be the best team in the world. So no, I expect FURIA to run all over ATK and show us why they're the favorites to win this bracket.
Yeah, not looking like a pretty picture for ATK, but we are going to be getting into the first map, which is their pick of Inferno. Of course, a crucial best-of-3 elimination match coming into the Spring Showdown. It is going down on the grounds of Inferno with Scrawny and Launders in just a few moments.
That's important. That's an important part of this. Welcome back, everybody. We got another best of 3 loaded up for you guys, but we've switched, okay? We're still the same people. We're still in the same places, but we're no longer talking about European Counter-Strike. It is time for the NA takeover. Maybe more for the Brazilian takeover. ATK gonna have their hands full. Listen, we respect ATK for just stepping in. This is not meant to be their spot at this showdown. Last second replacements. I'm all for an underdog story, and I respect these guys for just jumping into the server and trying to take down what is Brazil's very best. But they will have their hands full. That is no question.
Yeah. No, I think, you know, they probably play against FURIA quite a bit. In NA, practicing and stuff like that, and we know a lot of these players have had some history on different teams, and it bounced around on the scene. It's going to be awesome to be able to watch this. Of course, I don't think there aren't too many people who would predict ATK in this matchup. And FURIA, we know how they play, especially when they know they're the favorites. So at the very least, I think it's going to be very exciting. It's going to be very fiery.
Fiery, ferociousness.
Yes.
All right. Well, Launders promises ferocity.
Yeah.
We'll see if it happens. I'll hold my breath.
Okay.
Obviously, I think, you know, we always look for that one upset at the showdown. This one should really not be it. Fady and Bodenmaster, though, gonna open up. Couple kills, not too bad. A-site looking like it's under wraps. Bomb plant from Fady in the very, very depths of this. And we've also got Boden pushing around the side of the arch smoke. Oh, gun goes dry. Not ideal. Safe gets this one into the 3v3. Modem going to be hiding down in the little pit. And footsteps all around him. Fady, clean headshot. Good cover. Art looking for all 3 kills here. And that is a pistol, folks, for ATK.
10 odds here for ATK and a pistol.
Nice to have Modem back. You know, for those of you guys not aware, took an extended leave from Counter-Strike, went and played a little bit of Valorant, and found his way back here, his home. So nice to see him here on the server.
Welcome home.
Welcome home, brother.
Welcome home. A really good pistol. Very nice shots from Fady. And a force-up, of course, in response here from FURIA. They'll keep the pressure on. But that's one way to open up. That'll feel nice. Take the edge off a little bit. Push down mid, and it's somewhat successful. They get some damage here, but the trades back are equally as good. Health is low already for Bodenmaster. But Fady catches the Hall's Lurk. Okay. I think that's where it could have got out of hand. And now the mid-round leads them back over towards the A site. However, CSGO also pushing with a scout.
I'm very curious how many round wins it's going to take.
Oh, what the hell? He hit all 3 of them.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that could have been the best thing I've ever
ridiculous.
seen.
Oh, man. Safe's up here in the halls. Oh, they're going to jump out right by him. Not clear this. They hope it's clean.
He drops bomb.
He can escape, and they... I mean, he knows where Fady is.
Fady's going to throw the Molotov in, so that's going to be safe, giving him enough time to pick up bomb at the very least. Going to go ahead and run to the back of the site.
Yeah.
And a safe plant for him. Safe. Ooh, fumbles the jump. Kinda got to get over this hurdle. Fady decides to jump on box. This is a big 1v1 for ATK, and he will find that headshot.
Very nice.
The Counter-Strike gods almost blessing the CSGO triple scout shot.
That was actually unbelievable.
Look at this. How close
hit all
are we
3,
talking? Right? Oh, wow.
Jesus. I don't even know how that wasn't a headshot. Wow, that's ridiculous. Can we get a Modem Pog in the chat?
That's crazy, man.
That's a new emote for the stream, Modem. Love that.
Oh my God.
Why is it whenever there's a FURIA match, there's always something that's never happened before? You know what I mean?
That's just, that's FURIA. They're like nobody else.
What even was that clear?
I don't know.
No, he walked out of the halls, didn't see anything, took a step down.
That's the kind of thing that you only get when a team like FURIA finds themselves playing a team like ATK. Ooh.
Yeah.
This is where magic happens. These are the shouldn't be's and the what ifs.
What are you, a wizard?
Wingardium Leviosa.
Okay.
Gonna go ahead and leave that B bomb site, so clear for the taken. ATK gunning for a 3-0 start.
Hell yeah.
Nobody predicted the ATK upset.
I didn't have the balls. I heard something like ATK have some FURIA strats they've been concocting. I can't remember who passed that info on, but I think it was maybe James in an interview.
No, it was Andrew. It was Andrew.
Oh.
So,
oh yeah,
when we had to deal with the unfortunate situation of Sharks not being able to play, Andrew, big guy, okay, head honcho around these parts. He invited ATK, and he said that on the call, ATK were ecstatic about the fact that they got a chance to play against FURIA. They said, we've got FURIA strats. It was almost like he was selling Andrew, like, this invite is worth your time.
Let's go.
And listen, 3-0 start, that's something. Still plenty of Counter-Strike to go.
AK is held onto, and the buy comes in. Crack of the knuckles here from Bowden. And it's time to focus up, because they know that this is going to be a real even round now. Everyone will have what they need. And FURIA, they're going to be tilted. They lost the pistol. They didn't win the eco. They've ecoed every team in the world this year. Now, FURIA, I mean, they're not just, you know, one of the strongest teams right now. They're like world-beating, you know, potentially tournament-winning, if not for a couple of rosters out there in the world. So
they're on the cusp of being something very special.
Oh, that flash was really great from Safe. He could have got chased down for sure.
Up shot from Safe.
Oh, they've already wrapped Arch.
Little swisher box bang.
Yuri alone in the halls.
Quesarado eventually going to come out from library, but Fady in the smoke. Oh, Yuri loses the duel.
Oh, let's go, Fady.
Op shot lands from Bodenmaster, and suddenly FURIA are in a position to call the save.
ATK. ATK.
ATK. No? Just two? Okay. ATK 4-0. They've beaten FURIA in a pistol. They've beaten FURIA in anti-ecos. They survived the miraculous Quesarado Scout triple collat, and now they've beaten FURIA in a gun round. If you can do every single one of those things,
yes,
then you can win this match.
That's true. That's all the ingredients. They just kind of have to do it like a few times. But that was a strong round. I love that little Halls lurk from Fady. And the quick arch wrap, as soon as they assumed that FURIA were going to start out on the heavy B control, they just instantly punished it. So a great call right there. Couldn't ask for a better start. And not only that, I mean, 4 alive. That's money. That's why they call them Fady, phasing smokes.
I was going to make that joke while the round was live.
Ooh, okay.
But I thought it was a low-hanging fruit, so I didn't.
Sharper than me. Okay.
Let that one go.
I'll be ashamed.
TK, not going to waste any time here. Pressing up against the A site. They get hit by the op. 2 backs turned. 2 bodies down. Smoke ahead of them. And Yuri comfortable to just walk away past his hay cart, merrily holding on to the A site.
So this round is, you know, another where there's a deep B smoke. They press up for mid, but they play more aggressively. Bowden takes some damage, but he wins the fight. 3 up still here, and Safe gets one between the eyes. Nice shot, Fady once again. 3 on 3.
So they won the pistol. They could do anti. What about 3v5s? Can they win 3v5s?
Oh. Well, still hope. 1 minute left.
Mathematically, odds against them. Fady gonna walk around short side. Quesarado sees him, but doesn't shoot. Throws an incendiary down instead. And now Yuri gonna come peeking around from Boiler, missing a couple of shots, and giving a chance to Fady to try and claim this back for his own.
Oh, he's playing with him a little bit.
Yeah, doing the dance of death, but it is Bodenmaster in the end all alone, leaning towards B as FURIA will lock in their first round win.
Happy to throw it up mid once again, see what happens. But the bracket control is too strong. A little too strong, but hey, at least they keep the op. And yeah, I mean, not only did they win those rounds, but they were very successful. It didn't come down to clutches, so they've got plenty of money actually left over for another buy. Bodenmaster included can drop a teammate if it's so desired.
There was a Molotov for the side of Porch. There was a Molotov on top of Porch.
Yes.
And they didn't expect that position from Yuri.
They left it open. They could have cleared it. Molly came down in mid, but it's very easy to dodge flashes from underneath the porch because you can just put your face in the pillar and then you have like a, quarter-second peek to swing out.
Sure.
So that'll happen sometimes. The one downside to his position is if he gets traded, there's no way to help him with the Molly that's supposed to push safe off that opping position. But he over-delivers, gets the both frags. No time for them to react, and their attention is drawn over to Arch.
Tech.
Oh, yeah.
Tech.
A little technical.
Not live.
Techie.
Run it back. I guess ATK got a gaming house. Not many teams in North America playing in gaming houses nowadays.
Because they smell bad. I've been to some gaming houses. They don't smell good.
But I respect the commitment.
Usually a lot of energy drinks. People started moving towards offices.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Everybody gets their own private space.
Apartments and offices. Of course, a bit more expensive, and for the top teams, it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
If you're not a top team, it's kind of harder to justify.
During the peak of COVID, we kind of had that situation here at Blast, where us as talent, once we were brought in to the event, we all had our own little apartment hotels.
True.
Separate bedrooms,
we're just
kitchenettes.
like your teams for real.
Wow, bless you, Blast. If I had to live in a house with you and Pimp.
Yeah, who would be the worst one?
Freya. I know
because she cheats at Scrabble?
Yes, she does. Oh my God, don't get me
I had a
started.
feeling, yeah.
No, I just think,
It's annoying enough to be all
because
mine
Freya
with her
told
because
me that she doesn't wash the dishes while she cooks.
Oh, we did go over that.
And if you don't wash the dishes while you cook, I know you're leaving that until the next morning.
Clean as you go.
And if you're leaving dishes until the next morning, Freya, you and I got problems.
Oh, wow. I thought Pimp would be a layup, but then you bring that up, and it's actually so true about Freya.
Pimp would just be screaming at 6 in the morning. Thank you for the subs. But that happened at the hotel anyway.
Yeah, you also hear that through the hotel.
Alas. Here we are, back into the action. Drop down to 11 health. 3 players pressing on Banana, and they fall back real quick.
Off of that, drop is low. Not a bad spot here for ATK. Gets safe off this position, but he comes right back.
Swisher given a bit of space here. He could be problematic for safe. Boils down to timing. If the rest of the players get into that B site and Swisher... Oh, but he showed his gun. I mean, if anything, that's just going to keep them here.
Yeah, he held them to scare him on the rotate, so...
That actually works out okay.
Very good. Gonna make his way back, and look, they're frozen in place, so... 2 CTs. Oh, the flash. Oh, they had no choice.
Not bad. Art setting himself up to succeed here. It's going to allow for Queserado to sit comfortably in the new box. Art pounding rounds through smoke. And ATK on the cusp.
They're waiting it out. I mean, there's no CT push just yet. It's going to come now.
Oh, missed him.
Oh, Art gets destroyed. 15 seconds. They can still plant. The bomb comes forward through the smoke. They need a straight out quad, and Queserado staying alive. Supporting flash. Beautiful, but Swisher, blind, finds it anyways.
Drop's going to get the headshot. There goes Modem, and a follow-up from Safe. So Furia get that second round win, but with that, late lurk over towards the A site, there was definitely a chance. Very nicely done from Art, setting himself up with his own flash.
That was brutal.
Not leaving too much for Queserado to handle. And then also, respect to Queserado, he was under pressure from 3 players, and he just cuts off those duels so cleanly, one by one.
That's ruthless. A really hard decision to make. Of course, with the rifler there, he could have maybe just taken the blind shot, had the rifler swing out in front and traded Art, but it's such a tight situation, very fast, hard to calm. So, Bodemaster carries forward an AK. That's something. Rest will group up towards mid. Flash pop and they take over brackets. But Furia know what they're giving up here.
Ooh, Queserado reacts quick.
chance.
Yeah, Fady almost had a moment. But this is where the individual level of Furia's players should just be 2-3 steps ahead of the challengers here in ATK.
Swisher Sweets.
What's that?
Candies. Inside the boiler. Oh, shot through the wall.
Missed him. No. Just the USP from Art. Hey, Yuri. Hey.
I gotta keep it going. It's friendly bants.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You don't like it when people shoot dead bodies.
Bro, agree with the jorts.
Wait, that's how you channel your Prime Nico.
Yeah, yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
I remember, I feel like Nico was playing with no pants on at some point during the pandemic.
That's peak. If you could do it on stage and people didn't get mad at you, I think you would.
Like that time James was playing in Moscow with his belt undone?
I actually don't remember that.
He stood up after a win and had to put his pants back. I'm like, James, there's a metaphor in there.
He's probably pretty full. Yeah, James time.
Utilities exchanged here on Banana, and Drop gonna put out that Molotov so that he can push in. Oh, nice spray. Clean 5v4 off the back of that one.
Yeah, clean lineup. Banana control confirmed. And the op can sit pretty here. They can, of course, flash him back. They have to worry about Drop getting over to logs or inside of the pocket. And if not, there will be 4 on A if they don't want to go and clear that. But Bomb is slept back on stairs still, so they haven't made a decision quite yet. Open to potentially catch a flank. And you know Furia love a flank.
I thought Furia would be having like a lot more fun with this one so far, but obviously 4 rounds out the gate from ATK is going to keep them just on their heels for a second. Got to keep them on their laurels. Art falling away from the front of this. He's already dropped a body, but Utility's kind of pressuring him, so Drop's ready to swing out through the smoke at a moment's notice, and with Swisher getting the kill, him suddenly Drop doesn't want to do that. Oh, but he gets the spam. Great damage versus Fady. Bodenmaster's going to prioritize plant. Swisher kills Drop through that smoke, and Fady extends around the end of Coffin into the op again.
Let's go, Fady.
He gets the kill onto Yuri. Nicely done. Fady 9-5 versus Furia as ATK are about to get 5 rounds on this T side at least.
Yeah, it's making plays. That was a beautiful kill. I wonder how Art died on the site too. Had his op up, instantly killed with an AK swinging on him. And while Drop does get some damage, he doesn't finish the most important target.
Gonna come running right at him. Quesarado racks up the losses for ATK and gets the op back as well. So that's a good recovery mission here from Quesarado. Here's Swisher. Run it.
Oh, okay. Art was lurking over there. I mean, Swisher could smell him, you know? He can feel the peak.
I feel like Buddy's running with a Galil, just swinging left and right.
Why not? I mean, the spray doesn't make sense anyways.
Swisher the swinger.
Yeah.
But not like that.
Yeah, but I mean, if it is, who cares?
Very true. Yeah, it's cool. that's actually, you know what? I co-sign that 100%.
Yeah.
Really impressive moment in that round's got to be Fady. Hot swap into the op, peeks through construction. Click clack. ATK.
He's got that B&E confidence.
Yeah. I can't believe how close that game was.
That was so close.
Wow. So ATK, huh?
Okay.
Little 2-round lead. Keep our fingers on the pulse. It's already better than I expected. And I don't mean that in some kind of dismissive way.
Yeah.
Although that is actually very dismissive. I was literally going to dismiss
being yourself, that's all.
I just, you know.
Oh. Wait, what?
You know, Furia took America's only legend spot at the RMRs.
Yes.
That is, by definition, the best America's team.
Yes. No, you are saying things
that are true.
We all know you don't have to qualify them. It's fine. It's fair.
Okay.
I'm just making you look like a dickhead.
Oh, Drop gonna find Modem.
Oh, the flash. It wanted
Topples
to
the
stay up
totem
there.
pole.
And the map goes quiet. We don't have that many nades here for ATK. Oh, and the retake nades on Banana. Bad goes to worse, but at least Swisher is inside of halls. What's the plan of ATK?
Grenades both directions. Smoke on Arch. Bodenmaster thinking about pushing through. Loses a bit of HP, but he gets the footing that he wants. 30 seconds left over here, ATK. I feel like we're on the brink of a save. They can't get an opening on this A site, and now Bodenmaster is going to give them that. Quick crack of the whip towards Library. Missed them. Oh, he gets Art on the edge of his smoke, and now suddenly all the pressure falls onto Yuri. He sees the head come out from Balk, or does he? Dunked on, as Pit belongs to ATK. 6-3 lead.
Yo, let's go. That was beautiful.
Launders, what's happening?
Not only that, it was a 3v5.
What's happening?
It came close, but they made a pretty good time. I mean, they got the bomb down with 10 seconds to go. They isolated Pit. They did a good job of fighting, but also using utility to make the CT zone comfortable. And that lane control, I thought that was going to be, you know, the last play here, but we have a rough smoke, and Art lurking in front of it. Missed him. We'll take that every day of the week. This is the best part of all. Dink through the wall, and an HE to finish him off from Missed him to top it off.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah. Yuri was like, this is supposed to be the easy game.
Right?
You know?
Yeah.
But ATK making him work.
Listen, man, we've seen it power the gaming houses for the underdogs.
True.
Of course, I feel like ATK can't get too ahead of themselves. They know that.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to tell them. Double op setup from Safe and Art, so a little change up for the defense. Furia looking to get this CT side back underneath them. So far, so good. Ooh! There goes Fady's face.
Wow, they had both ops on the A site.
They get aggressive into Banana. It's going to cost them one. Oh, Quesarado. Nice lineup. Through those blinding flashbangs, he picks up a duet of kills. And ATK not going to shy away from this fight, but Safe, he draws the line in the sand. Sends him back the other direction. Swisher out of this one. Bodenmaster 1 versus 4. Minute on the clock to try to play this out. And honestly, if he can get this kill on Art top mid, even though he's peeking into an op,
yeah, he is alone.
A-site's right there for the taking.
Yeah, he is an opper, right? So let's see if he can put himself in the mind of Art. Okay, leans into it, but Art puts up a frag, actually. Sorry, it was Safe, the other opper, to get both.
Yes, sir.
Other kills in this default, along with Quesarado. Melted him down with that A1S on B site.
Yeah, right in the middle of these flashes, right? Finds that pocket.
Jeez.
Damn. And then Safe locking it in as the player tries to push through smokes. So Swisher not able to find any footing either. And it is Furia with a 4th as ATK fall back into the economic issues of pistols only.
Yeah, they actually won't invest anything at all here. Probably, I guess their Swisher will be maybe saving for enough. I don't know if they need that. Could have had a slight investment, but this will be a total write-off.
Ooh. All right, Yuri gonna smoke this off. He is pretty much... Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say he's got a teammate on short. That's gonna be Safe, actually. Peeking out into Boiler with Art, so again, these double ops on the A site. Pulling ATK apart. Oof, Bodenmaster. Man's got roller skates. Ah, but Quesarado's got headshots. And of the two, I'd rather that. Furia, now within 1.
Close situation. Best case scenario. 9 rounds here for Furia, but ATK got the early start. They held on to it. They look good. I mean, individually, there's a few things here where they're like, wow, they're fragging, they're using utility well. I feel like the map goes a bit quiet sometimes in these mid-round situations, and FURIA have been punished a couple of times, so they aren't pushing probably as much as they normally would.
Hit by the smoke, still works, no problem. Beatty's gonna try to play this quick. Ooh, Swisher. Ah, poor guy. Art can't even see him, but one bullet out of the op and he gets it. Safe then. Other side, again, this kind of pincer between the AWPs of FURIA's setup makes bracket controls a headache and a half for ATK. Modem makes contact towards B, nearly killing Quesarado, but he'll fall away as the utility comes over top. And A looking like the intended target. Remember, these are still oppers. Only oppers on FURIA's A-site defense.
Yes, they can't miss.
But there's no flashbang to deal with them, no smoke to get rid of them. It's just going to have to be dry peeks and trade frags.
Or they could boost by the wall and peek into bike.
All right.
Instant one bullet safe. Then split back.
Or counter pick.
Or, yeah, oh my god. Will they do...
Or both.
They could boost. They boost. Oh, okay.
Damn you, Safe.
I wonder what that looked like from Safe's perspective. You can see the foot as soon as it's up, or if he just reacted. Either way, it's well handled.
And the close range. Ooh, Safe with a no-scope on top. Man flies out of the apartments.
He doesn't care.
He's got something. He's got something to say about this round. Stamps his name all over it.
Quesarado looking real short in that chair.
Oop. That's the first one from Safe. That one pretty easy. Sent right back onto the dog pile of bodies, and nice no-scope, center mass. So we're all tied up, FURIA, 6 each, and of course, unfortunately for ATK, back to pistols. But at least it's not Glocks. That's the silver lining.
Oh, that's so much worse. That is so much worse. With Deagles, there's always hope.
Is the Glock...
Don't sleep on the NA Deagle.
Is the Glock... Do you think it's the worst pistol in the game?
No, I think it's a good pistol, actually. I really do. But yeah, is it the worst?
See what I mean?
All pistols are really good.
R8's kind of sketchy.
Yes, yeah, R8's kind of sketchy.
But there's
like 2 guys who are very loud that would disagree with you, right, about the R8.
Bro, you just don't know the timing, man.
Yeah.
You're using it wrong. You gotta time your peak, man.
Yeah. R8 believers, they're passionate.
Honestly, you could buy the R8. I wouldn't be against using R8s. It's the fact that you gotta swap out the Deagle. And you can't make that argument, bro. You can't make that argument.
Yeah,
you think the R8's better than the Deagle, I'm gonna beat you over the head with it.
Because, yeah. And they're more expensive than the Deagle. I mean, are you crazy?
Tomfoolery.
They're still 800, right?
I don't know.
Did they change the price?
I can't tell you.
Better.
Honestly, I know nothing about R8s.
If they
feathers and bones. That's my favorite voice line. That's my name.
Why was that so clear? It just freaked me out.
Back into the game, okay?
Okay.
ATK, guns up. Their Deagles were dismantled. A little bit of damage here. Poor Modem going to be walking wounded for this one. 20 HP. Not having the best. Actually, you know what? Everybody's kind of... It's crazy to look at the scores. Look at the kills on ATK. This game's only a 1-round difference.
Yeah, that's wild. I think that's actually kind of good for ATK, right? The fact that they've been able to win some of these rounds. They forced some saves, actually. Gotten to good spots without having to kill people. It's even harder.
Art gonna not respect that one. And Swisher sent spinning. Bodenmaster looking for that short peek. Gets the fight he wanted, but Yuri 2 headshots. Crisp and clean as can be. What more do you need? FURIA 4 alive versus Modem. They'll gun him down at the top of mid, and we've got FURIA on fire.
Yeah, 5 straight.
Yuri, back up a little, bro.
Yeah. When you open the front-facing camera. That's how I take all my photos.
Yeah. We know.
Who's we? The committee of people that know.
Your cult following, Wanders.
Oh, okay. You're part of it, then.
Bumps all around.
Bump it up.
All good for FURIA here. Nice little recovery. I think ATK came out of the gate swinging. And now Furia throwing back the curveball. Push down middle, 2 immediate kills coming out of Furia. Individual levels just starting to really get into their groove. Finding themselves in that 6th gear. 3 rounds the lead for Furia at the end of the first half. Decent recovery. What do ATK have to offer in the second half?
Flash. Smoked.
I'm playing NT. Playing NT. I'm hiding.
All three.
All three. Okay.
Go away now.
I have line. They're flashing. Pop.
Bike.
I'm hiding side.
Bike. All three.
Dead side.
Single.
Inside. Last one.
That's kit. I gotta reload.
Nice. Let's go.
Woohoo!
Frick. What the f***? It happened.
Having fun, feeling good,
yeah,
and
clean comms.
Yeah, man. Listen, they came into this. They got nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. It's not a chance they thought they were gonna have, and they're giving it a good run for their money.
They took
6
this fight on short notice.
round wins over top of Furia. That's nothing to scoff at. Of course, there was a turnaround from Furia at the end of that T side from ATK. And momentum shifting to the Brazilians' favor. Now, though, you've got to deal with Furia on a T side. And there's not many teams in this world that can hang on to exactly that. Drop, quick trade, Fady, one and done. Bodenmaster falls back into the comfort of his sight, but not so comfortable with a bullet between his eyes. Yuri ends him. Swisher with the dual Berettas would love to just run at this, but he's going to get his teammates behind him first and foremost. In case Serrato kills Mistum back behind him. Oh, the Berettas can't find anything in this one. Modem dives back down to the pit. He's looking for a 4K in the pistol. 1v2, but drop is sharp.
Yeah, three of them. I think maybe all headshots. Super solid stuff from Drop, and they deal with that situation really well. I actually like that ATK. I mean, they have 3 at the top of Banana, but they're pushing calls simultaneously, and they take this peek on mid. I think disrespecting all the space you can from Furia is going to be key in this match, because they'll be moving around a lot. There'll be tons of opportunities for you, but the shots were just too sharp between the 5 Furia players. Nice last kill there, and 10th round here for the Furia squad.
Force buy from ATK, of course. Modem best equipped. Good amounts of grenades. Let's see if they can make these Deegs sing. Frag would help. Throw it. They're going to get by.
You like quick switch.
And it'll do 3 points of damage. So shouldn't be too problematic here for Furia.
Yeah.
Art jumps back on the reload, and it's safe with the entry. I mean, this pack mentality, right? The pack of Furia running at you, that's a scary thing to handle. They're fighting from short, and they've got a good chance to fight, in fact. Smoke thrown out into Arch. Art watches it. Him, Yuri, and Drop, all with simultaneous kills, and the last one is there for Furia.
Kind of keeping the flow up, like
Yes.
trying to run with them and
Keeping
not
the pressure
waiting too
on.
long. I like that. I mean, yeah, I think that's the thing that I feel like Furia. It's not that they least expect it, but it is probably one of the styles that'll work better, as opposed to give them the space when they have a team scared, because that's what they're used to playing against most of the time. And playing, of course, ultra perfect when you're this much of an underdog is just a foolish mistake.
Of course.
Very silly. Confidence is going to be your best friend. Playing a little bit free, and I think keeping a good attitude, of course, because it's probably extremely tilting to play against Furia. I haven't had the pleasure, but all the nade, every single kill with a grenade here.
Let's go, man. A quick sweep from Furia as they go ahead and get another, but yeah, smiles all around.
Probably isn't a team I'd rather play against least. Sorry, that's a weird way to put that.
Yeah, you want to try again?
I would not want to play against Furia ever. How about that?
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Can't say I'd sign up for
Who's
it.
your second?
Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro. Oh,
Or,
yeah.
Excuse me. Outsider.
Outsiders.
Yeah, because, you know, I hate to fall asleep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I heard you don't have much stamina, so.
Oh!
Unsurprised.
Fire! Fire. Burns missed him alive. Crispy North American CS. Drop? Hey! That's a kill back the other direction. ATK, 4 versus 4. Damage on Quesarado.
Let's chill. Wait to smoke out. So I don't know if they will go back to B. They're keeping doors open here.
What do you know?
Cheetah's tail is 75% as long as his body.
Oh. That's kind of interesting, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Molly on the corner of CT, smokes from each team. Matum decides to get aggressive here. I like that they're at least trying to keep a bit of pressure here on Furia, trying to peek into what's going on, and Art could draw them back into this B site. Bodenmaster killing safe on Arch is one thing. Swisher, 50 health, point blank versus Art. He tucks on oranges.
Oh, and his teammate died.
Yeah, the rotator's the first one iced out. Oh, and Art, 2 for 2.
He's not done.
Goes deep on the angle, welcomes the rotation, and ATK off of the back of that will tuck their 75% tails to save.
He could feel the play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you just call him a bunch of cheetahs?
Well, I didn't think about that before I said it.
That's tough, because I feel like Swisher calmed that, you know? I think he's here.
Yeah.
Lurk, smoke on B, something like that.
I feel like Swisher was about to shoot him in the smoke. I really
Yeah.
thought he was going to find him.
It looked like he was shown. Art was very aware of how much of a one-way he had going for him. What was that?
What?
Production, we're about to take us to another dimension with that zoomy.
I want to see production give us the most creative cinematic flyby that they can offer us on Inferno.
Okay.
Just, I'm going to put
Like
a challenge.
Tony Hawk style.
Yeah, I'm putting a challenge out there. This is a direct call out. Mark, let's see what you got.
Okay.
Next chance you guys do, I want to see something special. Something no one's ever seen.
Wow.
If you can't deliver, you're fired.
And DJ, I want you to draw a cool S on the mini map.
No challenges
we
for
need a
DJ.
cool
Don't make it about DJ. We got to remind him. You know, his ego's getting huge nowadays.
Yeah. We go to the gym.
Oh, missed him. Poor guy. Found out by Art. Suddenly, the life of this Inferno from ATK has really been taken away from them, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Quite some time since we saw that.
Around.
Yeah, that's how we got to put it. But FURIA are literally one of the best teams in the world. Damage over top banana, smoke for the cross. Art just gonna hone in on it, and Swisher just trying to hide. Nice push! Oh, Bodenmaster! Oh, I love that. Just throws himself through the fire, at least stops bomb, but with this move here from Fady, he's gonna be found out easily. That late lurk at this A site, and Art also wins another fight deep CT. There are fights on all fronts, fire at all feet. ATK give up another round.
They just get everywhere, don't they? Into the floorboards.
Like that bug smoke earlier.
Yes, true. This one was cool. Bodenmaster ran through this and was like, yeah, Art, I know you're there, but I'm going to kill your friends.
Yeah, moving the entire time. Just moving and crouching and spraying away.
Yep.
And everybody's having fun.
Good.
Everybody's having fun.
That's awesome.
We all here to play a little CS. Of course, ATK running out of runway. Thomas's MP9 fully blinded Art. They got the better of him. Nice counter flashes to the aggression.
Easily called out. Unfortunately for ATK, a few of these rounds, they have just died through a smoke, you know, really good spam.
Yes.
Well-placed op shot. Ooh. Oh, that flash.
Yeah, utility goes both ways on this banana. Oh, Yuri. He's got Fady's number a couple rounds in a row now.
That would have scared me.
You peek into boiler, bro. You welcome it. Oh, drop gets Modem. Off the top ropes. Bodenmaster.
Oh,
hey!
They're everywhere.
Oh, missed shot. Unlucky. Try again. Safe's gonna plant that bomb. Ooh, ooh.
Yes. Oh. Wait. Yes.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Yes,
Oh my
Swisher.
god. He doesn't have the kit.
Yes.
Oh my god, they're all gone.
They're so far away. Oh, just get on it.
Come on, brother.
Come on, just read it.
At the very least, Swisher, win this round.
Oh, he thinks there's got to be one
Look
close.
how far they are.
They're
Stick
so
it.
damn
Swisher, stick
far
it.
away. It's
Do
fine.
it.
Please.
Embarrass them.
Swisher, 10 seconds.
NA. NA. NA.
He's on it.
Oh, he's
There's
got
no
it.
chance. Look at this mid map, baby.
Let's go.
Remember this round, FURIA. Remember this round.
Swisher, a highlight of a lifetime.
B4.
Let's go.
Eat that. FURIA are going to think about that one for a long time, okay?
Oh, man.
That's right.
Oh, that's funny.
Watch out for Swisher. Outplayed. Didn't even have to shoot a bullet.
You ever seen somebody clutch a 1v4 against FURIA without shooting a bullet? There's one man on that list.
One man on.
There's one human being on this planet who can say they did that.
That's right.
Swisher.
Swisher.
Owned. And he's dead.
Life comes at you fast.
High highs, low lows. Quick 5 versus 3 from FURIA. Bombs being called to the B site. Ooh, Fady. Sharp duel there from Yuri. Just over top of the windowsill. And that's going to be FURIA with 8 map points.
Yeah, but they watched the bomb this time.
Yeah, I bet you somebody sits right on top of it. Somebody's going to die to the explosion. Of course, Inferno is the map pick of ATK. We go to Vertigo after this. FURIA on Vertigo, dude. That's just... Oof, that's a whole other beast. Modem out here on Alt, collecting chickens.
That's what you would do on your farm.
Dude, I do that all the time when I play. See how many you can get. And then Hugo kills them all in spawn.
Oh my god, no way he would do that. He would do that.
He's
because he's British.
He's heartless.
British people have no souls.
Bart Bodenmaster. Just the one. And he'll hang on to that AWP. So, as said, 8 map points.
Say something.
I don't know. I don't know. Don't put me on the spot like that. I was watching the replays.
Mark left you hanging.
He's still working on it.
Oh, he's still working on it.
He's still working on it. I know he is.
Yeah.
Hard at work.
Gotcha. First time out. Thoughts left. Pretty much have to chain him, though, probably.
Yeah. A reminder that, of course, we're having all good fun, and everybody seems to be laughing even while they lose, but ATK still want to make this as close as they can.
Yeah.
Quick little tack pause, talk things over, and see what more they have to offer on the CT side. But honestly, I mean, dude, FURIA just... They're FURIA. Many teams have been in this position.
There's levels, for sure.
Many teams have fallen short. ATK should be one of them as well, but... Oh. Unlucky. Try again next round. Safe would have killed him anyways. He's looking for it.
He's waiting for that one thing right there.
Holding on the boost. Yuri already up in the apartments?
Got the whole floor to himself.
Yeah. Rented the entire place. Bottom gets covered by Bodenmaster. Fady offers us a kill. And we've got FURIA fighting back from a 3 versus 5 where they're already lacking some HP.
Setting up right away. Do an exec and drop, making sure he can't get pushed from lane. And any kind of re-aggression. Flash will come out. There is just a deagle here in the archway. Up on the corner to draw some attention. Bomb at the end of halls. Oh, which could kind of create an interesting gap, and that off does take a lot of damage.
Gonna get swarmed. Bodenmaster trying to throw himself at it. Takes an extra second to line it up, and it works out. But we've got safe now. 1 versus 2. Glock out and down. A little more life here from ATK.
Yeah.
Timeout works out.
Nice bracket hold there. They definitely do solid work. And I think they lose 1, they gain 2. A little bit of damage after that, but that was pretty comfy. Forced FURIA to go for an exec on the A site. And they're all in great positions. I mean, there's no change up. FURIA not going back to B. They're cooling.
Chilling.
Who is your bottom of the match?
I'm stuck right now, I'm sorry.
Only you could see. Oh my god, what are you doing? Sorry, he just got his cable. Alright. Alright. First, another kill here for ATK. They've won banana. Forcing FURIA up towards mid, minute 25. And Drop has a target in front of him, but the flash is actually super solid. Oh no! Oh, that couldn't have been better. It was so well timed. Fady comes into it, and Drop just trusts his spray.
Molly goes real deep. Swisher takes a bit of damage trying to stick around in it, but FURIA not really giving them that opening. Smoke ahead. Do they respect this? Obviously investing their own utility.
Yeah.
And, ooh, Swisher, just the one. Not a bad effort. Missed them. Nice. Burns safety to the ground. And then this deep angle from CSGO, almost caught. But the CT's well aware of the threat, so they just hold for a second.
Yeah, I mean...
Play the retake, no problem.
CSGO's low. And he's holding a real aggressive angle here into construction. He wants this fight, but the longer he waits, the more he knows they're going to set up to, swing on him correctly. Oh, no, he clips them both.
Damn, bro.
That's ridiculous.
Now it's got to be Modem. Tough map for him. CSGO, 24-8. Looking for that 25th, a 4th in this one. And Modem's got the smoke. Modem's got the flash. Doesn't have the kit.
Oh, there it is. He gets it up.
Picks it up. That's another piece of the puzzle. Starts to creep in. K-Serato turns his attention back, and Fury swings for the win here on Inferno. Furia, quick work of ATK, meant to put a clear, definitive gap between them and their challengers, and they do it convincingly and cleanly. It is map 1 for Furia as this series moves to Vertigo.
Yeah, first of all, great start. You know, not only win the pistol, like in the first rifle round.
Yeah.
Even saw some good utility usage out of them in those early rounds. But Furia, of course, they kind of pulled ahead in almost like a predictable way, which is kind of rough. But yeah, on top of just having better utility in the end, better teamwork, they had the better individuals as well.
Hands down, and it's just kind of par for the course. What we've all expected. I will say, it's still impressive beginning to it all. And for that reason, you know, maybe we look at Vertigo and we just hold our breaths. We wait to see what ATK have to offer us. Respect for stepping in the last second, and series not done yet. We'll throw this away to the break. Analysts up next, and see you guys soon for map 2.
You actually can become superhero. Really cool game. I've been jump scared a bunch of times, and I'm not gonna stop.
When you are in the moment of killing someone,
and there's no working matchmaking anti-cheat. On my Steam account, I have 11,500 hours.
I spent 12,000 hours playing it.
CSGO, 13,000, I want to say, somewhere around there.
Well, I have like 12,000 hours, so...
CSGO is truly an amazing game.
The worst thing about it is that when you start, you're probably going to be really trash at the game. You're not going to have any fun.
I would even go as far as to say that this game could be like a scary game sometimes. I've been jump scared a bunch of times, like just not ready for the opponents to be there, and they're there.
And there's no working matchmaking anti-cheat.
But then the best part is that when you actually start getting better, you're going to have a lot of fun.
A scary game.
I'd have to say thumbs up. You learn a lot from this game.
A tilting game.
Overall, if you stick with it, thumbs up.
A happy game.
The only thing I've managed to achieve so far is lose 12,000 hours. Thumbs down.
But basically all of the emotions you can have. I think I'll give it a thumbs up, for now at least.
I played around 20,000 hours.
On CSGO, I think I have 12k hours.
I've got like about 15,500 hours in CSGO.
Yesterday I reached 10,000 hours.
CSGO is the best FPS game in Steam.
I played for like 14 hours and I started at 6 years old.
You can do everything you want.
Very nice game to play with friends.
You can win 1 on 5, you can communicate with your teammate.
Enjoying the moment when you are in the moment of killing someone. Like in the game, obviously.
Everything you make, if you are confident, you're gonna be right.
You can have a really good fun with any weapon in this game.
I'm not gonna stop, I'll just continue. A big thumbs up.
So CSGO, you can do everything you want, and you can be brilliant. That's why I love CSGO.
So it's simple and complicated at the same time, so it's very nice to watch and also to play.
Rounds 1 out of the last 15 as the fire furiously ignited under Furia's feet. No surprises, really nifty to see them sealing this one out, although it was ATK's map pick. I feel like this is what we expected to be going down on the server.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you've got your top fragger at 14 frags against FURIA, I mean, there isn't going to be able to much that you can do. I mean, but you know, you got to give them a little bit of a break because they only had 1 to 2 days to prepare, and also they are operating in this region that's of the lower tier. So
yeah, there is a lot of context coming into this matchup. But I mean, looking back at the beginning of this match, you know, ATK actually came out pretty hot. Maybe FURIA were underestimating them.
They got off to a good start, winning the pistol, converting, you know, getting up, and you thought to yourself, maybe there's a chance here for a bit of an upset. I will say though that FURIA kind of gifted it to them. We have a selection of clips that's going to showcase that as well. A couple of 5v3s right here where FURIA had the advantage playing the CT side on Inferno. They're supposed to win right here. Maybe taking a little bit light on the task, you know, again, a 4v3, there's a guy down to 10 HP, and yet they go for all these individual peaks left, right, and center. And ATK, well, they were good enough to punish it, and I guess that's where I want to focus at, right? When teams make mistakes, sure, it's not always they go punish, but ATK had the quality to do so. Another round, the one after, right? ATK again, they're up 5-3. FURIA in a 5v3, another peak, another one coming out from Art right here, just walking out dying for no reason whatsoever. And again, they got punished over and over again in these scenarios. So for ATK, to make this competitive in the beginning, well, they punished the mistakes coming out of FURIA. And then, of course, you know, followed up by this one. A little bit of a ninja defuse from Swisher. As Squanny said, you know, probably the only one in the entire world right now who can say that he's done that against FURIA on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, you did bring up a good point there, maybe to play devil's advocate a little bit, looking at some of these rounds. Of course, FURIA messing up a little bit in those, but they were kind of few and far between, and there could have been a different world where there was a scoreline that was more disparate that kind of would have reflected the game in the same way.
To be honest, you know, 16-8 is a bit deceiving in the sense that ATK, they won the pistol, they converted, they won 2 5v3s, and they won a ninja defuse, right? We're talking about everything going their way, yet they only got 8 rounds. They also lost the opening duels 5-19, so let's not beat around the bush right here. FURIA were by far the better team.
What do you think made FURIA kind of stand head and shoulders above ATK when we're coming into this one? Particularly, you know, in the later stages where we saw them manage to get those sort of string of rounds together, even coming onto the second half too. What was really shining out for you from FURIA here?
Oh, of course. I mean, it was just their experience coming through, and let alone their personal skill level. I mean, it wasn't difficult for them to catch on to what anything the ATK was trying to do, because it's not something that they haven't seen 1,000 times before. So all they had to do was just think back to the basics, the fundamentals, how can we do this, and just let it flow.
I mean, I'm just looking at a few names from the scoreboard here. We've got Queserado topping in terms of the ADR, Art not far behind him as well. These are the kind of names that are going to be very damaging if they're coming out consistently. I mean, moving on to the second map as well, I'm sure we're expecting the exact same coming out for
We are, unfortunately, right? I hope for ATK they can make it competitive somehow. Again, win the pistol, convert, get off to a good start, and just put a little bit of pressure on FURIA, just so we can see the reaction, right? I'm happy to see that FURIA could go down 6-3 and then, you know, find it in themselves to refocus, get up, and get it done in style. So for ATK, you know, I was reading the body language as well. We have access to see the cams obviously on the stream from time to time, and they seem to have a decent amount of fun while still losing. So I think everyone is winning right now, but for my money, it would be cool if we get a competitive map. And let's say that ATK got to double digits. That in itself, for me, would be a victory for these guys.
I mean, moving on to the second map, which is going to be Vertigo. This is, of course, FURIA's pick coming into things. Maybe you can give us a little bit of insight on the ATK side of life. Have you seen them playing Vertigo at all recently, or are you familiar with any of the players' playstyles on this map?
Yeah, not so much, but MOTM is also going to be very good at this map.
Okay.
So, again, like, I think we did see a little bit of that style, but I don't know if he's as comfortable as he once was. So, I don't know. I'd like to see him pull back and roll back the years just a little bit and tap into that and see what we can get. But same as Jacob said, I would like to see maybe 10, 11, 12 rounds out of them, a little bit more of a competitive game, just so that they can have something to work off of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the statistics coming out of both sides of the equation. Of course, FURIA on 100% win streak, as we can see on this, and that's against some pretty fierce opposition when we're comparing the two sides and who they've got their wins against.
It's just about 8 months since FURIA last lost a game on Vertigo. 8 months, right?
Whoa!
Yeah. So to believe that ATK are going to be the team that's going to beat them is tough. You know, you think of a way, you know, that Art is playing around, especially in the middle. Sometimes you see him being T-spawned within 15 seconds of the round. So there's so much stuff they need to keep track of, ATK right here. For FURIA, you know, get it done. You know, win in fashion, win in style, and I think that would be great for them. ATK, they're going to have a rough one here.
Well, the Betway odds were favouring FURIA quite heavily coming into this one. We can take a look at how the series odds are updating, and yeah, even more heavily favouring the Brazilians coming into the second map, which makes sense being their pick. I mean, Jacob mentioned Art as a name he's looking out for. Would you reflect that, or is there anybody else that you're picking under the spotlight?
Art always, but you know what? I'm a big fan of Yuri.
Okay.
I think Yuri is personally my pick on this team as the best player.
What particularly are you looking for in Vertigo from him then?
Vertigo, 2Ks, 3Ks, great map movement. He's going to be rotating like a god.
Are you echoing those same sentiments?
I'm going to take Casey rather than, you know. Yeah, I think both of them are great players.
Oh,
I think they complement each other well, and the firepower those two have together, you know, as a unit, is going to be too much for ATK.
Well, we're going to find out if FURIA can do it cleanly and do it into Indeed. The odds are favoring them coming into their map pick, and it is going to be Vertigo. Is this the final stop for ATK here at the Spring Showdown? We're going to find out in just a few.
FURIA a single map away from locking in a victory versus ATK, quick and easy. That's how it should have been. It's how it should be. Vertigo is where they're going to prove it. I mean, look, we went to 3 decimals for the Betway odds. 3 decimals.
Yeah, 16-1. It was 10-1 on the first map. So it's obviously, I mean, got to see it. Got to see what ATK could do. And even though they got some rounds, it was still pretty one-sided. And Vertigo, obviously, Inferno is actually a low win rate map for FURIA, so they at least get to boost that up a little bit with that win.
Yeah.
Vertigo will be tougher though.
Pad them stats.
A little tougher.
Vertigo
Vertigo
with ATK and FURIA. Last second stand-ins versus the best team in the Americas region. Everybody loves an underdog story. Let's see what ATK have to offer. Oh, that's nice.
Clean one.
You take those.
That's such an opera peak, you know?
Yeah, it is actually.
Opera peak into the USP.
That's so true. Safe couldn't find him on the Re-entry though, Swisher, quick kill as well, and CT's gonna pressure this plant. Oh, they run him down, dropping Yuri. A couple of clean headshots, a flank from Modem coming around on the short side. Nobody's looking at this.
Yeah, this is open.
Nobody's watching. Yuri back turned, instant execution, still a bit of a fallback, and now with sandbags under wraps for FURIA, Modem finds himself on site, 1v2, jumps up, can't get the headshot, Quesarado kills him. FURIA win T-side pistol.
He almost set that up so well. Just like a small second on the first shot, swung on the second guy, couldn't hit that shot. But damn, it came close. Brutal with the Glocks here. Running up on the site, and this push was good. But Fady couldn't start off hot like he did on Inferno. FURIA kick it off with a pistol, and ATK will invest in just a few grenades. Let's see what the tactic is here behind these USPs. They'll just release them one by one. Small amount of damage. Oh. Okay, not bad. Still gonna need up to 2 dinks to end these players.
You know, I never got my cinematic on Inferno.
Yeah, you did get hung out to dry. I'm proud of production for doing that.
Yuri? Oh my god. Blind as can be.
It's raining men.
Sign me up. Modem. Quick headshot. But now his days are numbered. Still a little peek here from Bodenmaster. Back's turned, but unfortunately just USPs ain't gonna cut it. FURIA easy does it. 2-0 start.
Not bad. Nades are almost super solid. Tucked into the pocket. Really, with this team on Vertigo, really want to see more about Safe, especially coming into replace Henny. And honestly, we've only seen good maps from Safe. We just haven't seen any bad maps from Safe. He's talked personally about how hard it's been to get incorporated into a team like FURIA. But from what we see, looks just fine. He's obviously not playing to the level he was back on Pain, but that was also versus much worse competition overall. I think it's been great.
Ooh, Art gets beyond this. These are the kinds of wonky moments that poor ATK I don't think are ready for.
No way.
Nah, they think they've got this A site under wraps. Art, he's about to find 2 players. Ooh, the Galil will get him. Swisher comes back from short side with the trade frag, so it's not the end of the world for ATK.
But they got the sandbags out.
Yeah.
Now they start running.
A site kind of under question, under siege. Swisher, 4 Ts, just around the side of that. He'll bring one with him. Oh, lots of damage, in fact. Good smoke spam for the CT's favor. But as Bodenmaster jumps over top of that, it is him down. And now a 2v2. Health advantage actually leans the way of ATK.
2 smokes.
And 2 Brazilians to drop out of this one. Fady, smoke on top of bomb, pushes through it. Quesarado kills him. And Mistum is looking for the trade frag. Gets a little bit more damage in. The first smoke soon to fade. He could just throw his second on top of this, but it's going to need to be the 10-second defuse. There's no way they do this twice.
Oh my god, he's almost got it.
Okay.
Just looking down. If he had a kit, of course. I feel like it might have been like a slight misplay there where they tapped the bomb, but then Mistum isn't ready to jump up just yet to hit sandbags, and I think Fady walks off the site to try to push him.
And when Fady walks off site, and they know that it's obviously not being diffused.
Yeah.
They get there.
Maybe a small mistake there.
Now ATK find themselves on the pistols. Flashes and smokes all over.
Fight for some ramp control, but they only have the pistols.
This is something.
But hey, yeah, there's a lot of chaos created, and now a flank comes in.
Oh, but the A site's getting cleared. Art.
He's just fragging.
Yeah. Shooting sharp, and Drop sticking around downstairs finds Fady's flank. Missed him. Ooh, a little bit of life left in him. Oh, he just wanted the AK, but arms not long enough. Furia 4-0 T side easy.
Super clean, super clean. Well, let's see what the next rifle has to offer. Of course, the first rifle we saw Art sneak up through short in such annoying fashion, as we know from Art. Wrap onto the site, take out sandbags, and even though he got traded right away, that just allowed all of his teammates to completely swarm the A site. Of course, sandbags being the key position, so I'm sure they won't let that one through this time around. Wondering where the op is. The op has a crane spawn. I don't know if he's going to take that peek. Seems like he may. Exchange some grenades, and the CTs are already starting to get to work. Look at this from Fady. That's the move you want to see.
Found bomb.
Yeah.
That's something to work with. Smokes it off as well. Of course, there are a couple players down on the bottom of B, but Fady's at least creating this weird little rocky moment. Meanwhile, Furia just continue to get kills all over the place. Feels like that kind of unleashes them on individual levels.
They have to find Fady, you know, because he's kind of behind them, but they don't exactly know where. Now he's got on the other side of his smoke wizard, which is pretty interesting.
They're looking at him, though.
Ooh.
He tries to get back. They're going to chase him.
Oh, there's players everywhere. They come back from B.
Yeah.
I love the disengage, but...
Oof. Meanwhile, Art's going to get blindsided. I mean, this is such a wonky round because of Fady.
Yeah.
That there was a little life left in it, but ultimately it is still Furia to stabilize. Fady's martyrdom grenade did a bit of damage. And dropped with a final headshot. That is Furia on fire.
Yeah, they are quickly on fire. So much chaos, so much confusion. And Fady was almost the conductor of it, but of course, Furia, they live in that zone.
The conductor of confusion.
That's cool.
That's like a superhero name.
There we go. Fady, the conductor of confusion. He's got a nick. Into round number 6, and it's back to just the Deagles.
Not ideal, but they'll have 4 nades.
Yes.
So let's see where those things are destined. One top mid. These ones can be thrown down ramp. Nah, off the mark, unfortunately, for ATK. Double swing.
They got him on that timing. Beautiful. Good spam from behind to trade it out.
But initial play works. Contact short punished. Bodenmaster gonna have to watch from the sidelines this time.
Caserado and Yuri's spray is just so insane with every gun. Yeah.
Molly's over top, a smoke for the ramp, safe peeks, safe swing, but not a safe flank. Short side, occupied, Swisher cleared, but there is still Fady in here. They're gonna pinch him though. Furia, they're not gonna be looking to make mistakes.
Can he get out of this? No, doesn't look like it. Missed him. Alone, it goes down.
6-0, easy does it. Damn. Wish I could spray like that.
Seriously, it's nuts how consistently good their sprays are. Make it look so easy. Okay, free flash on B. And again, we got some, you know, a lot of presence here, at least from ATK over on top of the ramp. But Art is so comfortable on this walk up to sandbags, and there's one here on the other sandbags. That's Modem. He makes appearance.
Oh, nice nade. Yuri inside of fire as well. Gonna try to run this elsewhere. Caserado kills Fady in middle, and that is an open wrap. Missed him. Gonna hold it at least for the 1 kill, but it's still an invitation for the bomb to just run up into B. Molotov on CT spawn. Drop plays close behind it. Safe's gonna throw another one, so really just keeping them at bay here.
Drawing so much time off the clock in this post plant, and they're maintaining this heaven control. Drop, he wants to fight it. He's the loose piece up front with a flash to support. Oh, readjustment. Nice target selection. So much damage on Modem.
Gonna leave him on 3 HP. Safe takes the exact same place. And with that, Furia, they've got themselves a 7th. But at least A-Ramp was a marked improvement here from ATK. The grenade damage was good. The Molotov nearly got a 2nd kill. And Modem was able to lock in sandbags. So at least in this round, even though ATK will lose it, they got Furia off their initial game plan.
Hey, that's, yeah, winning ramp is no small feat for sure.
It's a marked improvement. Still 7 straight from Furia. World-class Vertigo team.
Absolutely. Yeah, scary team. I mean, okay, what's the most scary map to play Furia on?
I would say Vertigo.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would say Vertigo, just because, like...
I would also hate to play them on Inferno, actually. I know we thought you could get some rounds there.
Yeah, for me it's Vertigo just because there's so many, like, timing, like, so many different ways to reroute.
I think I would lose my mind trying to take B control.
Dude, just the thought of having to fight Art on ramp.
Yeah.
T or CT side.
Yes.
I would just go B.
Yes.
I would leave A empty.
I would go B too. Only to get naded to death by drop. Say Furia will win the major.
Furia will make the major playoffs.
Everyone knows that.
And then win at least one game.
Okay.
Good utility damage here on the base of B.
They'll beat Cloud9 in quarters.
Yeah, right?
The rematch.
Hey, man, you never know. Art gets dunked on, so could be a couple easy kills here for ATK. It's never too late. It's never too late. Lots of presence outside B. Grenades over the top.
Yeah, they'll test missed him. He has all his utility, so he can kind of stand and fight in this spot. He's also... Oh, they missed the boost. There's a chance. Bodemaster was out there. I don't know if he was looking at them, though. Maybe they're lucky to have missed it.
Flubbed it.
Back to the ramp.
Yes, sir. A, the intended target.
Pretty open for the time being. Looks like the re-aggression is coming via the short side. They're not pushing up, actually. They're kind of just floating a little bit. But the nades are low from Furia's perspective. They establish on sandbags. One more player here in the back of the site. They're watching short.
Oh, nice. Yuri pop up. That's Fady down. So even despite all of that utility damage, so many grenades landing on their intended targets, and Furia still have 5 guys up in the post plant. Wow. So good at dancing with death and dodging danger.
If they could see the health bars, they'd probably go for this.
Most likely, yeah, for sure.
Swisher would fly at them with that MP9. If only they knew. They actually did really well there. But yeah, that was a spot maybe they could have tried to play more aggressively on short, or play a position like the sandbags, or something, you know, within smokes versus that A ramp hit, because they did so much good stuff at B, but then, yeah, like Furia left it open and go back to the other side of the map. They even don't die to the bomb here.
Keep it going. MP9 gets swapped out for an AWP, so it's a better save for ATK than what could have been.
They're saying.
It's not condescending that I'm just trying to find silver linings, right?
No.
Okay.
I think it's just like the way, like, you know, it's the way you say things that matters more than what you say.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. What's the solution, boys? Tough spot to be in. Tough spot indeed. Now, when they said that they had strategies to counter Furia, I wonder if they meant specifically on Inferno.
Yeah, we haven't seen the golden strat just yet.
No, haven't seen any game changers on Vertigo just yet. 8 in a row for the T side of Furia. The buys keep on coming. Bodenmaster Molotov'd off, looking like he wanted to swing that off for an early peek, but he was not even gonna get the chance. Ooh, we'll find one drop quick trait. Fady wins the smoke fight. 3v3 and a health advantage here for ATK.
Ah, that's brutal. No nades to stop him coming up the ramp. They will happily take that space. Fady dropped down to 47 health.
Yeah, dunked on.
Bomb not actually on the site just yet. CD is in a position to, you know, spam it down. And T's don't have any more smoke, so this could come down to just some dry duels, and Fady looks for an opening.
Modom's trying to find his chance to strike. Oh, there it is. Finds Art on the cross back. That's 2 sets of feet. Heard inside elevator. CSGO punches in the digits. Bomb planted comfortably here. Oh, but he doesn't get off site. Man advantage for the clutch, but Yuri finding Modom as he falls off that CT shelf. Missed him, gonna get on top of the bomb, and he could just stick this. There's gonna be one chance, one more shot. Oh, he's got it. The defuse for ATK. That's at least 1 round on the board.
Solid. He gets the stick off. Then they, I mean, they trade down that round of all rounds. I'm surprised they won because here they let him get all the way onto the site, and that's instantly a 5v4 as they kill someone trying to go either from the back of default over to short or vice versa, and still managed to find these trades. So that's, pretty surprising. A frustrated drop. So yeah, he's messing up my KD. 13-2.
Ooh, Bodenmaster, poor guy, dude. You just can't be ready for this. Art wastes no time. From gunfight to gunfight. We'll see this redirection from FURIA, a little bit of emphasis on middle this round. Safe will be pressured at the base of B. Missed him, found in spawn, doubles back. CSGO, killer headshot. 4 versus 2, and a nice little lineup here from Modom as he shaves CSGO off construction. They know there was a player pushed deep B. They know that Modom was just in CT, and so A site should be clear. But a very quick move from Modom does put him in a position to challenge. Sure enough, he's gonna find Yuri. Right down to the 2v2, but timing works out for Drop.
Oh, that's brutal, because Drop actually pulls back out of mid and then re-lurks back into it. That's a hard one to call if you're a Fady. They'll actually find the last kill as well.
9-1.
Damn. Nice attempt there from Modom. Almost locked it down between mid and A. And Connor is now flossing.
Got to keep the body moving.
Someone call his dentist.
They're not laughing anymore. They were laughing on Inferno.
Yes.
I don't think this feels good.
Well, they got a 1v4 ninja defuse on Inferno.
Something to laugh about.
Better times, yeah.
Yeah. This one just hurts. Eagle spam, though, from Mistem. That'll make him feel a little better. And Swisher's got one, too, with the pistol. Yuri trying to take up the mantle of this B hit, while CSGO hopes to hold on the flank. Bodenmaster runs through smoke. Oh, but Safe's gonna get the better of him. Unlucky.
It's just that when you play FURIA, it's like you're on that show. You remember 1,000 Ways to Die?
Yes.
Yeah, and they come up with creative ways to kill you every single time. And that's not just for ATK. That's any team they play against. They somehow just find themselves in brand new positions every round that we've never seen before, and they come up with the most ridiculous frags. That's the FURIA. That's the mantra.
1,000 Ways to Die CSGO edition.
Yes. 50 floors up.
All the way up. Comfortable 9-round lead here for FURIA. They're not sweating. Cool as a bunch of cucumbers, in fact. Nice move here from Bodenmaster. Tries to come at that peak from a different angle. He's been trying his damnedest to at least keep it fresh.
Yeah.
You know?
There wasn't a lot there with him, I feel like, to support him on that peak, especially from ramp side. But yeah, especially just the speed at which FURIA are moving right now. I think that's the toughest part. So one gets spotted over here beside short. They go up top to kill him, but actually missed him. Provides some good support. However, Safe answers back instantly with 2. And
Come on,
Fade's flank
Fady.
is so fast, but now there's no one else to look for.
Come on, Fady. Let's
Well.
see how he plays this. Ooh, stops bomb at least.
All right.
Caserado started to spin like a top.
800 flashbangs come his way.
A warning sign of things to come. Safe tag to 60. Of course, we've got drop hot on the heels of this ramp play, and Fady dead meat walking.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, it's tough. You want to be able to peek ramp, and you should be able to establish some grenades here. They even, molly safe as they're running up, but it doesn't slow him down at all. He's the first one on the site. Knee deep into CT spawn before this bomb's even planted. ATK looking for whatever counterplay they can get. Got another timeout called. See if they can manage another round. Can't help but feel we're missing a few grenades here for sure on the ramp for some of the plays they're trying to make. And also, yeah, just FURIA don't exactly care what grenades you're throwing, so they're willing to take like 50 HP if they can get to a better spot, and that's just the other hard part.
It's on the resume when you try to apply to get into the FURIA team. Are you willing to take duels on 20 health half the time?
What's more important, HP or space?
Oh,
here we go.
Bodied Master gets that quick D kill. Modem tag to half. He falls back from middle. Drop finds the head of Mistum, and that's going to be Fady trying to hold on to the B site. Modem quickly running over. Ooh, he's got another one. Mid peek in from safe. Ooh, clean as he needs to be. A 12th round for FURIA.
They are in fact farming. They are farming.
What you farming, son?
What crop would you farm?
North America.
Okay. Let's go. It's got to feel good after swinging that up. Just getting sprayed down. Race car peaked. Wow, that was actually like Dolby Atmos.
FURIA, I feel like, are on the receiving end of the majority of the grenade damage. But it doesn't stop them. Art is in their spawn.
So far. He's so far.
He has held W to the end of the universe.
They're going to get shot from their own heaven at a mid 25.
You know, if the world was flat, Art would be the first guy to get to the end. He'd find the edge.
He would find it.
Bodemaster haphazardly hopping his way through elevator.
Oh, they'd just be rotating and they don't even know.
Ooh, Art, what you... No, Art, don't.
Not
don't.
to Bowden.
No,
don't
dude.
do it to Bowden.
Don't, dude. Oh, Bodemaster. A victim of Art's butterfly. But Modem will at least get a little bit of revenge. 13 rounds for FURIA. No mercy shown.
Such a great smile. To be knifed by that man. What an honor.
Yeah, right. Okay, I like the spin. I like the spin, Mo. Yeah. If you're gonna get knifed by anybody on the world stage, might as well be Art.
Yes. They even snuck in the face cam right before the knife.
Right? Yeah, production does it dirty. Still waiting for my cinematic mark. Missed him, press into the base of B. One more terrorist round win. Or ATK doubled their score.
Switch to toenails.
Oh, dude, Art can just do no wrong right now.
Damn it.
He's gonna run around, tries to pressure the other side. Safe joins him very cleanly.
Damn it. They're everywhere.
Swiftly
Safe.
swiping them away. Safe, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, and the drop tap. Ladies and gentlemen, FURIA are a world-class team. Hard stop.
Alright, I'll get started. Let's go. There's one one shot. What is happening? Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh. Interesting map you got designed here. Oh. Where do I go? Where do I go? There's a D back there. I'm on the D. Is that a real person? I think so. It's not even a real person.
See.
Jesus, so much going on. Oh my. Alright, I got it. Alright, here we go. Get out of here, get me out of here. Nice, nice. Bed? That's better.
Okay.
And we're back in action with ATK versus FURIA here on map 2.
And that crowd goes wild.
I just want to say for the record,
go for it.
I have a lot of respect for a team that decides at the final moment to step in. If somebody called me up and said, hey man, you can play a single elimination tournament and your first match is versus FURIA.
You'd say no?
I'd just hang up the phone.
That's why you're casting.
But ATK, they took on that challenge. And they knew they were going to be outclassed, but they gave it a chance. And they still got a shot. Except now they're getting hit by drop. He'll be traded by Bodenmaster. Art's going to be locked into the back of the site. It's... No, not again!
Not like this. All you can do is laugh. How, man? How just walks by him right on default, but it's just like, just no matter what they do, it's just they're always... Oh.
He bought that Zeus in pistol.
He bought Zeus in pistol, yeah, and it actually got him a kill.
Art.
I love you, Art. I really do. I don't get. I mean, these
He's
guys.
so excited.
They're like really good players, you know. It's like really. It should be really hard to do this kind of stuff, but they just manage to do this versus everyone. It's just ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous.
Top 8 at the previous major, and Art is so ruthless. He buys Zeus's in the pistols.
Pistol. I don't even think I've ever seen that in a professional match either.
Crazy.
Damn.
Well, it's all good fun here at the showdown. Art gonna fall in on Swisher. Bodenmaster.
Get her done.
Quick old 16-1 now. Safe. Running back into that ace I caught on out from Modem. Drop inside here. Ooh-wee. Kill back on the back of bomb side. Modem. Ooh, that's a double. You see that one? God damn. 16-1. What the fuck? FURIA It wasn't too difficult. ATK stood up to the challenge, and for that we give them credit, but fare thee well. The showdown is ruthless.
Who had the third headset?
I don't know.
Last
The
round.
guy just dipped, man. Came in here, had cowboy boots.
Straw hat on.
Not much to say about that one, folks. I hope ATK had some fun. We'll throw this one back over to Freya to close out the show.
Thank you very much, Scrawny and Launders. As always, a tall task for ATK any way that you were looking at this. But FURIA prove why they're considered one of the world's best teams coming into this. We got to give props to ATK for showing up, for trying to deliver in this tournament, considering it was such a last-second decision to be switching them in. But FURIA, through and through, proving why they're considered one of the favorites here.
Yeah, they're playing some damn solid Counter-Strike right now. ATK couldn't do much. You know, the pace coming out of FURIA and the individual skill. We talked about it coming into the game. There was not a lot of stuff that pointed in the direction of ATK making it competitive. I will say, though, that on Inferno, I was impressed with the fact they got off to a good start. Yeah. They were able to punish some of the mistakes coming out of FURIA. But on the other hand, here in Vertigo, we got to see the real difference, right? One of the best teams in the world going up against a team that is still learning their ways in Counter-Strike.
For sure. I just want to say bless them. You know, it's tough. It's tough to come into that 1 to 2 days to prepare and be at such a difference in levels of play. So I don't know.
I mean, you're saying when you give EG a hug, do you want to give ATK a hug?
Honestly, not so much them. You know?
No?
Yeah, I think they're okay.
No
I think they're okay. They didn't
had fun.
Yeah, I thought that they had fun, and I can't believe that they would have had high expectations, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, for FURIA, they get to continue that incredible win streak that you brought up on Vertigo as well. Was it, you said, 8 months since they've lost
A
that
little
match?
less. You know, I think it's 7 months since they last lost the game, and that was against Godsend in some qualifier. It is incredible, but it's also a map they don't really play. I think they played it 7 times the last 7 months. People don't want to pick it against them. People don't want to allow FURIA to get to Vertigo. So it's kind of in the place where they have it in the backhand all the time, right? And as we speak about when it comes to FURIA and against some of the tougher opposition as well, their map pool is strong. The only map they don't play is Dust 2. The rest of them, they're good on.
Yeah, and I mean, we can just pick up on some of the individuals here. I know you were saying you wanted to see Euro stepping up. We didn't really get too many rounds to see the players in FURIA stepping up in, but Drop, obviously, topping the scoreboard in terms of kills. CSGO in terms of ADR. Any particular sort of highlight moments from you throughout this map, Nifty?
Honestly, not so much. I mean, I know that there was a taser kill that I just saw, which I'm so sorry for, you know. But I mean, Yuri did only die twice. So that's fun. It's fun to play a game and only die twice out of 16 rounds. So.
Yeah. I mean, anybody for you that you want to just put onto the spotlight? Maybe going forward for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I still look forward to see FURIA, you know, go up against some of the better teams in this bracket, to see CSGO play well, to see Yuri play well, to see Drop get a bit of experience as well.
Yes.
He is still relatively new into this squad, and he hasn't had the best performances, I would say, for FURIA. But the more I see him play, the more I feel he's getting integrated into this lineup. And FURIA is, to me right now, not only an underdog or one of the favorites, I guess, to qualify right here, but also coming into the major. It's a team you have to look out for. They have so much quality, and with Safe on the team as well, they are a very well-rounded squad.
How do you look to be comparing them to Godsend then in this next semi-final?
Well, I do think it'll be a couple levels up.
Yeah. Okay.
but yeah, I actually kind of mentioned it yesterday that I think this is an opportunity for Godsend to make a little bit of waves. I mean, obviously they're going up against their big brothers, it seems like. But I think that we actually do have an opportunity to see a 3-map series, and I would like to see that out of Godsend personally.
I mean, if we could just bring the brackets up one more time as well, I do want to look at some of the matches that we're going to be seeing tomorrow too, because it's going to be Complexity obviously taking on MIBR on that first matchup of the Americas division. Team Liquid versus Pain. Just talking a little bit about that Complexity MIBR series. What do you predict for that one? I feel like the games we're looking at tomorrow, they all have the potential to go to 3 maps.
MIBR is interesting. They're getting good, right? It's been a long period where MIBR was a little bit boring to watch. They weren't really progressing. They weren't getting any better. It was hard to get excited about their squad. But during the RMR, they played well, they qualified, and they're going up against a strong team in Complexity. So for me, I highlighted that game coming into the tournament to be the most interesting one. I think that has 3 maps written all over it. And I will say, MIBR, for the first time in a couple of years, they actually excite me when I watch them.
Oh, that's so much true. And honestly, like Complexity here, I want to see what they've been up to since the RMR. I want to see what they've been working on. I want to see Floppy perform. I want to see Junior get in those clutches. He's actually been doing a lot of clutches for them lately. He's very good at like the 1v1s, 1v2s, especially with the op. And Fang, I'm very curious about Fang. I said it yesterday, sometime earlier in the broadcast, that this is a player who hasn't necessarily developed an identity for himself yet in the server. So I'm really curious as to see how he goes through with that.
Well, before we do bid farewell to the side of ATK, we do have a few words courtesy of Mr.
So obviously some very tough circumstances to fill in for a team and come into the showdown. But I guess we'll start on map 1 when it comes to it. Did you feel like it was just one of those games where you had the nice beginning start where you could battle against them, and then FURIA kind of did the things that FURIA do? Did it find difficult to play against?
Yeah, I think we just didn't have a counter to their double AWP. We had like our analysts like tell us that they like to double AWP, but we just didn't have like a counter to that, and then they just started like running us over, and it's really hard when you have like the good start, but you can't really do anything when you don't have a counter to what they're doing.
And I guess the one positive, at least what we saw on the cameras, was despite the score and despite what was going on, you guys are still smiling and enjoying yourselves. Were you still keeping up the spirit?
Yeah, I think everyone was just kind of having fun. It's nice to play against like some tier 1 CS. It's different when you're playing in scrims, but now that you're in the official, it's just fun to play against teams like this. And yeah, I mean, I try to like keep the comps high, even if we were like 12-1 down on Vertigo. We called the attack pauses. We tried to do whatever we could, but yeah, I mean, it's just hard.
And how different is that experience from the practice games to coming into an official like this?
Yeah, I think like we were scrimming FURIA like 2 days ago, and like we were beating them in scrims, and like the scores were really close, and you could just see the difference in like mentality that they have when we played them in officials. Like we just get stomped. Like they have like so much experience, and we're still kind of like learning as a team. Yeah, I mean overall, like they're just like a better team.
And I know you guys literally just flew in, right? So how was that crazy rushed experience in order to just get yourselves ready and sat down?
Yeah, we managed to get MOTM here at like 12 o'clock, and the game was at 3, so we had enough time to warm up. Personally, like I warmed up for like an hour. So I think warming up and getting ready for the game, there was enough time for that. So there wasn't too much like rushing around or like stress or anything like that.
And overall, what will you take away from this experience?
I think I'm just going to watch the demos back. They punished us for like a lot of mistakes. We tried to... The things that we do would normally work against the tier 2 teams, and sometimes we'll catch tier 1 teams off, but a lot of the time we just got punished for a lot of things. So I'm personally just going to watch the demos back and just try and build us better. And, next time we play any tier 1 teams and things, we're at least going to put up a better fight.
That's what it's all about, man, coming back stronger. Well, thank you very much for taking part. It was great that we get to see you fill in, and hopefully we'll see you in another showdown.
Yeah, 100%. I appreciate it.
Big props to Lisbon for giving us a few words despite departing early here from the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. But we do have to shift our attention to our MERSK MVP for the Americas division of the competition. We do have a selection of potential contenders who could be taking this MVP title. Jacob, who do you think is currently in the lead for this one?
For my money, Dumao. The way he was playing yesterday with the rifle in a competitive game of Counter-Strike, it was very, very impressive to see him take over the server and be the best player in that game. So right now, there's only been a couple of games played in the NA division, right? Yes. But Dumao is my MVP candidate. At least the guy in the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this shifts up going forward. I'm also excited to see our CS Money play of the day. Of course, you guys know exactly what the deal is right now. You can have your say by voting on over on the BLAST Premier Twitter to see exactly who is going to be crowned our play of the day in day number 2. Who have we got coming up first, Jacob?
We got, of course, the AWP guard, Sun Payers on Inferno, pulling off a nice little ace. And I like the finish to this clip as well. He's fast, he's quick, he's precise. But after this kill right here, he's pulling out the USP and just using one bullet to finish it off.
Next up, we have Deaths, and he actually performed a very nice 1v3 for his team today. Finding some really nice headshots right here, especially heading into Donut. Gets a very last nice shot on him and just sticks the defuse. I mean, this was solid.
It was a beautiful clutch, wasn't it?
I thought so too.
Very beautiful clutch.
It was to start build some momentum for his team as well.
It was. Another guy who tried to build momentum with GX right here with the AWP. This clutch right here has a bit of style punch to it. He's in a 1v2, gets a nasty shot through the smoke. And what does he do with an AWP? Another smoke goes down. Well, you go in with the knife and you just slice your way through the problems. Well done by GX, who came so close winning that game with BNE.
We've had some really incredible plays going down, Stefan. That's a nice little recap of what we've got to see you throughout day 2 of the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. Of course, we have got a hell of a lot more Counter-Strike coming up for you tomorrow. 3 more best of 3s on the cards. Of course, these are all single elimination matches. We say the Showdown is cutthroat, and we certainly mean it. Jacob, you were saying the fact we haven't seen, too many NA teams compared to our EU brothers. ENCE versus Heroic is the first semi-final, but then it's just NA through and through. Which is your game of the day if you've got to pick one tomorrow?
I mean, obviously, ENCE going up against Heroic, that's going to be a good game of Counter-Strike. European Counter-Strike, 2 teams qualified for the major, 2 teams who I think are playoff prone if they play well during the major as well. So for them to play a game against each other leading up to the major, potentially getting a closer spot to qualifying as well for Lisbon, there should be a lot of stake for those 2. I depend, and I think both of them will come in and play the best brand of Counter-Strike they can.
And Nifty, for you, I'm sure you're probably looking on the NA side of life.
Yeah,
being from that region yourself, who have you got as your highlight game?
I'm all in Complexity and MIBR. Both of them qualified for the major.
Who's going to win?
Complexity.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yep, I'd really like to see them come out on
Well,
top.
spoilers maybe for the predictions tomorrow, but we need to recap who's in the lead of our predictions today. I mean, James Banks, he was looking like he was feeling a bit smug in the green room when Bad News Eagles was so close to making it through. But almost flawless day for everybody across the board. Feels bad man for Anders, Scrawny, and of course Banks.
Yeah, I'm glad Scrawny is a great commentator because when it comes to predictions,
you're only 1 point ahead of him, man.
Yeah, well, he sucks. There was also a season where he got minus points, right?
Just wants to have fun.
I think he's the only one ever who managed to get minus points on the leaderboard.
I'm just going to walk away because I think I also managed to get minus
You
points
did?
too. Yeah, I mean, do you want to close out the show,
Fair
Jacob,
enough. That's cool.
today? I might just leave you with...
Thing is, I expected more from Connor, whereas for you...
I suppose you're not an analyst. Neither is Connor.
Yeah, no, true, exactly. Small brains over here. Of course, you can join us tomorrow for 3 more days, 3 more matches. 3 more best of 3. Pardon, sorry?
You got minus points?
Yeah, I did get minus points.
How did you get minus points?
Blame Vitality. I don't know. I didn't like the rules back then. Thank God we don't have those rules now. I'm going to close out the show because this guy's obviously really angry for some reason. But we don't have anything to be angry about tomorrow. 3 more best of 3s coming your way. Of course, more NA games as well. Seeing some more debuts from that side of the region. So we'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.